Lin Yao and Xie Xingchen are notorious rivals at school, having clashed for 3 years before both gaining admission to the same military academy, where they became roommates. On their first day in the dormitory, they nearly came to blows. Just after finishing a shower, Lin Yao found himself in a precarious situation before Xie Xingchen. As an S-class alpha excelling in combat and mecha skills, he unexpectedly underwent a secondary differentiation into an omega, requiring a top-tier alpha to soothe him. Chapter 1. Don't move, you're burning up. The oppressive heat of late August hung heavily in the air, with cicadas shrieking incessantly from the branches. But it's unbearably hot. Lin Yao squinted slightly, his back already damp with a light sheen of sweat. He tugged at the collar of his shirt, a button having been violently popped off. In broad daylight, a most indecent desire simmered within him that wasn't the sensitivity period just over. He gasped, his long fingers pressed against his wrist, his body temperature alarmingly high, as if an endless fire surged through his veins. His throat was parched, his throat itched, he felt restless, he wanted, "Excuse me, student, may I interview you? What are your expectations for college life?" A reporter suddenly appeared, thrusting a microphone before him. Lin Yao stepped back, creating distance, remaining silent. The prolonged silence made the reporter think how cool. Before him stood a youth with a strikingly high nose and exquisite features. Perhaps even the sun favored such beauty, casting a gentle interplay of light and shadow across his face, as if he were the very deity of allure. Yet, his expression was decidedly aloof, with even the strands of his hair suggesting a desire for solitude. The reporter awkwardly chuckled. "Just a few words, then. Are you planning to join any clubs? Shooting, fighting, or?" Lin Yao suppressed his discomfort, raising a hand to his throat, fearing that speaking would only exacerbate his distress. The reporter, uncertain, ventured, "Are you mute? Can't you speak?" Lin Yao remained impassive. The reporter's face displayed a sympathetic expression. "Being hard of hearing and mute, you must have suffered a lot to get into Chongqing." Lin Yao replied, The reporter nodded, understanding, a gambling father, a sick mother, a shattered sister, all eliciting pity. A sudden scream erupted nearby, and Lin Yao turned toward the sound, witnessing a mechanical bow shooting through the air, striking the red center of a moving target, followed by a wave of cheers. Then arrows flew one after another. .10 rings, .10 rings, .10 rings. The target moved swiftly, almost too fast for the eye to catch, presenting a considerable challenge. Yet every shot was a success. My heart has been pierced by my brother. Wow, have new students really become this competitive? What apartment is that handsome guy from? Is it too late to change my major? The surrounding clamor intensified, while at the center of the crowd stood a tall young man, his long fingers deftly handling a mechanical bow, spinning it playfully. He glanced at the electronic scoreboard displaying a newly broken shooting record. The seniors of Chongqing aren't that impressive. Lin Yao's gaze turned frigid. That back of his head, even if it were shaved to ash, he would recognize it instantly. That scoundrel. Didn't he say he filled out his application for National Chengchi University, vowing never to see Lin Yao again? Now, he had run 80 kilometers just to flaunt his presence. The reporter beside him was swiftly captivated by another handsome figure, rushing off with a camera, eager not to miss any good footage. Xie Xingchen was evidently a fantastic interview subject, with a perfectly structured face, speaking languidly, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of approachability. Particularly pretentious and infuriating, the grievances they had accrued during high school weighed heavily upon Lin Yao. Staring at this man for more than 3 seconds made him want to pin him to the ground and teach him a lesson. That he dragged his suitcase over, took the bow from the volunteer at the club booth, and, amidst the invitation of "Would you like to experience the charm of archery?" he stood firm, drew the bow, pulled the string, and released the arrow. .10 rings, .10 rings, .10 rings. Just like before, the trajectory was strikingly precise. What shocked everyone more was that the arrow cleanly split the previously lodged arrow in the target, embedding itself firmly in the red center. It can pierce steel? That's incredible. So cool. The onlookers were nearly hysterical with excitement. Impressive, Xie Xingchen complimented without reservation. As Lin Yao released the bow, he felt Xie Xingchen's gaze upon him, palpable and intense. His body ignited with heat, the unbearable desire within him surging once more. The stifling breeze caressed his cheeks like a lover's hand. Xie Xingchen, humiliated by the newly set record, remained unfazed, his gaze drifting to Lin Yao's flushed collar. Lin, what a coincidence. Lin Yao regarded the scattered broken arrows on the ground, his thin lips curling slightly. A defeated opponent. Xie Xingchen chuckled. No worries, being your defeated opponent is not shameful. Why are you here at Chongqing? To see you. I missed you. Lin Yao found his feigned casual intimacy particularly irksome. 3 years had passed, yet nothing had changed. The reporter, who had been observing, suddenly snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Weren't you mute? You can talk, Lin Yao." He had forgotten that detail. How to cover it up now? Xie Xingchen quickly intervened. He has intermittent mutism, quite hard to cure. He can't speak when nervous. Isn't that rather adorable? Lin Yao's gaze turned sharp. Your skill in humiliation has evidently improved over the summer. His phone vibrated, and he turned to answer it. On the other end, a voice cried out, "Yao Gu, it's over. Your nemesis has also been admitted to Chongqing. I just saw his live photo in the gossip group. He's so damn handsome. Ah, that conspicuous bag." Lin Yao raised his eyes, spotting a familiar figure not far off. I've seen him. Didn't he go to National Chengchi? I'm also curious why the young master from a political family suddenly changed his major. But have you met him? Have you settled in the dorm? No, what does that have to do with the dorm? Nothing, I'll be arriving later. The other party chuckled awkwardly. If you run into him, take it easy. I'm afraid of blood splattering everywhere. Lin Yao replied calmly, okay. Understood. That moment, Xie Xingchen was gazing in his direction, a slight curve at the corner of his lips, seemingly amused by something. Lin Yao ended the call and began to walk in the opposite direction, faintly hearing the reporter ask, "What's your relationship with that handsome mute guy from earlier? You seem to know each other." His steps faltered. He heard Xie Xingchen pause for a few seconds before teasingly saying, "Our relationship is one of passionate entanglement." Lin Yao, but an utter fool, embarrassing himself with a poor command of language, that a few drops of rain fell from the scattered clouds, failing to alleviate the heat within him. He had more pressing matters to attend to, needing a cold shower to cool down. Thus, quickening his pace, that he arrived first at the 4-person dormitory, which was still empty. Lin Yao casually discarded his clothes, grabbed his toiletries from the suitcase, and hurried into the bathroom. Turning on the shower, icy water cascading over him like a torrential downpour. After going through the motions, the heat within him showed no sign of abating. Lin Yao raised his hand to wipe his face, hearing the sound of a door opening outside. "Hello, new roommate." Through the sound of the water, he vaguely heard someone greeting him, though it was not clear. Lin Yao continued to shower for a while longer before turning off the water. He emerged, damp, and began to dry himself with a towel, only to realize that in his haste, he had forgotten to grab his clothes. Being an alpha, the prospect of communal showers during training seemed inevitable, and there was little to be ashamed of. He wrapped the towel around himself with a casual air and opened the bathroom door, enveloped in steam. His gaze froze. Xie Xingchen had been reclining against the desk, one long leg propped up, lazily scrolling through his phone. Upon hearing the noise, he lifted his gaze. The steam from the bathroom was dispersed by a gust of wind, revealing a beautiful yet aloof countenance. His smooth skin was evenly toned, his stature tall and lithe, with a narrow waist concealed beneath a towel that barely covered him. The outline of his physique subtly shifted with his breath, exuding an untamed allure. "Lin, what a coincidence," Xie Xingchen said in a low voice. Perhaps due to the warmth of the water, the exposed skin on his body bore a gradient of red, as if marked by some cruel touch that left lingering traces. Xie Xingchen's gaze darkened slightly. "What are you doing here?" Lin Yao approached, looking down at him. Xie Xingchen, with his legs slightly bent and chin raised, noticed a droplet of water clinging to the mole on Lin Yao's nose, teetering on the brink of falling. "I'm asking you a question," Lin Yao said coldly. Xie Xingchen's eyes remained fixed, his demeanor detached. "It seems we are roommates. That's not acceptable," Lin Yao replied. "I respect the school's arrangement," Xie Xingchen said gently. "Besides, considering our relationship, wouldn't it be exhilarating to be together every day?" Exhilarating, a potential explosion of cosmic proportions. Lin Yao could scarcely fathom cohabiting with him day and night. Reluctantly, he conceded, "If you don't move, I'll change dorms." "Do you truly detest me that much?" Xie Xingchen said softly, his attention entirely captivated by the droplet of water that wobbled and fell from his nose to his chest, slowly sliding down toward his abdomen. The towel around his waist had loosened, and he instinctively raised a hand to adjust it, but Lin Yao reacted faster, swatting his hand away. Their movements were somewhat exaggerated, causing the towel to fall completely, pooling at their ankles. "You!" Lin Yao stood there, completely bare. Xie Xingchen's wrist brushed against him lightly, and his gaze grew heavy. Moments later, his fingers entwined again. Lin Yao twisted his wrist, and Xie Xingchen tightened his grip. That it was reminiscent of their initial confrontational sparring match. Yet now, they were closer, skin against skin, breaths mingling. The suppressed tension surged back, racing through his veins, erupting into a sheen of sweat. Lin Yao furrowed his brow, struggling, breathless. "Let go, are you out of your mind?" Xie Xingchen straightened up, his gaze slowly traversing every inch of Lin Yao's exposed form, his eyes ablaze with heat. This time, he exerted force, pulling Lin Yao back between his partially splayed legs. "Don't move that you're burning up." Chapter 2. How do you wish to thank me? It was indeed rather too close for comfort. Lin Yao attempted to retreat once more. It found himself ensnared by his powerful legs, utterly immobilized. The oppressive heat had drained him of strength, and his feeble push felt akin to flirtation. "Mind your own business." Xie Xingchen responded with a soft hum, standing a little straighter, closing the distance further. The delicate pink hue radiating from his fair skin resembled a ripe peach, enticing one to take a bite, likely yielding a cascade of sweet juice. "Are you truly an alpha?" Xie Xingchen gazed intently at him, observing him as if he were an omega in heat. A sharp sound echoed, a crisp slap. Lin Yao, incensed by the remark, raised his hand and delivered a firm strike. The other did not evade, taking the blow squarely, his jaw tightening momentarily before relaxing. It must have been quite painful. Lin Yao's combat skills were exemplary. Xie Xingchen tilted his head slightly, then turned back with a smile, inviting, "Would you like to touch again?" Lin Yao retorted, "Am I hitting you just to make you a fool?" He disdainfully wiped his hand, genuinely concerned that Xie Xingchen might lean closer for an unpleasant lick. However, he currently lacked the strength, his legs weak and unable to support him, relying entirely on Xie Xingchen's powerful grip to keep him upright, nearly collapsing onto his taut thigh. "Can you keep quiet?" Lin Yao's voice escaped through clenched lips as he loosened his grip. Xie Xingchen gently brushed his lower back, soothingly saying, "All right, don't be angry. I'll fetch you some suppressants." Lin Yao rejected his offer. "I just had some. It's unnecessary. But you are burning up, drenched in sweat." "It's time for a shower," Xie Xingchen remarked, his fingers lightly resting on Lin Yao's back, monitoring his temperature. If left unchecked, the situation would worsen. Saturated with Alpha's potent allure. Where could one find an Omega willing to assist you? His frankness made Lin Yao blush even more. His cheeks flushed a deeper crimson as he retorted, "My private life is far less chaotic than yours, you debauched scion." Xie Xingchen chuckled, defending himself, "I am quite disciplined. I spend my sensitive period alone." Lin Yao's past was filled with studies and work, and it took him several moments to respond, his ears turning a fiery shade of red. "You should be silent," he snapped, though his tone was fierce. How pure, Xie Xingchen found amusing. Since their acquaintance, their interactions had primarily consisted of brawls or verbal sparring, temperamental, aloof, and bristling with thorns. That was the impression Lin Yao had left on him throughout high school. Yet he had never exhibited shyness. As he reached out to pinch the flushed earlobe, preparing to say something, the door swung open. A gust of wind rushed in, only to be abruptly slammed shut. "Your roommate is getting busy in there." That's Xie Xingchen, holding a stunning figure, face unseen, but completely undressed except for his underwear, with legs so fair and straight. The voice outside boomed, seemingly relaying the information to someone. Lin Yao cast his gaze downward at his own legs. Another voice exclaimed, "Little Xie certainly knows how to play." He boldly brought an Omega to the dorm. How wild. Lin Yao could only scoff in silence. He had just mentioned in an interview about a friend he found hard to part with, someone notably handsome who might even break his record. Perhaps they were merely friends with benefits. Tension hung in the air, as engaging in a double-A scenario could be quite thrilling. A third voice joined the discussion. Lin Yao exclaimed, "Wait, who is messing around with him? As soon as I get dressed, I'll take you all out one by one." Xie Xingchen smirked slightly, shrugging as he replied, "What can we do? They're spreading rumors. Although clarify." Lin Yao exerted all his strength to push the others aside and bent down to retrieve clean clothes from his suitcase. His back arched gracefully, the tautness of his spine forming a smooth curve with a slight indentation that trailed down to his waist, two shallow dimples perfectly positioned to be pressed and pulled. Xie Xingchen lowered his head, bringing his thumb and index finger together, delicately pinching. Lin Yao, unabashed, changed his clothes right in front of him, covering his exposed skin, concealing his physique entirely. Just as he turned to grasp the doorknob, Xie Xingchen called out, "Are you sure you want to go out? There are many people outside. And how do you plan to explain your nudity in my arms?" Lin Yao corrected him, "I'm wearing underwear." "No difference. The rumors are already set in stone." Xie Xingchen chuckled lightly, his tone calm and considerate. "Now they all mistakenly believe I brought someone back. Once you show your face, it will surely be rumored that we two alphas are involved in some scandalous affair. You should hide in the bathroom while I handle this." Lin Yao, momentarily taken aback by Xie Xingchen's willingness to take the blame, hesitated, "But don't you care about your reputation?" Xie Xingchen shrugged nonchalantly. "My reputation has never been good." Lin Yao's lips tightened. He didn't want to owe him a favor, especially not to someone he considered a fierce rival. Xie Xingchen noticed his hesitation. "Have I not had enough rumors from high school? One more 1T make a difference." Lin Yao had heard quite a few, recalling a time when he returned from a part-time job to find Xie Xingchen holding a drunken girl, thinking initially that she was the rumored someone. It was only years later he discovered she was his cousin. However, their relationship had soured by then, and this clarification did little to improve Xie Xingchen's image in his eyes. Yet at this moment, he felt compelled to express gratitude. "Excuse me. I'll head to the bathroom first." Xie Xingchen acknowledged him with a slight nod, standing up straight and opening the door, his tone consistently gentle. "I apologize for any disturbance. I am Cheng Boyan, a new student residing here." The boy at the door observed Lin Yao's relaxed demeanor, having just overheard the commotion, and inquired, "Did I interrupt something?" "Not at all," Xie Xingchen replied, seemingly confirming the assumptions. "What about your Omega? He's shy and doesn't want to show himself." Xie Xingchen produced a personal card from his pocket. "Please allow us to treat you to a meal put on my tab. Otherwise, my precious 1T come out." Lin Yao pressed his hand against the wall, clearly agitated, his brow furrowing. Precious was quite distasteful. It took a considerable lack of conscience to utter it. The chatter continued outside, the irritation spreading like wildfire, and he found it increasingly hard to breathe. Unable to endure even a second longer, he turned the shower back on, relying on the cool water to alleviate his discomfort. "Mr. Xie is generous. I won't disturb you any further," Cheng Boyan remarked, seemingly understanding the situation. Lin Yao heard Xie Xingchen murmur a thank you before the door closed. The footsteps grew lighter and slower, approaching him ever so closely. "Taking a bath while running a high fever. Is there no common sense?" Xie Xingchen's voice carried an air of coldness, an undeniable sense of pressure when his expression remained unseen. Lin Yao observed the doorknob slowly being pressed down. "Don't open it." The door swung ajar. He stood within the other line of sight, water cascading from the shower above, drenching him completely. Under the weight of Xie Xingchen's intense gaze, an inexplicable stiffness seized his hands and feet, leaving him uncertain of where to place them. "Are we not both alphas? Does it bother you?" Xie Xingchen inquired. Even though the other had already entered, Lin Yao mechanically shook his head. "It doesn't bother me, but please step outside. I'll be ready shortly." As he spoke, he faintly caught a whiff of an unfamiliar pheromone, unmistakably emanating from Xie Xingchen. Typically, alphas would repel one another, yet today felt peculiar. He yearned to draw closer. Xie Xingchen sensed it too, but in an instant he reined it all in, his voice deepening. "I have alleviated your trouble, and now, are you still intent on embodying the spirit of altruism?" His gaze swept across Lin Yao's flushed skin. "Let me take you to the hospital. Consider how you shall thank me." Lin Yao's nostrils flared as he opened the glass door separating them, rendered speechless. His palm, braced against the wall, faltered, and with a slight release of pressure, it began to slide down the damp surface. "You should leave first, and then express your gratitude upon returning." His usual bravado had dissipated, and he struggled to voice his thoughts. Yet, the other remained obstinate, advancing towards him with deliberate steps, the air thickening with an ever-increasing sense of oppression. Lin Yao retreated until his back pressed against the cold porcelain tiles, feeling trapped. As Xie Xingchen closed the distance, he was rendered speechless, his legs giving way beneath him. Xie Xingchen's hand caught him. "Thank you," Lin Yao murmured, his head spinning. He collided into the solid embrace, his fever-clouded mind muddled, yearning to draw nearer, his arms unwittingly wrapped around the broad shoulders. The cool water soaked through Xie Xingchen's shirt as Lin Yao leaned against him, his breath becoming erratic. "So affectionate," Xie Xingchen remarked, his eyes cast down upon him. Lin Yao, caught in a haze of half-consciousness, realized this was the person he loathed most, someone he should push away, never allowing him to gain the upper hand. "Get off me." He uttered those words, yet found himself inexplicably reluctant to let go, caught in a dance of resistance and allure, resembling a clumsy seduction. "Is this your way of treating me?" The heated breath brushed against his ear, causing Lin Yao to shudder as he heard Xie Xingchen chuckle softly. "A frisky little kitten." Chapter 3. "You have a crush on me." "Shut your mouth," Lin Yao gasped. Xie Xingchen was indeed reveling in his misfortune, likely wishing to record this moment to showcase on the school's confession wall for a 3-day loop. "Who are you calling a frisky wildcat?" As he spoke, a delicate blush surged from his cheeks to his chest. Xie Xingchen corrected him. "Little kitten." In the past, Lin Yao would have retaliated with a punch. However, at this moment, he merely struggled to free himself from Xie Xingchen's grasp. As he managed to steady himself for a brief moment, weakness overcame him once more, and he fell back into Xie Xingchen's embrace. How proactive! Xie Xingchen's arm encircled his slender waist, providing support for him to regain his balance. Observing his actions, he deliberately misinterpreted the situation. "So, Lin classmate has been opposing me all along, but in reality, he's been attempting to draw closer." Lin Yao retorted. "You're being overly sentimental. Are you harboring feelings for me?" Xie Xingchen chuckled, finding the notion increasingly absurd. Lin Yao, grinding his teeth, snapped back, "You're delusional. If you have issues, see a doctor." Xie Xingchen remained unfazed, his arm loosely draping around Lin Yao's narrow waist. "All right, let's go. You can get some blood drawn, and I'll get an x-ray. We'll be hospital buddies for the day." Lin Yao was not in the mood for banter. He intermittently listened, struggling to push himself away, ultimately sitting on the floor, with his head tilted back and his eyes still cold. He gazed defiantly at the towering Xie Xingchen. "I'll go myself." "You leave." "How stubborn." Xie Xingchen felt a pang of headache, gazing down at him with a neutral expression. Their relationship was so fraught that this person wouldn't relent even slightly. It was a consequence of past grievances. "You should try leaving on your own," he remarked. "Dress like that. You're simply inviting trouble." Lin Yao was taken aback by his audacity. "You're vulgar and shameless." Xie Xingchen maintained his composure, unyielding in his stance, reiterating, "You are inviting trouble." His words were blunt, yet they were the truth. Without such directness, the other party would hardly grasp the gravity of the situation. In Chongqing, there were alphas aplenty, many of whom held interests in their own kind. Moreover, you are currently radiating enticing signals, easily stirring the conquest instincts of fellow alphas. Xie Xingchen cleared his throat. The description was simply. Lin Yao was dissatisfied with his choice of words. "Enticing? Me? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze, his eyes slowly sweeping over him. "A beauty unmatched." He averted his gaze. "You have 3 seconds to consider. I am not a soft-hearted fool who would rush to assist uninvited." 3. Lin Yao began to waver. After 3 years of contentious exchanges, the person who couldn't even be bothered to speak a few extra words suddenly changed his demeanor. Undoubtedly something was amiss. However, for the time being, Xie Xingchen posed no threat to him. It was indeed the safest option. 1. Lin Yao responded, "Are you counting like a gym teacher?" Xie Xingchen tossed a towel atop his head. "Dry off, change your clothes, and let's go." When he was squeezed into that luxury sports car, Lin Yao was still in a daze, curled up in the seat, burning with fever, his consciousness hazy. He inexplicably recalled their first clash. It was over a prize for a competition, 50,000. Lin Yao was in dire need of money, and that sum could have made a difference. Yet he was provoked into a fight by Xie Xingchen's lackey right before an exam, wasting half an hour. In the end, he missed the mark by 2 points. The first place and the prize were claimed by Xie Xingchen. That scoundrel. Did he truly need that 50,000? Lin Yao thought not. Most likely, it was just the young master seeking amusement. In the following years, their relationship deteriorated further, leaving no room for reconciliation. What was happening now? Sensing Lin Yao's gaze drifting towards him intermittently, Xie Xingchen spoke softly. "Close your eyes and rest. I'll wake you when we arrive." "Which hospital are we going to? If it's expensive, I can't afford it." "No worries. It's my family's hospital." "Lin Yao, your vocabulary is rather niche." He pondered for a moment and weakly remarked, "Are you planning to drag me into organ trafficking?" Xie Xingchen adeptly maneuvered the steering wheel. "Do you suffer from paranoia? You always seem to suspect ill intentions." "I merely fear that you might perish in my dormitory. It would be inauspicious," he replied matter-of-factly. Lin Yao accepted this rationale, feeling dizzy and choosing to remain silent. Upon arrival at the hospital, after examinations, blood draws, and tests, perhaps due to Xie Xingchen's prior arrangements, the results were swiftly delivered. However, the doctor's expression was far from reassuring. "What is the verdict?" Xie Xingchen inquired. "We need to notify the family," the doctor stated. "Who is your guardian?" Lin Yao shook his head. "There is no one to inform." Xie Xingchen cast a penetrating glance at him. "His family cannot intervene." Lin Yao glanced back. "Puzzled, you seem to know quite a bit. Is it a pastime to investigate others' family backgrounds?" Truly, a young master's demeanor. He lacked the energy for further inquiries and steadied himself against the table. "Please, just tell me. I'm an adult now. I can take responsibility." Regarding privacy, Xie Xingchen graciously stepped outside, leaving the two alone. Once the door shut, the doctor spoke directly. "You've undergone secondary differentiation, reverting from alpha to omega." Lin Yao's complexion suddenly drained of color, eliciting an inexplicable pang of sympathy in the doctor. What? Each word was comprehensible, yet the combination rendered him bewildered. "Who is omega?" "Lin Yao. Your secondary gender is now omega." The doctor coldly revealed the truth. "Impossible. I've been an alpha since I was 16. Lin Yao's expression was blank. How could a fever cause secondary differentiation? This must be a mistake. It is indeed rare, but such cases do exist. All your current symptoms align with secondary differentiation, and your blood tests confirm that you are unequivocally omega." The doctor paused, calmly continuing, "I understand you and Xingchen are the Combat Academy. Omega faces significant disadvantages in practical scenarios, especially considering you are among the most susceptible omegas. It would be prudent to contact the school to arrange for a transfer to a different division or logistics." "A 1T transfer. You are mistaken," Lin Yao interjected. The doctor felt a headache coming on, unsure how to counsel this young, proud, and stubborn individual who resembled a resilient bamboo, swaying against the wind. It was indeed too cruel. Lin Yao leaned against the table, dizziness overwhelming him once more, and softly requested, "Please administer 2 doses of high-intensity suppressants. The suppressants will merely provide temporary relief. Secondary differentiation will be accompanied by frequent estrus," the doctor warned. "Your symptoms are severe. The differentiation phase is already excruciating, and the subsequent estrus will be unbearable. My recommendation is to find an S-class alpha with a high compatibility to help you through this." Quack fraud. The hospital affiliated with Xie Xingchen's family is truly inadequate. Lin Yao responded without hesitation, "I do not require that." To be forced into the presence of another alpha? That image is utterly absurd. A knock resonated at the door as Xie Xingchen leaned in, clutching a stack of papers. "Director Chung, here's my report. I shall leave it here while you continue," he announced. The doctor's gaze fell upon the monthly updates of examinations, suddenly struck by a revelation. Wait a moment. These two individuals, one frequently experiencing Q symptoms, the other grappling with an X addiction, are both afflicted with conditions that are notoriously difficult to treat. Could this be a match made in heaven? Xie Xingchen remained indifferent to the routine health check, his attention drawn to Lin Yao, whose body was flushed with redness. He offered a soothing remark, "It will be over soon. Just hold on a little longer." The doctor, mindful of patient confidentiality, merely smiled and suggested, "You two might consider a compatibility test." Both individuals lifted their heads in unison. Xie Xingchen chuckled first, his tone tinged with resignation. "Director, while my condition is quite challenging to manage, I wouldn't resort to capturing a susceptible alpha to remedy it. Lin would certainly throttle me." Lin Yao turned to him. "You have a condition too?" Without hesitation, Xie Xingchen replied with nonchalance, "I suffer from choral syndrome, colloquially known as X addiction. It can be quite unbearable at times." The doctor interjected, "It's all managed through medication. If it were to manifest, well, that would be troublesome." Lin Yao scoffed, "What a ludicrous premise. And you aspire to be an officer? You might as well dive into the underbelly." Chapter 4. My resolve is weak. The doctor regarded him with a tense expression. "Do not misunderstand. I merely inquired casually. If a match were to occur, it would be beneficial for both of you, leading to a lifetime of happiness." Lin Yao instantly comprehended why Xie Xingchen had dragged him into this situation. It was likely that Xie sought a highly compatible partner to alleviate his unsavory tendencies, thus deceiving himself into believing he was an unsatisfied Omega. How brazen of this hospital to openly engage in such matchmaking. But the notion of two alphas being compatible was absurd. It defied biological logic. Lin Yao furrowed his brow. "Me and him? No need for testing. The compatibility is 0%. Xie Xingchen countered, "It could very well be 99.99. Lin Yao dismissed him, contemplating his own secondary differentiation. "Furthermore, you provided false reports. I intend to file a complaint." The doctor, realizing the difficulty of making him accept the reality, sighed, "What I stated is indeed the truth. If you have doubts, you may seek a second opinion at the military hospital next door." "Test for what?" Xie Xingchen inquired. "Nothing of consequence," Lin Yao retorted, growing increasingly agitated. Xie Xingchen refrained from probing further, simply asking, "So how is he to be treated?" The doctor tapped the report lightly with his fingertip. "I have already outlined the optimal treatment plan. If he is unwilling, we can only resort to a second best option, hospitalization for observation with suppressants. Is that agreeable?" Lin Yao withdrew his arm from the searing grip, the force too strong, causing him to lose his balance. "No hospitalization. I cannot afford it." Xie Xingchen interjected, "Charge it to my account. I shall cover your expenses." Lin Yao wished to voice further objections, but was overwhelmed by a wave of darkness. As he reached out to grasp the edge of the table, his hand met only air. His body slowly began to descend, and in the final moment before losing consciousness, he felt a pair of sturdy arms secure him. "It's all right, I'm here," he heard that voice say. When he next regained consciousness, he was greeted by a magnified face. It took him a couple of seconds to realize it was his friend He Li, who had also been admitted to Chongqing University alongside him. Their gazes locked, and the other party suddenly spoke. "Yao Ge, you have finally awakened. I thought you were dead. What are you doing here?" Lin Yao opened his heavy eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The solitary hospital room was adorned with an amphora drip, the fluid steadily descending, chilling as it entered his veins. A nameplate hung at the head of the bed, indicating Himu Hospital. "Damn, I've been ensnared. This room, this setup. Xie Xingchen intends to make me indebted, compelling me to repay day in and day out. Doesn't he?" Hilly expressed concern. "I went to the dormitory to check in and coincidentally ran into Xie Xingchen, who happens to be in the same dormitory as us. He mentioned you were ill and had been admitted to the hospital, so I came right away." Before the other could speak, Hilly continued, "But you two are arch nemesis, right? When did you suddenly become so chummy?" Lin Yao replied, "This guy is a special student in Chongqing, failing in language arts." He Li, with a gleam of realization, remarked, "Wait a moment, I get it. Your relationship hasn't softened. When school starts, you'll meet and end up brawling. He'll likely overpower you, leaving you bedridden." Lin Yao scoffed, With that level of intellect, he could inadvertently cause the enemy to perish from sheer stupidity on the battlefield. Lin Yao's voice was still somewhat hoarse, but the fever within him had significantly subsided. It was a sensitive period. I felt faint, but I'm much better now. That's good. As expected from a prestigious private hospital. Recovery is swift, Healy sighed in relief. By the way, we have a new classmate in our dorm named Chung Boyan. He quietly shared some gossip with me. Xie Xingchen has an omega in the dorm. Lin Yao, who had previously been mistaken for an omega, envisioned Xie Xingchen entering the room with a basket of fruit. He coughed heavily. Healy rambled on. I knew it. Those born with a silver spoon tend to be excessively flamboyant, not to be trusted. It is said he is quite perverse, unable to endure any longer. Lin Yao grabbed Healy's arm with a foredrip, eliciting a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Who is perverse? Xie Xingchen leisurely entered, placing the fruit basket on the bedside. Healy felt as if he were digging his own grave. Trembling, he stood up, unsure at which point he had begun to eavesdrop, desperately attempting to save face. I wasn't talking about you. I was referring to Xie Xingchen, a remarkably ugly, 1.63-meter tall scoundrel from a neighboring school, utterly vile. I strongly condemn him. Xie Xingchen responded nonchalantly. To brazenly flaunt an omega in the dormitory is indeed excessive. Healy felt the weight of despair, envisioning grass growing 3 feet high over his grave. He forced a laugh. It's all rumors. How could that be? Our young Master Xie is handsome, kind-hearted, and altruistic, even willing to take classmates he doesn't get along with to the hospital. I'll return to make you a banner in his honor, right now. As he spoke, he patted Lin Yao's hand. Yao, go rest well. If you're not feeling up to it, take an extra day off. Then he dashed away, not daring to linger even for a moment. It was impossible to lie down again in this independent VIP room, where a day's cost could very well buy his life. Lin Yao inwardly grumbled, exchanging glances with Xie Xingchen. He owed a debt of gratitude, but could only turn his face away, stiffly uttering, "Thank you." For several seconds, silence enveloped the room until he prepared to turn back, only to feel a hand, slightly warmer than normal, resting on his forehead. The fever still lingered. Xie Xingchen's voice was soft as he said, Director Chung mentioned a treatment plan, yet you refused to cooperate. Lin Yao turned his head, locking eyes with him. If it were his suggested method, he would rather not receive any treatment. Xie Xingchen's palm glided down from his forehead, gently grasping Lin Yao's pointed chin and lifting it slightly with a delicate pressure. Have you always been this disobedient, Lin Yao? His voice, though gentle, bore the weight of a brotherly admonition, causing an involuntary tension to ripple down Lin Yao's spine, akin to a reprimand. Lin Yao met his gaze, plunging into the depths of his dark pupils, and moved his lips. I told you, it's none of your business. The atmosphere in the room solidified once more. Xie Xingchen released him, dragging a chair to sit beside the bed, and retrieve an apple from the fruit basket, slowly peeling it with a knife in silence. Lin Yao was acutely aware of his own guilt. After all, he was receiving assistance from Xie Xingchen. Yet, they never seemed to find a moment for calm dialogue. Nor did the topic arise. What are the symptoms when your illness flares up? They resemble your reaction from yesterday. Xie Xingchen leisurely rotated the apple, his emotional turmoil simmering beneath the surface, unable to suppress the urge to act. Lin Yao thought to himself, this brother truly perplexes me. However, he must not show embarrassment, for that would imply defeat. Instead, he continued, if you're looking for an omega, it shouldn't be so complicated to find a match. Xie Xingchen regarded him lightly. A typical match, 1T suffice. If my pheromones cause a disturbance, it could lead to fatal consequences. Lin Yao blinked slowly. What kind of disturbance? Xie Xingchen's gaze lingered on Lin Yao's flushed earlobes, never having encountered someone so easily embarrassed. The corners of his lips curled slightly. Are you certain you wish to hear? Lin Yao hesitated. This guy often made shocking statements. Ultimately driven by curiosity, he cleared his throat. Go ahead, but no anger afterwards. You could choose less vulgar language. Xie Xingchen cautiously selected his words. Due to the high level of my pheromones, once the other party is guided, they will willingly open themselves, becoming thoughtless and conscienceless dolls, pursuing pleasure without resistance even to the point of death. Even someone as strong as you, An alpha would be no exception. Lin Yao felt compelled to scold him for such a crude description, yet that very narrative ignited the restlessness within him anew. Reflexively, he raised his leg and kicked him. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The knife in Xie Xingchen's hand wavered, the tip slicing into his index finger, causing blood to seep out slowly, droplets of vivid red falling. "I'm sorry," Lin Yao exclaimed, not intending to hurt him. Xie Xingchen was unfazed, casually continuing to peel the last segment of the apple's skin. "I already told you." "It was your insistence to hear." A brief silence enveloped the room. Lin Yao remained silent, slightly curling his fingers before releasing them. Within mere seconds, his palm had become damp. He caught a whiff of the scent emanating from Xie Xingchen's wound. To pursue pleasure, even to the point of death, without resistance. Even for an alpha like you, Xie Xingchen had just articulated. This was the second time he had not lied. The pheromones truly could be deadly. Lin Yao could barely grasp the words Xie Xingchen continued to say. Xie Xingchen raised his finger, slightly stained with blood, and casually offered the peeled apple. "It's nothing. I'll find a band-aid shortly." Lin Yao gazed intently at his bleeding wound, his tongue slowly gliding across his lips. Xie Xingchen leaned down, observing his parched lips with a hint of coaxing. "You haven't eaten all day. Take it yourself, have a bite." Before he could finish, Lin Yao slightly lifted his chin, sealing his fingers in place. The blood trickled down his throat. How fragrant it was. Xie Xingchen pressed down with his fingertips, preventing any movement. "Lin Yao, my self-control is rather weak. I cannot resist the allure." Chapter 5. The unruly waves of desire. Xie Xingchen's grip was somewhat forceful. "Who the hell is tempting you?" Lin Yao felt as if he had ingested poison from mushroom. The person he loathed the most was right before him. And yet what was he doing? Tempted by his wound, he found himself in a most disgraceful predicament. However, the scent of the blood greatly soothed the restlessness brought on by his fever. An apple rolled to the ground. Xie Xingchen curled his knuckles, acutely aware of how Lin Yao's presence was destabilizing his emotions, commanding in a lower tone, "Lin Yao, don't lick. I'm helping you." Lin Yao, with a fierce demeanor, was irresistibly drawn to his pheromones, yet he still remembered their contentious relationship. He felt the blood oozing from the wound, gradually spilling over, and instinctively rolled his Adam's apple. As the flavor began to fade, his breath grew erratic, eagerly brushing against the wound in a disorderly manner. "Helping me with what?" Xie Xingchen warned in a low, calm voice. "Your illness is about to be awakened by you." Despite the calmness on the other's face, there was an undeniable recklessness. Xie Xingchen's ailment had been long-standing since his differentiation, reliant on medication for management. Though he possessed strong mental fortitude, it was challenging, and he had never faced a dire incident. "Do you recall what I mentioned earlier?" Xie Xingchen's voice was slow, reminding him of the consequences. "When my illness strikes, I lose all rationality." At this moment, he was nearing the brink of losing his sanity. Lin Yao's mind cleared slightly. Xie Xingchen's illness could ruin a person. Lin Yao did not comprehend his sudden lapse in judgment, desperately finding a rationale. "I'm helping you stop the bleeding." "Yes. This is a favor in return for what you did before." Xie Xingchen did not expose him, merely stating, "You do seem quite charitable." Lin Yao closed his eyes. The room filled with a faint scent of fur, and he found himself losing control. He turned his head, exerting all his strength to refrain from drawing closer. "The bleeding has stopped. Remove your hand." It was as if he had indeed been assisting, devoid of any selfish intentions. Xie Xingchen smiled slightly, his fingertip grazing Lin Yao's lips, an exquisite sensation. He spoke softly, as an alpha. "Why do your pheromones possess no aggression towards me?" Lin Yao's breath caught in his throat. He recalled a previous mecha battle, when their pheromones had clashed, causing discomfort and an insatiable desire for conquest. But now, not only did he not feel repulsed, he craved it. He was utterly consumed by madness. Lin Yao stared at the forebag, contemplating that he must have been drugged to be rendered so senseless. He voiced this thought, "Because you must have drugged me." Xie Xingchen twirled his fingertip. "I wish I could concoct a potion that would turn us from foes into friends. You, with such fervor upon arrival, have stirred my latent desires, and I find myself struggling to maintain composure. What should I do?" Who is exhibiting such enthusiasm? This person has no shame. Lin Yao, uncharacteristically flushed with embarrassment, found himself at a loss for words, his ears burning crimson. Xie Xingchen, relentless, pressed on. I have never encountered such a situation. You must take responsibility. Lin Yao, closing his eyes and steeling his resolve, retorted, let us settle this with a fight. Xie Xingchen responded, puzzled. What? Lin Yao, his breath uneven, yet his mind relatively clear, continued. You brought me to the hospital and cover my medical expenses. Tally it up. How much is it in total? I heard you hire sparring partners. I will join you in a match, 300 per round, until the debts are settled. A smirk played at the corners of Xie Xingchen's lips. Very well. The one he wished to avoid had finally presented himself willingly at the delightful turn of events. Lin Yao turned his head to scrutinize him. You agreed so readily? Xie Xingchen replied. The school is inconvenient. The sparring will take place at my home in the evenings, tentatively twice a week. It may coincide with my bouts of desire, during which you may accompany me without engaging in anything. That too shall count as time. Lin Yao sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate his unease. How could doing nothing equate to payment? It felt akin to a scheme where he would be lured into a trap. Xie Xingchen added, I thought it best to resolve this swiftly. You and T want to remain in debt, entangled with me indefinitely. Lin Yao nodded, then it is settled. His gaze fell on the 4 bag, nearing completion. Each drop represented money. He sat up. Once this is finished, I shall return to school. I have a physical examination this afternoon. Xie Xingchen, legs crossed, regarded the serene face before him. Their pheromones had dissipated, yet the heat within remained unabated. May I borrow your bathroom? Lin Yao's blush faded slightly as he pressed the call button for the nurse to remove the needle. Do as you wish. As he observed Xie Xingchen rise, he finally exhaled in relief. How embarrassing. He wished to dismember him and cast his remains into the sea to silence him, rather than endure such mortifying and unsolicited advances. Lin Yao adjusted his clothing and proceeded to Director Cheng's office. Upon entering, Cheng spoke. You can hardly restrain yourself from lavishing affection upon him. Yet you refuse to acknowledge your omega status? Such physiological attraction is difficult to suppress. I believe your compatibility is quite promising. Lin Yao, what did you see? Director Cheng chuckled. In our harmonious private institution, we conduct hourly rounds, ensuring the utmost stability for our patients. Lin Yao processed this for 2 seconds, stiffly replying, well, it's acceptable if a nurse witnessed it, but he cannot report it to you. 10 of them. Director Cheng stated coldly. We happened to be conducting a collective inspection. The doctors and nurses were gathered by the glass door, but you were so engrossed that you went unnoticed. Lin Yao, his face ashen, lamented. Forget it. Is there a way to expedite my demise? Let us just get it over with. Director Cheng could not restrain himself and chuckled softly. I understand that you find it difficult to accept your identity as an omega. If you wish to return to school, I won't stop you. But please take care of yourself. You are currently in a sensitive differentiation period. Administering intravenous fluids can only provide temporary relief. If you encounter an alpha whose pheromones strongly attract you, you may inadvertently enter a state of heat. Lin Yao felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Perhaps a swift end would be preferable. Director Cheng, still smiling, handed him a temporary suppressant and prescribed a week's worth, lecturing him for nearly half an hour about the importance of youthful optimism and the need to avoid thoughts of despair. Lin Yao's attention was fixated on the exorbitant medical bill. Great. It seemed he would have to endure several more evenings with Xie Xingchen. Upon exiting the director's office, he initially planned to turn and leave, but given that Chongqing was in the suburbs, he decided to return to the ward to catch a ride home. The room was tranquil, the only sound being the gentle rustle of the curtains swaying in a breeze. As he approached the bathroom door, the sound of running water reached his ears, causing his heart to skip a beat. It took him several moments to register the implication. Could it be that the earlier conversation had some truth to it? Just a mere brush of fingers had seemingly stirred his inexplicable affliction? Truly, the tables had turned. With his cheeks flushed, Lin Yao opened his phone to record the moment, seeking an opportunity to later tease him. Just as he unlocked the screen, he heard his name being called softly. Lin Yao. The voice was low, like a whispered secret meant to linger close to the ear, imbued with an undeniable yearning. The new arrival's playful remarks were cut short, and upon reviewing the responses, 2 inappropriate words were swiftly deleted. Chapter 6. Your taste for infidelity. The voice was gentle, yet penetrated his ears with startling intensity. Lin Yao, taken aback, lost his grip on the phone, which fell to the ground with a sharp crack, the screen shattering. Replacing the screen would be costly, $300 for an authentic one. He tenderly traced the cracks, his heart bleeding for the loss. Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen, alerted by the commotion, sounded clearer now, yet the underlying desire remained. Lin Yao forced his expression to remain stoic as he bent down to retrieve his phone, lifting his gaze toward the hazy outline of the bathroom. He could faintly discern the superior silhouette of the young man, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. One audacious sight, even in its lack of clarity. It was enough to flush Lin Yao's cheeks. How shameless! He must be aware of his presence outside and was deliberately using their previous conversation to tease him. Are you out of your mind? Lin Yao couldn't help but exclaim. I already said I was merely applying pressure to stop the bleeding. Can we please move past this? Xie Xingchen, hearing the voice from afar, felt as though it resonated directly in his ears, and he tensed up. In such moments, even a scolding could sound like playful banter. After several seconds, Xie Xingchen regained his composure. What a thrill! Initially, he had only been aroused by Lin Yao's teasing, not intending to pursue it further. He merely wanted to cool off in the shower. However, the earlier imagery flashed through his mind, nearly becoming a reality, and the words that escaped were far too bold. I'm unwell. Please bear with me, Xie Xingchen breathed, attempting to quell the rising flame within him. However, the prickly hedgehog realized that it was not mere mockery or scorn, but rather a struggle against overwhelming emotions, and likely would not survive the day. Lin Yao expressed his indignation. I care not for your affairs. Just finish up and get out. Xie Xingchen chuckled softly to himself. With no further distractions, he quickly showered, lowered his guard, donned his clothes, and stood before Lin Yao, now looking neat and refreshed. Their eyes met, one calm, the other awkward. I thought you had left already, Xie Xingchen remarked. Lin Yao, still processing the earlier events, retorted with an insult. Vulgar. Xie Xingchen unabashedly countered. Haven't you ever experienced this? It's quite normal for boys in their adolescence. Lin Yao, with his neck stiffened, felt his skin flush crimson even at the open collar of his shirt. It may be normal, but to mock me in such moments is utterly shameless. How can you hold a grudge like that? Indeed, my fault. I was too petty, Xie Xingchen replied without further elaboration. I'll take you back to school. This time, we'll call it even. Lin Yao's intention to hitch a ride was seen through, leaving him flustered as he stammered. Fine, I can be magnanimous too. Let us not mention this again. All right, Xie Xingchen said, his spirits lifted. On their return, he fully opened the convertible roof, leaving Lin Yao feeling exposed and wishing for death. It was too ostentatious. This person seemed inexplicably unhinged. He raised a hand to shield his face from the wind and decided to set some ground rules with this young master. Once we return to the dormitory, we shall resume our previous arrangement of mutual disregard. Aside from our weekly boxing practice, there will be no further interactions. I'll do my best, Xie Xingchen responded. Steering the wheel, Lin Yao turned his head to him and coldly stated, and we must not casually flaunt our arrangement. Xie Xingchen mused, you enjoy secrecy. Lin Yao thought. Understood. He now relished this sticky, nauseating dynamic. He slid his palm down to cover his face, exclaiming, put the roof back up. I find this embarrassing. Xie Xingchen lamented, very well. He had intended to take a stroll around campus to showcase their improving relationship. What a shame. Lin Yao chose silence. And until they returned to their dormitory, not a word was exchanged, as if they had reverted to their former days of fierce conflict and cold glares. As soon as they entered, Healy hurriedly pulled Lin Yao aside, lowering his voice. Did he hit you again? What do you mean again? Lin Yao replied coolly. No. Healy, with a pained expression, said, I understand. It's humiliating to lose to someone and not want to admit it. I get it. Lin Yao wished he could crack open Healy's head to see if it were filled with nonsense. From where did you derive that conclusion? From the group chat. If you don't believe me, look. Healy shoved his phone into Lin Yao's hands, opening the chat where gossip fluttered. Have you heard? XXC slept with Lee's Omega. Yes, I heard. Right in their dorm. What audacity. Then LY caught them in the act, and they started fighting. That Omega was standing there crying. Completely naked. Wow, that's intense. What happened next? Lin Yao began to comprehend how the rumors of Xie Xingchen having been involved with 80 Omegas during high school had circulated. He wore an expression of reluctant belief, lifting his chin slightly. Continue watching. Xie Xingchen, lazily leaning against the door on the other side, asked, "What are we watching?" He, hesitant to reveal too much, stammered, "The part-time job group. We children from humble backgrounds are quite different from you, who were born with a silver spoon." Xie Xingchen nodded slightly and replied, "Then Lin Yao is not needed for now." "Why not?" He inquired. Lin Yao, feeling that this was not a matter for outsiders, explained, "Recently, my weekends belong to him, so I can't take on any work." He's mind momentarily froze. What does it mean that weekends belong to him? Goodness, that doesn't sound right. His expression shifted. "Yao Ge, are you out of your mind? After being beaten by him, you can still agree to be supported by him? Oh heavens, you are recognizing a thief as your father. No, this is a clandestine entanglement." Lin Yao wanted to end this conversation right there. "Are you an idiot?" Xie Xingchen, with his head slightly bowed, was spinning his phone with his fingers, unable to hold back a laugh. The bathroom door swung open, and Chung Boyan covered his mouth with both hands. "I didn't hear anything. I won't say that you two are involved in such a tender and passionate physical relationship, even without a confidentiality fee." Lin Yao squeezed out a voice through clenched teeth. "It's not what you think." He widened his dark, glistening eyes. "Then what is it?" The group chat notifications continued to pop up on his phone, while Lin Yao, expressionless, lowered his gaze to read further, his face growing darker with each line. Of course, the aftermath is Lin Yao being beaten into the hospital, serious enough to be unconscious for a day and a night. How thrilling. But speaking of which, how dare a commoner challenge a young master? Such audacity. On the surface, they definitely can't compete, but secretly, they are evenly matched. They had brawled several times in high school, and now that they live in the same dormitory, wouldn't they end up fighting from bed to floor in the dead of night? Lin Yao remarked, "We'll fight to the death on the bed." There is no fighting on the floor. As the dormitory door swung open, the counselor entered with a camera, directing the lens straight at the two gossip centers. "Lin Yao." The counselor smiled and spoke. "I heard that you two have fought over jealousy and ended up in the hospital. I believe much of it is exaggerated. Regardless of the truth, let's have you both shake hands in reconciliation, so I can report back. It's the beginning of the semester. Please don't make my job difficult." Reconciliation? Lin Yao felt that he and Chongqing University might not be compatible. Xie Xingchen was agreeable. All right. Lin Yao was still hesitating over which hand to extend, when suddenly the counselor pulled him up and placed him in front of Xie Xingchen, standing face to face. Momentarily bewildered. "Come on, a moment of camaraderie, a lifetime of friendship," the counselor passionately declared, lowering his voice to add, "Hug quickly." Xie Xingchen, very accommodating, boldly said, "Brother, come here." Lin Yao, is this what shaking hands means? Before he could fully comprehend, a broad hand grabbed the back of his neck, forcefully pulling him into an embrace. Those well-defined muscles seemed unnecessary. Were they for breaking stones? "Say something," Xie Xingchen whispered in his ear. "I am your father." Lin Yao remained expressionless. Xie Xingchen ignored him, smiling as he offered a line. "Just say, we share joys and sorrows in this life, and meet again in the afterlife." Lin Yao gritted his teeth. "You really are insane. You should have known better than to cooperate in this charade from the start, inadvertently capturing this moment on campus. It is sincere, fervent, and profoundly moving. Therefore, let us cease the unfounded rumors regarding the discord between the two students." The counselor gazed contentedly at the two handsome figures in the frame, stating, "Very well, you may embrace slowly. I shall proceed to issue a notice." In a mere flurry, the efficiency was astonishingly high. Once the door closed, Lin Yao abruptly shoved Xie Xingchen aside, wrinkling his brow in disdain. He nudged him with his arm, lowering his voice to say, "You have become remarkably gentle after your monetary dealings with Xie Xingchen. Had it been in the past, you would have already landed a punch on his face." Lin Yao, with dwindling patience, retorted, "I have already said no. if you spread more rumors. I shall toss you into the river to feed the crocodiles." The warmth lingering from their earlier embrace still clung to his back. This scoundrel merely engages in pretentious displays. Why embrace so tightly, only to disgust me further? Seeing Lin Yao's murderous expression, Xie Xingchen interjected, "It's not as you imagine. Our relationship is quite simple. He is working in my home." Lin Yao, unusually cooperative, affirmed indeed. Healy was taken aback, gazing at Lin Yao's androgynous yet striking features, filled with admiration. "Impressive. You actually go to his home to work?" Chapter 7. Boastful words. Lin Yao, perplexed, responded, "What of working?" Healy, suppressing his excitement, remarked, "You so nonchalantly took him down." Lin Yao questioned, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chung Boyan teased, "You two are quite adventurous, aren't you?" Healy pondered for a moment. Despite his disdain for Xie Dog, he still found his brother astonishingly bold. It was inevitable that one must endure for love. But who would have thought it would be him suffering this fate? "Surely, your prowess must have captivated him." Xie Xingchen quipped, "Few can silence him. He is the first." Chung Boyan, understanding the need to spare someone's feelings, remarked, "Perhaps the young master is simply lazy and prefers to lie down." Xie Xingchen felt an urge to shoot both of them. Lin Yao finally grasped the situation and turned to him, asking, "Do you think I could overpower him?" Healy scrutinized Lin Yao's cold yet beautiful features, seriously stating, "Judging by appearances, not likely, but perhaps you possess an extraordinary talent akin to that of a thermos?" "Who could tell?" Lin Yao inquired, "What is a thermos?" Healy gestured, "It is the weapon most cherished by alphas." "Did you not see the comic I sent you last time?" Lin Yao replied, "I glanced at it, then closed it. It was quite the eyesore." Xie Xingchen's mood lightened slightly, lazily commenting, "So, it seems that Lin has such diverse interests in private. However, I vividly remember that certain gifted alpha appearing utterly helpless yesterday." This statement circled in Healy's mind, causing him confusion. "Helpless? Has he been counterattacked again?" Chung Boyan sighed softly. "Am I the only one left as a pure and innocent young man? I too wish to find someone." Lin Yao could no longer tolerate this absurd conversation, declaring, "Enough. Cease your wild imaginings. I owe him money. Hence, I am merely accompanying him to repay my debt through boxing, nothing more than a relationship between employer and debtor." He then emphasized, word by word, "We both find each other exceedingly disagreeable. There is no possibility of sharing a bed in this lifetime, nor any chance of an intimate physical relationship. Do you understand?" Healy's face displayed a look of regret, as if he had just tasted a rotten melon. "So certain?" Xie Xingchen narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Yao regarded him with an expression akin to observing a madman. "Of course, if it weren't for what happened yesterday, I wouldn't be sharing a dormitory with you at all." Xie Xingchen nodded, his tone remaining gentle. "But what can I say? I simply enjoy watching you get slapped in the face. Otherwise, shall I sleep with you tonight? Are you out of your mind?" Lin Yao thought he should seriously consider a mental health check. At that moment, the phones of the group vibrated simultaneously. It was a reminder from their counselor to gather at Building 1 for the entrance medical examination. The notice specifically stated that alphas and omegas would be in different buildings to avoid any unexpected incidents from pheromone clashes. "What are you dawdling for?" Healy placed a hand on Lin Yao's shoulder, leaning in to sniff haphazardly. "Yao Gu, aren't you in your sensitive period? Why don't you smell like pheromones?" The two had been friends for 6 years, and this guy, being rather oblivious, didn't sense any inappropriate undertones in his words. However, Xie Xingchen's eyes narrowed slightly at the side. Lin Yao felt the weight of that gaze and met Xie Xingchen's eyes. His pupils were inherently dark, and when his gaze fell upon Lin Yao, it felt like a sniper had locked onto a target, ready to eliminate it in an instant. "Why are you staring at me like that?" He frowned, visibly annoyed. "I was wondering if you discovered any issues during your examination yesterday." Xie Xingchen withdrew his gaze. The entrance medical examination at Chongqing University was notoriously rigorous. Any slight discrepancy could result in expulsion. Lin Yao met his eyes, contemplating his next move. That dog was quite perceptive. Despite his towering height, his brain was no mere decoration. "What riddle are you two solving?" Healy inquired, concerned. "What illness is it? You didn't tell me yesterday." Lin Yao shook his head expressionlessly. "Just a minor issue during my sensitive period. Let us go for the medical examination. The dormitory occupants exited together, with Xie Xingchen leisurely trailing behind, his gaze fixated on the slender waist ahead, easily graspable. He was indeed unaware of Lin Yao's report results. But considering the unusual reactions over the past few days, he had made a fairly accurate guess. Either he, like himself, had developed a sexual addiction, or he had differentiated into an omega entirely unsuitable for the combat academy. If it were the latter, he would certainly fail today's medical examination. Lin Yao, lost in thought, muttered to himself, "We already submitted reports. Do we really need to test for secondary gender again?" "Of course," Lin Yao replied. "The combat academy is known for its stringent standards." Chung Boyan remarked, "Imagine if an omega were to fall into a den of desperate alphas. It would be like a delicious little cake plummeting into the jaws of ravenous wolves." "Sexist," Lin Yao scoffed. Chung Boyan waved his hand, clarifying, "It's not that. Think about it. On the battlefield, omegas suffer immensely. They don't even need to fight. A mere lure of pheromones can send them straight into someone else's arms. What is the point of fighting at all?" Xie Xingchen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's entirely possible that with a little bloodshed, one could run over and lick a few wounds, turning foes into friends." Lin Yao remarked, "What a dark history." The queue for the medical examination had already grown quite lengthy, yet it remained orderly. Xie Xingchen nudged him with his elbow. "Hey, should we go over there together first?" Lin Yao cast him a perplexed glance. "What scheme are you concocting now?" Xie Xingchen chuckled softly and offered a suggestion to maintain his composure, stating, "The full-body examination requires two people to undress together. I'm concerned someone might surreptitiously take photos of me to sell. I, for one, am particularly sensitive about personal privacy. If someone were to threaten me with such images, I would acquiesce to any demands." Lin Yao remarked, narcissistic. "If there were photos, someone in the group would undoubtedly desire them." Chung Boyan stroked his chin, adding, "Distributing such images is illegal." Lin Yao's tone was indifferent. "Besides, what would a group of alphas want with my pictures?" He leaned in closer and whispered, "You're unaware? The group harbors many omegas from the neighboring school, all eagerly awaiting the military university's social event. Those images would fetch a high price, so CS concerns are not unfounded." Though Lin Yao had never seen them, a fleeting image crossed his mind, of himself, drenched, entwined in the bathroom, his shirt clinging to his form, creating a tantalizing silhouette. Wait a moment. If I were to capture a photo and negotiate terms with Xie Xingchen, would that not serve as a viable strategy? Though morally dubious, only the powerful CF family could manipulate the physical examination reports. Lin Yao activated the camera on his phone, only to retract the idea moments later. Never mind. That would be too unscrupulous, too twisted. Xie Xingchen discerned the tension beneath Lin Yao's calm facade and urged him toward the examination room. "Are you worried your physique won't measure up to mine? I've seen yours, and it's quite commendable. Don't underestimate yourself." Lin Yao chose to ignore him. Upon entering the room, the two stood under the watchful eyes of the attending physicians as they turned sideways to loosen their garments. Normally, a medical examination would precede their enrollment at Chongqing University. Thus, the atmosphere remained relaxed. The doctor smiled as they observed the two, complimenting, "Both your physiques are remarkably well-proportioned. Broad shoulders, narrow waists, tall stature, and well-defined muscles. Anyone else entering would surely feel inadequate. Thus, it's only fitting we are evenly matched," Xie Xingchen stated confidently, turning around without hesitation. Lin Yao passed through the scanner first, bending to pull his shirt back on when his phone slipped from his pocket. In a flurry, he attempted to deactivate the lock screen, inadvertently capturing a shot of Xie Xingchen's chiseled features, well-defined chest and abdomen, and the deep contours of his physique, radiating an intoxicating aura of masculinity. Lin Yao thought, "It's too much. With a physique like that, who could possibly compare?" Yet, after merely a few seconds of gazing, his cheeks flushed, and his fingers hovered aimlessly over the screen, unable to close the app. "Isn't that right, Lin Yao?" Xie Xingchen suddenly called his name. Startled, Lin Yao accidentally pressed the shutter. The image saved automatically to his gallery. "Now I've truly become a pervert." Xie Xingchen's imposing visage filled the frame. "Oh no, what have you captured?" Lin Yao hastily pressed the lock screen button, his expression stony as he lowered his head, awkwardly pulling a t-shirt over himself. Xie Xingchen tilted his head, observing Lin Yao's flustered demeanor. "Why are you so flustered?" Lin Yao cleared his throat, replying dryly, "Nothing, just getting dressed." Xie Xingchen watched him with a smile. Lin Yao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, his limbs feeling oddly uncoordinated. "What are you suddenly moving in for?" He only used the voices of two individuals. "Are you unwell?" Xie Xingchen chuckled softly, grasping his collar and yanking down his white t-shirt. Provoked in such a manner, Lin Yao remained unexpectedly motionless, as if paralyzed, his back stiff and his entire being flushed with embarrassment. Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze and turned the shirt inside out before placing it back over Lin Yao's head. "Foolish, it's on inside out." Chapter 8. Is this considered harassment? Lin Yao's face was nearly crimson. His limbs felt as though they had just been assembled, rigid and awkward. Why was he swaying about? Pretending to assist with the clothing? He had hands and could dress himself. "Hands," Xie Xingchen remarked. Lin Yao, expressionless, obediently raised his hand. Xie Xingchen laughed. With elegant ease, his long arms reached up, slipping through the t-shirt sleeves, then dropping down, causing a few wrinkles at the waist, which Xie Xingchen instinctively smoothed out. "I heard previously that your relationship wasn't particularly good." The doctor observed their little interactions, noting that this seemed quite amiable indeed. Lin Yao, however, firmly refuted, "It is indeed not good." "Then it is even more necessary to mend your relationship," the doctor smiled, suggesting that since Xie helped you dress, it is now your turn to assist him. Lin Yao, with so many classmates still queuing outside, what sort of human interaction are you conducting here? Xie Xingchen grabbed the clothing from the nearby chair and handed it to him. "Then I shall trouble Lin Yao." The skin on Lin Yao's neck turned a deep crimson, his embarrassment staining his entire face a vibrant scarlet. Under the gaze of several pairs of eyes, he reluctantly muttered between clenched teeth, "Are you out of your mind? Dress yourself." Xie Xingchen lowered his head, chuckling softly, remaining still. "We are both male alphas. What are you shy about?" "Not shy." Lin Yao enunciated each word. "Then why aren't you moving when the doctor suggested mutual assistance?" Xie Xingchen's tone was languid. Lin Yao interpreted it as a provocation. Something was amiss. This fellow seemed to have ulterior motives. From the moment he casually mentioned a concern about being photographed by others, it became evident he had been laying a trap, waiting to humiliate him. Lin Yao threw the clothing at his face, indignantly exclaiming, "Dress yourself?" Xie Xingchen stifled a laugh. "I was just being polite. Are you repaying kindness with resentment?" Lin Yao inhaled sharply, suppressing the irritation boiling within him. This was undoubtedly a long-planned act of vengeance. "Please cooperate." "Thank you," he said coldly, his gaze lethal. It was truly embarrassing. Could someone intervene? I'm referring to those bystanders who seemed to revel in the chaos. Can two alphas assist each other in dressing? If there were any homosexual implications, could this be considered sexual harassment? A whirlwind of disordered thoughts flooded his mind, leaving his limbs unresponsive. Lin Yao. Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze, his eyes lingering on Lin Yao's flushed lips, slightly parted, revealing a hint of his tongue, and inexplicably, he thought of something else. This face was usually so cold. He perhaps was unaware of how expressive he appeared at this moment. Just as Lin Yao voiced a thought, the clothing in his hands was seized. Xie Xingchen, without uttering a word, arched his back and swiftly donned the garment, instantly concealing the view. Lin Yao was uncertain about the sudden whim that had overtaken him, yet he found himself relishing the act of contradicting others. "Weren't you the one waiting for my assistance? Why the urgency?" Xie Xingchen felt a slight tension in his abdomen, then relaxed, diverting his gaze. "No need." This time, Lin Yao mocked him, "We're both alpha males. Why the shyness?" Xie Xingchen let out a soft huff, dismissively stating, "I have thin skin. I truly am quite bashful." Noticing a faint blush tinting Xie Xingchen's ears, Lin Yao realized that this individual was not as thick-skinned as he had imagined, which made his earlier lapse in composure feel less embarrassing. The two exited the examination room, and the next step involved a blood draw. Lin Yao clutched his phone as if it were a searing hot potato. He sidled into a corner, angling the screen towards the wall, squinting as he opened his photo gallery. Once again, he was struck by the impact of the images. In the blurred background, Xie Xingchen's distinct features were still discernible, making Lin Yao curse his remarkable recognizability. He flipped the phone away, unable to bear the sight. Should I delete it? Such photographs were not suitable for blackmail. He couldn't even fathom a suitable opening line. Hey, how about I trade this with you? It felt as if he were engaging in something utterly disgraceful. I accidentally captured your photo. If you agree to a small favor, I'll delete it. But he found himself at a loss for words. Given their tumultuous relationship, broaching the subject seemed insurmountable. Lin Yao wore a stony expression, each attempt to speak becoming increasingly difficult. Why were you two in there for so long? Healy emerged from another queue, rushing over. Lin Yao hurriedly pressed the lock screen, panic-stricken at the thought of being discovered. He could truly perish on the spot. Who were you looking at in private? Healy had keen eyesight and, although he couldn't see clearly, he sensed an ambiguous outline. Xie Xingchen turned his gaze towards them, his expression laden with meaning. Private photo? Lin Yao felt a surge of murderous intent and kicked him lightly. What nonsense are you spouting? How could that be possible? Xie Xingchen's lips curled slightly, unfazed by any perceived offense. I thought perhaps you had taken a sneak shot at me during the check. You seemed quite anxious. Lin Yao retorted. You should abandon school and become a fortune teller instead. Xie Xingchen, noticing Lin Yao's silence, gazed at him with an even deeper significance. If someone did take my photo and used it to blackmail me, it could lead to many concessions being made quite easily. Lin Yao blinked slowly, realizing it was a trap he must not fall into. How could my Yao Go possibly take a clandestine photo? Healy, bewildered, was called by classmates nearby. You two should hurry and get your blood drawn. Otherwise, it'll be crowded and you'll have to queue. Lin Yao remained silent. Xie Xingchen nudged his shoulder towards the blood draw area. If you intend to make a deal, do it sooner. Once the blood is drawn, the situation will become quite complicated. Lin Yao turned to look at him, their gazes locking intensely. This was no mere hint. It was an overt challenge laid bare. Lin Yao rarely looked directly at Xie Xingchen. His double eyelids were narrow yet deep, and paired with his inky black irises, they concealed emotions beneath a veneer of nonchalance, rendering them inscrutable. Taking a photograph was wrong, especially of such an unpresentable nature. Even if it were an accident, the act had indeed been committed. Lin Yao felt a profound sense of shame, yet at that moment, he could not conceive of an alternative solution. He had almost reached the threshold of the blood draw room when his steps faltered. While Lin Yao was still grappling with his indecision, a hand from his shoulder shifted, resting on his neck with a slight pressure, guiding him into the adjacent restroom. Xie Xingchen glanced around, ensuring no one was present, and closed the door behind them. Lin Yao pressed his lips together, unlocking his phone to reveal the photograph that fell directly under the other's gaze. He stiffened, mustering the courage to admit, I accidentally took your picture, but I do not wish to use it as a means of coercion. As he spoke, he tapped the screen, intending to delete the image. However, Xie Xingchen snatched the phone from him, pushing it aside. What were you originally hoping to negotiate? Lin Yao's earlobes flushed crimson, struggling to articulate. I need you to forge a physical examination report. My pheromones have malfunctioned, and I cannot pass. Xie Xingchen regarded him with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Quite honest of you. If we forge a report, and it goes awry, we both face dire consequences. Now that the words were out, the following dialogue flowed more easily. Lin Yao lowered his gaze, avoiding eye contact. Alternatively, you could advise me on what to do without implicating you. Xie Xingchen flipped through Lin Yao's phone, his gaze fixating on the photograph, contemplating. After several seconds of silence, Lin Yao suddenly looked up, and upon witnessing Xie Xingchen's actions, his breath quickened and his cheeks flushed. I will delete it. I truly did not intend to capture this. I knew this would be an ill omen. Xie Xingchen did not respond to his plea, merely raising an eyebrow. I can assist you, but there are conditions. Lin Yao licked his parched lips, drawn back into focus by those words were the conditions. Xie Xingchen pointed at the photograph, generously stating, you shall keep it, no deletion allowed, as a prized possession in your album, which I will inspect at any time. Lin Yao. I choose to end it all. Chapter 9. In a subtle maneuver, Lin Yao suspected he was the subject of a new form of humiliation. He raised his eyes, expressing his disdain. I do not wish to see you. It will give me a sty. Even the mere existence of it on his phone felt like a taint to his album. Yet, still seeking assistance, he swallowed the retort. Xie Xingchen nodded knowingly. I understand. Then why do you want me to keep it? Lin Yao retorted coldly. Are you not afraid I might leak it privately? Xie Xingchen straightened slightly, resting his palm on the sink, leisurely responding, I mainly find your bashful expression while viewing this image quite entertaining. Lin Yao. This guy truly revels in verbal humiliation. Xie Xingchen added, it brings me great delight. Despite the transactional nature of their exchange, Lin Yao could not help but curse him. Pervert. Xie Xingchen indeed relished the contrast of Lin Yao's restrained fury, his ears tinged a rosy hue, appearing particularly soft and vulnerable. He drawled, indeed, I find it quite perverse. After all, we have known each other for 3 years. Didn't you realize this on the first day? Lin Yao cursed again, shameless. Xie Xingchen fixated on Lin Yao's lips as they moved, marveling at their exquisite shape, even as the words that escaped them were often unpalatable. Outside the restroom, a cacophony of voices stirred Lin Yao's thoughts, prompting him to inquire in a hushed tone, do I still need to have my blood drawn? No need for that. Xie Xingchen replied, his previously relaxed demeanor replaced by a more serious expression as he lowered his gaze and dialed a number. Uncle Chung, I have a favor to ask. Could you please submit a new student health report for me? Lin Yao raised his eyelids, fixated on him without blinking. It was rare to see Xie Xingchen so earnest. During their high school years, the two had attended different classes, often encountering one another at the flag-raising podium or the honor roll, or perhaps in some altercation outside of school, where tension was palpable. It was hard to fathom that this person would repeatedly extend a helping hand. In merely 2 days since the start of the semester, he had already accrued 3 favors. What an oddity! Had he been bewitched into a change of character? Xie Xingchen maintained his composure while speaking on the phone. He is unable to undergo the health examination at the moment. So please use the one submitted before the college entrance examination. The name is Lin Yao, with the surname Lin and the given name Yao, as in the son. After a brief pause, he concluded, Thank you, Uncle Chung. Goodbye. Such a complicated matter was resolved with just 3 sentences. At that moment, Lin Yao truly grasped the weight of the so-called prince that others often joked about. Still in a daze, the phone screen was thrust before his eyes. Lin Yao quickly turned his face away, exclaiming, I really do not wish to see that. Xie Xingchen nodded. Then let us delete this one and take another. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Yao retorted, Are you some sort of exhibitionist? What difference does it make to retake it? Is your mind filled with bathwater? Xie Xingchen shifted his phone, standing beside him, the camera now aimed at them as he pressed the shutter. In the frame, 2 handsome faces were closely aligned, one with sharp features, the other with bright, expressive eyes, each possessing their own charm. Lin Yao felt utterly bewildered. Xie Xingchen set this photograph as a screensaver and returned the phone to Lin Yao, saying, No changing it. This is the condition of our deal. Lin Yao. Lin Yao was on the verge of exploding. Who would want to see that detestable face every time they opened their phone? Such cunning was truly infuriating, knowing exactly how to provoke disgust. Xie Xingchen raised an eyebrow slightly. Not willing? Then I can retract that phone call. Lin Yao squeezed out a response through clenched teeth. No, I am willing. Well then, it cannot be changed. I will conduct random checks. Satisfied, Xie Xingchen reminded him. Your phone has been vibrating continuously. Lin Yao glanced down and swiped the screen, only to discover he had been added to a group chat by He Li, the name of which was startlingly familiar. How much for today's gossip? AAA? Latest news. During the health examination, XXC shoved someone into the restroom. Who? The beautiful Omega he brought back to the dorm? How audacious. No. LY. It seems like they can't help but get into a fight. Huh? Didn't they just embrace and make peace in the dorm? Now, they're at it again? That was all for show. Otherwise, do you really believe they went to the restroom hand in hand? They've been in there for 10 minutes. Surely they aren't getting frisky in there? The classic rivals secretly in love. Reasonable, thrilling. Reasonable, thrilling. Reasonable, thrilling. Lin Yao thought. Sometimes, being online alone can feel quite helpless. Xie Xingchen turned around, preparing to open the door when Lin Yao called out to him. Wait a moment. What other transactions are there? Xie Xingchen raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Yao resumed his previous icy demeanor. Many have seen us together in the restroom for 10 minutes without any sign of activity. If you leave like this, what will others think? Xie Xingchen pondered for a moment. Do they think we are getting along quite well? Or that one of us is lacking? Lin Yao, is your brain a dump site filled with nonsense? He suppressed the urge to punch him, realizing the public opinion had taken an astonishing turn, and thus needed to be redirected. Let's be straightforward. Let's just have a fight. Xie Xingchen turned back to face him, leaning slightly due to his height advantage, and asked, must we go to such lengths for a charade? Lin Yao, thinking of the debts owed to the other, straightened his back and grasped his wrist. You can hit me unilaterally if you like. Let me at least get some bruises. I won't resist. Associating with this person had already been bothersome enough, and now there was this inexplicable tabloid news. If a crude measure could dispel the suspicions, he was willing to endure this loss. Xie Xingchen raised his hand, thumb pinching Lin Yao's chin, his tone slightly displeased. It's merely gossip. It's not real. Do you truly despise being connected with me so much? Lin Yao chuckled, as if the question was ludicrously naive. His elongated eyes, slightly upturned, softened when he smiled, adding a touch of aloof charm. Of course, our mutual disdain is also for your sake. Mutual disdain. Xie Xingchen savored these words, the emotions in his eyes deepening. He grasped Lin Yao's neck, pulling him closer. So, as long as you want to distance yourself from me, you'd rather I resort to violence? That notion is indeed rather detestable. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes, sensing an underlying implication. It flashed by so quickly that he had no time to decipher the emotions behind it before the door was suddenly slammed open. I'm coming in. I can't hold it in anymore. A voice called from outside, followed by the door creaking ajar. Lin Yao's gaze darted over Xie Xingchen's shoulder, bracing himself for a collision with countless direct stares. From an outsider's perspective, the tall young man enveloped the figure opposite him entirely in his embrace. Only the dark cropped hair and high nose bridge were vaguely visible, resembling a scene of clandestine romance rather than a brawl. Lin Yao pushed him away, seeking to clarify their relationship. Get off, there's no time. Yet, Xie Xingchen remained motionless, his palm still on the nape of Lin Yao's neck, gradually tightening his grip to prevent escape. Why? Why? If rumors spread about us, what difference does it make from the apocalypse? Lin Yao closed his eyes, thinking it was all over. At the moment the door swung open, he abruptly shut his eyes, but felt his hand seized by another larger one, gripping his neck firmly. His waist was caught by a strong arm, violently thrusting him forward, causing both he and Xie Xingchen to tumble to the ground. The door had opened, creating quite a commotion, and countless pairs of eyes turned towards them. The situation escalated unexpectedly. Lin Yao had pinned Xie Xingchen to the ground. Someone shouted. Lin Yao knelt, straddling Xie Xingchen's waist, his hands forcefully gripping the opponent's throat, the skin of his palms radiating heat. Xie Xingchen feigned resistance, even lifting his chin slightly as if to stage a counterattack at any moment, performing the role convincingly. Yet, their enactment of a fight felt peculiarly off. It was almost unnecessary, as the mere sight of the other stirred a desire to strike. Lin Yao's mind wandered, catching a glimpse of the scratches he had inadvertently left, causing him to suddenly loosen his grip. Why did you let go? Xie Xingchen countered, placing his hand over Lin Yao's, pressing back with force. On the surface, it seemed like a brawl, but beneath it all, it resembled something akin to a clandestine affair. You might as well get up. Lin Yao felt a mix of shame and indignation as Xie Xingchen held his hand firmly. Xie Xingchen smirked, slowly forming words with his lips. Go ahead, do it. Afraid of hurting me? In countless moments prior, Lin Yao had wished to drag Xie Xingchen out for a beating, feeling irked by his mere presence. Yet now, when faced with that gaze and tone, he found himself unable to act. Go on, use more force. Xie Xingchen raised his chin slightly, his tone commanding despite being at a disadvantage. Lin Yao blinked slowly, his fingers tightening around the darker-hued neck before him. It felt strange, yet he couldn't pinpoint why. Typically, their frequent provocations would lead to fights, and during their high school physical training, they had indeed engaged in several genuine bouts. Lin Yao's chest heaved as he looked down at Xie Xingchen, the scene feeling almost surreal. "Let me adjust," he murmured. "All right," Xie Xingchen responded amiably, even lifting his chin a bit more. Lin Yao's grip tightened completely. "How about now?" He couldn't believe he was even negotiating in this manner. Xie Xingchen met his gaze steadily, their tussle causing their clothes and hair to become disheveled. He pretended to struggle, a pleased smile on his face, and said, "Do you believe I'll hit you? Go ahead if you have the courage to get up and hit me." Lin Yao understood the jest, playing along. This was his first time engaging in such antics in front of an audience, and it felt slightly awkward. Stop. He Li and Cheng Boyan rushed over from the crowd, their expressions a mix of alarm and concern at the tension between the two. The spectacle appeared as if two fierce rivals were secretly entangled in a scandal, rather than a mere quarrel. "Yaoge, your neck looks thick," Li exclaimed, worried for his friend. "Is Xie Xingchen forcing you into something you dislike?" Lin Yao stood up abruptly. "No." Cheng Boyan chimed in from the opposite side. "I just saw it." Lin Yao dragged him in first. "Wasn't it him who provoked?" Xie Xingchen, having swiftly regained his footing, displayed none of the earlier subjugation. His voice calm, "No, it's just a trivial matter." Aside from a hurried individual making their way to the restroom, a crowd lingered outside, captivated by the unfolding drama. Li began to sense that something was amiss. Primarily, Lin Yao's face was flushed, resembling a box of rouge spilled upon his fair skin, rendering him extraordinarily striking. "Did he force a kiss upon you?" Lin Yao retorted. "Is your mind constructed of nothing but tofu dregs?" Li lowered his voice. "I added you to that group primarily to unveil some juicy gossip about the two of you. Speculating about an affair between you certainly seems misguided. But perhaps that weirdo Xie Go, in his twisted manner, harbors unrequited love and has finally resorted to imposing his affection upon you." A dull ache throbbed at Lin Yao's temples. "All your deductions are erroneous." "Then why the altercation?" Li inquired. Lin Yao, disinterested in justifying himself, replied, "He simply has an irritating face that I can't stand." It sounded rather genuine, and Li's tone reflected a hint of regret. "So it genuinely is just a mundane rivalry devoid of hidden motives? How dull. What other relationship could there be?" Lin Yao, fatigued by the assembly of individuals in the restroom, turned to exit. Everyone disperse. Fearing exposure, he pretended to wander into the blood draw room before quietly slipping away from the health building. Uneasy, Lin Yao proceeded to the capital military hospital for a repeat blood test. The second report was unequivocal. Second gender, Omega. The consistent results left no room for doubt, yet offered no explanation, merely suggesting it was likely an anomaly. Leaning against the wall, he wiped his face, his eyes dry, feeling a dull ache in his heart. Unsure whom to notify or seek help from, he was slowly engulfed by the true confusion of becoming an Omega. His gaze fell upon his phone screen, where a recent photo surfaced, an oddly surreal snapshot of him and Xie Xingchen. In the depths of his dismal mood, he unexpectedly chuckled. What a lunatic! Lin Yao purchased a lighter and incinerated the report completely. Having endured an abundance of past hardships, he had been dismantled and rebuilt time and again. Thus, he accepted this upheaval with remarkable calmness. Alone, he ventured back into the bustling crowd, merging with the throng. Upon returning to school, as he passed through the gates, a sleek black limousine glided past and halted near the dormitory, where Xie Xingchen stood, smoking. As the car door opened, a sharply dressed man emerged and came to a halt before him. "Brother, it's been a few days, and you've grown even more handsome," Xie Xingchen remarked, flicking ash from his cigarette, though his gaze was fixed on Lin Yao in the distance. Xie Yunhuai's expression was indifferent. "I heard you sought assistance in revising your report." "Who is Lin Yao?" Xie Xingchen responded with a slight nod. "News travels fast. A new roommate. And you think it's worth your while to journey all this way just for a simple favor? Your benevolence deserves a little recognition." Xie Yunhuai smirked slightly, jesting. "Our old man intends for you to enter into a marriage alliance with the Jiang family. Don't create a mess at this juncture." Xie Xingchen's gaze shifted slowly, drawing nearer. Yet his focus remained unwavering as he spoke softly. "Why not let you be the one to marry? I'm 5 years your senior. This shouldn't concern me." Xie Yunhuai squinted. "Jiang Qiran specifically requested you." "Is he blind?" Xie Xingchen extinguished his cigarette in a nearby bin, coldly retorting, "My family is well aware of my health issues. It's easy for things to get complicated." Xie Yunhui chuckled. Young Master Xiao Jiang seems to indulge in chaos as well. "Aren't you two a perfect match?" Xie Xingchen gritted his teeth. "You truly are a brother." Lin Yao, passing by while gripping a bottle of mineral water, frowned slightly. He had no intention of eavesdropping, yet he had indeed caught a few vague words about a marriage alliance. Who would marry Xie Xingchen would surely invite misfortune for 8 lifetimes. "Allow me to introduce Lin Yao." Xie Xingchen suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing his name, Lin Yao was compelled to turn around, meeting the gaze of 2 somewhat similar faces, his expression icy. "What one are you on now?" "This is my brother, Xie Yunhui. You'll meet him sooner or later, so it's best to get acquainted," Xie Xingchen stated. Lin Yao furrowed his brow deeper, questioning, "Why should I meet your brother?" However, out of mere politeness, he nodded slightly, offering a perfunctory greeting. "Hello, elder brother. I altered your health report. What is wrong with you?" Xie Yunhui scrutinized him intently. With an alpha physique, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, he couldn't fathom why his brother would aid someone like Lin Yao, engaging in homosexuality. Lin Yao stiffened, remaining silent. He preferred to keep his transformation into a constantly aroused Omega a secret. Such leverage was far too significant. Xie Xingchen, adept at diffusing tension, interjected, "He has a secondary stress condition. He can't participate in training for 6 months, so I help cover it up." Xie Yunhui regarded him, a smile gracing his lips. "How do you know he underwent tests at Emu? Why do you care so much?" Xie Xingchen maintained his nonchalant demeanor, though there was a hint of seriousness in his tone. With such leisure, he suggested, "Instead of this, why not arrange my marriage?" Lin Yao hadn't anticipated Xie Xingchen would be so astute, and his tense posture relaxed slightly. It was time to leave, yet he felt it was inappropriate. "Remember to return home this weekend." Xie Yunhui refrained from pursuing the topic further. After a moment's thought, Xie Xingchen declined. "No, I have plans." Xie Yunhui, half smirking, remarked, "Did you just disregard what I said? With a marriage alliance imminent, who do you intend to meet?" Xie Xingchen lowered his head, biting the end of his cigarette. Mumbling indistinctly, "Someone new. We'll be together every weekend for 2 days and nights. Hard to break away." Truly, he was a scoundrel with 80 ex-lovers. Lin Yao mused silently, uncapping his bottle to drink water, expressionless. Wait, weekend, 2 days, 2 nights. Why did those keywords sound so eerily familiar? They resembled the arrangement he had made to train with him. Xie Yunhui appeared somewhat surprised, realizing he may have been overly indulgent with his brother. "Are you in a relationship? Or perhaps a casual fling?" Lin Yao tilted his head slightly, his atoms apple-bobbing as he locked eyes with Xie Xingchen, his expression clearly stating, "You explain, it has nothing to do with me." The latter's gaze weighed heavily upon him, laced with playful mockery, their eyes exchanging a knowing glance that hinted at an illicit affair. Xie Yunhui savored the pregnant pause, sensing it was not merely a fleeting romance, raising an eyebrow slightly. "You truly are dating?" Lin Yao opened his mouth, yet before he could speak, he was interrupted. Xie Xingchen smirked, "Not dating, just a friend. I intend to pursue him." Chapter 11. A hard-to-tame spirit. Could the esteemed young Master Xie actually pursue someone? I wonder who the unfortunate soul is that caught his eye. Xie Xingchen toyed with the lighter in his hand, raising his eyes. "Such a grand gossip. Don't you have anything to say?" Lin Yao discerned the indifferent tone, unable to determine its authenticity. He remarked, "I didn't think you, Xie, were so naive, still indulging in unrequited love." Xie Xingchen responded with a non-committal hum. "I am exceedingly innocent." What a farce. Although the claim of 80 former lovers was exaggerated, 3 or 5 were certainly unavoidable. Lin Yao contemplated a retort, but, mindful of the presence of Xie's older brother, restrained himself and swallowed the words. Xie Yunhui perceived this as mere pretense and did not take it to heart. "Regardless, I've delivered the message, if you choose not to respond. The consequences are yours to bear. Until we meet again." Xie Xingchen departed without a hint of regret. Lin Yao followed, pondering the earlier exchange, and inquired, "Are you going to pursue someone this weekend? Do you still need me to accompany you for practice? If not, I could take up another job and earn some extra money. Of course we can practice. It's not mutually exclusive," Xie Xingchen replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Lin Yao's aspirations crumbled. His mood soured. You really are a master of time management, running around like this. Xie Xingchen shrugged, continuing the conversation. What can I say? I can't seem to catch anyone, and with this difficult-to-discuss ailment, I have boundless energy with nowhere to channel it. Thankfully, you're agreeable and willing to accompany me in venting. Lin Yao retorted coldly. In a society governed by law, you cannot coerce virtue into vice, compelling me into your chaotic antics. After speaking, he recalled that he had recently undergone a secondary differentiation into an omega, given the distinct nature of AOs. He feared being uncontrollably lured by Xie's pheromones, which would be a significant misstep. Thus, he established a clear boundary. I will not engage in any relationship with you. Even if I were to perish, that would remain impossible. The statement was rather emphatic. Xie Xingchen subdued his laughter, emitting a soft click of his tongue. Typically, he possessed a commendable temperament, rarely taking others' vexing remarks to heart. Yet, Lin Yao had an uncanny ability to tread on his sensitive spots. Were he a touch more malevolent, he might genuinely consider taking Lin Yao home, waiting for an emotional breakdown, and then slowly fulfilling his desires. He fantasized about gripping Lin Yao's neck, leaning in to ask, Darling, is it truly impossible? Nothing is impossible. However, he preferred mutual affection over unilateral coercion. Thus, he maintained ample patience, transforming into the innocent Xie of Lin Yao's descriptions. Realizing he might have misspoken, Lin Yao, owing a recent debt of goodwill, softened his tone. But you don't think much of me. Once I've cleared my debts, we'll revert to how we were. Xie Xingchen appeared indifferent, unwilling to engage further, merely lowering his head to light a cigarette, then turning toward the gust. You should head back. Lin Yao, in a foul mood yet perceptive, queried, Did I say something wrong? Why are you upset? I wouldn't dare be angry with you. Xie Xingchen replied with a congenial smile, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Lin Yao scoffed lightly. This is all rather absurd. He chose not to pursue the matter further and returned to his dormitory. Entering the bathroom, he retrieved a syringe of suppressants, injecting it into his arm. The latest product developed by Harmony Hospital was remarkably effective. After one infusion yesterday, the symptoms had already begun to show signs of abatement. Lin Yao, however, still felt insecure. He needed to purchase a more advanced suppression collar, or, more drastically, undergo the legendary surgery that boasted a mere 1 in 10,000 success rate, transforming an omega back into an alpha. Yet, his finances were insufficient, leaving him considerably short. In addition to repaying Xie Xingchen's debt, he had to extend his working hours. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Yao opened a chat window, typing as he walked toward the bathroom door. Lin Yao, I took that job you mentioned earlier. Lang Zhuang Chengge. You went to military school and can perform in a place like this? Lin Yao, there's no rule against it. I'm not a formal officer, and I need the money. Lang Zhuang Chengge. All right then, someone your caliber, I can hardly wait. Lang Zhuang Chengge. Come tonight. I'll be waiting for you. Lin Yao responded with an okay, just as he collided with Xie Xingchen, who was entering the room. Xie carried a faint scent of smoke, not unpleasant, reminiscent of a particular fragrance's base note, effortlessly capturing one's attention. Yet, his expression remained as sour as before, as if someone owed him 8 million. Lin Yao furrowed his brows slightly. Speak plainly if you have something to say. Having attended military school, his vision was undoubtedly sharp. Xie Xingchen casually glanced at the dialogue on the screen. Come tonight. I'll be waiting for you, it read. Quite suggestive. Planning to meet a lover, Lin? Noticing Xie's silence, Lin Yao, unusually patient, asked again, Did I offend you? No. Xie Xingchen replied. Observing Lin, Yao tossed the needle of the suppressant into the trash before casually slipping on a jacket and preparing to leave. He spoke again. It's about to get dark. Are you really going out? Lin Yao found it amusing. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? His demeanor was cool, with an expression that seemed to freeze the air around him, making him difficult to approach. Xie Xingchen replied with a forced smile. That's not necessary. I'm going out too, so I'll give you a ride. Not necessary. I'm already burdened by the debt to the hospital. I don't want to owe you any favors. Lin Yao shook his transportation card. I'll take this. Nevertheless, Xie Xingchen followed him down the stairs, for the first time feeling that his vehicle was too ostentatious, making it inconvenient to accompany someone. Moreover, Lin Yao took a narrow path, and within minutes, he had lost sight of him. Activating the autopilot, Xie sat in the car, aimlessly wandering the city until an unfamiliar number appeared on the display, prompting him to answer. Is this Xie Xingchen? Jan Kiran. Your brother gave me your contact information. Xie Xingchen acknowledged with a nonchalant tone. The young master of the Jiang family. The one involved in that marriage alliance. He had no interest. Think about my brother. Jiang Qiran sighed, sounding quite troubled. What do you want me to do? Xie Xingchen chuckled lightly, but remained indifferent. Don't waste your time on me. It's futile. How about you at least see what I look like first? Isn't that fair? Jiang Qiran retorted, feeling frustrated by the outright rejection. Xie Xingchen, growing impatient, said, I'm hanging up. The background noise on the other end was chaotic, filled with cheers and a sudden exclamation, followed by an apology, inquiring whether someone had been hurt, quickly drowned out by the overwhelming clamor. The voice on the other end was as cold as ever, yet it effortlessly made my heart skip a beat through the phone. It belonged to Lin Yao. However, Jiang Qiran was notoriously known for his penchant for revelry, especially at such late hours when he would hardly be found in any reputable establishment. Moreover, Lin Yao was in a particularly sensitive phase, easily aroused by the slightest allure. Something felt amiss. Xie Xingchen bit down on his crimson cigarette, abruptly hit the brakes, and executed a swift U-turn. Give me the address. I'm on my way. Jiang Qiran waved his hand at those nearby, assuring them, It's nothing, I wasn't hurt. Then he smiled into the phone. Has young Master Xie suddenly taken such an interest in me? The address, please. Xie Xingchen had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. The other party mentioned a place called Longzhuang, a renowned den of indulgence in the capital, where various performances catered to the whims of its patrons. Given Lin Yao's financial straits, it was unlikely he was a customer. What kind of performance was he involved in? Xie Xingchen's expression darkened. The car accelerated, nearly breaking the speed limit. Longzhuang operated on an invitation-only basis, yet as soon as Xie Xingchen's limited edition supercar arrived at the entrance, a keen-eyed doorman recognized the second young master of the Xie family and did not dare to stop him, instead waving him inside with a gesture. He returned the call, stating plainly, Where are you? Jiang Qiran stood by the flower stand, a slender cigarette pinched between his fingers, and with a flick of his hand, he released a swirl of smoke. Right here. Xie Xingchen braked sharply, tossed the car keys to the valet, and approached him. What were you just watching? Jiang Qiran looked up. Xie Xingchen was tall, and even standing on the steps, he had to tilt his head slightly, achieving a striking angle that was both deadly and extraordinarily handsome. Indeed, he possessed a remarkable visage, reminiscent of his brother. After a few seconds of admiration, Jiang Qiran remarked, Are you here to watch the show or to see me? Both, Xie Xingchen replied, having discerned Jiang Qiran's temperament. Being forceful would not work. So he resorted to the familiar banter of the social elite, which was not unlike a blind date. Hearing a commotion from within, Jiang Qiran extinguished his cigarette. Come on. The performance is about to start. Don't delay me from watching handsome men. As they passed through the 13th corridor, he commented, I heard there was going to be a pink transparent mermaid auction today. Thought I'd join the fun, but guess what? Xie Xingchen, uninterested, replied. I don't want to guess. You are truly dull, Jiang Qiran said, exasperated, leading him into the top floor box. And then I bumped into a handsome guy in corridor 7. And how should I put it? Upon hearing Lin Yao's name, Xie Xingchen's gaze shifted. Go on. Jiang Qiran reminisced. He had a cold demeanor, distant eyes, an untamable aura. Quite cool. Xie Xingchen grunted in acknowledgement. So? Jiang Qiran replied leisurely. I have taken a liking to him. I want to spend a night with him. What do you think? Xie Xingchen. 6. Chapter 12. The tension in the lower back, however. Lin Yao's face was indeed breathtaking. Suddenly, the venue erupted into noise, accompanied by a chorus of screams, signaling that the performance was about to commence. Xie Xingchen looked up, and in the center, he saw a coliseum, a rather ordinary setup magnified several times, creating an oppressive atmosphere, yet it appeared rather commonplace. Xie Xingchen, feeling disinterested, asked, "So where is the handsome guy you set your sights on?" No sooner had he spoken than he caught sight of the performer taking the stage. Half a beastly visage, half a human form, adorned with a rugged lock encircling the Adam's apple, from which a silver chain cascades, nestled between well-defined pectorals, as if tethering some primal creature. The waist reveals two pronounced lines resembling those of a mermaid, while the hands cross over the chest, head bowed in anticipation. The entirety of this figure exudes an aura of raw power, sensuality, and untamed wildness, brimming with a fervent desire for conquest. Xie Xingchen's Adam's apple rolls slightly. He is captivated, utterly unable to restrain his fascination. However, in this moment, it is not just himself feeling the thrill, but the entire arena is ablaze with excitement. An unsettling sense of possessiveness arises within him, as if his prized possession is being scrutinized by others. It is indeed him, the striking gentleman I collided with, truly remarkable. Isn't it? Jiang Qiran openly admires the sight. Xie Xingchen responds with a soft affirmative, slowly articulating, "He is quite stunning." Jiang Qiran expresses a hint of regret, pondering what trials the young man must have endured to engage in such a perilous display. Once this day concludes, if he survives, I shall inquire if he is open to being supported. Merely a performance, Xie Xingchen reflects, having crossed paths with Lin Yao numerous times. Whether in combat or grappling, Lin Yao is an unparalleled master, and he harbors no concerns about unforeseen mishaps. Yet Jiang Qiran smirks cunningly. Oh no, it's life-threatening. Otherwise, who would watch? At that moment, the side door bursts open once more with a resounding clamor, revealing a colossal beast restrained by iron chains. Clearly sedated, it has not yet fully awakened. Thus 4 individuals hastily bear it into the center of the arena, swiftly retreating, fearful of collateral damage. Xie Xingchen shifts his posture, shedding his previous languor. He observes Lin Yao kneeling beside him, fastening one end of the dangling chain around the beast's neck. The distance is perilously short, a span within which the creature could easily devour him, willingly surrendering his life. In an environment where escape is impossible, relying solely on his fists for survival is indeed a deadly gamble. Madman, Xie Xingchen mutters under his breath. The surroundings erupt with countless screams, urging, inject, 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 as if driven to madness, hastening the process to provoke the beast into a frenzied state. Witnessing a remarkably capable youth struggle beneath the claws of a beast represents the entertainment of those in high society, relishing the sight of the downtrodden in their agonizing plight. Gory, brutal, and merciless. Hearing the uproar, Lin Yao seizes a nearby stimulant, his hands trembling. He can see the beast's razor-sharp fangs. A slight movement causes the connected chains to rattle, and the creature's eyes snap open. Fear? Certainly. He does not possess the audacity to disregard the sanctity of life. Yet there is no alternative. The procedure to revert a secondarily differentiated omega back to an alpha is fraught with low success rates and exorbitant costs. Yet even a minuscule chance must be pursued. He must save money, an abundance of it. Such a perilous performance offers the swiftest means of earning without compromising oneself. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yao plunges the syringe into the beast's neck, steadily administering the forbidden Z7032 stimulant, a potent substance procured from military sources. Jiang Qiran turns his head, softly imparting knowledge. Xie Xingchen, momentarily distracted, slid open his phone and sent a message. Have someone deliver a Z7033 to Longzhuang, along with a Falcon 47, immediately. The recipient cautiously replied, if the alliance leader finds out, it could lead to complications. Xie Xingchen responded, I can bear the consequences. In the arena, the beast stirred. Stimulated by a potent drug, its eyes glowed crimson as it emitted a low, menacing growl. Rising to its feet and thrusting its head high, the iron chains connecting it abruptly tightened, dragging Lin Yao into the air, the collar around his neck becoming the sole point of support, choking him and leaving him gasping for breath, his fingers clawing at the edges as his veins bulged. The numbers on the electronic screen raced, with over half the audience wagering on a time frame of 10 minutes. They were certain that within 10 minutes, The beast would sever his pale neck, leading to his instant demise. Xie Xingchen turned his head slightly, inquiring, "Shall we place a bet?" Noticing his newfound interest, Jiang Qiran summoned a servant, smiling broadly. "Wonderful. How much shall you wager?" Xie Xingchen extended his card, fingers splayed, indicating a sum, then added 3 minutes. "Is that so much?" Jiang Qiran mused, recognizing that for a wealthy young man, it was not a significant amount, yet he found it rather foolish and cautioned. Betting on 3 minutes is pointless. No matter how inexperienced he is, that stubborn young man will surely last at least 3 minutes before collapsing. Xie Xingchen's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yao as he replied softly, "No, I bet on him winning within 3 minutes." Jiang Qiran genuinely believed he was jesting this time. Gesturing towards Lin Yao, who was struggling, his face flushed and neck thickening from the chokehold. "Look at him now. Does he have any chance of winning?" Xie Xingchen's expression was serene. At that very moment, Lin Yao, in an inverted position, crossed his legs to lock the beast's head, using the leverage to spring upward. In the instant when the pressure was at its peak, he delivered a forceful punch into the beast's eye, blood splattering. The audience erupted into a frenzy, their screams echoing. Lin Yao was an indomitable warrior, delivering blow after blow, growing bolder with each strike. This was a performance that was well worth the ticket price. The tormented beast, driven to madness, sank its fangs into his forearm, leaving a deep gash, an exquisite brutality that intensified the anticipation within the arena. "Hurry! Strike back!" Lin Yao was grateful for having taken suppressants in advance, preventing his pheromones from leaking from the wound. However, there was a more pressing matter at hand, defeating this grotesque monster. He was still in his differentiation phase, and his stamina would not last much longer. Exhausted, he struggled to breathe. As Lin Yao glanced up at the audience, amidst the sea of faces, he momentarily thought he saw a pair of familiar dark eyes. So familiar. Xie Xingchen? It was quite plausible for a wealthy idle youth to frequent such a place of indulgence. He could not allow Xie to witness his defeat. It would be far too humiliating to collapse here. Jiang Qiran observed the increasingly violent clash between the beast and the weakening human, lamenting, 3 minutes are almost up. He can hardly move. "Xie, if you don't change your bet, you will truly lose." "Is that so?" Xie Xingchen replied, nonchalantly. At that moment, a tall man in a black suit entered, pausing for a second before departing. Xie Xingchen grasped the Falcon 47, smoothly chambering around and tightening his grip on the trigger. The sniper, a paragon of excellence, required no aim as he precisely locked onto the agitated beast within the cage. "We shall prevail." "We?" Jiang Qiran retorted. Lin Yao, with one hand clutching the swaying iron chain, leveraged his weight to ascend the beast's back, raising his leg to deliver a powerful strike to its head. At that very moment, the silenced dart containing Z7033 anesthetic struck the creature's heart, unnoticed. A ferocious roar erupted. The battle-scarred warrior, bloodied, sat astride his captive, closing his eyes to catch his breath. The massive creature collapsed with a thunderous thud, and the nearby instruments indicated a heartbeat of 0. It was dead. Whether it succumbed to cardiac arrest, or Lin Yao's lethal blow, or perhaps both, remained unclear. Xie Xingchen felt an unprecedented joy in fighting alongside his comrades. "By heaven, we actually won in under 3 minutes." Jiang Qiran exclaimed, rising in excitement. "With such high odds, you made a fortune." "I told you we would win," Xie Xingchen replied, his gaze unwavering on the center of the arena. He observed the scars on Lin Yao's arms, the pale neck that taut lower back, and the stubborn eyes that turned to meet his own. Such a lure. He longed to touch every inch of him, whether to soothe or to indulge in fascination. Xie Xingchen maintained a detached expression as he toyed with the Falcon 47, desire simmering within him. Due to some readers drawing parallels to a certain popular work, I wish to clarify in this chapter that it is disheartening when one overlooks character development and narrative logic simply because of a widely recognized scene or premise. Please, take the time to read a few more books. Creativity is a challenging endeavor, and I would prefer not to see the passion for creation diminished by a mere remark of resemblance. It is rather distressing when one hastily jumps to conclusions without a proper understanding and then adds a disclaimer of no malice. Furthermore, I kindly ask that no other titles or characters be mentioned. Mutual respect is essential. It becomes quite bothersome to hear unfamiliar character initials thrown about. Chapter 13. A change in tactics? Jiang Churan nudged him with his elbow, suggesting they head to the lounge to find him. Xie Xingchen crossed his legs, shadows obscuring his expression. Let us wait 2 minutes. The performance was over. There would be no more for the day. Jiang Churan paused, lowering his voice. However, just now, I felt as though something flew past. Was someone aiding him? It was the silence dart. In the arena, there were no rules. Outside interference based on bets was permissible. But given the use of firearms, Xie Xingchen needed to concoct an explanation for his father. The old man was too shrewd. He was not afraid of reprimands, but rather concerned about noticing Lin Yao's current state and mistakenly believing he was trying to seduce his Omega, which could lead to troublesome forced relocations. Xie Xingchen spoke softly. Jiang Churan, could you do me a favor? Jiang Churan raised an eyebrow. Don't you fancy Lin Yao? Who is Lin Yao? Xie Xingchen replied. You keep claiming to have taken a liking to him, yet you cannot even recall the name of the fighter. The one from the stage just now. Xie Xingchen paused momentarily and suggested, when we return home together another day, you could tell my father that your affection for Lin Yao compelled you to persuade me to take action. How does that sound? Jiang Churan raised an eyebrow, staring at him in disbelief for several seconds before glancing toward the arena, contemplating the implications, and finally exclaimed, You wielded a weapon for a mere passerby in Longzhuang? That is utterly insane. While firearms are permitted within the alliance, Longzhuang is rife with high-ranking officials and their kin. Discharging a weapon here would imply an intent to harm influential figures. The potential for collateral damage could lead to utter chaos. Xie Xingchen chuckled, his demeanor reflecting the carefree arrogance typical of a spoiled youth. It was merely a whim. I found myself drawn to him as well. Jiang Churan muttered under his breath. You lunatic. Xie Xingchen thought it amusing that just 10 minutes prior, he had similarly assessed Lin Yao. Two madmen. Indeed, they were a perfect match. Xie Xingchen proceeded to analyze the situation. This way, even if my father insists on a marriage alliance, he will realize that we are merely maintaining appearances, free to pursue our own desires. Isn't that what you wish for? Jiang Churan set aside his earlier pretense, a look of satisfaction crossing his face as he acknowledged his assistance in this matter. Xie Xingchen secured the firearm at his waist, allowing the hem of his coat to conceal it, and stood, making his way towards the lounge. At that moment, Lin Yao was slumped on the sofa, breathing heavily, his eyes tightly shut. Having narrowly escaped death, his heart raced. He was uncertain whether his near demise stemmed from the final blow he had executed or the silenced bullet that grazed his leg. Did Xie Xingchen truly intervene? It seemed improbable. He had no motive to defend him. More likely, the individuals from Longzhuang, having heard rumors of manipulated betting outcomes for profit, were reluctant to let matters escalate to fatalities, which was not entirely surprising. The iron chain around his neck still bore traces of blood, and in his agitation, he unfastened the clasp and tossed it aside, producing a series of metallic clangs. Before he could change back into his clothes, the door swung open, and he struggled to lift his eyelids, only to find the familiar face that had just flitted through his mind standing before him. You cough, Lin Yao spluttered. Xie Xingchen, unusually silent, regarded him without uttering a word. Had he not arrived that night, perhaps Lin Yao would have emerged victorious on his own merit. A hero who could have persevered to the end, albeit suffering more injuries, losing more blood, and even risking his life. Such a fate would have evoked greater sympathy and anger. Anger at his reckless disregard for his own existence. Did you follow me? Lin Yao looked up, his gaze piercing into Xie Xingchen's pupils, unable to discern the emotions concealed within. Merely a coincidence. Xie Xingchen downplayed the matter. Lin Yao nodded slightly. True. It seems like a place you were meant to be. The lavishness and decadence, where the affluent revel in the struggles of the impoverished, fit the stereotype of a wayward youth. Xie Xingchen made no attempt to defend himself, his focus fixed intently on Lin Yao's wound, a long gash that, upon closer inspection, was undeniably striking. At that moment, Jiang Churan emerged from behind Xie Xingchen's tall figure, wearing an expression of amusement. Hello, I am Jiang Charan, the intended partner of Xie Xingchen. Lin Yao then noticed that there were others behind him, but merely raised his chin slightly. Apologies, I'm injured and unable to entertain. Indeed, he was quite cool. No wonder he was the man whom I'd set my sights on. Jiang Charan nudged him with his arm. Aren't you going to say something? Xie Xingchen turned his head to glare at him. I believe you can take your leave. Jiang Charan raised his eyebrows slightly. But I wish to spend a few more minutes with the handsome man I have my eye on. What should I do? Xie Xingchen, feeling rather disinterested in indulging him in such trivial games, lowered his head and spoke in a hushed tone. At first, I was uncertain of your intentions. But that recent phone call has confirmed it for me. You actually have an affection for my brother, don't you? This union with me is merely a means to provoke him, is it not? Before entering, Xie Yunhuai had called, merely inquiring about the purpose of that gun. Sheng Shu was his confidant, and he could not be deceived. Before Xie Xingchen could respond, Jiang Charan snatched the phone away, claiming it was merely a cover-up. Yet it was evident that his tone was laced with provocation and defiance. Xie Xingchen immediately understood. Jiang Charan turned his face away. Nonsense, I'm not that petty. I have a keen eye for people. Xie Xingchen smiled slightly. Rest assured, if you assist me, I shall return the favor, sister-in-law. Jiang Charan straightened his back, remaining motionless. Lin Yao observed their close demeanor, finding it rather bothersome. If you wish to flirt, why not rent a room next door? 5,000 a night. You should be able to afford it. Jealous? Xie Xingchen stood tall, his smile as bright as a clear moonlit night, infuriating. Jealous? Nonsense. Lin Yao gritted his teeth. Applying pressure caused some blood to seep from his arm, making him wince in pain. Jiang Charan turned around, his expression impassive. Then you tend to him. I'm leaving. Xie Xingchen self-importantly altered his address, speaking softly. Thank you, sister-in-law. Jiang Charan wanted to scold him, but found no words. Instead, he stormed out, leaving the two in a stifling silence, one standing and the other seated. Xie Xingchen picked up the nearby medical kit, expressionless as he opened it, kneeling beside him, the sofa sinking slightly under his weight. As Lin Yao's arm was gripped, the cold antiseptic was applied, stinging painfully. Unable to endure the proximity, Lin Yao squirmed slightly. Don't move. At this moment, Xie Xingchen revealed a hint of genuine emotion. Are you so reckless for money? Lin Yao furrowed his brow, murmuring, It's none of your concern. None of my concern? Xie Xingchen repeated deliberately, his movements deft as he wrapped the bandage around Lin Yao's arm, slowly tying it off before releasing it. He had not been angered by Lin Yao's earlier display, but now he was genuinely somewhat infuriated, disobedient and in need of discipline. Just as Lin Yao felt the distance between them slightly increasing, allowing him to breathe in fresh air, he suddenly felt his neck gripped, fingers entwined, tightening slowly. Xie Xingchen pulled him closer. Lin Yao's breathing grew heavier. What madness is this? Since Xie Xingchen had entered this room, he had been unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Xie Xingchen tightened his grip, slightly pinching him, forcing him to look up and meet his gaze. Lin Yao, what do you mean by none of my concern? Your life is now in my hands. Lin Yao struggled to breathe, managing a voice. What? Xie Xingchen's left hand pressed against his chin, while his right hand grasped Lin Yao's cold palm, slowly intertwining their fingers. Then he held on, guiding his hand down from his chest. Lin Yao tightened his jaw and kicked him. What are you doing? It hurt. Yet Xie Xingchen did not flinch. His breath grew heavier as he pressed Lin Yao's palm downward, moving from his pectorals to his abdomen and then to his lower back. Did you feel it? Xie Xingchen asked softly. Lin Yao's fingers encountered something hard, and he froze. He was being led to explore by that hand, which bore the marks of a gun. You've touched it, Lin Yao realized, astonished. The Desert Eagle, 44, his favorite firearm model, was now nestled at Xie Xingchen's waist, a sight he had only ever seen in military literature. It was you who fired, Lin Yao exclaimed in disbelief. It was Xie Xingchen who had shot, aiding him in swiftly ending the battle between life and death. Xie Xingchen half leaned over him, backlit, his entire being enveloped in shadow. So, I told you your life is mine. Is there a problem? The oppressive atmosphere thickened. Lin Yao breathed heavily, staring at him for several seconds. trying to decipher the secrets hidden deep within those dark eyes. There's no need for this. Why? He suddenly laughed, no longer wanting to play guessing games, and stated bluntly, so, you know I've undergone a second differentiation into an omega. Are we playing a different game now? Xie Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. So it was true. He was an omega. His guess had not been wrong. But the sudden confession left both of their emotions in disarray. Lin Yao pressed on, speak. Xie Xingchen scrutinized his taut body, squinting slightly. What are you overthinking now? Lin Yao's eyes were red-rimmed, resembling a wounded prey caught in a trap, yet still defiant. You saved me, so now you want me to pay the price, or rather, to repay you by obeying your commands. Xie Xingchen replied hoarsely, yes, I want you to be well. I knew it. Lin Yao interrupted, lifting his chin slightly until their noses nearly touched, the distance between them reduced to a whisper. Their breaths intertwined, laced with temptation. A kiss was just a moment away. He appeared to be seeking approval, yet his expression remained rebellious, and his tone dripped with mockery. Young master, how do you wish to play this time? Chapter 14. Then beg me. Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze, fixedly observing him. Just moments ago, watching Lin Yao's unruly demeanor from the audience had indeed sparked his interest. Lin Yao was to his liking, and such impulses were natural, nothing to be ashamed of. He felt no need to conceal it. Yet, this impulse was imbued with emotion, fundamentally different from the casual dalliance Lin Yao understood. He had underestimated himself terribly. Xie Xingchen suppressed his desire, a smirk playing on his lips. What do you think I intend to do? Lin Yao had not anticipated a counter-question, momentarily faltering. Xie Xingchen's fingers tightened around his neck, the grip becoming so fierce it threatened to suffocate him. Do you understand the risks of firing a gun at Long Zhuang? I've gone to such lengths. If it were merely for amusement, once would not suffice. Lin Yao's breathing quickened. Of course, it won't be just once. Have you forgotten my condition? Xie Xingchen replied wickedly. I will bind you, and you shall go nowhere. As long as I desire, you must accompany me, until I am satisfied. Shut up. Lin Yao raised his foot to kick him, but was restrained by the firmness of the opponent's thigh, leaving them nearly intertwined. Xie Xingchen fixed his gaze upon Lin Yao's eyes and continued, if you wish to attend school, you certainly may. However, when the illness strikes, it knows no bounds. Be it in the classroom or the dormitory, you must comply unconditionally. Xie Xingchen, Lin Yao scolded, you are truly shameless. Is your mind clouded? Is this shameless? Xie Xingchen replied, observing the crimson hue spreading across Lin Yao's lips due to his embarrassment and anger, his throat bobbing slightly. Lin Yao, this is merely the beginning. There are far more perverse things to discuss. Would you care to listen? Lin Yao closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. You might as well kill me with a single shot. Xie Xingchen replied with a calm demeanor. Thus, I have no such intentions, nor do I plan to act in such a manner. Forcing someone into a relationship is not my inclination. If it were to happen, it would be of their own volition. A brief silence enveloped the room. Lin Yao looked up, perplexed. Then why are you helping me? I find it quite enjoyable to grapple with you in close quarters. It's rare to find a suitable sparring partner, and if you were to die here, it would be dreadfully dull. Xie Xingchen deflected the question lightly, adding, moreover, Jiang Charan seems quite fond of you, so I thought it prudent to lend a hand. Lin Yao recalled the exquisitely featured Omega from earlier, whose appearance indeed aligned with conventional beauty standards, and then realized, you have a crush on him. Xie Xingchen responded with irritation, no, I do not. Lin Yao dismissed his protest, contemplating, you like him, he likes me, and yet you are willing to assist me. How magnanimous of you. Xie Xingchen, now disinclined to converse with this simple-minded individual, felt Lin Yao's discomfort with being passively restrained and kicked him lightly. Let me go. Xie Xingchen clicked his tongue lightly, preparing to retort when the door to the lounge was knocked upon twice. He rolled off Lin Yao and reclined lazily in the chair. The manager entered, previously contacted Chenggu, followed by a sharply dressed man. The man's gaze lingered for a moment before he spoke. I did not expect young Master Xie to grace us with his presence today. Mr. Zhuang? Xie Xingchen had never visited this place, but he was well aware of the identity of the owner of Zhuang, deducing his identity from the recognition in the man's eyes. He maintained his composure and quipped, Lin, you certainly have quite the reputation, even catching the owner's attention. Lin Yao, who had been in direct contact with manager Cheng, looked up at the man. The performance today was splendid, breaking the fastest victory record at Zhuang. So naturally, I came to see. Zhuang Lang replied amiably. Would you be interested in signing a long-term contract? Lin Yao, any amount you desire is negotiable. Before Lin Yao could respond, Xie Xingchen interjected on his behalf. No contract. Lin Yao lightly kicked Xie Xingchen's calf, urging him to silence. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this situation. Yet it was also the quickest means within reach to procure funds, as he was in urgent need of surgery and could not afford a delay. Can I have some time to consider? Lin Yao sought to give himself leeway. Zhuang Lang smiled. Of course, after all, it is a dangerous endeavor. Consideration is warranted. Please provide me with a response by Sunday. Lin Yao nodded. Thank you. Zhuang Lang lingered no longer, exchanging a few pleasantries before turning to leave. Just as he was about to close the door, he paused and turned back. Of course, if you seek a more secure and lucrative position, you may ask Manager Cheng for my contact information. Lin Yao, filled with urgency, interjected. What? Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze, biting down on a cigarette before lighting it. You look quite handsome today. Zhuang Lang offered a faint smile and said nothing further before departing. As the door closed once more, Lin Yao muttered to himself. What kind of job? He didn't specify. Xie Xingchen, with the cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaled a thin veil of smoke that enveloped his features. A safe and quick way to earn money. Think it through. Lin Yao recalled Zhuang Lang's last words and speculated. Do you want me to be a sparring partner? I could accompany you on weekends, and during the weekdays, I could be with him as well. Xie Xingchen scoffed softly. Fool! Are you insulting me again? Lin Yao clenched his fist, though the bandages wrapped around it hindered his strength. Xie Xingchen inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling before stating. He wants you to share his bed. It's so obvious. If you can't discern that, then who can? Lin Yao retorted. You wealthy individuals seem to be preoccupied with such sordid matters. He half closed his eyes, trying to self-soothe amidst the chaotic thoughts. I sell my skills, not my body. I still need to hone my performance to increase my chances. Xie Xingchen turned to him, asking, what do you need the money for? For surgery and gland removal. Omegas are ill-suited for military life. I cannot. Lin Yao had no intentions of concealing the truth and confessed, though I've consulted about it. The success rate is low, but I must try. Xie Xingchen smiled faintly. Are you intent on endangering your own life? Either getting beaten to death today or dying on the operating table tomorrow. Lin Yao sensed anger emanating from him, but could not comprehend its source. Considering the assistance he had received, he patiently explained, I have my obsessions, aside from Chongqing. I cannot go anywhere else. Who says Omegas cannot be distinguished officers? There is no legal restriction against it. Xie Xingchen, with a cigarette held delicately between his fingers, gently caressed the nape of Lin Yao's neck, lifting his gaze to meet his. Lin Yao's throat tightened as his eyes locked with Xie Xingchen's, feeling as though he were being bewitched. The state of his body had become undeniable. He had to admit, Omegas are at a disadvantage on the battlefield, compounded by my heightened sensitivity, making me more susceptible to temptation, which hinders combat effectiveness. That applies to ordinary Omegas. You are not one of them. Xie Xingchen fixated on his eyes, recalling, last time you licked my hand, the pheromones between alphas clashed, yet no fight ensued. I found it strange until just now. Lin Yao found himself unable to dispute the reality. So? Xie Xingchen's lips curled slightly as his fingers traced Lin Yao's nape, coaxingly suggesting, no need to take it to bed. I can mark you, during which time you won't be disturbed by the pheromones of the weaker ones. You would become the first Omega with formidable combat capabilities. What do you say? Would you like my assistance? Lin Yao had never contemplated such a path. Upon learning the outcome, he anxiously sought to return to his previous trajectory, neglecting the upcoming new student competition, even willing to perform that night despite his injuries. Yet he understood deep down that he might never return to that path. Xie Xingchen's words illuminated the darkness like a beacon. Are you willing to help me? His heart stirred slightly. Unconsciously, he leaned in closer. Xie Xingchen observed his movements, akin to a curious kitten, and raised his hand to grasp the delicate nape of his neck, teasingly drawing him nearer with his own brand of allure. He lowered his gaze, fixated on Lin Yao's slightly parted lips. How delightful, isn't it? Beg me, and I shall assist you. Chapter 15. May I touch you? Lin Yao found himself genuinely enticed. He had to admit, despite his stubborn demeanor, he could not resist Xie Xingchen's pheromones and even relished in the sensation. Xie Xingchen's hand rested possessively on the nape of his neck, exuding a sense of control over his prey. You see, our compatibility is indeed quite high. Lin Yao merely responded with a soft hum, tightening his grip. No fooling around, or I shall strike you. A taste of sweetness, Xie Xingchen coaxed. Isn't negotiation often like this? First, a candy, then we discuss the terms. Lin Yao lifted his gaze. What benefit do you gain from helping me? Xie Xingchen pondered for a moment, crafting a logic that Lin Yao could accept. Do you not find it irksome to depend on someone you dislike? Embracing this, wouldn't it bring you joy? It aligns perfectly with your spoiled nature. Lin Yao fell silent. Xie Xingchen turned sideways, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, then glanced at him. So, will you beg me? This is far easier than saving up for surgery. It won't cost you a penny, and each time you practice with me, I shall even pay you. Begging is merely a soft utterance. It won't diminish you. It's akin to money falling from the sky. Lin Yao struggled with his thoughts, his face flushed, fingers clutching the hem of Xie Xingchen's coat, unable to utter a single word. It was difficult to voice. Just days ago, they were at each other's throats, and now he found himself needing to humbly plead with him. Indeed, he felt the pleasure that Xie Xingchen had mentioned. With great effort, Lin Yao finally managed to speak, please. Xie Xingchen's fingers caressed his nape, his voice laced with amusement. Lin, is this truly how you plead? Lin Yao gripped his wrist, suppressing the urge to strike him. He tried, but it was futile. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his back, abandoning the tempting option. Forget it, as if I never said anything. As the moment lingered, Xie Xingchen clicked his tongue. To be so visibly affected, yet still so defiant. Truly stubborn. But I have grown fond of this game. Xie Xingchen leaned closer, presenting two options. Either you beg me, and we engage in a pleasurable exchange, or I shall take control. Given our high compatibility, it will be hard for you to resist. You might find yourself begging me all night long. Lin Yao's head shot up, locking eyes with him. His features, typically cold, now glowed with a hint of crimson at the edges. The remnants of resistance evident in his eyes. The once aloof flower of the high mountains was now pulled down from its pedestal, rendered broken and pitiful. You vile creature, he cursed inwardly. Xie Xingchen, suppressing his compassion, knew that if he did not push Lin Yao now, he would never voluntarily step into his protective sphere. The consequences of such negligence were unthinkable. 3. He began to count down. 2. Lin Yao's breath quickened. 1. Lin Yao's taut lips relaxed as he attempted for the second time to extract a sound from his parched throat. Xie Xingchen. He maintained a stiff expression, managing to produce a muffled utterance. I beg you to help me. Yet it sounded exceedingly awkward, exuding an air of aloofness that demanded submission. Xie Xingchen found it somewhat amusing, but chose not to press him further, contentedly responding, well then, call me something nice. Is that ever going to end? Lin Yao clenched and then released his fists. What should I call you? For instance, brother. Xie Xingchen shamelessly retorted. After all, I am older than you. Lin Yao was rendered speechless, now thoroughly convinced that Xie Xingchen was indeed relishing this game. He had lost his senses, engaging in such a trivial pursuit. Rising from the sofa, Lin Yao finally looked down at him from height, stating firmly, I will not call you anything. If you maintain this attitude, I cannot condone it, nor can I continue this game with you. I apologize. Having crossed the line, the mood shifted. Xie Xingchen sighed slightly, conceding I was just joking. It's fine now to call me anything. Lin Yao remained unmoved, his expression icy as he scrutinized him, exuding a rebellious demeanor. With some distance, his thoughts became clearer. The temporary marking suggested by Xie Xingchen was indeed a clever idea. Even if it couldn't be relied upon in the long term, it served as a practical short-term solution, allowing him to explore safer means of gradually amassing funds. Lin Yao's lips tightened once more. Will my pheromones alleviate your condition? Of course not. A high-matching Omega's release would only provoke an Alpha's primal instincts, making it even more unbearable. Nonetheless, Xie Xingchen nodded, insincerely claiming, "It will. My ailment certainly requires your soothing presence." "Very well." Lin Yao seized upon his vulnerability. "Then our arrangement is mutually beneficial and equitable. In this regard, we are comrades." "You mustn't." He paused, coldly threatening. "If you entertain any base thoughts, I will strike you." "What base thoughts?" Xie Xingchen appeared oblivious to his own shamelessness. "Just now, you mentioned that if I didn't cooperate, you'd compel me to spend the night with you via pheromones." Lin Yao retorted coldly, truly muddled. "You're the one who is confused." His harsh words belied the ambiguity of the topic at hand. Such innocence, utterly adorable. Xie Xingchen replied with a grin, "All right." The sudden tranquility in the atmosphere made Lin Yao somewhat uneasy as he hastily grabbed a sleeveless undershirt from the sofa to put on. Only then did he realize he had been conversing with this individual while bare. "Shall we commence our one-on-one pheromone arrangement starting today?" Xie Xingchen inquired. "Yes. Should you have any needs, or I do, I am at your beck and call." "Indeed. Even in the middle of the night, it's no bother." Lin Yao found this statement rather peculiar, but still nodded in agreement. Xie Xingchen regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before picking up the car keys and leisurely stating, "Let us go back to the dorm. Curfew is approaching." Although it was already nighttime, Longzhuang was bustling with activity, with certain venues dimming into an alluring ambience. A hedonistic reverie of intoxication and indulgence. Lin Yao merely glanced as he passed, his cheeks flushing crimson and his steps quickening. Xie Xingchen followed closely behind, feeling a sense of delight as he sent a message to Jiang Chiron. "XXC. Lin Yao is so adorable. How can someone appear so cool yet so well-behaved? 7. Is there something wrong? XXC. I am quite pleased to know you and will share my thoughts with you whenever I feel inclined. XXC. Wishing you success in winning over my brother soon. 7. If you're ill, seek treatment." Lin Yao turned his head to see him grinning at his phone with an air of infatuation, shaking his head, secretly thinking he still found him rather irritating. Once they were settled in the car, relaxation washed over him, and he began to feel the sting of the wound on his arm. The suppressants he had taken before the match were losing their efficacy, and the scent of fur filled the cramped space. Xie Xingchen lightly squinted, the car's speed increasing as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Unaware of the implications, Lin Yao turned to him and remarked, "You're about to lose all your driving points." Xie Xingchen swallowed hard. "It's fine. I have plenty." This is what they mean by self-inflicted misery. Having previously lured someone with pheromones, he was now facing the consequences. Serves him right. Lin Yao remained composed, recalling the gun Xie had used earlier, the Eagle 47. His dream firearm. Xie Xingchen. He attempted to call out his name. Could I see the gun you used tonight?" Lin Yao had only seen it in documents and had never encountered one in reality. Such items are typically very personal, and besides, if an accident were to occur, there would be liability involved. Generally, they are not lent easily. However, Xie Xingchen was quite generous. He did not engage the autopilot, preferring to drive, which allowed him to divert his attention. As he turned the steering wheel, he spoke softly, "Look, you can take it yourself." "All right, here I come." Lin Yao tugged at his seatbelt, leaning slightly forward, tentatively reaching out. Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on Lin Yao's tousled hair, savoring this rare moment of closeness. At that moment, a red light appeared. Xie Xingchen abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing Lin Yao to tumble into his embrace. "Lin, my classmate." Xie Xingchen's gaze drifted to his neck, pressing down on Lin Yao's cool hand here. Their fingers intertwined. Lin Yao merely brushed against him, realizing they were not that intimately connected, and quickly withdrew. Yet, Xie Xingchen discerned the hidden affection in his eyes. How pitiful! He had never even handled a real gun. Lin Yao must long to be a soldier. Xie Xingchen raised his eyes, catching a glimpse of the countdown at the red light. Engaging him in a mundane role play, "General Lin, grant me my freedom." His performance was commendable, his voice lacking the usual languid ease. A slight smile tugged at Lin Yao's lips, revealing a hint of joy. However, he concealed his emotions swiftly, returning to a neutral expression, though a trace of his canines peeked through. He deftly secured the gun against Xie Xingchen's waist, his tone flat. I arrest you. After uttering this, he felt somewhat juvenile and awkwardly withdrew his hand. Nevertheless, Xie Xingchen raised his arms in surrender, lowering his head in compliance. Indeed, I have been captured by you. Chapter 16. In truth, I wish to pursue you. Lin Yao did not anticipate that Xie Xingchen would genuinely play along. The two engaged in a childhood game of pretend. One as the officer and the other as the captive, although at that age, no one wished to be the defeated prisoner, and he had never experienced such carefree youth. The night breeze blew, yet it could not dissipate the inexplicable heat that lingered. Lin Yao removed his finger from the trigger, apprehensive of an accidental discharge. A rather juvenile concern. Xie Xingchen slightly adjusted his posture, his hands still resting on the steering wheel. Director Lin, why do you struggle to hold the gun steady? Would you like me to instruct you? Lin Yao, expressionless, tightened his grip, the gun pressing against the muscle of his abdomen. Don't move. Aren't you afraid I might actually pull the trigger? After all, I rather despise you. It wouldn't be difficult to eliminate you right now. His voice was cold, akin to the sensation of a gun's muzzle against skin. Go ahead. Xie Xingchen's gaze lingered on Lin Yao's lips, pausing momentarily. He felt no fear, merely a tinge of regret. Regret for what? For not having transformed from sworn enemies into lovers, of course. Xie Xingchen regarded him meaningfully for a few seconds, his fingers lightly brushing against Lin Yao's cheek. Enough of this, sit back down. The green light will be on shortly. It sounded rather like he was being unreasonable. Lin Yao, having relinquished his grip, was in the process of tucking the gun back into his waistband when he caught a faint whiff of strong liquor. He did not drink, unable to discern its type. Control your pheromones. Lin Yao felt a flicker of heat rising within him, tugging at his collar. Xie Xingchen pressed down on the accelerator, rolling down the car windows to their fullest extent. That advice applies to you as well. The scent of fur in this car is almost overwhelming. He hesitated but ultimately decided to impart some biological knowledge to this young man. What you just did, coming so close with that omega scent, will make an alpha think you are soliciting. Soliciting? Is that even in Chinese? Lin Yao frowned. Are alphas really that narcissistic? Were you genuinely an alpha before, or did you skip biology class? Xie Xingchen clicked his tongue. I did skip it. Lin Yao asserted, having dozed off. Xie Xingchen remarked, no wonder your biological knowledge is so lacking. I suppose balancing schoolwork and part-time jobs leaves little time for sleep. Lin Yao raised a hand to rub his temples, questioning the necessity of such knowledge, as he had no intention of engaging with an omega. Xie Xingchen commented, damn, I should have kept my mouth shut. I'll end up slapping myself awake tonight. Lin Yao did not feel sorry for himself. He was accustomed to it. He turned his head and noticed the bandage on his arm seeping blood, bowing his head to search for the inhibitor in his jacket, skillfully injecting it into his arm without a flinch. You can request a temporary MAR from me, Xie Xingchen said. Didn't we agree on mutual benefit at any time? Lin Yao shot him a cold glance. Unless absolutely necessary, I have no desire to rely on you. Still stubborn. Yet, this made Xie Xingchen's heart flutter, prompting him to silently adjust his posture again. Taking cold showers so frequently lately is not ideal. He activated the autopilot, lowering his head to smoke. Needing to calm down, otherwise he might explode. The two returned to their dormitory quite late, stealthily, fearful of waking their roommate. However, it was evident that He Li had not learned the virtue of reciprocity, as he banged pots and pans at 6 in the morning to rouse everyone. Calling it a warm-up for the freshman competition, Lin Yao poked his head out from the messy quilt, ominously stating, right now, I feel like giving you a good thrashing for a warm-up. No, Yao Ge, I called you to inform you that there are prizes. He Li revealed his trump card, 1,000. Lin Yao retracted his murderous gaze, curling his lips into what could be considered the most amiable smile. What would you like for breakfast? He Li trembled slightly. Don't do that. It's rather nauseating, and I can't bear it. Are you wishing for death? Lin Yao replied coolly. He Li patted his chest, a look of blissful relief on his face. Much better now. Chung Boyan observed the entire exchange, then turned to young Master Xie. Are there any normal people left in our dorm? Xie Xingchen lamented. No, I am even more twisted than they are. Chung Boyan remarked. Indeed. Lin Yao, toothbrush in mouth, thought to himself, at least he possesses some self-awareness. By the time the group finished their morning routines and headed downstairs, the gathering area was already teeming with a crowd. The freshman competition at Chongqing is an eagerly anticipated annual event, and given the military academy's stringent regulations, it calls for fresh excitement and a surge of hormones. This competition showcases the top 30 students from the Command Institute, Armament Institute, and Comprehensive Combat Institute, all of whom are alphas this year, resembling a duel among the formidable. As Xie Xingchen and his companions approached the competition entrance, they unexpectedly spotted Jiang Qiran, who was carrying a medical kit. He raised an eyebrow. "Are you also from Chongqing?" Jiang Qiran had shed his noble attire from the previous evening at Longzhuang, donning a white lab coat that fit him like a playful costume. "Yes, didn't your brother mention? I'm a third-year student from the Medical Institute, here to assist with urgent injuries today." Upon hearing their conversation, Lin Yao locked eyes with him. So, it was an upperclassman. Having encountered him in such a setting the night before, Lin Yao was uncertain if Jiang wished to be recognized, remaining silent. Yet, Jiang Qiran glanced at his sleeveless shirt, clicking his tongue. "Xie Xingchen, your bandaging skills are atrocious, truly unsightly." Lin Yao concurred vehemently. "I agree." Xie Xingchen jestingly retorted, "You ungrateful wretch. Come here. I'll redo it for you." If that bandage comes loose during the fight, the mech will detect the wound and increase its attacks. Jiang Qiran tilted his head. Lin Yao moved closer, rolling up his sleeves to reveal the graceful lines of his arms. In recent years, aside from He Li, he had little opportunity to forge new friendships, leaving him somewhat at a loss for the kindness from others. He could only mutter, "Thank you. We aren't familiar. Yet you treat me so well. Is this what they call kindness?" This boy truly seems to have been deprived of affection. Quite pitiful. Jiang Qiran skillfully unwrapped the bandages, casually stating, "Didn't he tell you? It's because I like you. Treating you well is only natural." Lin Yao, initially expressionless, found his ears burning from such a direct confession, abruptly coughing twice, feeling quite flustered. Meanwhile, Xie Xingchen, arms crossed, interjected, "You are truly tiresome. Senior, please refrain from jesting." Lin Yao's arm was grasped, rendering him unable to rise, his entire being stiffening. "Who said I was joking?" Jiang Qiran's eyes, shaped like peach blossoms, crinkled slightly. "If it weren't to see you, I wouldn't have bothered volunteering today. I was concerned you might be affected by your injury from yesterday, so I came to ensure your wound is tended to." His words were imbued with tender affection, leaving his true intentions shrouded in mystery. Even Xie Xingchen seemed somewhat perplexed. Could it be that he genuinely harbors feelings for Lin Yao? When Xie Yunhuai called, his reaction was unmistakable. There was certainly an affair. What scene are we witnessing now? With the elder brother absent, who is this performance for? Jiang Qiran gently used a cotton swab to clean the bloodstains, his touch tender, while playfully asking, "If I were to pursue you, how would I gain your consent?" Lin Yao, perplexed, replied, "Aren't you engaged to him? How could you possibly pursue me?" Jiang Qiran blinked slowly, resembling a beguiling little fox. "What does that matter? Your feelings are genuine, while his are feigned. Haven't you read any melodramatic novels? Those in arranged marriages are merely playing a part." Xie Xingchen scoffed. "You've really dug yourself into a hole this deep." Lin Yao was at a loss for words. "How about this? I'll help you bandage up. After the competition, treat me to dinner with your prize money. I'll be waiting at the restaurant beside Longzhuang." Jiang Qiran stood, securing the medical kit. "I'm counting on you. You'll surely take first place, right?" Lin Yao nodded affirmatively. "I will." Jiang Qiran smiled, his face radiant and lively, complimenting Lin Yao's cool demeanor perfectly. Xie Xingchen ground his teeth, feeling a pang of jealousy. As Lin Yao bade farewell and turned around, he was met with a dark, brooding face. It dawned on him that this fellow had a secret crush on Jiang Qiran. Though he had denied it, he was likely just putting on a brave front. Being confronted so directly was rather pitiful, but perhaps it was for the best. Their toxic relationship seemed ill-suited. After some deliberation, Lin Yao opted for a more tactful approach. "Since he fancies someone else, perhaps you should consider switching your engagement partner sooner rather than later." Xie Xingchen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Yao for several seconds. "What do you mean by that? Did they share some moment of mutual understanding in those fleeting minutes?" He lowered his head slightly, sneering. What good outcome could possibly arise from two of you? You should abandon that notion promptly. Are you discriminating against same-sex relationships? Lin Yao retorted. According to Article 237 of the Alliance Law, no one shall disparage or disrespect love in any form. Be cautious, or I might report you. Chapter 17. Lin Yao. Save me, He Li and Chung Boyan approached with several bags of milk, asking as they handed them over, Yao Ge, was that Omega next to you? He looks quite charming. Xie Xingchen, with a milk bag clenched between his teeth, adopted a posture reminiscent of a smoker. You're Yao Ge's admirer. Wow, is that true? He Li nudged him with his elbow. Consider it. He is beautiful, with such fair skin. He stands out like a stunning landscape among a crowd of burly alphas. Lin Yao cleared his throat and glanced at Xie Xingchen's expression. His features were sharply defined, with deep-set eyes. When he wasn't smiling, he exuded an air of brooding elegance, as he did now, radiating an almost murderous intensity. Indeed, he still held feelings for Jiang Qiran, Lin Yao mused. If one were to imagine, a favored young master wounded by the one he adores is quite a tragic sight. In light of the assistance he had offered over the past few days, Lin Yao extended the utmost goodwill he could muster. I want to actively target you in the finals. Xie Xingchen sneered. Then I truly appreciate your pity. Lin Yao, what an attitude. Not a hint of kindness. He wants to eliminate him right away. The two raised their eyes and fell into a silent gaze. A peculiar atmosphere enveloping them. Chung Boyan, with a keen sense, detected an air of tension. He Li, while vigorously consuming milk, observed the expressions of the two, feeling an eerie sense of déjà vu. Back in high school, they were just like this, meeting in the corridor as if they were ready to stab each other in the kidneys. It was an all-too-familiar scene. Is it really that exaggerated? Chung Boyan exclaimed in shock. As the dormitory leader, I shall have to add another task to my mornings. What? Chung Boyan lamented. I must count to see if there is one more corpse. Hilly replied, Bro, that joke is truly dreadful. The overhead broadcast began. The freshman competition will commence in 10 minutes. Non-participating students are to proceed to the viewing area, while participants should change into their combat attire and collect the necessary armaments for the competition. The operational area for this contest stretches from the playground to the misty forest on the back mountain, where mecha interference and various monsters will emerge. Contestants may use specialized firearms to eliminate one another, with only the last one standing declared the victor. Rest assured, we will do our utmost to ensure your safety. Should any injuries occur during the event, medical teams and helicopters will be on standby for support. Following the announcement, several colossal mechs descended from the sky, entering the line of sight of the crowd. They demonstrated their capabilities by simultaneously firing lasers at a designated target, which was instantly penetrated, showcasing their devastating power. This is quite the spectacle. Healy clutched his fitted bulletproof vest, trembling with fear. I'm merely a lucky student who squeezed into the top 30. Mom, I want to go home. Lin Yao, armed with a sniper rifle, swiftly examined the features of the mechs while jesting. If you're truly terrified, I could eliminate you with one shot. Bro, you're so ruthless. He Li's eyes brimmed with tears. Didn't you say you wanted to go home? Lin Yao replied coolly, I'll escort you part way. Xie Xingchen absently ran his fingers along the gun barrel. Well, treating a brother like this is quite typical of Lin Yao. It's rather comforting. The sound of gunfire erupted, fireworks illuminated the sky, and the competition began. The viewing area focused on the large screen, the camera sweeping over each participant's face while displaying their student numbers and names, enhancing the audience's sense of engagement. The camera seemed particularly fond of handsome faces, lingering on Lin Yao's for an extra 2 minutes. Ah, this striking face, that exquisite beauty mark on his nose. I'm in love. I've never seen this handsome guy before. Brother, how come he's injured before the match even starts? Tomorrow, let the medical school and the comprehensive combat academy mingle. The dreams of 90,000 Omegas are simply unreal. As the camera panned to Xie Xingchen beside him, another round of commotion and cheers erupted. Such divine features, and this year there are two. They are arch enemies. They've never gotten along. This competition will be a sight to behold. They were acquainted beforehand? What a literary rivalry. According to the plot, after their scuffle, they should end up together. Hey. Yet, at the heart of the arena, the atmosphere was far from lighthearted, as the mechs had activated, forming the first line of defense at the entrance of the misty forest. Rays of energy crisscrossed, creating an intricate maze that left everyone in despair. Fearing the embarrassment of being the first to be eliminated and the peril of sustaining injuries amidst the fray, the stakes felt perilously high. Healy cautiously grasped his firearm, making a painstaking effort to evade the oncoming barrage of light as he maneuvered toward the entrance, when suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld two figures racing toward the entrance like twin beams of light, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. How astonishingly swift they are, Healy mused, observing the synchronized leaps, dodges, and ascents of the two, their movements as fluid and precise as drawn swords. Goodness, are they even human? Chung Boyan followed suit, urging urgency. Quickly, these two have drawn the assault of 6 mechas. Let us seize this opportunity and flee. His words galvanized the hesitant onlookers, who then charged toward the entrance with fervor. Upon entering the misty forest, the mode for mutual sniping would be activated. It is crucial to note that targeting different positions would correspond to varying degrees of health depletion. A health level of 0 means elimination. The announcement commenced. With the intercom adjustable to public channels, alliances could be formed or others' positions exposed. Participants were urged to deeply comprehend the brutality of war, thereby fostering a greater appreciation for peace. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, thick with tension as fog enveloped the surroundings. Mechas unleashed their assaults nearby, while distant beasts roared, reminiscent of a genuine battlefield on a desolate star. Gunfire from their own kind erupted in a cacophony. Student ID 086, Song Zirwei, health below 10%, imminent elimination. Student ID 086, Song Zirwei, killed by Duan Zheng. Student ID 037, Qiu Ziheo, killed by Lin Yao. Student ID 015, Qin Haoxuan, killed by Lin Yao. Student ID 032, Zhang Yuxuan, killed by Xie Xingchen. Student ID 088, Li Zixuan, killed by Xie Xingchen. The relentless announcements echoed overhead, as if a rampaging force of demons was enacting a massacre. Truly a spectacle for the viewers. Observing the sniping records, one might wonder if these fellows were employing cheats. Merely 10 minutes in, Lin Yao had amassed 13 kills, Xie Xingchen 12, and Duan Zheng 8. Were they utterly mad? They hardly required the beasts. These three could single-handedly cleanse the battlefield. The other dozens of newcomers appeared almost as if from a different competition, utterly laughable. Lin Yao had already advanced halfway up the hill, the fog thickening to the point of obscuring the path ahead. Occasionally, a pair of crimson eyes could be discerned. Suddenly, a cry echoed over the intercom. Healy's voice, instinctively pleading for help. Lin Yao, save me. Though the competition was an individual battle, some participants opted to form alliances early on in a bid for survival. Lin Yao sprinted toward the coordinates, arriving to find Healy suspended in midair, gripped by a ferocious beast. The scene mirrored that of the previous night in the beast arena, grappling desperately with the trapped creature. He raised his gun, aiming for the heart. Much like the silenced weapon of the prior night, an accurate shot. The beast staggered, tugging at Healy's bulletproof vest, as Healy struggled to escape the creature's maw. He was bitten on the shoulder, rendering him immobile. Lin Yao seized the creature's massive antennae, vaulting forward to deliver a vertical strike to the beast's head. Wrapping his arms tightly around its jaw, and with a forceful twist, he sent it crashing to the ground. After a tremendous roar, the beast fell to the ground with a resounding thud, smoke dispersing around it, as a pair of crimson eyes slowly closed, leaving behind an eerie silence. The young slayer stood above, blood soaking through the bandages on his shoulder. He opened his mouth wide in astonishment. Incredible. Was he really able to slay it with his bare hands? No, it was with his feet. How terrifying indeed. Nearby, two competitors who had been observing the spectacle whispered furtively to one another, only to be silenced by a gunshot from one of them, bringing their lives to an abrupt end. Student number 089, Zhang Junjie, was killed by Lin Yao. Student number 077, Chun Juanhao was also killed by Lin Yao. Xie Xingchen perched on a tree, occupying a prime vantage point to witness the entire event unfold. As he watched Li being carefully rescued, he sighed, "I wish I could receive such treatment from a beauty." A bewildered freshman who passed below looked up, confused. "What do you want?" "Lin Yao, save me," came the reply. Xie Xingchen withdrew his gaze and, while pulling the trigger to eliminate the unfortunate passerby, pressed the button on his walkie-talkie. His voice was low and calm, devoid of urgency, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to carry a hint of amusement. Student number 043, Zhang Zhuai, was killed by Xie Xingchen. The unfortunate soul who had just been sniped exclaimed, "What the hell? Who are you insulting?" "Lin Yao, someone is trying to kill me. I might actually die," Xie Xingchen said, casually reclining on the tree, as if trying to remain unnoticed while speaking into the walkie-talkie. "Lin Yao, are you there?" The thick fog began to clear slightly, the sunlight outlining the rebellious silhouette of the youth. His broad palm rested nonchalantly on the sniper rifle, unperturbed by any lurking threats. Lin Yao turned and raised his head slightly, aiming the rifle at the target in the tree, avoiding the heart, and expressionless, fired 3 shots in quick succession. A mechanical voice began to announce from above, "Student number 002, Xie Xingchen. Blood level below 10%, imminent elimination." A cold response came through Xie Xingchen's walkie-talkie. Talkative. With a hint of humor, Xie Xingchen remarked, "Brothers, my wife didn't kill me directly. She truly loves me." Chapter 18. Uncontrollable heat. The audience watching the live broadcast erupted in laughter at the scene. "What is this move called? Provocation that backfires. Haha. Calling your nemesis for help is truly infuriating. Do you think he would care? He does, and with only a sliver of health left. Our Lin Yao is indeed handsome and kind-hearted. These two are flirting back and forth, aren't they?" Lin Yao lowered his rifle, feeling a sharp pain in his arm. He removed his jacket and turned his head to inspect the freshly bandaged wound. Jiang Shiran had done an excellent job. The bandage had not come undone, but he had exerted too much force earlier, causing a slight reopening of the wound, with blood seeping through. "Yao Ge, your injury," Healy exclaimed, flustered and hesitant to touch him. "Forget it, just eliminate me. I called for you out of instinct. I didn't mean to involve you." Upon hearing the words, "out of instinct," Lin Yao's expression softened. Having already intervened, he tightened the bandage once more, leaving the rest to fate. Healy nodded and got up from the ground, initially taking 2 steps in the opposite direction before pausing. "Why didn't you just kill Xie Dog directly?" Lin Yao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the tree where he had just aimed, now devoid of its target. He withdrew his gaze and coldly remarked, "Let him live with the humiliation of his remaining health. Truly, it is just like you." Healy retreated while waving at him. "Go for it, Yao Ge. See you at the finish line." Lin Yao nodded slightly, and as he spoke, he raised his hand to eliminate a figure attempting a sneak attack. However, just 3 minutes later, an announcement echoed through the air. "Student ID 019, He Li, has been killed by Duan Zheng." Lin Yao clicked his tongue in frustration. He was unable to carry the burden. He swiftly moved toward the mountain's peak, skillfully evading the mecha's gunfire and simultaneously claiming 3 more lives. Judging by the frequency of the announcements, no more than 5 individuals remained on the field. As he neared the summit, he heard faint sounds behind him, delicate and subtle. Unlike the gunfire from mechas or the growls of beasts, they resembled those of his own kind. Yet, there was no gunfire. Were they attempting to avoid alarming others? After all, a direct shot to the back would merely diminish health without outright elimination. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes, unhesitatingly grasping a hanging vine with one hand, leaping into the air, and using the momentum to pivot. He positioned his legs on the shoulders of the approaching figure and executed a reverse twist, firmly subduing him. With one hand, he seized the opponent's neck, maintaining complete control from head to toe. Upon recognizing the individual, he coldly uttered, "Xie Xingchen, are you truly seeking death? Didn't you just enjoy the fight?" Xie Xingchen merely curled his long legs and retrieved a vial from the pocket of his combat suit. Then, he struck Lin Yao's lower back with his knee, saying, "Inject the suppressant. Your pheromones are overflowing. We are surrounded by alphas. If you don't control it." You know the consequences. Lin Yao paused, his grip on Xie Xingchen's hand faltering. It took several moments for his muddled thoughts to coalesce into words. You carry a special suppressant with you? The previous suppressant obtained from Himu was specifically for Omega and differed from those used by Alphas. He was astonished that Xie Xingchen possessed one. Was it now fashionable to care for one's nemesis? Xie Xingchen nodded, as if he had anticipated the situation, and raised his hand to deactivate the cameras on both of them. Rest assured, you can fight without being seen. The spectators in the viewing platform became agitated at the sudden blackout. Just when it was getting exciting, the feed cuts out. I will curse your entire family. You foolish broadcaster, may you find yourself in the rain without an umbrella, thirsty with no water, and eating instant noodles without seasoning. How ungrateful. Is there anything that my esteemed VIP membership cannot witness? Seriously, Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen, cut the feedback on. I want to see their duel. The crowd erupted into chaos. Yet the two protagonists remained surprisingly calm. Lin Yao found himself at a loss for words. He simply rolled off Xie Xingchen and, having just redonned his combat suit, found it cumbersome for arm movement. He lowered his head and deftly lifted the hem of his shirt. A slender waist was exposed before him, flat and slightly concave, revealing faint blue veins. Xie Xingchen's gaze remained steady. Do you need assistance? No. Lin Yao accepted the 2 vials of suppressants, expertly biting off the needle caps, and without a hint of hesitation, injected the contents into himself. Xie Xingchen had seldom encountered someone so unafraid of pain. Even robust alphas typically exhibit physiological resistance to injections. Moreover, after Lin Yao's second differentiation, his sensory system would increasingly resemble that of a delicate Omega. He displayed not a trace of discomfort. How much suffering must one endure to embrace such tranquility? Xie Xingchen sighed inwardly. Thank you, he said, as he meticulously dealt with the used syringe. Lin Yao, ever clear about grievances and gratitude, responded while lowering his head. Xie Xingchen replied with a nonchalant acknowledgement, just a trivial task, as he tucked the syringe into his pocket. Both of them heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Their eyes met, and Lin Yao instinctively reached for his sniper rifle, which he had momentarily set aside. Xie Xingchen, with a hint of humor, quipped, "Are you planning to burn the bridge after crossing it? If you give me another shot, you'll truly eliminate me. Get lost." Lin Yao retorted. Such treachery was beneath him. He sprang into action, deftly evading the oncoming sniper's attack, grasping a vine, and swinging back to deliver a kick to the assailant's chest. Clearly, the opponent was also a formidable fighter, swiftly disarming Lin Yao, turning the confrontation into a close-quarters brawl. Xie Xingchen did not stray far, choosing a vantage point to observe without intervening. He understood Lin Yao well. His excessive pride and self-regard would perceive any assistance as an affront. However, this assailant was no novice in hand-to-hand combat, executing rapid and precise maneuvers that rendered the outcome uncertain. After exchanging 20 blows, Lin Yao exerted his strength, entangling the opponent's arms and flipping him to the ground. Yet, the adversary exhibited no signs of defeat. This match should come to an end, he declared. Lin Yao regarded him with an impassive expression, tightening his grip, when suddenly he was overwhelmed by an onslaught of pheromones, akin to 1,000 sharp blades piercing his flesh, inducing excruciating pain that caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, he was flipped over and pinned down. He attempted to reach for the sniper rifle that had been cast aside during the scuffle, but it was just out of reach, a precarious situation. "You, Lin Yao," the opponent said, his voice low and mocking. "Are you not going to retaliate? Is it disdain for me? Or perhaps you lack the courage?" "Unnecessary." Lin Yao gritted his teeth, enduring the agony brought by the AO disparity. "I can defeat you without that. It was just a matter of eliminating opponents along the way, right, Duanzheng?" The stubbornness of a cornered duck was evident. Duanzheng's finger pressed against Lin Yao's jaw as the pressure intensified, descending like a relentless storm of arrows, mercilessly tormenting this recently differentiated Omega. The physiological disparity was overwhelmingly lethal, leaving Lin Yao drenched with sweat. Those observing from the sidelines were eager to step into the fray. "Lin Yao seems off," Can't he even handle pheromones? What a waste. I thought he was a jack of all trades, excelling in both sniping and fighting. Yet his pheromones are failing him miserably. No need to watch any longer. Duan has just eliminated everyone. He is bound to win. I don't know why, but seeing Lin Yao like this makes me want to crush him. Amidst the relentless barrage, Lin Yao felt his stamina gradually ebbing away. As the pressure mounted, Duan remained unmoved, resolutely intending to exhaust his opponent's strength. Surrender? Duan felt assured of victory. Lin Yao scoffed softly, refraining from a response. With his palms facing downward, he attempted to bend his fingers to gather strength, but only grasped a handful of chaotic dirt, reminiscent of his life disrupted by sudden redivision. He tilted his head slightly, meeting the gaze of Xie Xingchen, who was half-seated on a tree, already aiming his sniper rifle at the back of the approaching figure. No. His eyes were cold, and he silently mouthed a plea. Do not interfere. If Xie Xingchen pulled the trigger, he would truly become a powerless Omega. Rendered ineffective by the Alpha's pheromones, a worthless being. He could not accept that fate. Lin Yao bit down on his lower lip until it bled, the injury transforming his lips into a vibrant crimson. We must end this swiftly. Sensing his weakness under the assault, his opponent loosened his grip slightly, turning to reach for the nearby sniper rifle. In that moment, Lin Yao sprang into action, delivering a fierce kick to his adversary's back. Damn it! Duan cursed out loud. As he prepared to retaliate, Lin Yao had already executed a flawless roll, evading the attack. In the next instant, he seized the sniper rifle at his feet, kneeling on one knee, and pulled the trigger towards Duan. Bang! 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 Student ID 003, Duan eliminated. Chapter 19. Hospital or home in extreme counterattack. Lin Yao's fingers trembled slightly around the gun. The aftereffects of pheromone suppression washed over him. Dizziness, nausea, and his body trembled beneath the combat suit. Yet he persevered with sheer willpower. Duan lay sprawled on the ground, gazing defiantly at Lin Yao, a look of disbelief on his face. Consider yourself fortunate. He exhaled deeply, suggesting a solo match next time. To counterattack without relying on pheromones and withstand an S-class offensive to achieve a perfect counterstrike was the mark of a natural warrior. I'm always ready to engage. Lin Yao replied succinctly, holstering his weapon. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from his lips, likely from biting down too hard earlier, leaving a metallic taste in his mouth. Duan withdrew his pheromones. Why didn't you utilize your pheromones? It's just you and Xie Xingchen now. He's an S-class. A slight pressure from him, and you would be defeated. Lin Yao acknowledged with a hum. He had never believed he could win. The intense assault from the Alpha's pheromones had already thrown him into disarray. Standing upright under the scrutiny of a lens took all his strength. If there were a chance at long-range sniping in close combat, defeat was inevitable. Xie Xingchen emerged. Lin Yao struggled to rise, feeling dizzy, seeking a swift conclusion. Duan maintained his position, raising an eyebrow slightly. Was he here all along? Always. Xie Xingchen leapt down from the tree, grasping Lin Yao's waist to steady him. Lin Yao, without pretense, urged, "Let us fight." Seeing the blood at the corner of his lips, Xie Xingchen felt a pang of compassion. In a fight, one move determines the victor. I want to go easy on you. Lin Yao frowned. Although in his current state, he probably couldn't withstand even a single move. Losing gracefully and winning back in the next encounter was no great matter. After confirming his ability to stand, Xie Xingchen took 3 steps back to create some distance. The combat suit accentuated his tall and handsome stature, presenting him as a spirited young man. I'm severely injured, and you are too. A swift resolution is indeed an excellent strategy. Surely, you do not think I would be foolish enough to remain a stationary target for you to eliminate? This was the Xie Xingchen he knew, ruthless and self-reliant. Lin Yao took a deep breath and nodded decisively. All right, let us begin. The spectators on the viewing platform collectively tilted their heads, gazing at the large screen, eagerly anticipating the dramatic display of skill. Then, they witnessed Xie Xingchen open his arms. The audience was bewildered. Lin Yao was equally perplexed. Before he could react, Xie Xingchen gently embraced him, exuding a surprising tenderness. The heartbeat resonating through the combat suit was intense. Wait, you just engaged in combat, and now you're calling for love at the center of the universe? I'm dying of laughter. I've just realized something. This move is designed to utterly disgust Xie Xingchen, who never adheres to conventional tactics. You've won. I declare you the victor. This embrace will haunt Lin Yao in his dreams, making him feel nauseous 3 times over. So, who says that battles must rely solely on brute force? This is what we call a clever strategy. See how Lin Yao is left utterly stunned? In the next moment, Lin Yao instinctively seized Xie Xingchen's arm, flipping him forcefully to the ground, yet the latter showed no intention of retaliation. The heart sensor on the combat suit suffered significant damage, emitting a sharp warning. Student ID 002, Xie Xingchen, has been eliminated by Lin Yao. Lin Yao breathed heavily, looking down at the person sprawled on the ground. The earlier counterattack was a mere instinct of combat, and now he realized that Xie Xingchen had likely held back, fearing further injury. You won, Xie Xingchen spoke. Lin Yao reached down, pulling him up from the ground, and murmured, "Forget it. It's a draw. I'll split the prize with you." A smile curled at the corners of Xie Xingchen's lips. To persuade a money-minded individual to share the spoils, wasn't that a sign of progress in their relationship? Congratulations to Lin Yao for achieving first place in the freshman competition, announced Dean Hua over the microphone. At the same time, the top 10 students of the freshman competition would join the Chongqing Guardian Brigade, a unit directly affiliated with the Alliance's military, serving as reserve soldiers ready for deployment to the front lines. Finally, thank you all for attending today. Enjoy the start of your school year. As Lin Yao helped Xie Xingchen up and attempted to withdraw his hand, he was met with a firm grip. "Is it uncomfortable?" Xie Xingchen inquired softly. Lin Yao nodded. It hurt tremendously, enough to make his insides feel as though they were about to explode. At that moment, he understood the doctor's advice that was best for an alpha to accompany him through such pain. However, he refrained from expressing further vulnerability and withdrew his hand from the heated grasp. "I'm fine." Duanjing passed by and then turned back, not wanting to give the impression of being a poor sport after losing. "Shall we go out for a meal together?" he asked. No, Lin Yao recalled their pre-competition agreement. He had promised to treat his senior with the prize money. Duanjing nodded. "All right, next time then." However, Xie Xingchen's expression darkened suddenly. He still remembered Jiang Qiran. "The situation is so dire, yet you are preoccupied with dining with someone. I might as well present you with a banner proclaiming you the foremost romantic in the cosmos." Lin Yao returned the sniper rifle and combat suit to the assembly point and noticed Xie Xingchen still standing there. "Not leaving?" he asked. Xie Xingchen remained still. "Waiting for you. Come with me." Lin Yao waved the bus card in his hand, his complexion still somewhat pale, appearing as though taking another few steps would be a struggle. "I'm heading to Longzhuang to find Senior Jiang." "Let's go to Heimu first," Xie Xingchen patiently replied. "I'll call Jiang Qiran shortly and inform him. Later, I'll take you directly to the restaurant. All right?" Lin Yao indeed felt unwell, and he reluctantly settled into the passenger seat. Though Xie Xingchen wore a stern expression, leaving him curious about what had bothered him. He speculated, "Did you not place first? Is that why you're in a bad mood?" Xie Xingchen calmly responded, "No." "Then what does that displeased expression imply? Did someone owe you 8 million? Lin Yao asked. Xie Xingchen paused, swallowing the rest of his words. It was not about the prize money. Lin Yao, not wanting to guess, pressed his hand against his chest, which was racing due to the chaos of pheromones. "Just tell me, I can't figure out. Do you really have to go dine with Jiang Qiran?" Xie Xingchen asked bluntly. Lin Yao blinked in confusion. So, that was the crux of the matter. Xie Xingchen indeed harbored feelings for Jiang Qiran, and his choice to invite someone else to dinner was undeniably crossing a line, especially since Jiang had openly expressed his affection towards him. Lin Yao turned to him. "Do you want to join?" "I'm not adept at navigating such relationships," he admitted. Xie Xingchen chuckled in disbelief. "Are you going to witness the two of you in your sweet moments?" Lin Yao thought to himself. Indeed, jealousy was evident. "Then I'll go alone." Xie Xingchen remained silent for a few seconds before choosing to be straightforward. "Your current state is quite poor. You are still overwhelmed by Duan Zheng's pheromones, making it painful to even breathe. Can you please consider your own well-being first?" Lin Yao replied dryly. "I'm going to thank him for helping me bandage up before the match. Besides, since I've already promised, I must follow through. Xie Xingchen let out a light click of his tongue. On the surface, Lin Yao appeared aloof and indifferent. Yet he was the type to be overly concerned about pleasing others, ultimately causing himself distress. He wished Lin Yao could learn to prioritize himself. You were uncomfortable for the latter half of the match because Duan Zheng's mismatched pheromones were pressing down on you. Xie Xingchen began softly. So, what you need most right now is comfort, correct? Lin Yao turned to look at him. At that moment, the traffic light was red, the night had descended, and the distant sky was adorned with delicate pink clouds, while Xie Xingchen's dark eyes were near at hand. Suddenly, Lin Yao caught a whiff of tequila. Comfort? I don't need it. His breath grew erratic, and his voice remained defiant. I can endure. Once tonight is over, everything will be fine. So stubborn. Xie Xingchen abruptly retracted all his previous thoughts. In that fleeting moment, he could distinctly sense Lin Yao's agitation. Lin Yao, breathing unevenly, gazed at him. Isn't it even more distressing to receive a bit of comfort and then have it withdrawn? Xie Xingchen parked the car by the roadside, meeting Lin Yao's gaze. Is it truly so difficult to ask for a mark? The corners of Lin Yao's eyes turned a deeper shade of red. As Xie Xingchen stated, without this consolation, he could have endured, yet the pleasure derived from a high compatibility has seeped into his very bones, and now, to retract it feels unbearably arduous. Xie Xingchen's temporary mark proves far more effective than 1,000 suppressants. Though it bears no relation to desire, merely a transaction of assistance. Once this door has been opened, it feels as though he has bowed his head to him, rendering it difficult to articulate. Lin Yao moved his lips. My hospital or my home? Xie Xingchen tilted his head, begrudgingly releasing a hint of pheromones to entice once more. You choose. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Lin Yao, as if ensorcelled, gazed into his eyes and spoke in a hushed tone. Your home. Chapter 20. A sense of ritual. Very well. Xie Xingchen's expression appeared somewhat pleased as he turned around and restarted the vehicle. After enduring pain for over half an hour, Lin Yao finally found relief at this moment. He turned his head, struggling to refrain from leaning toward the other, merely flaring his nostrils to inhale the soothing remedy. Drive faster. It's late. We can't keep anyone waiting. Xie Xingchen, in disbelief, turned his head, amused yet exasperated. After all this, you still want to go? It seems I spoke in vain. Otherwise, Lin Yao, perplexed, replied, I thought you required the ceremonial significance of the first marking. Hence, I chose your home. Evidently, he had miscalculated once more, his comprehension skills failing him. Xie Xingchen remarked, What does it mean to be a steadfast man? He'll surely drive me to madness. After a convoluted journey, a peculiar sensation arose, akin to being a duck delivered to his door, only to be scorned after a night of frivolity. Xie Xingchen scoffed lightly. I do not place such importance on the first time. Lin Yao exhaled in relief. Nor do I. If that's the case, we might as well find a spot by the roadside. It would only take a few seconds, since you do not mind. There is no need for such elaborate arrangements to return home. Xie Xingchen ignored him, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he drove. Lin Yao furrowed his brow, wondering which remark had caused displeasure. Dealing with a princess complex is truly challenging. He glanced at the time. Could you please inform Senior Jiang that I will be slightly delayed? I do not have his contact information. Xie Xingchen activated the central console's communicator, still quite particular. You do not have my contact information either. When you plan to add me? Lin Yao replied candidly. Are we that familiar? After adding, I would need to block you, which is rather troublesome. Xie Xingchen finally seized the opportunity to speak. If you remove me from your blacklist, I shall assist in making the call. Otherwise, let Jiang Shiran wait indefinitely. Lin Yao was exasperated. He slid open his phone and, without a shred of psychological burden, muttered, Petty and vindictive, you dog. Xie Xingchen merely acknowledged, his temper seemingly accommodating. Indeed, having known each other for 3 years, they finally re-added one another as friends, as if the 9 major star systems were unifying, and he had finally been released from Lin Yao's blacklist. Their initial discord was indeed unintentional. At that time, Xie Xingchen had not even met Lin Yao. He had only seen the name on the unified examination results, ranking first. While chatting with friends, he had lamented, This surname Lin has overshadowed me twice. My old man disapproves and gave me a good scolding. It is well known that the alliance leader is strict with his son, and Xie Xingchen had merely spoken in jest. However, that rather dim-witted fellow took note of it. On the day of that significant match, he arranged for someone to corner Lin Yao at the back door and give him a beating, causing him to miss the exam. Lin Yao was absent for half an hour and consequently forfeited a considerable prize money, a substantial sum for him. It took 3 months for Xie Xingchen to understand the reason behind Lin Yao's intense animosity towards him, a seething hostility that seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Indeed, Lin Yao had been wronged, and the apology was regrettably delayed. At that time, Xie Xingchen, after much roundabout effort, finally added Lin Yao as friend, explained briefly, and just as he was about to transfer the prize money, he was blocked. Lin Yao replied with a single word, "Scram." From that moment on, an irrevocable rift was formed, one that even the king of hell would avoid by 3 meters. No matter how Xie Xingchen tried to mend fences thereafter, Lin Yao perceived it as a fresh provocation. Coupled with their equally matched academic standings, they had become sworn enemies, forever locked in a silent standoff. Xie Xingchen recalled the old grievances. "It was 3 years ago, my fault. What more is there to say?" Lin Yao, irritated at the memory of being beaten by a group, felt a surge of annoyance. That was a disgraceful chapter of his past, a mark of shame. "If you don't want to hear it, I shall refrain from speaking further." In the brief interlude at a red light, Xie Xingchen lowered his head and sent a message to Jiang Chiron. "XXC at 7:30, I'll take Lin Yao over. I have something to attend to." 7. "Where have you taken my Lin Yao?" "XXC. Yours?" 7. "Otherwise, whose would it be?" "XXC. Lin Yao turned his head, observing Xie Xingchen's texting action. "Have you spoken to Senior Jiang? Be a bit more courteous." "I have." The irritation Xie Xingchen had suppressed surged back, and he tossed his phone aside, abruptly swerving to the roadside a second time. If he wouldn't drive, so be it. As Lin Yao prepared to open the car door, Xie Xingchen's hand crossed over to press down on his palm. Instinctively, Lin Yao intended to kick, but found that Xie Xingchen was all too familiar with his moves, having anticipated this action, effectively pinning him down. "What now?" Lin Yao, feeling disadvantaged, asked. "Haven't we finished the match yet? I have apologized numerous times for what transpired back then. It was my mistake." Xie Xingchen restrained Lin Yao's wrist, cleared his throat, and chose his words carefully. "Could you possibly be a bit kinder to me? No need for anything excessive. Just treat me like a regular classmate." Lin Yao raised his gaze, his eyelashes almost brushing against Xie Xingchen's cheek. "I cannot do that. I have never learned to hide my disdain. I detest you, much like I detest all arrogant young masters. Do you comprehend?" Xie Xingchen nodded, not surprised. Watching the darkness in Lin Yao's eyes deepen inexplicably, he felt a twinge of softness from Lin Yao, who ultimately added, "I still find you quite disagreeable, but not as much as before. You possess certain admirable qualities. I accept your apology." Xie Xingchen's previously taut lips relaxed slightly. Lin Yao lowered his eyes, gazing at the hands that restrained him. "Had this been in the past, had you dared to touch me, I would have knocked you down to the ground." Xie Xingchen lightly grazed Lin Yao's nape with his fingers, chuckling. "The mercy of the great hero Xie. You are rather peculiar today." Lin Yao pushed him away, urging him to return and complete his task. "Do not delay and keep them waiting." "Very well, let us resolve this swiftly right here." Xie Xingchen spoke softly. "I shall not impede your important matters." Lin Yao's back tensed. Due to the sudden proximity of the other party, the previously tense atmosphere shattered into beautiful echoes. "Are you feeling better?" For some reason, Xie Xingchen's voice had taken on a husky tone. Lin Yao replied with a simple his palms beginning to sweat profusely. "Much better than when I was attacked during the competition. Next time, could you just say directly?" "Don't be so stubborn as to make me ask," Xie Xingchen remarked. Lin Yao nodded. "All right. Good boy." Xie Xingchen cast his gaze downwards, a rare warmth emanating from him. Typically fierce, he was unexpectedly gentle at this moment, even his eyelashes quietly resting. Speaking softly, Lin Yao suggested, "I've never experienced this before, so please be gentle." Xie Xingchen, with one hand gripping the nape of his neck, forcefully compelled him to look up, his tone unexpectedly tender. "It's my first time too. I still need to explore. Please don't find me clumsy. It's refreshing to see you being so humble." Lin Yao commented, his breath slightly erratic, yet he felt the need to clarify. You can do as you wish, but refrain from overstepping. It was merely the simplest of transactions, he thought. Xie Xingchen remained silent, but his palm tightened around Lin Yao, holding him securely, as if he had finally captured his prey. Lin Yao felt the coarse strands of hair brush against the back of his neck, creating a ticklish sensation. Is it here? Xie Xingchen's husky voice rasped against his ear. Lin Yao closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling, completely ensnared in his territory, chin raised, still maintaining his cool demeanor. He commanded, come. Xie Xingchen obeyed his command. However, conditioned by long practice in combat, the moment he was attacked, Lin Yao instinctively sought to retaliate, striving to regain the upper hand. Yet, as his palm grazed Xie Xingchen's broad shoulder, he was swiftly subdued, his arm pinned behind his back. Don't move, came the resolute command, rendering him immobile. Out of control and helpless, he could only tilt his chin slightly upward, his gaze unfocused on the distant moon. It was more challenging than he had anticipated. He bit down hard on his lower lip, wishing to retreat, but Xie Xingchen would not allow him to escape. Embracing him entirely, Xie Xingchen pried open his tightly sealed lips with his fingers. Don't hurt yourself. Lin Yao murmured softly. How much longer? I don't know. Xie Xingchen replied, unsated, drawing him closer, burying his head deeper. It seemed insufficient. Perhaps it would take an entire night. Chapter 21. You will pay me back outside. The neon lights flickered to life amidst the increasingly congested traffic. Lin Yao cursed him under his breath. Get lost, you dog. Right away, Xie Xingchen responded quietly. A layer of mist spread across Lin Yao's eyes, mirroring the hazy moon in the distance. No matter how much he loathed him rationally in that moment, he could not deny a trace of attraction. Xie Xingchen's gaze remained downward, fingers tightening at the nape of Lin Yao's neck. Lin Yao furrowed his brows. I think that's enough. Don't move, Xie Xingchen insisted, a fleeting displeasure flickering in his eyes, quickly erased. Are you retaliating against me? Lin Yao expressed his indignation. Don't you like it? Xie Xingchen inquired, almost buried into Lin Yao's neck, penetratingly stating, you look quite pleased. What nonsense! That's slander, Lin Yao retorted. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, pushing him away, kicking him, raising his hand to swat him. The force was not insignificant. Xie Xingchen chose to ignore the situation, treating it as mere flirtation. Lin Yao acutely sensed the pressure emanating from him and warned, Xie Xingchen, try that again, and I will truly lose my temper. Behave yourself. Xie Xingchen soothingly rubbed the back of his head, suppressing his breath as he turned his head away, exercising immense restraint. Lin Yao's gaze drifted past Xie Xingchen's shoulder, settling on the rearview mirror to catch a glimpse of himself. Are you a reincarnated woodpecker? He exclaimed in frustration. Xie Xingchen replied with a hint of amusement. I mentioned before, I lack experience. Please be understanding. It sounded almost intentional. Lin Yao frowned, realizing that requesting a temporary mark was an ill-conceived notion. He had previously thought that merely speaking would suffice to alleviate the tension, akin to the effects of a potent suppressant. He anticipated that this insufferable entity would behave as if possessed. This course of action had proven futile. With a face full of indignation, he lamented, I must have lost my mind to engage in a transaction with you. Don't you have someone you like? Can you treat other Omegas like this? Xie Xingchen pretended not to hear. Lin Yao reached out to tap his face, insisting, speak. Xie Xingchen, accustomed to such treatment, continued to smile, resting his head on Lin Yao's shoulder. Let me take a moment. You must reason with me. With such a charming Omega, like you seeking a mark in my embrace. Not reacting would indicate a malfunction. Lin Yao retorted, do not attempt to reason with someone devoid of moral integrity. It leaves one speechless. That being said, Xie Xingchen indeed served as a remedy. The previous discomfort had vanished, and he felt capable of overpowering 3 burly men at that moment. Xie Xingchen, Lin Yao called out, gazing at the moon in the distance. Is this all you amount to? Xie Xingchen lazily replied, Lin Yao added, perhaps you should go to the hospital for an injection. We don't want to risk complications. Xie Xingchen squinted, tilting his head. No need. Lin Yao slightly tilted his head back, the strands of Xie Xingchen's hair tickling him uncomfortably as he tried to evade them. You're too heavy. Could you please get off? Their current posture, resembling an embrace, could easily be classified among the year's most bizarre occurrences. Lin Yao. Xie Xingchen lifted his head, observing Lin Yao's expression. His lips were a vivid red, eyes glistening with moisture, yet his demeanor was icy, even as an omega. He was undoubtedly the most tantalizing of them all. Xie Xingchen felt a stir within, remarking meaningfully, "If I recall correctly, we agreed upon mutual benefit. I've just assisted you. Now I require your assistance." Lin Yao quipped, "If you wish to reincarnate sooner, just say so." His tone was sharp. Xie Xingchen raised an eyebrow slightly. "I'm serious. Mutual benefit. I assent to that, right?" Lin Yao suppressed the urge to toss him out of the car, mimicking Xie Xingchen's earlier actions by releasing a hint of pheromones. In physiology class, he had mostly dozed off, leaving him unsure if this would pacify Xie Xingchen. However, upon noticing Xie Xingchen's breath growing heavier and his gaze taking on a more aggressive tone, he thought, how utterly bizarre. He felt stiff, uncertain. Is it working? Xie Xingchen closed his eyes briefly. He wished to do something more, yet that was out of the question. However, letting Lin Yao off the hook today felt like a missed opportunity, so he finally spoke up. "Are you displeased because I was too harsh earlier?" Lin Yao questioned, perplexed as to how the conversation had shifted unexpectedly. He replied indignantly, "So what? If that's the case, retaliate, just as I did moments ago." Xie Xingchen tilted his head, candidly exposing his vulnerabilities. "You were once an alpha. Marking is an instinctual action, not something to be learned." Lin Yao responded, "Really? Is there such a fortunate circumstance? It must be a trap." He pondered. "Would you permit an omega to mark you?" "No. Can an omega truly mark an alpha?" Xie Xingchen coaxed. "How would you know without trying?" Lin Yao stared at him in silence. The frustration of his secondary differentiation into an omega was already overwhelming, and now being marked by the confrontational Xie Xingchen added to his vexation. Yet, this moment presented an opportunity for revenge, despite his uncertainty about Xie Xingchen's ulterior motives. After all, he was peculiar. The preferences of the abnormal often diverge from the norm. Lin Yao pulled Xie Xingchen closer, positioning himself above. His cold voice tinged with an unusual hint of pleasure. "This is what you desire. Consider it a favor returned." "Very well," Xie Xingchen replied, his palm resting indulgently atop Lin Yao's soft hair. Lin Yao displayed a fleeting semblance of the dominance he once possessed as an alpha, lowering his head in a fierce, retaliatory manner, akin to a wolf cub guarding its food. "So fierce," Xie Xingchen remarked with a playful complaint. The treatment was indeed unbefitting for an alpha, defying all logic. Xie Xingchen narrowed his eyes slowly. "Continue. It's almost self-destructive." The behavior of the omega at that moment was nothing short of provocative, audacious to the point of irritation. Yet, in a peculiar way, Lin Yao's implicit submission heightened Xie Xingchen's pleasure to an exhilarating peak. "Delightful," Lin Yao concluded, maintaining his superior stance while mocking. "Is this all an alpha can do, Xie Xingchen? How pathetic." Xie Xingchen smirked. "Is this your only skill? How brazenly provocative." Lin Yao ground his teeth, preparing to escalate their actions when a knock on the car window interrupted. He turned to look outside, where Xie Xingchen pressed the button to lower the window, unabashedly exposing their scene to onlookers. The surrounding traffic was congested due to a jam, and the neon lights cast a decadent glow upon their handsome faces, creating an alluring beauty. "Excuse me, I've been observing you two for quite some time," announced a traffic officer in uniform, his voice stern. "Although this is a stopping area, it is a public space, and such activities are prohibited." Lin Yao's eyes widened in shock. "Car shaking? Are you implying that Xie Xingchen and I were engaged in such behavior?" The officer glanced at the figure beneath Lin Yao, noting his imposing stature, but also the bruises around his neck, suggesting violence, quite pitiful indeed. He then turned to Lin Yao, delivering a serious admonition. "One must have principles, morals, and a sense of civility. No matter how desperate one may feel, such actions are unacceptable in a stopping area. Don't you think?" Lin Yao retorted internally. "He desires death. No words could clarify the situation. I arrived just in time. Otherwise, you two would have been fully undressed," the officer continued. "Given the circumstances were not severe, He issued a verbal warning, stating, if there's a next time, a fine will be imposed. The officer activated his electronic screen to document the incident, asking for their names. Lin Yao remained silent, feigning muteness. Xie Xingchen remained unperturbed, calmly lifting his gaze towards the officer. Xie Yunhuai, the character for allow and the character for water. Chapter 22. A heart in suspense has perished. Lin Yao. Are you truly so heartless as to use your own brother as a shield? The officer inputted information into the system, which displayed a citizen's identity photo. His expression was grave, his features rugged. Indeed, he bore a resemblance to the individual before him, yet there was an indefinable difference. Please present your identification. I don't have it, Xie Xingchen replied nonchalantly. The car is registered under his name. The officer entered the license plate number, confirming that the owner's name was indeed Xie Yunhuai. Finding no discrepancies, he reluctantly acquiesced. He nodded and turned to the other party involved. And this gentleman? Lin Yao adeptly feigned silence. This is not his fault. I insisted on seeking thrills here. It is not as you perceive it. Just educate me. Finishing his statement, Xie Xingchen lightly tapped Lin Yao's neck, his tone imbued with pride. Look, I've caused this trouble for him. He is good. I am bad. Well, you're not a bad sort. The officer coughed lightly. Mr. Xie Yunhuai, considering this as your first offense, I shall merely issue a warning. Please refrain from such behavior in the future. Understood. I shall strive to amend my ways and master my desires. Xie Xingchen saluted with a precise military gesture. Thank you, officer. Lin Yao was utterly astonished. Given the commotion, continuation was no longer feasible. Xie Xingchen leisurely lit a cigarette, resting it outside the window. What will your brother say if he finds out? Lin Yao inquired, observing the officer's retreating figure, still feeling uneasy. Should I explain it to him? Explain what? Xie Xingchen shot him a glance, exhaling smoke slowly. Are you going to clarify that you've been begging me repeatedly? Or that I've been tormenting you? Or perhaps that we were caught by the police in a moment of passion? Lin Yao. Silence was deafening. There was indeed a sense of helplessness in trying to communicate with someone who seemed deranged. Are you unwell? Lin Yao scolded him. Xie Xingchen, with a cigarette between his lips, replied languidly, I think I might be rather unwell myself. The urge to provoke Lin Yao repeatedly was overwhelming. Whenever they interacted, he seemed to lose control. Yet, he reveled in the closeness of Lin Yao's emotional turmoil and enjoyed being scolded, struck, or slapped. In truth, any reaction from Lin Yao filled him with exhilaration. He embraced everything without limits. The more he restrained himself, the greater the satisfaction he felt when he could finally unravel everything. This was Xie Xingchen's rather unconventional principle. He cherished every moment spent with Lin Yao, even if it bordered on the pathological. After he had quietly finished his cigarette, Lin Yao spoke. Take me to Longzhuang. It's getting late. Xie Xingchen saw no reason to prolong his stay and promptly turned the car towards their destination. Upon arrival, Lin Yao was pulling the zipper of his jacket up to the top, barely managing to conceal himself. He opened the door, stepped out, and hesitated for a moment. Would you like to come in and say hello? Xie Xingchen's lips curled into a slight smile. Why not? He was indeed quite unreserved. Retrieving a bottle of perfume from the car and spraying it on Lin Yao, an act that only served to heighten the sense of secrecy akin to an affair. As the two entered Longzhuang, they spotted Jiang Qiran and Xie Yunhuai near the window. Why is your brother here as well? Having just used the other party's name as a substitute, Lin Yao felt a twinge of guilt. Xie Xingchen leaned over and whispered, What's wrong? Are you afraid our secret affair will be uncovered? Lin Yao retorted, If you dare to speak recklessly, next week at this time, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Then I'll need you to burn a few more of your photos for me. Xie Xingchen replied, nonchalantly, I still miss your breeze blowing towards the underworld. Lin Yao remarked, You truly never let a word fall to the ground. As the two bickered, they made their way to their seats. But it was Jiang Qiran who spoke first. I have no appointment with him. It was merely a chance encounter. I fail to see why you two brothers are making such a fuss over my meal invitation. Lin Yao courteously responded, Not at all. I recently received a bonus, and it is only fitting that I treat everyone. Besides, Xie Xingchen has been quite helpful to me, so I ought to invite him. While speaking, he began to select dishes from the electronic menu, urging everyone to feel free to choose what they liked. It was the first time classmate Lin had been so generous, yet he winced at the prices. How can stir-fried water spinach be 130 a serving? Is this daylight robbery? Xie Yunhuai scrutinized the two newcomers. You both just happened to run into each other? Xie Xingchen affirmed, but did not reveal the truth. I was at Heimu Hospital for a follow-up and happened to run into him, so I brought him along. I see. Xie Yunhuai remarked slowly, his gaze lingering on the mark on Xie Xingchen's neck. You just finished a competition this afternoon and still have time to fool around with an omega. You must have boundless energy. Xie Xingchen retorted lightly. We haven't done anything, so what's the rush? How can you be so sure it's an omega? Jiang Qiran mused, casting a discerning glance at the silently sipping Lin Yao. What if he is an alpha? Young Master Xie might just be quite adventurous. Lin Yao nearly spat out his tea. Thinking he shouldn't be here, he ought to be under the car. Is this truly the image you have of me? Xie Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Can we refrain from such gossip? My betrothed is my own brother. I have no desire to gossip. But it seems gossip has come knocking at my door. Xie Yunhuai tossed his phone onto the table, a hint of anger evident. As the screen displayed a notification from the traffic police. Mr. Xie Yunhuai, at 1822 on September 13th. You were reported for suspected indecent behavior with a companion in a vehicle on Jingxi Avenue number 19. We urge you to restrain yourself and act as a law-abiding citizen. Lin Yao thought to himself that he would take the matter of mutually marking Xie Xingchen to his grave. Xie Xingchen sighed, showing no sign of remorse. And they sent a warning, my apologies for borrowing your name. You have no idea how mortifying it was to receive that message while I was presenting at a meeting. Xie Yunhuai was furious. What is the difference between this indecent behavior and saying I was caught in an intimate act on the street? Lin Yao struggled to suppress his laughter, while the other two laughed heartily. Jiang Qiran scoffed, you deserve it. Who told you to be so mischievous all the time? This is karma. Forgive me, Xie Xingchen replied with a hint of regret, but there was no intimate act. I didn't even have time to take off my clothes. Xie Yunhuai leaned back in his chair, contemplative. It was my sports car, right? I shall retrieve the driving record to ascertain the facts. Lin Yao. He was not eloquent, and could only muster the courage to speak. Isn't this rather inappropriate? After all, it concerns your brother's privacy. Xie Xingchen followed suit. Exactly. It's just using your name as a scapegoat. Why ask so many questions? Having already taken the blame. Could I at least know the name of the person you've been fooling around with? Xie Yunhuai leisurely picked up his chopsticks, for you are betrothed to Shao Qi. It would be improper to bully him in front of everyone. Remarkably, Xie Xingchen remained silent. Lin Yao also adeptly played the mute. How could this be explained? There was simply no way to justify it. It had truly become a case of infidelity. Just then, a waiter, while serving dishes, accidentally slipped, spilling a substantial amount of soup onto the lap of Lin Yao, who sat at the edge. With a clatter, a plate fell to the ground. Xie Xingchen reacted swiftly, pulling the person into his embrace, though some of the soup still splashed. I apologize, sir. Truly sorry. It was my fault for not holding it steady. The other party, flustered and panicked, grabbed a towel to wipe up the mess. You can take it off. I'll help you wash it clean. No need. No need. Lin Yao gracefully tilted his neck, swiftly shedding his outer jacket and tossing it aside. It's all right. It's not valuable. Raising his head again, he noticed two pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him, filled with inquisitive scrutiny. What are you staring at? Lin Yao asked, bewildered. Xie Xingchen's gaze fell upon the nape of his neck, marked by bite marks, unexpectedly exposed to the public eye. You ought to put a bandage on that. He sighed. Lin Yao finally grasped the situation. It was over. The secret was out. Jiang Qiran propped his chin on his hand, leisurely commenting, wow. Are those red marks on your neck from mosquito bites? Lin Yao, the anxious heart finally found peace. Chapter 23. Such innocence? At this moment, the perfume he wore became a poor disguise. How could he explain this? Lin Yao, at a loss for words, had unwittingly laid bare the evidence before himself, merely bowing his head in silence while dabbing at the mess with a napkin. Xie Yunhuai instructed the waiter to clear away the dishes, his gaze sweeping across the table. Did you bite him? Xie Xingchen immediately interjected. Of course not. I was flirting with my secret crush on an omega. Has Lin Yao also gone after an omega? Lin Yao murmured an affirmative, his ears turning crimson from the lie. What a coincidence. You also have an omega? Jiang Qiran lamented. I like you so much. Why don't you consider me? Upon hearing this, the Xie brothers simultaneously looked up, exclaiming in unison. Xie Yunhuai, you like Lin Yao again? Wasn't it my brother last week? Xie Xingchen, are you genuinely interested in him, or just pretending? Jiang Qiran feigned innocence, of course. Is that a problem? I've always been quite fickle. Besides, with a face like Lin Yao's, it's not surprising to be smitten, right? Why are you two so startled? Xie Yunhuai, love-struck. Xie Xingchen, impressive. The former mocked, while the latter fell silent. Lin Yao, with his head downcast, awkwardly replied, Thank you for your affection. Quite polite. After saying this, he wiped his face again, deflecting, but I'm not particularly likable. I have a bad temper. I'm prickly all over, and I lack charm, not to mention my chaotic entanglements with omegas. He even added a new, unfounded accusation to his list. Xie Xingchen thought to himself that being unworthy of affection was utterly ridiculous. He was far too endearing, charming yet oblivious, making one want to kiss him to pieces. Jiang Qiran blinked her sparkling peach blossom eyes and pressed further. So, did you really fool around with an omega today? How did it happen? Where did it take place? Was the technique satisfactory? With Xie Xingchen. In the car. We bit each other. The technique was mediocre. I even drew blood. Can I say that? Of course not. Lin Yao's face turned crimson in an instant. Xie Xingchen leaned back in his seat and interjected, Don't put him in a difficult position. I can share a story about how my mischief with my omega led to my brother being cautioned by the traffic police. Initially intending to divert the topic, Xie Yunhuai, with an unperturbed expression, replied, Go ahead, I'd like to hear it. Lin Yao remarked, The almanac probably states that today is not suitable for going out. The number of embarrassing moments this year would be fully utilized if one were to step outside today. Xie Xingchen sifted through his words, mixing truth with embellishments. I had an episode, and it wasn't appropriate to go too far in the car, so I merely offered some comfort. Since I couldn't indulge completely, and it was quite unbearable, I let him nibble on me a little to satisfy the craving, and that was that. Lin Yao narrowed his eyes. Satisfying a craving? Just a moment ago, you claimed it was an opportunity for revenge. What a mischievous fellow, indeed with ulterior motives. Jiang Qiran stuffed a piece of watermelon into her mouth, exclaiming, Wow, thrilling. It's quite commendable that you found an omega who can handle it. Xie Yunhuai refrained from inquiring further about the identity of the omega, and simply remarked, However, being able to maintain control while on the brink is quite impressive. Xie Xingchen lazily responded, It's rare to hear you speak so candidly. After leisurely finishing the soup before him, Xie Yunhuai softly said, After all, I am your brother. Having witnessed your episodes, it's quite heart-wrenching. Lin Yao blinked slowly. For this stoic elder brother to utter the words heart-wrenching, it must have been truly dire. However, over the past few days, Xie Xingchen had exhibited remarkable restraint. Even when verbally expressing the onset of his affliction, he seemed to manage it with ease. Lin Yao, unusually inquisitive, asked, regarding his condition, It seems the omega-S pheromones are quite effective. Why didn't you help him find a compatible one for comfort before? Xie Yunhuai, momentarily sidestepping the question, inquired, Can we discuss this? Xie Xingchen shrugged slightly, Sure, we're family. We've tried. An omega that is too weak would be driven into an endless state of sensitivity, unable to withstand it, Xie Yunhuai explained. Purely providing comfort is like drinking poison to quench thirst. He would demand more due to the omega-S proximity, and without release. He could only resort to self-harm for control. Self-harm. This aspect he had never mentioned before. Xie Xingchen, the deceiver. Therefore, when his pheromones are released, it would lead him into an even more torturous experience, or rather, he had become so pathological that he began to derive pleasure from this physiological self-mortification. How pitiable. He found himself feeling a sense of compassion for Xie Xingchen, with others still present. He lowered his head and sent a message to the person he had just unblocked from his blacklist. 01. Even if our compatibility is high, a mere temporary Mark 1T bring you any comfort, will it? On the table, Xie Xingchen's phone vibrated. He glanced at the incoming message and then at the person beside him. It felt quite peculiar and delightful to receive a message from someone he had blocked for 3 years, especially while sitting together. His fingers slipped away, offering no denial. XXC. I'm not particularly skilled. I simply wish to assist you. XXC. A temporary mark would surely alleviate your discomfort, wouldn't it? Lin Yao fell silent. The flicker of guilt that had recently surfaced now weighed heavily upon him. What was initially an agreement of mutual exchange had devolved into a one-sided act of entitlement. As he unwittingly inflicted pain upon another, accruing a considerable debt of favors without awareness, appearing nothing short of a heartless wolf. The days of their antagonistic interactions, devoid of connection, seemed preferable. He could lash out without remorse, venting his frustrations freely. Lin Yao gazed at the responses with a hint of annoyance. 01. How can I make you feel more comfortable? 01. I dislike being indebted. Allow me the chance to repay you. The sensation of sending messages, accompanied by vibrations from the device, created an atmosphere of concealed tension. He turned off the screen, noticing the two individuals across from him casting inquisitive glances in his direction. Jiang Charan rested his chin on his hand. Your relationship with your Omega seems quite intimate. Even during a meal, you take the time to send sweet messages. Not entirely accurate, Lin Yao thought, holding his phone, rambling to himself, contemplating a potential breakup by tomorrow. Xie Xingchen labeled him a scoundrel. Lin Yao managed to steer the conversation back to its inception, cautioning Jiang Charan, yes, I am a scoundrel, so do not develop feelings for me. Xie Xingchen erupted in laughter. Lin Yao's peripheral vision caught the other person casually toying with his phone, clearly having read the messages yet opting not to respond. Which irked him. What did that mean? Was the intent to evoke guilt until sleepless nights ensued, leading him to self-inflicted torment? Rarely did he take the initiative to send several messages consecutively. 01. Don't pretend you didn't see this. 01. I know you've read it. Reply. Just as Lin Yao finished sending, he noticed Xie Xingchen's fingers dancing over the keyboard, swiftly crafting a response. This time, he replied almost instantaneously. The phone vibrated repeatedly, with individual messages popping up one after another. The content made Lin Yao wish to curse him anew for his audacity. XXC. Very well, I shall respond earnestly. My predicament is rather troublesome, aside from direct intervention. XXC. Naturally, there are alternative methods. Lin Yao observed the words appearing one by one, feeling a flush of warmth for what seemed like the umpteenth time today. Damn it, beast. Fitu? How bizarre. How did he acquire such peculiar knowledge? Regardless, let him endure that ailment alone. XXC. French kissing, embracing, or kissing can also provide relief. XXC. Or perhaps holding hands. Would you care to try? XXC. If you cannot manage even this, cease your talk of assisting me. Upon reading the final message, Lin Yao's eyes widened. Holding hands? How unexpectedly innocent. He recalled Xie Xingchen's temporary marking, the suppressants he carried, and the silencing gun. Regardless of the intent, he had indeed assisted him on numerous occasions, albeit inadvertently. His disdain for Xie Xingchen and the notion of repaying favors were not mutually exclusive, Lin Yao mused. 01. Fine. When you next feel unwell, let us try holding hands. It is merely a touch of skin. It holds no significance. He sent the reply with a casual demeanor. When he regained his focus, he noticed someone beside him watching intently, their posture languid, their gaze laden with meaning and amusement. Lin Yao began to regret his actions. It was evident that the person was waiting to witness his folly, and he had fallen into the trap. Indeed, one must not be overly kind. Are you two hiding something? Jiang Charan inquired, narrowing his eyes with curiosity. Lin Yao straightened his posture and replied earnestly, No, you must be mistaken. As he spoke, he felt the tablecloth shift slightly, a gentle brush against his pinky finger, followed by an unexpected warmth enveloping the back of his hand. His heart skipped a beat. Lin Yao turned his head, glancing anxiously at Xie Xingchen. Not now. Can't you be mindful of the occasion? In their shared gaze, he sensed a hand turning his palm over, slender fingers slowly intertwining with his. It's nothing, just feel a bit better all of a sudden, Xie Xingchen remarked lazily, his tone exuding delight. In the midst of a bustling crowd, surrounded by a cacophony of voices, the exquisite tablecloth concealed their connection, their shoulders brushing together in the most clandestine corner. Their movements were tentative, fingers entwined. Lin Yao's heart thundered. Chapter 24. Then teach me. Lin Yao had never held hands with anyone, let alone entwined fingers. His fingers stiffened, acutely aware of the heat radiating from their palms and the pressure of Xie Xingchen's grip. Both boys possessed a high body temperature, Xie Xingchen's even more so, making Lin Yao feel slightly breathless. "What are you doing?" he whispered, lowering his voice. Yet the other remained silent, his grip unyielding. Ever since the temporary marking, Xie Xingchen exuded an air of restrained aggression, his gentle speech creating an illusion of decorum that suggested nothing untoward would occur. However, that was far from the truth. Even without experience, Lin Yao could sense the subtle loss of control that accompanied the earlier marking. He was not as composed as he appeared. "Why do you seem so tense? Are you uncomfortable?" Xie Xingchen asked softly. "If you weren't holding my hand under the table, I'm fine," Lin Yao replied, his fingers flexing slightly. "Everything is all right." In truth, it was not a significant matter. It was merely holding hands, and once the favor was returned, he would feel no psychological burden. It's fine, he thought. Is it really appropriate for two stray guys to hold hands like this? Although he had transformed into an omega, Lin Yao still harbored an unwaveringly straight mindset, feeling that this was no different from being in a same-sex relationship, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Just as he contemplated withdrawing his hand, Xie Xingchen tightened his grip firmly. "Why aren't you two eating?" Jiang Churan observed their lack of movement and, having played matches all day, inquired, "Aren't you tired?" With his left hand held captive by Xie Xingchen, Lin Yao could only use his right hand to awkwardly maneuver his chopsticks to his mouth, chewing hastily. The action felt exceedingly awkward. After a few bites, his hand went numb, and he begrudgingly declared, "I'm full." He pondered in despair how those couples managed to hold hands all day and then embrace while nibbling on snacks downstairs in the dormitory. A moment of silence enveloped the table as everyone resumed their own meals, and soon the platters were nearly empty. Xie Yunhui cast a glance at his phone, flipping the screen to share. "The footage of your match today has been edited into a video." In the frame, Xie Xingchen is seen with arms wide open, only to be thrown to the ground by Lin Yao in a reverse slam. The slow motion paired with their gaze, accompanied by a hauntingly melancholic BGM, amplifying the sense of destiny. The title is exquisitely poetic. "Ah Yao, look up at me. In a moment of embrace with you, I shall have no regrets in this life." It is yet another tale of love unfulfilled, truly absurd. Xie Xingchen savored the moment, thoroughly pleased with both the editing and the narrative. Who is the creator? They possess exquisite taste. I shall reward them with 20,000. Lin Yao, perplexed by their connection to this narrative, scoffed. What is this painful literature? Today's students surely have been assigned too few summer tasks, leaving them idle. The view count is remarkably high. Xingchen Yao Yao. This ship name is reminiscent of one I encountered long ago in a game, Jiang Churan remarked. Upon hearing this, Xie Xingchen felt a swell of satisfaction. The name is rather nice, and it positions me first. Let us reward them with another 20,000. Lin Yao thought he was losing his mind. Are you simply burning money? This is a mark of respect for the creator's work, Xie Xingchen replied, recalling the editor's name. Sweet pair, an omega from their school. He was too disinterested to discuss further and requested Lin Yao to release his hand. You're still holding on. My hand is nearly cooked from your grip. Jiang Churan casually scrolled up. Wow. The video of Lin Yao kicking Duan Zheng has become immensely popular, topping the Gichu Chit. His movements are quite impressive, truly handsome. Xie Xingchen's competitive spirit ignited. Why is our Xingchen Yao not in first place? Try calling me Yao Yao again. Lin Yao ground his teeth. I could easily kick you to the top of the Gichu Chit right now. As they spoke, Xie Xingchen felt Lin Yao's fingers gently squeeze his hand, akin to a playful gesture. Yao Yao, be gentle with me. Lin Yao, inexplicably, sensed an underlying meaning in his actions, causing a chill to run down his spine. Damn it, how disgusting. Lin Yao could hardly bear it, snatching the phone to type furtively. 01. First, I do not go by Yao Yao. 01 second. Could you find a more discreet place to hold hands? XXC. This is quite discreet, as if we are having an affair. XXC. You said it was fine to hold hands. Let us just acclimate. Xie Xingchen replied. He typed smoothly with one hand, yet with each additional message. Even the most oblivious would discern something amiss. Lin Yao could only tug the tablecloth inward, maintaining a stoic expression as he stared ahead. It might have been an illusion, but he felt the slightly callous pad of Xie Xingchen's finger brush against his hand, slowly and seductively, akin to a flirtatious caress. Damn, Lin Yao instinctively exclaimed, feeling half of his shoulder go numb. The innocent act of hand-holding between two straight men had transformed into something akin to harassment. Truly, a perverse individual would twist anything into something twisted. What? Xie Yanhuai looked up at him. This chair I'm leaning against is rather comfortable. Lin Yao pressed against the back, his fingers tightening around Xie Xingchen's hand, a silent warning. Xie Xingchen smirked, his smile bold. Indeed, the quality here at Longzhuang is unparalleled. Since you find it comfortable, do stay a while. With each word punctuated, it seemed almost like a provocation, while his gentle fingers brushed against another's, akin to teasing a sharp-clawed cat with a feathered wand. Lin Yao ground his teeth, his fingers nearly imprinting red on the other's skin, clearly unyielding in his grip. Oh, the cat was indeed ruffled. Lin Yao, unable to endure any longer, silently mouthed, "Release me if you wish to live." Just 10 minutes prior, he had felt a fleeting pang of guilt over Xie Xingchen's illness, pondering if he ought to assist a few more elderly ladies across the street instead. Lost in thought, the tightly gripping Xie Xingchen suddenly loosened his hold. The broad palm withdrew, leaving an abrupt emptiness in its wake. Lin Yao hastily pulled his hand from beneath the tablecloth, placing it squarely on the tabletop, as though awkwardly attempting to assert that nothing had transpired. It was a classic case of not wanting to reveal the hidden truth. When one feels embarrassed, they tend to fidget. He lowered his gaze and replayed the video of Chai Duanjing 3 times, oblivious to the piercing stare from beside him, as if Xie Xingchen were about to burn a hole through the screen. Xie Xingchen raised his hand, idly tugging at his collar, speaking to no one in particular. I shouldn't have come tonight. I ought to have spent the evening with my Omega. Now look, I've truly fallen ill. Lin Yao retorted. The Omega you speak of would have you break his hand. What more do you wish to do? Xie Yunhuai glanced at him, disregarding the presence of his fiancée. Then go seek him out. Holding it in is not a solution. Jiang Chiron laughed. Am I merely a decoration, left unattended? This is the nature of a plastic marriage, where even pretense is deemed too tiresome. He is quarreling with me, Xie Xingchen complained in front of others. And after marking his territory, he no longer allowed any contact, even reluctant hand-holding. What else could he do? The sarcasm was palpable, laden with implications. Lin Yao scoffed lightly, revealing his thoughts. That's merely because you are insufferable. No wonder he refuses to acknowledge you. What must I do for my Omega to treat me with a bit more kindness? Xie Xingchen turned to look at him slowly. Beneath the tablecloth, the young man slightly parted his legs, his knee gently nudging Lin Yao's thigh. Yao Yao, teach me. Chapter 25. Drunk and soft undeniably. Xie Xingchen possessed an incredibly charming voice, deep and magnetic, with a lilt that was utterly captivating. When he called out a nickname in such a melodious tone, it sent shivers down one's spine. However, what assistance could he offer? He was merely the Omega Xie Xingchen referred to as being promiscuous. Moreover, how could he even find Xie Xingchen's voice appealing, when his mind was filled with thoughts as vacant as a plate of hollow greens worth a mere 130 yuan? Xie Xingchen nudged him again with his knee, his voice laced with laughter. Yao Yao? It was intolerable. This guy was undoubtedly the notorious playboy described in the rumors, a master at navigating through a sea of admirers. Lin Yao suddenly coughed, reaching for a cup to drink, and only realized something was amiss when he downed it entirely. The bitterness hitting him, the potent scent of alcohol spreading across his lips. If one were to compare, Xie Xingchen's pheromones were indeed more pleasant. Wait a moment. What was he thinking? It was not pleasant at all. Surely, it was due to that impromptu marking. It was utterly terrifying. His mouth opened and closed as if he had been brainwashed, Even his aesthetic sense had undergone a transformation. How could he become so agitated over a mere nickname, especially while intoxicated? Xie Xingchen discerned that he was not adept at drinking. Thus he poured a cup of tea and handed it over, chiding him gently for his eagerness. Lin Yao tilted his head back and gulped it down, attempting to suppress the taste of alcohol before threateningly uttering, "Try calling those two words again." Xie Xingchen, a man of unwavering integrity, never succumbed to pressure, remained unfazed and replied, "Yao Yao." Lin Yao shot him a glare. The alcohol numbed his tongue, rendering him incapable of cursing. Xie Xingchen's lips curled into a slight smirk. "I shall heed your words," he added, with a hint of mischief. The duo across the table could not suppress their laughter. Xie Yunhuai maintained a serious demeanor, akin to a superior approving a project proposal, and said, "Go ahead and kick him. If he gets hurt, I'll take responsibility, so don't fret." With his brother's endorsement, the atmosphere lightened. "Has everyone finished?" Lin Yao wiped the knife and fork before him, declaring, "Once I'm done, I'll settle the bill, and on the way back, I'll find a place without surveillance to deal with him." Jiang Charan rested his chin on his hand, responding, "All right, send me the address of the funeral home tomorrow. One must pay respect at the funeral of one's fiancé." Lin Yao's expression darkened. Sure. It was truly amusing to tease Lin Yao. He appeared calm, yet the simmering agitation had been building for some time. Xie Xingchen chuckled quietly to himself. The reason Lin Yao refrained from acting was not due to lingering pity for anyone, but rather because his tolerance for alcohol was exceptionally poor. After downing that drink, he felt the effects within mere minutes, his head spinning. If he lingered for 10 more minutes, he would likely succumb to an uncontrollable drunken state. He valued his dignity and feared embarrassment. Should he lose control, it would tarnish his reputation and complicate future job prospects in Longzhuang. A proud worker, he thus summoned the waiter with a forced smile and requested the bill. Upon seeing the amount, Lin Yao felt a wave of sobriety wash over him. 13,000 for a meal? Unbelievably, instead of simply robbing them, they had even generously ordered a few extra dishes. Truly commendable. Lin Yao scrutinized the bill 5 times, his heart aching to the point of breathlessness. His bonus was only 10,000, and now he would have to fork out an additional 3,000, exceeding his annual food expenses. Jiang Charan glanced over the details, an apologetic expression crossing his face. "I'm sorry, I didn't notice the price of the wine. Otherwise, I would have treated this time. Next time, let us eat near the school gate." The wealthy young master indeed lacked this awareness, and it was no fault of his. Lin Yao had never encountered such exorbitant prices for wine before. He gazed at the empty glass before him, both pained and comforted. "I also had some wine. It's fine. I promised I would cover the bill, and thank you for helping me bandage up." It felt as if they had fought a match for naught. Lin Yao calculated his remaining balance. Robbing him of money was far more painful than taking his life. Xie Xingchen subtly signaled to his brother. "Didn't I recall possessing a discount voucher? Brother, could you check for me? Membership number 0120. They had never even dined there. Yet he fabricated the story with remarkable conviction. Xie Yunhuai nodded. The brothers had collaborated countless times since childhood, fooling their father effortlessly. Upon returning after settling the bill, Xie Yunhuai remarked, "Xingchen's voucher covered 11,000. You only need to pay the remaining amount." Lin Yao handed over his card, feeling considerably relieved. Eating Xie Xingchen's money did not weigh heavily on his conscience. After all, the young master was affluent. "Let us go. It's almost curfew." Xie Xingchen rose from his seat, taking hold of the soiled coat, following closely behind. A few individuals bid farewell at the restaurant entrance. Lin Yao was heading back to the dormitory and could only hitch a ride along the way. His expression was particularly cold as he sat in the passenger seat, gazing at the sober Xie, as if he had summoned a designated driver. "Are you feeling dizzy?" Xie asked, turning his head while reversing. Lin Yao, who rarely showed signs of intoxication, his demeanor pleasant, spoke softly, "A little." "How little is a little?" Xie inquired. Lin Yao remained silent, extending his left hand with his index finger and thumb curved together before separating them. "This little." With such a cool countenance performing a childish gesture, Xie felt an overwhelming urge to swoon. No one had ever informed him that the cool guy could be so adorably soft when drunk. Fixating on the streetlights ahead, he suddenly pondered a serious matter. You know my pheromone is tequila, right? Will you get dizzy when I mark you? Lin Yao stared at him blankly for several seconds. Caught off guard. Only after a moment did he reply, when you bite me, your breathing quickens and your limbs feel numb, much like being intoxicated. The corners of Xie's lips curled into a grin, adopting a teasing tone. Then if I release a bit more pheromone next time, will you let me do as I please? Lin Yao nodded seriously. That should be the case. Unbeknownst to him, this statement was a rather provocative invitation. Xie's gaze slowly traversed Lin Yao's face, his moist eyes, luscious lips, and the mark on his neck signifying possession, with only the scent of perfume to mask his true essence. It was rather displeasing. Ideally, he wished to envelop Lin Yao completely in his own fragrance, ensuring that everyone knew he belonged to Xie Xingchen. Why do you look at me as if you want to devour me? Lin Yao furrowed his brow, sensing a predatory gaze reminiscent of a wild wolf dog he had encountered at some camp. Tall and imposing, seemingly gentle, yet capable of brutal savagery, locking onto its prey without release. Naturally alert, he felt a twinge of unease. Xie smiled, complimenting, "You seem quite sensitive when intoxicated." Lin Yao huffed lightly, turning his head and shielding his face with his palm. His wide hand completely obscured his narrow face, preventing anyone from seeing him. "What are you doing? Don't look at me," he protested, his palm shifting downwards in irritation, revealing only his fierce eyes. Observing Lin Yao's fidgety movements, Xie couldn't help but exclaim, "Yao Yao. How adorable. I've told you many times. Do not call me Yao Yao." Lin Yao grinned, resembling a feisty kitten, as Xie pressed the brakes at a red light, pulling him closer from the passenger seat. Their eyes locked. Lin Yao grew increasingly vigilant, mumbling indistinctly, "No, don't look at me." With 57 seconds left on the red light countdown, Xie ruffled his tousled hair and lowered his hand, gripping the nape of Lin Yao's neck to prevent him from escaping. "If I don't look, can I kiss you?" Chapter 26. I shall kiss you again. Lin Yao tightened his grip over his palm. No. This wretched individual was truly consumed with indecent thoughts. He does not particularly like himself, so why would he kiss? The red light countdown has 30 seconds remaining. Xie Xingchen gazes at him with keen interest. "Aren't you supposed to repay my temporary mark? We tried holding hands. Shouldn't we take a step closer?" Lin Yao's mind is in a haze. The temporary mark, a privilege he enjoyed, felt so delightful. One must remember to show gratitude. Yet, a shred of rationality remained, and he slowly replied, "We can't kiss. We are both alphas. No, I've turned into an omega, but no one knows, so we can't kiss." Xie Xingchen suggested, "Then how about kissing somewhere else?" The countdown reaches 20 seconds. Lin Yao's mind stuttered. "Where?" "You choose." Xie Xingchen pondered if he was being a bit too domineering, taking advantage of Lin Yao's inebriation. Lin Yao couldn't think of an answer. The countdown dwindled to 10 seconds. His breath quickened, unsure if it was from nerves or because he was pressing his face too tightly against his palm. He noticed the car behind them had activated its turn signal, about to move, and he struggled to sit back. "Let me go back. The car is moving." Xie Xingchen leaned in, locking eyes with him, and placed a light kiss on the back of his hand. It was so gentle, as if it were an accidental brush, kissing him through the back of his hand. Lin Yao distinctly felt him shudder, his entire body tensing. His cheeks flushed crimson, the back of his hand burning hot, and he recoiled. You liar. You just said not to look." He still had his eyes open when he leaned in to kiss. "I'm sorry, but since you didn't say anything, I had to choose for myself," Xie Xingchen replied, reaching around Lin Yao's lower back, pressing against the steering wheel. He then added, "Sit tight." Lin Yao exclaimed, "Didn't you pull me over here? Why are you turning the tables on me?" But his head spun, and the figure before him blurred into two, his tongue faltering, unable to curse him. Instead, he raised a hand and playfully slapped his face. Without the usual forcefulness, it felt soft, almost flirtatious. Xie Xingchen tilted his head to look at him, threateningly saying, "If you hit me again, I'll kiss you on the mouth." Lin Yao was startled and quickly sat back, gripping the seatbelt tightly, staring straight ahead. He resolved never to drink again. Unable to outsmart or outfight him, he felt exasperated. The school parking lot was a fair distance from the dormitory, and as they stepped out of the car, Lin Yao's steps began to sway. However, after a brief nap in the car, his mind remained somewhat clear, and his thoughts intermittently jumped back to their earlier conversation. He turned to Xie Xingchen accusingly. "You tricked me earlier. You're a liar." Xie Xingchen reached out to pull him, feeling more disoriented than when they got in the car. His tone tinged with exasperation. "So one drink really did you in?" The alcohol was indeed potent. Over 50 proof, no one would down a full glass. Yet the extent of Lin Yao's intoxication was beyond imagination. "I'm not tipsy. I can walk straight," Lin Yao declared proudly. "Look, I'm marching like a soldier." Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze, watching Lin Yao's legs twist like twisted dough, and reached out to straighten him. "Now that it's just the two of us, I need to settle the score with you," Lin Yao pronounced distinctly. Xie Xingchen responded with a soft finding sweetness in the details. "You're still thinking of settling scores with me, even while drunk. It seems I occupy your thoughts entirely." Lin Yao regarded him coldly, as though he were a fool. If it weren't for his unsteady gait, he might have exuded a more formidable presence. "You deceive me in many ways. You misled me into believing that the temporary mark was beneficial to you. You tricked me into thinking that your pheromones could soothe you. You made a mockery of me by holding my hand. I will no longer trust you, you scoundrel." In his inebriated state, his cheeks flushed with the warmth of alcohol, his mind remained sharp, though his speech was slurred. "I did not deceive you. It is indeed effective." Xie Xingchen raised his hand to ruffle Lin Yao's hair, adding, "Having you by my side is more potent than any medicine." Lin Yao stared at him with a fixed gaze, his chin slightly raised, his expression perplexed, as if he struggled to grasp the meaning of those words. Standing at 183 centimeters with an admirable physique, he was remarkably tall among alphas, yet stood in stark contrast to the towering Xie Xingchen, who measured 190 centimeters. "I don't understand. You are deceiving me again." Xie Xingchen cast his gaze downward, his hand still resting atop Lin Yao's head. Despite his sharp demeanor, his hair felt exceptionally soft. He couldn't help but ruffle it again. "I assure you, it's true. You are deceiving me." Lin Yao seemed slightly lost, the shadows and lights around him shifting. He murmured to himself, "Everyone has deceived me. My parents never came to pick me up. I waited until I was 18, and they never arrived." His fragmented thoughts pierced Xie Xingchen's heart. "I was wrong." Xie Xingchen gently secured Lin Yao in place and offered to carry him on his back, adopting a soothing tone. "If you won't hold my hand, how about I carry you back, my little rascal?" Lin Yao stood still, stubbornly resistant, a quality deeply ingrained in him, even inebriated. The journey back to the dormitory was still quite long, and Xie Xingchen added, "Had you ever ridden a horse? Hop on, I'll take you for a ride." At last, Lin Yao complied and settled onto his back, his posture straight, his hands wrapping around Xie Xingchen's warm neck. "Giddy up." A smile tugged at Xie Xingchen's lips as he adjusted Lin Yao's position for greater comfort. Over the past 3 years, he had never envisioned that their relationship could evolve to this point, a delightful surprise indeed. Yet, desire is insatiable. Initially, he thought it sufficient to admire from afar, then found joy in exchanging a few words, and, subsequently, the embrace ignited a longing for a kiss, and a mere brush against the neck stirred a craving for more. Most fervently, he yearned for Lin Yao's heart. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt Lin Yao lean closer, his breath tinged with alcohol brushing against his ear. "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" Xie Xingchen tightened his grip, unable to discern Lin Yao's expression. Lin Yao turned his head, tugging at Xie Xingchen's ear, drawing him closer, and whispered, "Let me share a secret with you." Xie Xingchen responded with a soft halting his steps, an unusual flutter of nervousness washing over him. "Go on." The night was silent, with a gentle breeze rustling the trees, unable to mask the rapid beating of their hearts. Lin Yao wrapped his arms around Xie Xingchen's neck, memories of their first encounter flashing through his mind. Not the day he was beaten and rushed to an exam by Xie Xingchen's entourage, but an earlier occasion. He had been working a temporary job, passing by Xie Xingchen's 15th birthday celebration. It seemed to be a family gathering, attended only by the closest relatives and friends. creating an atmosphere alive with laughter. Lin Yao did not envy the extravagant cake or the elaborate decorations at the scene. Rather, he was captivated by the multitude of genuine eyes fixed upon him, offering their heartfelt blessings as the protagonist made a wish. Subsequently, this young master, who was the center of attention, did not even need to lift a finger to bully others. A mere complaint from him could summon a group of friends to beat his adversaries to a pulp. With blood flowing and no money for a hospital due to not receiving his bonus, he found himself in agony, unable to sleep that night in the cold, solitary basement. At that moment, he thought to himself how much he loathed him. What did it matter if he occasionally achieved good grades? If it were not for Xie Xingchen, he might still be oblivious to the depths to which his life had descended. The reason I despise Xie Xingchen is, Lin Yao paused, feeling a sting in his eyelids, and closed them to suppress the bitterness that threatened to surface, resenting the multitude who adored him. Yet here I am, with nothing to my name. He expressed his feelings with such subtlety that Xie Xingchen understood him at once. A wave of pain surged through his heart. Lin Yao murmured, "Really, I particularly detest him." Xie Xingchen swallowed hard, weighing his words countless times before solemnly responding. "There will be someone who loves you, Lin Yao. Someone who will love you above all else." Chapter 27. You deceive me again. Lin Yao rested his head against Xie Xingchen's neck, saying, "No, you're deceiving me again. How could anyone ever love me? If such a person existed, they should have appeared during the countless times he went hungry, when he fell gravely ill without money for medicine, when he was bullied by older students, or when he was wrongfully accused of theft and left speechless. Such a person should have emerged during every family reunion festival. Someone who could retaliate against bullying with strength, who could earn money through odd jobs when broke, who could struggle to grow up without relying on anyone else." Even the name Lin Yao was one he had chosen for himself. He did not know his surname. It was merely a code name EUCG-01, assigned to him when he escaped from that place where they called him 01. When the community registered names, at the age of 10, he stuttered for a long time, his vocabulary limited, and could only provide a phonetic approximation. He could live without love. He simply felt a twinge of envy at times, but it was not a necessity. Xie Xingchen tightened his embrace, unusually serious, shedding his usual nonchalant demeanor. "I may have deceived you many times before, but I want to deceive you this time." His tone carried a sincerity that was palpable. Yet to Lin Yao, that statement sounded like a mere platitude, akin to saying the rain would cease soon, or that spring would eventually come when faced with wilting flowers and withered willows. Just polite words spoken in context. Lin Yao buried his head in the warmth of Xie Xingchen's neck, like an uncouth child threatening him. "You'll regret it." Xie Xingchen understood Lin Yao wished to change the subject. He was not one to indulge in sentimentality, even when intoxicated, and teasingly provoked him. "If you spit, I will kiss you once." How disgusting. Lin Yao grasped his neck, gritting his teeth in a mock threat. "Have you found a new way to annoy me? You're quite pleased with yourself, aren't you?" Xie Xingchen merely replied, "Do you want to kiss now? Please, spare me your grossness." Lin Yao felt goosebumps rise, raising his hand to cover his mouth. "I truly feel like vomiting. Are you avenging Jiang Qiran for liking me? I harbor a profound dislike for Jiang Qiran, and I find myself perplexed as to how many times I must articulate this sentiment." Xie Xingchen, in a moment of exasperation, could not restrain himself from uttering a curse. After a brief pause, he retorted, "Why do you not inquire about my secret crush?" Lin Yao responded with an indifferent "oh," his head colliding against Xie Xingchen's shoulder like a chick pecking a grain, his demeanor utterly aloof, not concerned. Such a chilling response, consisting of merely 3 words. Xie Xingchen lamented, "Falling for a staunchly masculine man has proven to be the most arduous trial of my life." Undeterred, he pressed on, "Aren't you even slightly curious?" Lin Yao maintained his regal air of indifference. "No." "Very well. It seems that being subtly rejected before even confessing is quite the achievement." As they approached the dormitory building, Xie Xingchen gently lowered Lin Yao against the wall and whispered, "Stay here and do not move. Will you fetch me some oranges?" Lin Yao, with his tousled hair and wide eyes, responded incredulously, "Do you wish to play the role of my father?" His thought process was remarkably convoluted. Xie Xingchen, momentarily speechless, reached out and playfully patted his face, chuckling. Becoming your father isn't entirely out of the question, but not at this moment. Just wait. Lin Yao retaliated with a smack. Showing no mercy, what was that for? After a brief pause, Xie Xingchen pinched his cheek lightly. Not too gentle, I see. He then entered a nearby convenience store, procuring a box of Band-Aids, a bottle of hangover remedy, and a bottle of mineral water. At the checkout, he noticed a conspicuous display of various brands of condoms lined up at the counter. The timing of such purchases in a convenience store was painfully conspicuous. One could easily discern the intent. The cashier, exuding an unusually enthusiastic demeanor, retrieved 2 boxes, stating, "These are fresh stock, extra large, which I generally do not recommend for most." Xie Xingchen chuckled. "I don't require them at the moment. Best to be prepared, lest the moment arise unexpectedly. It would be quite the anticlimax." True to his reputation as a top seller, he successfully acquired 2 boxes of the extra-large variety. He made no attempt to conceal them, placing them in a plastic bag and swinging it casually as he sought out Lin Yao. At this juncture, Lin Yao behaved surprisingly well, remaining stationary against the wall like a sentinel. Xie Xingchen handed him the bag, retrieved a Band-Aid, and gently touched Lin Yao's neck with his fingertip. "Tilt your head. Let me cover that bite mark." Lin Yao complied, though his gaze fell upon the brightly colored packaging, and he reached out to grab a box. Reading aloud in the dim light, "Extra large, ultra thin, ribbed, refreshing." At that moment, 2 classmates happened to pass by, prompting Xie Xingchen to cover Lin Yao's mouth with his hand. Exasperated, "You truly have had too much to drink, my dear ancestor. Are you buying these for a casual encounter?" Lin Yao protested indignantly. "Are you planning to sleep with me while inebriated?" Xie Xingchen pressed his hand tighter over Lin Yao's mouth. "If you raise your voice any louder, the entire Comprehensive Combat Academy will know about our indiscretions." Lin Yao emitted muffled sounds of protest. Xie Xingchen further cautioned, "You still present as an alpha. Consider how others perceive us. Then why did you buy them? If you intend to indulge, do not involve me." Lin Yao finally freed himself from Xie Xingchen's grip, gasping for breath. However, there was little choice. The cashier's enthusiasm was simply too unyielding, supporting the efforts of the night shift staff. Xie Xingchen stowed the 2 boxes in his coat pocket, then broke open the hangover remedy and opened the water bottle to feed Lin Yao, instructing him to take a couple of pills so he could rest well later. Lin Yao accepted the offering, tilting his head back to finish it, then downing an entire bottle of water. He gazed at Xie Xingchen for a moment, too dizzy to concern himself with the earlier incident, and muttered, "Let's go back." Xie Xingchen reached up to wipe away the water from Lin Yao's lips. Very well. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chung Boyan was already asleep, while Healy remained awake. Observing the duo entering in succession, he abruptly sat up in bed. Lately, he had been plagued by hallucinations. The fact that these 2 could appear as a couple was truly alarming. In a single bound, he leapt from the upper bunk and reached out to steady Lin Yao as he entered, lowering his voice to inquire. "The group chat mentions that you 2 bought a set together and that a fight broke out over the spiral model." Xie Xingchen raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Yao, feeling dizzy, responded, "What?" "You smell of someone else's essence," Healy said, leaning in closer and sniffing around him. "Did you go out and chase after someone?" "No way. Did you finish so quickly? Wasn't it just 10 minutes ago that you bought it?" Lin Yao shook his head. "No, I just had a drink." "But wait, besides whiskey." Healy lowered his head, sniffing the area around Lin Yao's neck, discerning. "There's tequila too. Is that the scent of an alpha's pheromones?" Chung Boyan, still in a daze, mumbled in his sleep, "Tequila? That's impressive. Give me some." Lin Yao's brow twitched. "You should consider becoming a military dog, Healy. Your nose is remarkably sharp." Xie Xingchen observed Healy's encroaching movements with a sense of displeasure, as though his territory had been invaded. He reached out, grasping Healy's collar and pulling him back a distance, speaking in a low voice. "What are you sniffing at? No matter how sweet he looks, he is still an alpha. There's a distinction." Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Healy turned to explain, "I was just checking if Yao Ge had been sneaking around behind my back." Xie Xingchen narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased with his choice of words. "You're overthinking it." Lin Yao seemed accustomed to the banter. He casually raised a hand and ruffled Healy's hair. "Don't mess with me. If I drink too much, I might vomit." He appeared more like an alpha comforting a sweet little omega. He Li's face contorted with anxiety, following closely. Then let me accompany you to the shower. I can stand by and watch. What if you faint inside? Lin Yao, still sluggish from the alcohol, nodded absent-mindedly. Xie Xingchen interjected. He can wash himself. Why? Why? Li was not pleased, boldly stating, we used to go to the bathhouse together. We're good buddies. Even the prince shouldn't be so controlling. Xie Xingchen's lips tightened, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Li. His gaze was heavy, his pupils dark, exuding an air of intimidation that made Li shiver slightly. Goodness. Li, you truly have the audacity to challenge the king of hell. Prepare for next week's 7th day. As the lights dimmed, Lin Yao gently pushed Li toward the bed. You should sleep now. I'm fine, quite alert. Are you really alert? Li muttered. Well, have you ever been this gentle with me? Lin Yao offered a perfunctory response, pulling a set of pajamas from the wardrobe and retreating into the shower without granting Li any further opportunity to speak, leaving Li and Xie Xingchen in a silent standoff. The room, dimly lit, cast shadows that made them appear even taller. Feeling anxious and intimidated in the presence of the towering alpha, Li's bravado faltered. I was just worried about Yao Ge. Xie Xingchen acknowledged with a sound, walking toward the bathroom with a change of clothes in hand. Recalling that his brother was intoxicated, Li gritted his teeth and reached out to grasp Xie Xingchen's arm, trembling as he implored, No, brother, if you find him annoying, at least wait until he's sober to confront him. Have a little decency. Alas, this unbridled tongue has once again uttered a misstep. It is not that I believe you lack virtue, Li. Rather, your increasing blunders and nonsensical ramblings are disconcerting. I merely feel that seizing the opportunity to strike someone while they are inebriated lacks dignity. Truly, I cannot condone such actions. Unless you tread over my lifeless body, you shall not proceed. Xie Xingchen clicked his tongue, pivoted, and forcefully thrust the person back to the upper bunk, his movements somewhat exaggerated, causing 2 boxes from his coat pocket to tumble forth. Li leaned over the railing to glance below, exclaiming, My goodness! 2 boxes spiral, extra large, ultra thin, and cooling. Xie Xingchen picked them up and returned them to his pocket before casually grabbing his pajamas and heading towards the bathroom. Do not strike him. Are you not concerned he may faint? I shall keep watch, Li remarked, wide-eyed as he observed him push open the bathroom door, only to gently close it behind him. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. How could a perennial adversary suddenly show such kindness? A bolt of realization struck Li, and he instinctively covered his mouth, as if grasping the gravity of the situation. You can look, but why bring the items in with you? Chapter 28. Let me smell it. Surely he wouldn't take advantage of the drunken state, would he? 1 box is insufficient. He has brought 2. How audacious. No. Lin Yao must surely be aware of the purchase. News in the group spreads like wildfire. Could it be possible they acquired these together? 2 foes, who are always ready to clash, suddenly purchasing such items together. Lost in thought, Li shivered involuntarily. This is more alarming than mere coercion. Have I slipped into a nightmare? He slapped himself hard, ouch. Concerned about potential mishaps, Li carefully descended the ladder and stealthily approached the bathroom door. I know eavesdropping is wrong, but I fear for Yao Ge's safety. Oh, merciful deity, do not hold this against me. If blame must be laid, let fall on Xie Xingchen, who insists on watching others bathe. His ID number is unknown, but his student number is 002, residing in bed 1 of room 606 in the Chongqing Military Academy. Please, divine being, should retribution be necessary, do not mistakenly target the innocent. After fervently praying with his hands clasped, he cautiously extended his neck, leaning in to listen through the foggy glass. The sound of water cascading onto the floor echoed persistently. What are you doing in here? Lin Yao's voice was calm. Xie Xingchen replied, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. It's not as if I haven't seen it before. Why hide? Li gasped inwardly. What did you 2 become so candid behind my back? He lamented silently, recalling the wild encounter in the restroom yesterday. We are merely a part of your playful escapades. Are we not? Can you not stand? Came Xie Xingchen's voice, followed by the rustling sound of him shedding his outer garments. I'll support you. I can manage, Lin Yao grumbled. You're so bothersome. Do not touch me. Pass me the shower gel. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can sleep, Xie Xingchen murmured. It's quite late. Healy remained expressionless. Very well. You two continue your secret flirtation behind closed doors. The sound of water splashing against the ground filled the air. Unbidden, vivid images began to form in his mind. The discrepancies in skin tone, height, and physique were palpable. Healy, a seasoned connoisseur of narratives, found himself overwhelmed by his rampant imagination. Just as his adversary shifted slightly, he heard Lin Yao's increasingly irritated voice emerge. Don't do that. Lin Yao spoke again. Xie Xingchen, get out. Don't move. It will be ready shortly. Move again, and I shall strike you. The sound of something clattering to the floor echoed ominously. Something was amiss. A confrontation seemed imminent. Lin Yao, having indulged in alcohol, would surely be at a disadvantage, and the consequences for their brother would be dire. After much hesitation, Healy cleared his throat, closed his eyes, and suddenly burst through the door, shouting, Do not lay a hand on Yao Ge. At 1 a.m, his voice reverberated through the stillness of the room. On the bed, Chung Boyan turned over, muttering, I'll knock you out, you handsy scoundrel. I am a hero. In the bathroom, an air of awkwardness pervaded as Lin Yao, for the first time, appeared flustered. How did you get in here? Xie Xingchen turned to him, equally surprised. Did I not tell you to sleep? They both turned their gazes toward the doorway. I'm awake indeed. If you force him again, I shall call the dormitory supervisor, Healy declared, partially shielding his face while cautiously opening his eyes just enough to comprehend the scene before him. Lin Yao, wrapped in a towel, stood at the sink, water glistening on his skin, his physique distinctly defined, hair damp and adorned with foam. Xie Xingchen had cast off his outerwear, his t-shirt nearly soaked and clinging to him. Yet he remained dressed. He inclined his head slightly, his deft fingers entwining in Lin Yao's damp, dark locks, one hand propped on the sink, diligently assisting in washing his hair. The tableau was bizarre, yet strikingly harmonious. He can't even wash his hair under duress. Xie Xingchen chuckled lightly. Healy blinked, stammering. Isn't there a cap? Did I arrive too hastily for its use? Xie Xingchen scoffed. Given how swiftly you barged in, it was indeed too late. Healy mused. How remarkable. I never anticipated hearing such trivial banter from the young master. Lin Yao, with his head bowed, felt water seep into his eyes, discomforting him, prompting him to lightly pat Xie Xingchen's hand in a muffled tone. If you're going to wash, do so. Close your eyes. It will be over soon. Xie Xingchen's touch and voice were excessively gentle. Healy felt superfluous. Acknowledging his own slowness, yet possessing a keen self-awareness, he gradually retreated. Apologies for the intrusion. Please continue. No one acknowledged him. Once Healy returned to his bed, he contemplated the oddity of the situation. Even a seemingly innocuous hair washing was peculiar. Lin Yao's hair was off-limits to anyone, having nearly suffered a grievous injury when he inadvertently tapped his head before. How could he allow Xie Xingchen, whom he detested most, to touch him? This thought stirred a sense of betrayal within Healy, who had spent 3 years deriding Xie Xingchen. He closed his eyes, muttering to himself, How infuriating. Tomorrow, I shall create 3 more videos to ensure your downfall. Downfall, downfall, all of you shall meet your downfall. When Lin Yao emerged after drying his hair, the last remnants of his feigned spirit had vanished. He succumbed to sleep before Xie Xingchen could return from his shower, collapsing onto his pillow. The dormitory had fallen into silence, interrupted only by the occasional distant chirping of cicadas. However, perhaps due to the alcohol consumed, he awoke in a dream plagued by a throbbing headache, reminiscent of a long-forgotten hell. CG01, blood pressure normal, pulse stable, bodily functions intact. The injection experiment may proceed. I beg you, let me go, I want my mother. 01, behave. If you move recklessly, we will increase the dosage of the sedative. Please, it hurts. My head is pounding, uncle. 01, no talking, no movement, maintain steady breathing. The pain was excruciating, as if a vice were clenching his insides, an agonizing ache that seeped into his bones. Lin Yao was drenched in cold sweat. In a daze, he found himself back on the competition stage from the previous day. The moment he was attacked by Duan Zheng, a familiar pain tearing at his heart and bones. No. Lin Yao squeezed his eyes shut and jolted awake. Upon opening his eyes, disoriented for a moment, he recognized he was in his dormitory bed, surrounded by tranquility. "You're safe. You are safe." Lin Yao curled into a ball, hugging his knees, whispering to himself, "It's all in the past." The discomfort brought by Duan Zheng resurfaced, a wave of nausea washing over him as he turned his head, catching a faint trace of Xie Xingchen's lingering scent on his wrist. It was insufficient. He sat up, glancing at the opposite bed, Xie Xingchen's. An unsettling anxiety began to brew within him. The other occupant was absent, leaving Lin Yao to wonder where he had gone. Yet the pillow, the blanket, and the clothes he had worn formed a secure and protective haven. "No, I cannot go there." Despite this internal admonition, Lin Yao instinctively approached, wrapping himself tightly in the fabric, seeking solace. Just for a moment, just a little while, he murmured, ultimately surrendering to his desire. He fashioned Xie Xingchen's garments into a nest, curling up like a newborn creature, finding fleeting peace within the confines of the makeshift sanctuary. Meanwhile, Xie Xingchen stood in the corridor, having smoked 2 cigarettes to quell the restlessness of the night. Upon returning to his room and closing the door, he noticed the blanket was unusually raised. With a swift motion, he lifted it to reveal a tranquil yet pallid visage, eyelashes gently lowered, brow furrowed in distress. Hidden beneath his own jacket and the blanket, Lin Yao resembled a stray kitten without a home. "Lin Yao, you've taken the wrong bed," Xie Xingchen remarked softly, lowering his head and gently patting Lin Yao's back. Before he could utter another word, he felt a long arm emerge from the blanket, entwining around his lower back. "I told you, my self-control is quite poor." A subtle sigh escaped Xie Xingchen as he exhaled smoke. He closed his eyes briefly before reopening them, intending to speak, only to hear Lin Yao's voice again. "Xie Xingchen, come here." Lin Yao nestled into his embrace, as if in a dream, murmuring, "I." Chapter 29. You are truly soiled. Lin Yao offered no resistance. Had he been fully awake, he might have kicked the intruder from the upper bunk. But this night was different. Uncertain whether it was the alcohol, a nightmarish dream, or sheer exhaustion from the competition, he became exceedingly docile. Xie Xingchen's fingers grazed his cheek as he murmured, "I did not coerce you this time. You came to me willingly." Lin Yao tilted his head back, fingers tightening as if grasping the last piece of driftwood. Xie Xingchen tore open a band-aid. Lin Yao emitted a soft grunt, but the faint sound was swiftly stifled by Xie Xingchen's hand, transforming it into a more suppressed nasal sound. "Do you wish to be heard?" No sound allowed. Next door, Chung Boyan and He Li were likely deep in slumber, their rhythmic breathing punctuated by occasional murmurs, while the two of them nestled together on the small bed, their bodies entwined. In this intimate setting, adrenaline surged. Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze upon him, and due to the pressure of his palm against Lin Yao's slightly parted lips, tears began to well in his eyes. How pitiable! Xie Xingchen, almost in a morbid manner, kissed his skin, silencing him completely. The slightest shift of his hand revealed the gradual reddening of Lin Yao's eyes. Typically, Lin Yao's physical confrontations, slaps to the face, were met with acceptance. Not out of a penchant for pain, but rather because he relished Lin Yao's touch. Xie Xingchen called out Lin Yao's name softly, just as he did now. He adored witnessing all of Lin Yao's expressions, whether rebellious or vulnerably fragile. Every facet delighted him. Xie Xingchen slowly administered the antidote, watching as Lin Yao's furrowed brow unfurled. "Feeling better?" he inquired. Lin Yao, half awake and dazed, murmured an indistinct response. Xie Xingchen felt a surge of joy, his fingers entwining in Lin Yao's soft hair, savoring this tranquil intimacy. With others in the dormitory, the inherent rivalry among alphas restrained Xie Xingchen from being overly audacious. Thus, he prolonged the experience, exerting a slight force to prevent any movement, quite maliciously so. Xie Xingchen, Lin Yao called his name, displeased with the confinement, let go. Quite commendable. He still remembered who was beside him. Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze. "Yao Yao, you are not being obedient at all." Lin Yao leaned closer, his movements awkward. Yet Xie Xingchen refrained from any excessive actions, still restraining himself from kissing Lin Yao's neck. "Be good, darling." Lin Yao furrowed his brow, seemingly resisting the endearment. Yet the transient bond following the mark compelled him to comply. Xie Xingchen closed his eyes, resting his head against Lin Yao's pale shoulder, slowing his breath. It was a form of mental self-mortification, delivering a morbid pleasure of painful yearning. In the middle of the night, Chung Boyan arose to relieve himself and paused by their bed. The tall alpha's arm encircled the figure within, whose face blushed, revealing only a pair of beautiful, misty eyes. Was this a scene from a film that had seeped into his dreams? Damn, why does this actor look so familiar? Chung Boyan leaned closer, observing for a while before laughing. Am I seeing things? Have you two also ventured into the depths? Xie Xingchen remained remarkably composed, locking eyes with him for a few seconds, hypnotically saying, "You're mistaken. Go back to sleep." It was unlikely for either of them to become adult film stars in the Alliance. The son of the Alliance leader, Xie Xingchen, waited until dawn was approaching. He helped Lin Yao replace a Band-Aid and then returned him to his own blanket. Unable to sleep, he decided to take a shower. After administering 2 more doses of the suppressant, he returned to his normal appearance, though his mood remained quite dismal. He resolved to venture out and prepare breakfast for the 4 of them. Upon his return with the food, he encountered Lin Yao, who had just awakened. Their eyes met, and Lin Yao momentarily appeared dazed, memories of last night flooding his mind. He felt a shiver at the thought, as if it had all been a dream. "Did you not come back last night?" Lin Yao inquired. Xie Xingchen, not wishing to elaborate, simply replied, "I went out for a bit." Lin Yao acknowledged him with a simple "oh" and descended the stairs to the bathroom. As he passed by the mirror, he raised his hand to touch his neck, feeling a twinge of pain, as if he had been wronged. Upon inspection, the mark seemed even more conspicuous than before. Lin Yao rubbed at it, questioning, "Was it this noticeable last night?" The swelling was such that the Band-Aid was nearly ineffective. Xie Xingchen smiled faintly. "I apologize. Perhaps I was too rough. I will be gentler next time." "Next time?" Lin Yao's expression shifted to one of caution. "There won't be a next time." Xie Xingchen insinuated, "Really? Perhaps I merely lay there, and you climbed over on your own." Lin Yao retorted coldly, "You should consider donating your brain." The Chongqing Laboratory is launching a new project to investigate just how foolish alphas can be. With a chuckle, Xie Xingchen handed over the breakfast. "Very well. I shall eat and then donate." He Li, with disheveled hair, sat up and observed Lin Yao, who was hastily unboxing his meal, suddenly looking flustered and covering his neck. "Where are you hiding?" he inquired suspiciously. "Nothing," Lin Yao replied, not adept at deceit, his gaze flickering as he descended to eat. Healy squinted, leaping from the bed and seizing Lin Yao's wrist. "Wait, I saw something red." Lin Yao firmly shielded his neck, asserting confidently, "You must be mistaken." Chung Boyan emerged from the bathroom, recollecting, "I actually saw Lin Yao lying in Xingchen's embrace last night. When I mentioned it, he told me I was seeing things. That scene resembled something out of a ghost story. Thankfully, it was just a dream." Healy's expression turned ashen. "Good heavens, this may not be your imagination. Wait, there are still 2 other people in the dormitory breathing. Is it justifiable for them to sleep so intimately? Administering hallucinogens to others is against the law." Healy glanced pointedly at Xie Xingchen, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "If someone is at fault, both the sovereign and the commoner must share the blame. Surely, it was Xie Xingchen who fed our Yao Gu those mushrooms, leading to this inexplicable madness, turning sworn enemies into lovers." Xie Xingchen lowered his head to unwrap chopsticks, handing them to Healy. "Is your mouth so full that you cannot eat quietly? It's too early for this ruckus. Your dream is utterly disgusting." Lin Yao remained fixated on the earlier conversation, utterly convinced that the probability of him sleeping in Xie Xingchen's arms was lower than that of it raining at that very moment. No sooner had he spoken than a clap of thunder rolled, clouds swirled, and raindrops began to patter against the glass. The sound was akin to a slap in the face. Lin Yao remarked, while Xie Xingchen could not suppress a laugh, "The heavens have spoken." Healy pushed Xie Xingchen's hand away, the vivid red mark on Lin Yao's pale neck drawing attention. "The evidence is irrefutable. The sky has indeed fallen." Healy, shaking his brother Yao, lamented with great distress, "You truly slept with him. You are tainted. You are tainted." Chapter 30. What about the bite on your neck? Lin Yao, beleaguered by the incessant noise, pressed a fresh bandage onto his wound, exclaiming, "No, how could I possibly sleep with him? Have you lost your mind?" While he had been bitten, they had not shared a bed, thus he felt no guilt. Setting aside their previously acrimonious relationship, Chung Boyan's bizarre memories from the previous night flashed through his mind, which he desperately tried to shake off. With two such dominant alphas, who would take the submissive role? Just the positioning could lead to a 3-year dispute. Lin Yao, maintaining a stoic expression, declared, "Indeed, I am an alpha." Healy internally lamented, "Do you realize why I am in such despair? A formidable alpha, reduced to being bitten by a rival. And what of that mark on your neck?" Healy squinted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The crimson mark was undeniably suggestive, clearly the result of sucking and licking, hard to overlook. Xie Xingchen looked down, secretly amused. Lin Yao, lacking experience, fabricated a hasty explanation. "He bit me, but it was during a fight, not in the way you are imagining." "Spare me your lies," Healy retorted. Inhaling the faint scent of tequila emanating from Lin Yao, he became convinced that they had developed a secret relationship behind his back. "If I catch you in a compromising situation, I shall scrutinize you endlessly." Lin Yao shrugged it off, considering it merely a temporary mark that would fade in a few days. Sharing a bed with Xie Xingchen was out of the question for him. After completing his morning routine, he swiftly consumed breakfast in 3 minutes, and before departing, doused himself in half a bottle of perfume, attempting to suppress the inexplicably intensified pheromones. Their first class of the day took place at the training grounds, where Healy insisted on leading the way, wary of any further entanglement with Xie. He continued to chatter incessantly. "You must not fool around with Xie Xingchen. Have you forgotten how he treated you? He beat you black and blue, stole your rewards, and took your rankings, all while being insufferably arrogant." Lin Yao responded with a nonchalant, "I have not forgotten. I've decided to edit a few videos of you two tonight to bring you back to reality," Healy declared, indignantly opening his phone. Upon checking the back end, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh my, some fool with the ID Xie Xingchen has tipped me 40,000. Lin Yao was astonished to discover that the videos were indeed edited by Healy. He was even more taken aback that Xie Xingchen had actually tipped him after offering praise. Such initiative could have been better directed elsewhere. Leaning in to see the username, he was incredulous. "You, an alpha, named yourself Little Sweet Pear? Is that a problem? Who says an alpha cannot be sweet? Besides, portraying a cute persona is an easier way to attract followers." Healy, counting the amount repeatedly, remarked, "Did you see this fool? Tipping 40,000 for a mere video while adopting that name? He must be a delusional fan of Xie Xingchen. After all, one would hardly expect someone to surf the web under their real name." Lin Yao mused, yet the fool was indeed Xie Xingchen himself. 40,000. Why not deposit it into my account? Reflecting on the dinner from the previous night, where the final discount only amounted to 3,000, he felt a lingering ache in his heart. Healy opened the private messages in the back end and frowned, realizing that they were not die-hard fans, but rather supporters of their pairing. They requested him to edit more sweet videos, which he found quite offensive and felt incapable of fulfilling. Lin Yao remarked, "Then return the money." 40,000, 40,000. He felt torn between loyalty to his camp and the temptation of money. If he didn't refund it and continued to edit the B videos, wouldn't he that reflect poorly on his character? Lin Yao, with utmost seriousness, suggested, "You could rename the sweet pear as a civet cat. Even beasts have no humanity, and he would understand." Healy gazed at him, sincerely stating, "Brother, your insults are quite vulgar." Lin Yao smirked slightly, his gaze landing on the silhouette ahead. Xie Xingchen, clad in the standard combat uniform shared by everyone in the academy, exuded confidence with his broad shoulders and narrow waist, striding forward with undeniable charisma. Quite handsome, he mused, perhaps enhanced by the combat attire. In the next moment, a figure passing by halted abruptly, gripping Healy's collar with one hand and yanking him forward. "Are you the one who edited my Zhen Ji's grotesque video?" Healy exclaimed, "Ah? Is internet surfing so swift?" He whimpered, "Let go. Yao Ge, save me." The assailant, filled with bravado, retorted, "I've followed you all the way. It's definitely you, you foolish thing." Lin Yao glanced over to see several individuals gathered, with Duan Zheng, who had previously clashed with him during a competition, standing at the center. The aggressor appeared to be one of his subordinates. Lin Yao, be polite, Duan interjected. Xingge, there are so many mocking comments on that video. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? Lin Yao protested, feeling unjustly aggrieved, insisting that he wouldn't feel satisfied without delivering a few blows. Duan maintained a relatively calm expression, though his demeanor darkened noticeably. It infuriated him to the point of skipping dinner the previous night, initially confident in suppressing the pheromones. He had been unceremoniously kicked away by Lin Yao at the last moment, leading to a loss of dignity. He had planned to move on after the freshman competition, but now, having been turned into a meme, his once glorious reputation lay in tatters. The two before him, previously strangers, now appeared as thorns in his side. In the public eye, it seemed as though they were bullying him. Duan feigned nonchalance, a smile that barely concealed his irritation, and released He Li. Lin Yao felt a twitch in his eyelid. He was always sensitive to such emotions, and his tone softened unusually. Little he did not mean it. We will delete it right now. He turned to He Li, apologize. I'm sorry. I was just having fun editing, and didn't he expect it to go viral? He Li thought to himself, lamenting his misfortune at being caught by the very person he had parodied. He bowed deeply, hoping for forgiveness, promising to create an impressive montage. Oh no, 10 of them, guaranteeing they would flood the Star Network. What do you think? Duan replied. It feels like you're hiring an army of bots, which is even more embarrassing. Seeing He Li bowing his head, Lin Yao could barely contain his anger. Are you mourning for Xingge? That video has been remixed countless times. What is the point of deleting it now? It's better than letting it continue to escalate. Lin Yao swiftly seized He Li's phone, promptly deleting the content before raising his head to declare that it was done. Caught off guard by his rapid actions, Lin Yao's eyes widened, and he muttered curses under his breath, lamenting his oversight in failing to record the confrontation. With the evidence now lost, any further provocation would merely appear as bullying, and he grumbled, "Just wait, I'll deal with you shortly." Little did he know that retribution would come swiftly. Upon arriving at the training ground, each student was assigned a mech, and the instructor instructed them to familiarize themselves with basic operations. He Li had barely taken 2 steps after activating his mech when a green mech charged toward him at breakneck speed. Retreat! Retreat! He panicked, struggling to remember which control was for reversing. In his flustered state, he glanced up to see the imposing figure within the control cabin, none other than the aggressive Lin Yao. Meanwhile, Lin Yao was too far away to intervene in time. In his frantic attempts to retreat, He Li inadvertently propelled himself forward, colliding head-on with the approaching mech. A thunderous crash ensued, and He Li found himself toppled over with the mech on top of him. What a waste! Lin Yao jeered, while He Li gasped for breath beneath the weight pressing down on him. Get off! He pleaded, but his adversary showed no intention of moving. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yao swiftly closed the distance, executing a few deft maneuvers to lift Lin Yao off He Li and toss him aside. Suppressing his emotions, he offered advice to Lin Yao. If you're not proficient in operating the mech, it would be wise to practice in less crowded areas to avoid injuring others. The ruckus had drawn the attention of the entire training ground. You two are in cahoots, aren't you? Was it you who instructed him to record that video? Lin Yao retorted, still reeling from the humiliation of being discarded like refuse. Having managed a rare victory over Zheng Yi, he seemed eager to broadcast it to the world. Lin Yao maintained a calm demeanor, responding, "If you wish to slander someone, please provide evidence." Lin Yao stood up, taking a couple of steps forward, deliberately bumping into Lin Yao. "My apologies, I'm still getting the hang of it." He feigned innocence. Lin Yao stepped back, biting his lip to suppress the urge to retaliate. Lin Yao pressed forward again, colliding with him once more. "Really sorry about that. I'm just a novice." The sound of metal clashing rang out, piercing and jarring, plunging the arena into an eerie silence, charged with tension. Taking deep breaths, Lin Yao reminded himself that He Li had made the initial mistake. He must endure and resist the impulse to strike back. Seeing Lin Yao's restraint only emboldened Lin Yao further. He continued to ram into him repeatedly, nearly forcing Lin Yao into a corner, the cycle of collision repeating itself. "Lin, you're quite inept. You can't even retaliate, just like me. It seems you can't control your own arms, Lin Yao taunted. Sensing an impending attack, Lin Yao's pupils dilated. Cornered and unable to evade, he braced himself. Lin Yao, while speaking, took 2 steps back and, in an instant, lashed out with his silver whip. Suddenly, a resounding crash erupted from behind Lin Yao, followed by a searing heat that engulfed his back, propelling him forward with a powerful kick. Who the hell ambushed me? Lin Yao cursed, as he and his mech were sent tumbling 10 meters away, metal fragments scattering, leaving him curled on the ground in agony. Xie Xingchen raised his mechanical arm, lifting the person by the collar in mid-air, amidst the terrified screams of his captive. Practice more, and I shall teach you, he declared nonchalantly. Chapter 31. The Childish One. Lin Yao found himself suspended in the air, controlled by the enormous mechanical claw, ascending and descending in tandem with the mech, akin to riding a 10-meter drop tower devoid of safety restraints. His complexion turned pale with fear as he cried out, "Let me down! Help! Xie Xingchen is trying to kill me." Each jolt was accompanied by shouts, and Xie Xingchen, in his mischief, displayed a complete lack of morality. With the adversary's screams, he experienced a sensation of weightlessness, which had a rather entertaining rhythm. Lin Yao glanced up, locking eyes with Xie Xingchen, and teased, "You childish fool. The Childish One is helping you seek vengeance," Xie Xingchen replied through the communicator. As his friend endured such torment, Duanzheng rushed over, attempting to reclaim Lin Yao. However, he underestimated Xie Xingchen's agility, who evaded smoothly, swaying the captive to the side and, in a final act of mockery, patted the top of his head. Li claims his skills are lacking. He merely stumbles about, colliding with others repeatedly. I'm merely helping him practice, fostering camaraderie among classmates. Why does Duan wish to intervene? Xie Xingchen remarked leisurely. Do you not desire to see your friend improve? How malicious. This taunt left Duanzheng momentarily speechless. A silence, then, was it tacit approval? Shaking the suspended Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen sighed. The bond between you two is rather flimsy. Provoked by the ridicule, Duanzheng raised his hand to initiate a laser attack. Boom! Xie Xingchen deftly dodged, the blast striking a nearby mech, leaving a bystander with a severed mechanical arm. Xie Xingchen smirked once more. It appears Duan also requires additional practice. For a third-rank marksman, this is quite the standard. Those inadvertently injured are truly unfortunate. Enraged, Duanzheng raised his hand again and unleashed a series of attacks in Xie Xingchen's direction. The latter, still holding Lin Yao, evaded with remarkable speed, weaving through the chaos as if dancing upon rooftops. He refrained from retaliating, instead enjoying the sight of his opponent growing increasingly agitated yet unable to land a hit. The arena descended into pandemonium due to this sudden assault. Most participants were newcomers, unaccustomed to such an uproar, scattering in panic, colliding haphazardly. While some were unfortunate enough to be struck, their faces contorted in pain. Lin Yao, exasperated, followed closely behind, tending to those in need of rescue. Observing the mayhem akin to a celestial rebellion, he finally activated his communicator, instructing, "It's about time to cease this." Xie Xingchen pressed the intercom, his demeanor shifting, "As you command." The farce came to an end. The silver mech, previously showcasing its prowess, abruptly halted, leaping high, executing a swift turn, and descended with precision. After casually tossing Lin Yao aside, it flashed before Duanzheng with lightning speed. Before Duan could react, the mech seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly, only to smash him down onto the ground with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the steel mech's head was crushed beneath the impact. Class is dismissed. Strive harder next time, Duan, Xie Xingchen remarked, gazing down upon his vanquished opponent with an air of indifference. Wow, that combo was spectacular. How has he managed to appear as if he has 4 more years of experience, tormenting freshmen? Previously, while watching the freshman competition, I initially believed that his second place was merely a facade, akin to an embroidered pillow. Little did I know he surpassed the third place by such a significant margin. It is unfathomable to imagine the ferocity of Lin Yao's attacks as the surroundings erupted into a cacophony. As the training grounds doors swung open, A commanding voice rang out. What is all this commotion? I have only been gone for 10 minutes, and you have caused such chaos? Lin Yao lay on the ground, clutching his calf, wailing, Director Hua, you must take my side. Xie Xingchen is bullying me. He is oppressing the weak. My calf is fractured. In disbelief, Healy widened his eyes and mimicked his actions on the ground, shouting even louder, Director Hua, you must intervene on my behalf. Lin Yao is being tyrannized. He is bullying the defenseless. My head has been knocked senseless. Lin Yao observed with a sardonic expression. Impressive. Lin Yao crawled over and clung to Principal Hua's leg, tears and snot streaming down his face. He just suspended me in midair, swinging me around. I am of a timid disposition. I was genuinely terrified. This may leave me with psychological scars, jeopardizing my military career. The repercussions are grave. The alliance may lose yet another exceptional leader. What shall we do? Lin Yao emerged from the mech, his voice calm, yet cutting. If your mental resilience is this frail, withdrawing from school would be your greatest contribution to the alliance. Lin Yao suppressed his retorts, cursing inwardly, and turned to Principal Hua. Principal, they not only bully me, but also Duanzhong. They're a whole gang in the dormitory, committing vile acts. You must take my side. Principal Hua, overwhelmed by the noise, fixed his gaze on the debris strewn across the ground, his heart sinking. The latest generation of A-grade experimental equipment, recently donated, lay shattered in mere moments. It was a painful sight. He demanded loudly, who is responsible for this destruction? Xie Xingchen and Duanzhong struggled out from the wreckage, the latter grimacing as he wiped his face. If you don't believe me, check the recorder. Xie Xingchen removed his mask. I had my reasons, Principal. My hands seemed to act of their own accord, uncontrollably directing themselves towards Li and Duan. Perhaps my skills are still lacking. I am unable to master my attack control. Truly pathetic. The sarcasm was palpable. You clearly intended to assault me, striking with lethal force. Duanzhong, humiliated for the second time in 2 days, wore a countenance darker than iron. Xie Xingchen smiled innocently. You must have misunderstood. That was not my intention at all. With each party asserting their claims, Principal Hua's gaze shifted heavily among them, and with a sweeping gesture, he commanded, all of you, to my office. Lin Yao, concerned, followed along, his mind racing. This was turning into a calamity sparked by a single incident. Are you not happy that I avenged you? Xie Xingchen trailed behind, leaning in slightly to nudge him with his arm. I fear this matter may drag on indefinitely, Lin Yao murmured, considering the deep-seated grievances that had now formed. Xie Xingchen turned to him, intrigued. You used to beat me mercilessly in every competition. Are you not worried about us harboring a never-ending feud? Lin Yao responded, and after a brief pause, Xie Xingchen remarked thoughtfully, or perhaps your actions are simply a misguided attempt to capture my attention, reminiscent of the clumsy tactics in those old idol dramas. Lin Yao was left speechless, urging the others to reconsider their actions. In the office, several individuals struggled to clarify the unfolding events, yet each maintained their stance, believing the others were more at fault, resulting in a cacophony of voices. Hall, having pieced together the truth, sipped his tea and declared, let us each reflect on our mistakes. Apologize to those whom you feel deserve it. I will make an announcement to address the student who was inadvertently harmed earlier. He paused, adding, should you believe yourselves blameless, presenting your case to the tribunal will become a matter of greater consequence. The implication was clear. Minor disputes should be resolved within the institution, lest they escalate and tarnish everyone's reputation. As he spoke, he activated the broadcast button and succinctly recounted the events. In such matters, the first to speak often holds the advantage. Healy immediately bowed and knelt, apologizing, classmate Duanzhong, I am sorry for posting the video of you being kicked online. In the future, I shall be more considerate of your fragile pride and inability to accept failure. I was in the wrong. Duanzhong felt as though he had been stabbed anew. No foul language, Hall interjected, nodding in approval, a sincere apology, indeed. Next, Lin Yao straightened his back, his face a mask of defiance. Yet he bowed his head reluctantly, stating, I apologize for provoking He Li and Lin Yao. I'll let my loyalty to my friends cloud my judgment, and I promise to think twice in the future. Healy rolled his eyes, muttering, Your apology lacks sincerity. Duan added, I too should not have recklessly confronted Xie Xingchen, forgetting the rules of the training ground in a moment of impulse. I accept my punishment. He then turned to face Xie Xingchen in a blind spot, silently mouthing fool. The broadcast did not capture this, adding to the frustration. Xie Xingchen remained expressionless. Lin Yao noticed and narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling compelled to defend young Master Xie, lest someone grow displeased again. The atmosphere was surprisingly cordial. Hall turned to the one who had damaged the machine, smirking, and what is your account? Xie Xingchen, hands in his pockets, replied leisurely, I was rescuing Lin Yao from peril. I am not at fault. Preposterous. Hall glared. I was merely evading Duan's attack. I am not at fault. Obstinate. Hall slammed his hand down, assisting in testing the school's newly acquired mechas, which were of subpar quality, resulting in one shattering upon impact. I am still not at fault. Healy remarked, impressive. Li Mao added, conceited. Duan could not contain himself, exclaiming, fool. Hall nearly choked on his indignation, retorting, you truly wish for me to call the dean and inform him. Li Mao shook his head mockingly. Such disrespect toward the dean. You are finished. Expect your parents to be summoned. What shall you tell him? Xie Xingchen placed a black card on the table, his tone nonchalant, based on the results of the tests. I have decided to sponsor a modest sum to purchase several higher quality mechas for the school. What do you think? The room fell into a profound silence. Hall, quickly pocketing the card, patted Xie Xingchen's shoulder with a smile, proclaiming, truly, your son exhibits remarkable foresight and excellence. Absolutely splendid. Chapter 32. You are truly kind to me. Healy gazed at the black and gold card, astounded. The method of splurging money is indeed quite familiar. With so many wealthy individuals in this world, couldn't there be one more like me? Lin Yao commented. The young master who spends money like dirt behaves in such a manner. How do you know it was a man who spent 40,000? Healy looked up, surprised. Could it be the notorious Xie Xingchen himself? Lin Yao cleared his throat softly. Surely not. Who uses their real name online? Hua was exceedingly pleased with the outcome, patting everyone on the shoulder. Well then, this matter has been resolved pleasantly. Back to class. I have other matters to attend to. I also wish to apologize. Lin Yao suddenly spoke, turning to Duan. Given that Xie Xingchen had gone to such lengths to assist him, it seemed unreasonable to be insulted without cause. Responding was only natural. Hua turned back, regarding him with confusion. I don't believe Lin has committed any wrongdoing in this entire affair. You are fine. There is no need for excessive self-reproach. Indeed, there is. Lin Yao directed his gaze toward Duan, leaning closer to the microphone. Duan, I apologize. Duan stood there, bewildered, halting his steps. Huh? Lin Yao's usually cold visage softened with a faint smile as he spoke slowly. I did not kick you away with the utmost elegance. I apologize for that. His face rarely bore vivid expressions, yet at this moment, his pupils sparkled, lips curved, and when he fixed his gaze upon another, it exuded an aura of mischievous dominance. Duan was momentarily stunned, and after several seconds, muttered a curse under his breath. Damn. Those listening to the broadcast were already beside themselves with joy, chattering incessantly on the training ground. Ha 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 ha. May I borrow your sharp tongue for a moment? In comparison, the earlier apologies from Duan and Li Mao seemed almost clownish. What an exhilarating start to the semester. This term promises ample gossip. I'm dying of laughter. Hui Yuan, how is your heart handling such dramatic ups and downs today? You'll be driven to madness by them. What's there to be angry about? This new sponsorship was obtained effortlessly. No wonder he can be the dean. You're on one level, while he's in the stratosphere. Outside the office, after exchanging apologies, the group still bore ill feelings toward one another. Silently returning to the training ground, Healy discreetly gave Lin Yao a thumbs up, lowering his voice. That final jab was so cool. I like it. Don't worry. I will create another account to edit more videos discrediting him. Forget it. Enough is enough. Lin Yao lowered his head to adjust his combat uniform. It was their fault from the start. It was just that Li Mao and Duan had truly crossed the line on the training ground. Healy pouted. If you wish to keep the peace, why did you mock him just now? I was merely following your lead. That was Lin Yao instinctively responding, as he had insulted Xie Xingchen. He couldn't quite grasp the inevitable connection. So, Lin Yao also felt as if he were possessed, incredulous that he had actually stood up for someone. He frowned. No, there is no reason. I just did it. Xie Xingchen approached from behind, his arm wrapping around Lin Yao's shoulder. Because he insulted me, you stood up for me to reclaim my dignity. You are truly kind to me, Yao Yao. He made a face of disgust. Yao Yao, how dare he call you that? I feel nauseous. My ears have been tainted. Don't be disgusting. Lin Yao gradually became accustomed to this name, and, feeling too lazy to correct it, let his hand drop from the shoulder of the other, offering a nonchalant explanation that it was merely repaying the favor for the assistance rendered today. Xie Xingchen observed his expression, and under the candid gaze, his ears grew increasingly flushed. Is that all? No other hint of emotion? Lin Yao raised his hand, rubbing his burning earlobe, belatedly feeling a twinge of discomfort. He turned and strode toward the restroom, his demeanor as frosty as ever. Of course not. Do you think I would show goodwill simply to mend our fractured relationship? Don't harbor such delusions. The words fell upon Xie Xingchen's ears, inexplicably seeming more like an awkward revelation of sincerity. After all, to interpret them in reverse was the most accurate translation. A smile spread wider across Xie Xingchen's face, brimming with delight. So you do wish to repair our relationship. Very well, I understand, and I will endeavor to reciprocate. He clasped his hands behind his head, donning a mask of despair. No, please. If you two reconcile, what becomes of my solitary stance? Lin Yao opened the restroom door, glancing back at him. Stop being ridiculous. Xie Xingchen languidly adjusted his combat attire, tilting his head slightly. Then for the first step in mending our relationship, shall we share a restroom visit? Are you in elementary school, Xie Xingchen? Lin Yao could no longer contain his irritation, raising his foot to kick him. I was going anyway, so scram. Xie Xingchen followed closely behind, mirroring his steps. What is wrong? It's not like we haven't gone together before. Last time, he casually swung the door shut, sealing off the light bulb outside. He raised a hand to cover his face, shaking his head as he retreated toward the training ground. I can't take it anymore. I truly cannot bear to witness even a hint of this. Meanwhile, emerging from the restroom, Lin Yao wore a somber expression, turning to converse with Duanzhang. The latter appeared momentarily taken aback, hesitating for several seconds before giving a slight nod. Let us proceed as planned, Lin Yao remarked. It's not merely a matter of losing face. The embarrassment from that video is guaranteed. Duanzhang, hands in pockets, passed by the restroom door, casting a casual glance inside. There is no one else in there, right? Leave no traces, otherwise it's all over. No, I just came out, it's empty, Lin Yao replied with a light scoff. This matter today cannot simply be brushed aside. Inside the restroom, an awkward atmosphere lingered. Lin Yao truly had no experience sharing such a space with others, feeling as though the air had been vacuumed out the moment the other stood beside him, leaving it exceedingly thin. He regretted having spoken at all. Trouble always seemed to accompany this person, Lin Yao thought, his mind a chaotic whirl. Did you delete my nude photos? Xie Xingchen, lowering his head to unzip, spoke in a tone devoid of concern. Now that you mention it, with the atmosphere here, I almost lost control. Annoyed, Lin Yao snapped. Could you possibly keep quiet? Is it too much to engage in casual conversation? I mentioned before that I need to check regularly. If they were deleted, we could just retake them now, Xie Xingchen responded. Lin Yao felt as if he might explode, turning to glare at him. Could you not discuss this while half undressed? Are you particularly concerned? Many boys compare themselves during puberty. Xie Xingchen replied with an air of composure, glancing sideways with a smile. It's quite admirable. Don't feel inferior. Lin Yao's cheeks flushed rapidly, and he turned his head away, refusing to look at him. If you utter another word, I'll toss you into the toilet. Who discusses such topics while using the restroom? You lewd creature. After delivering this biting remark, Xie Xingchen truly fell silent, and the increasing quietness only heightened the awkwardness. Lin Yao took his time resolving his business, then lowered his head to wash his hands. As he prepared to leave, he discovered Xie Xingchen standing at the door, silent. What are you dawdling for? Step outside, he urged. Xie Xingchen made a gesture to indicate silence, pointed at himself, then shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Lin Yao understood, recalling his earlier threat about being thrown into the toilet for speaking. It was unusual to see him so obedient. He must have been feeling mischievous. Without further inquiry, Lin Yao reached for the bathroom door handle. With a click, it wouldn't budge. It was locked. After several attempts to turn it, accompanied only by mechanical sounds, it remained firmly shut. Lin Yao kicked him lightly. "What's going on? Speak up. Someone has done something bad," Xie Xingchen explained succinctly, revealing that phones were not allowed during training, leaving them unable to call for help. Lin Yao, quick-witted, immediately realized the situation, leaning against the door and easing his strength. Duanjun and the others? If it was a deliberate act, they truly would be stuck for a while. Feeling a bit stifled, he raised his hand in irritation, loosening the collar of his combat uniform, unbuttoning 3 buttons. Ever since the temporary marking, he had felt unusually restless, an uncontrollable urge to press against the other person. Xie Xingchen murmured, propping himself against the door, his gaze drifting over the expanse of Lin Yao's exposed skin, pale and smooth like fine jade. The suppressed desires from the previous night surged forth. He lowered his head, his tall frame awkwardly bending down, his forehead resting on Lin Yao's shoulder, resembling a large dog in need of comfort. "What is wrong with you? Did the fight take too much out of you? Feeling a bit dizzy?" Lin Yao let his hands hang by his sides, managing to resist the urge to push him away. Then he felt the warmth of Xie Xingchen's breath caressing his ear, something brushing against his earlobe, hot and electrifying. The words were nearly whispered into his ear by Xie Xingchen. "The lock is broken. We might be stuck here all day." How thrilling. Chapter 33. The illness is about to erupt. Lin Yao tilted his head, feeling the ebb and flow of Xie Xingchen's breath against his neck, and impatiently remarked, "How much longer do you intend to lean on me?" Xie Xingchen, seizing the moment, reached for the belt of Lin Yao's combat uniform, stopping just short of direct contact. He feigned weakness, saying, "I helped you vent your frustration, even offered support, expended energy and money, yet you continue to be so harsh with me." Lin Yao felt as if he'd been pounced upon by a hunting dog. "Fine, you stand on your moral high ground. You win, I concede." Xie Xingchen lowered his posture, requesting, "Praise me. Just don't blow air into my ear." Lin Yao was particularly sensitive around his ears. Even a slight touch sent shivers down his spine. Each additional word felt like tightening a spring within him. Yet, Xie Xingchen tilted his head, leaning in closer, his voice almost a whisper. "Why won't you praise me?" Lin Yao truly found it unbearable how he spoke, akin to tugging at his ears affectionately. In a fleeting moment, a vivid image formed in his mind. He sidestepped, attempting to escape, while racking his brain, exceptional skills, sound mental state, and quite affluent, a model student indeed. Xie Xingchen found himself amused by his meager vocabulary. "You truly know how to flatter. How do you possess such prowess?" Was he attempting to compliment me to death? Lin Yao pushed him aside, withdrawing slightly and offering a pretext. "My shoulder is numb. You might as well lean against the sink." "And you?" he retorted, kicking the door. Lin Yao shoved him aside, grasped the doorknob, and with a vigorous kick, struck the door. A resounding crash echoed, and the once smooth surface of the door now bore a significant dent. Xie Xingchen clicked his tongue. Such force suggested that he had previously held back when dealing blows. Indeed, he couldn't bring himself to strike me. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yao remained impassive, delivering another kick that created an even larger indentation, yet the door remained steadfast. Leaning against the sink, Xie Xingchen rationally assessed the situation. "Don't waste your efforts. This door is specially made." Upon reflection, it was indeed the perfect opportunity for revenge. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. Why? During training, they were prohibited from bringing phones, making it impossible to summon help. The principal's office was situated in a secluded staff area, rarely visited. Moreover, having just concluded a broadcast throughout the institution, everyone would assume they lacked the audacity to act so boldly, thus allowing them to subvert expectations, an unexpected stroke of luck. Wait, if no one arrives, will we remain trapped here indefinitely? Lin Yao was not one to sit idly by. He circled the restroom, surveying the enclosed space, which, due to the new ventilation system, featured only a tiny window. This area, backed by the mountains, was tranquil and desolate, with few passers-by. Xie Xingchen, nonchalantly leaning against the sink, reassured him, "No worries. A janitor will come by during the evening shift to clean. We'll only be confined for about 8 hours." Lin Yao replied, 8 hours, easier said than done. He could hardly fathom the prospect of staring into the eyes of someone he once detested for an entire day. With no place to sit, standing grew tiresome, and he decided to lean on the sink, idly passing the time. Xie Xingchen stood opposite him, his left hand clenched into a fist, presented before Lin Yao. "During a fight, my hands hurt a bit. Could you blow on them?" Lin Yao, reaching his limit, retorted, "If you keep being this disgusting, I might actually shove you into the toilet." 8 hours demanded some amusement. "Shut up." "All right." Having grown up alone, Lin Yao was accustomed to solitude, and thus did not perceive the passage of time as torturous. Many days and nights had been spent in this quiet manner. Enduring loneliness was the first lesson he learned in his youth. With both hands resting on the sink's edge, he lowered his gaze, ready to silently recite the military political theory needed for his upcoming midterm exam from the first page onward. Xie Xingchen observed him for a moment, then suddenly had an idea and began unbuttoning his combat uniform. Lin Yao, noticing his actions, furrowed his brow. "What are you up to?" Xie Xingchen replied helplessly, "We can't just sit here. I have a lighter in my pocket. If I burn a piece of clothing and throw it out, someone might notice and come to our aid." "Fine, just don't set yourself on fire," Lin Yao responded coolly. With a soft click, slender fingers flicked open the lighter, and a flicker of azure flames leaped forth. Xie Xingchen ignited the combat uniform bearing his name that still lay in the sink. After burning a small portion, he extinguished the flame with water and discarded it out of the window. However, upon checking shortly thereafter, the garment had vanished without a trace. It seemed that they were resolutely determined not to let them escape. Xie Xingchen scoffed lightly. This enmity had truly taken root. He noted that Healy, too, had not made any effort to search for them during their prolonged absence. Lin Yao, ever vigilant, remarked, "I suspect it is not as simple as merely locking us away. Such elaborate measures for a mere prank of a few hours seem entirely unnecessary." Xie Xingchen merely hummed in agreement, remaining silent as he loosened 2 buttons of his shirt. Lin Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you actually undressing? Can you not be mindful of your appearance?" Xie Xingchen replied softly, "It's just that I feel stifled." Only then did Lin Yao notice that his demeanor appeared decidedly off. With flaring nostrils, he murmured, "Do you smell something unusual?" Xie Xingchen chuckled lightly, as if mocking Lin Yao's naivety. "It's my pheromones. After all those times, can you not distinguish them? Why on earth are you releasing your pheromones?" Lin Yao exclaimed, jumping down from the sink and covering his neck. "I was already marked yesterday. I want to be marked again." Xie Xingchen fell silent for a few moments, his gaze dropping to the floor near the door. "You're right. Locking us up is merely the first step." "What do you mean?" Lin Yao observed the agitation reflected in his eyes. Having already suspected the truth, he still sought confirmation. "What's wrong?" Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze and tugged at his shirt. With a slight movement, he revealed his sun-kissed skin and defined abdominal muscles, his breathing accentuating the taut lines of his physique. Frustrated, he discarded the garment to the side. For the first time, his typically serene expression betrayed a hint of turmoil. "The illness is about to flare up, and I have no medication." He stepped back several paces, leaning against the wall, striving to maximize the distance between them as he explained in a hushed tone, "They may have used an inducer, which could precipitate the sensitivity period for other alphas. But this substance is exceedingly perilous for me." Lin Yao was rendered speechless. The severity of Xie Xingchen's condition had been mentioned countless times, and he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yet, Xie Xingchen usually managed his affliction so well that it often slipped from the minds of others. What might transpire when a highly compatible Alpha and Omega found themselves in such close quarters? Should he lose control? The thought was too daunting to entertain. Xie Xingchen crouched against the wall, prominent veins surfacing on his robust arms as he raised his gaze slightly. To the visibly anxious Lin Yao, he offered a reassuring tone. "I'm fortunate you're a capable Omega. If I were to overstep my bounds..." Lin Yao stared at him, an inexplicable worry rising within him. Xie Xingchen smirked, his brow relaxed. Then you could just put me out of my misery here. A 1T retaliate. Chapter 34. The enchantment of crime. Lin Yao rarely witnessed Xie Xingchen in such a serious light. Typically, Xie Xingchen exuded an air of bravado, often speaking frivolously in his presence, enjoying playful banter, and rarely exhibiting a sense of gravity. Even the previous temporary markings had been the result of his coaxing and deceit, all while he savored the spectacle. Yet now, as he leaned against the corner, he struggled to suppress the twitching of his facial muscles while still attempting to reassure himself. If he overstepped, he would not resist, even if it meant being beaten to death. Lin Yao felt a gentle yet piercing stab in his heart, a mix of ache and pain. He took a couple of steps forward, wanting to assess his condition, but was immediately halted by the other's voice. "Don't move. Don't come any closer. Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Yao empathized. "We can't get out right now. How can I assist you?" Xie Xingchen ceased speaking, his gaze heavy upon him, akin to a beast fixating on its prey. "I think it's best you keep your distance." Xie Xingchen raised his hand, pressing his thumb against the nape of his neck, using the physical pain to maintain his consciousness. He said, "Lin Yao, I'm not trying to scare you. I don't know why they carry such things, but the dosage is severe, and I truly cannot be certain if I can endure it." Lin Yao remained silent, standing a short distance away, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on him, brows knitted in concern. Time passed slowly, each moment stretching into eternity. Suddenly, Xie Xingchen sprang up, plunging himself repeatedly into the sink, seeking relief from the cold water. His dark hair became completely drenched, droplets cascading over him, leaving stark trails of water. An hour passed, 2 hours, 3 hours. Outside, the light flickered, rendering the passage of time indiscernible. Still, no one arrived to open that door. Lin Yao observed as Xie Xingchen's bitten lip began to bleed, the back of his hand marred with self-inflicted scratches, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. He finally grasped what Xie Yunhui had meant. Anyone watching would feel a pang of sympathy. Just hours ago, Xie Xingchen had been brimming with vigor, demolishing mechas. Yet now he appeared utterly despondent. Who else, if not himself, was ensnared by agony? In a sense, they shared a deep, mutual understanding of suffering. Lin Yao tentatively suggested, "Why not think of a way out yourself?" Xie Xingchen managed a faint smile, blood spilling from the edge of his lips. His silhouette framed in light as he sat in the shadows, exuding a poignant sense of fragility. "Not shy anymore." Lin Yao carefully chose his words. "I can't just stand by and watch you like this." Xie Xingchen teasingly replied, "Are you afraid I might die?" His tone was laced with sarcasm. Lin Yao's eyes reflected genuine worry. "I truly fear you 1T endure." Xie Xingchen chuckled again, resting his head against the wall, eyes half closed, his gaze tracing Lin Yao's concerned features. "How wonderful, you begun to feel compassion." He spoke slowly. "If we remain trapped for too long, my pheromones will spiral into chaos. You've just differentiated, you 1T be able to withstand it." Lin Yao's eyes flickered with realization. Was he genuinely worried about losing control himself? "You fool. Couldn't you be just a little selfish when the time calls for it? There are scoundrels everywhere marking omegas indiscriminately, and under these circumstances, it's quite understandable." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yao made a resolute decision. He stepped closer, tearing off a bandage to reveal his nape. "Let S mark again. I'll allow you to do it. I 1T resist. Let it out until you feel comfortable." Xie Xingchen gazed at him intently. The person he admires is the finest in the world. Tough on the outside, yet tender-hearted, filled with compassion. He extends a helping hand even to those he once despised. However, the more he exhibits such kindness, the less he wishes to tarnish it. "Never mind. I don't need it." Xie Xingchen licked the blood from the corner of his lips. Bullying an Omega would indeed be quite shameful if it were to be known. Lin Yao was utterly infuriated. Previously, he had subtly assisted him, teasing him deliberately, even holding his hand. Yet now, when he offered solace, this person had the audacity to refuse. Their relationship, whether in the past or present, appeared to be entirely antagonistic, yet in truth, it was predominantly under Xie Xingchen's control. Ironically, Lin Yao despised such domination. In the tense atmosphere, he took deliberate steps closer to the other, crouching before him, their gazes locking. I told you to stay away. Xie Xingchen raised his chin slightly, his tone growing increasingly frigid. Do you not understand? Yet Lin Yao remained resolutely defiant. It is a give and take, as you said. Whether as a soldier or a human being, he could not stand by and watch someone perish. Xie Xingchen bit back the more vicious words that threatened to escape his lips, each syllable pronounced with deliberate slowness. Foolish. Lin Yao maintained his usual cool demeanor, his eyelids drooping slightly, yet a faint blush surfaced at the prospect of what was to come. He moved closer, halting at a mere breath's distance. Xie Xingchen, you previously mentioned that mere consolation is futile. It must be accomplished through certain methods. Kissing, perhaps? Lin Yao had a remarkable memory. He could recite the contents of that text message he had hastily glanced at in a moment of shyness. Yet, with every additional word he spoke, he sensed the alpha before him grow increasingly exhilarated. Do you know what you were saying? Xie Xingchen averted his gaze, confronted with an omega he found utterly irresistible. Simply gazing too long would drive him to madness. He exerted all his strength to maintain his composure. Suddenly standing upright, he shoved Lin Yao towards the compartment. Go inside, and do not come out until we can leave. Lin Yao held the upper hand, easily breaking free. Xie Xingchen attempted once more to confine him within the enclosure. Yet the other was obstinate. Any attempt to restrain him was met with resistance, and after a few exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. He spoke heavily. Lin Yao, obey me. Lin Yao offered him a faint smile. In light of the numerous times you have assisted me, I shall help you this once. Xie Xingchen remained silent. Which method would you prefer for me to soothe you? Lin Yao raised his hand to press against Xie Xingchen's chin, compelling him to lower his head to meet his gaze, or perhaps he would choose. Imp, he thought, inviting another to plunge into the abyss. Xie Xingchen pulled him into an embrace, restraining his hands against the wall. He lowered his head, breathing heavily as he nibbled on Lin Yao's flushed earlobe, growling. You truly are asking for a lesson. Chapter 35. Tension rising. Lin Yao turned to face him, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. You come. In truth, he was uncertain how far he could go for Xie Xingchen. To accept him completely was still beyond his reach. Yet Xie Xingchen seemed to embody the hunter who captured his prey, restrained to an extreme, caught in a profound contradiction. Lin Yao slightly raised his chin, pondering why you were dawdling. What difference do you suppose we have? Xie Xing murmured. Why is it that you can soothe others while I cannot? Lin Yao momentarily lost his train of thought, unable to conjure an answer, merely gazing at him in confusion. This is precisely why I deem you foolish. You might not even realize when someone deceives you. Xie Xingchen released him, admitting, I was the one who deceived you. I am nothing but a scoundrel. Do not believe me. Yet, that was not entirely accurate. If what he claimed were true, the alpha would have long since found it unbearable, not enduring hours of torment without advancing further. Lin Yao's mind was clear. Xie Xingchen's words had to carry some truth. There was no need for such elaborate deception. Gazing into Xie Xingchen's deep, dark eyes, Lin Yao spoke softly. In physiology class, it was mentioned that AO pheromones can be transmitted through sweat, saliva, and bodily fluids. The mere release is too faint to affect you. Only the fluids possess the ability to soothe. Hand-holding is the weakest, kissing has some effect, but the most effective method remains that one. Am I correct in my understanding? Xie Xingchen wiped his face in exasperation, responding, Didn't you sleep through physiology class? I am an academic prodigy. I can recall all the knowledge points even with my eyes closed. Lin Yao reached out, grasping his neck and pulling him closer, his voice soft and serene. His fingers trembled lightly as if a decision had been made. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, and in the next moment, he lifted his head and pressed his lips against Xie Xingchen's. Xie Xingchen's pupils constricted. Lin Yao's movement was too swift. He attempted to retreat, but it was as if his intentions were anticipated, as Lin Yao's hand firmly held him in place. Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen called his name softly. Lin Yao ignored him, holding him tightly, drawing him closer. Their relationship remained as tense as ever, even in this moment, resembling a duel. You retreat while I advance. You attack while I defend. Yet, whether in the past or present, Lin Yao always held the upper hand. "Open your mouth," he commanded in a low voice. "Open your mouth, Xie Xingchen." Throughout, Xie Xingchen kept his eyes wide open, his gaze tracing Lin Yao's still cool expression, which was hard to resist, ultimately succumbing to his true feelings. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Xie Xingchen continuously whispered apologies while drawing him into an embrace. Alphas inherently possess an overwhelming presence. His dominance was at its peak, and Lin Yao found himself struggling to withstand it. Outside the restroom, Li Mao and another subordinate were stationed, anxiously tugging at their short hair while staring blankly at the door. Xie Xingchen's aggressive demeanor was overwhelming, making it unbearably uncomfortable. "I can barely stand. Breathing is a challenge. How long must we wait?" The subordinate, holding a camera, trembled. "How much longer do we have to wait? My legs are going numb. I can't hold out any longer." Li Mao looked up at the door that had been forcefully kicked open, stroking his chin as he calculated. "It's been 5 hours inside. Why is there no movement?" The subordinate, clearly nervous, kept rubbing the back of his head, his gaze wandering. "Isn't the accusation of the Alliance leader's son forcing a classmate a bit excessive? Besides, this is a military academy. He could be expelled." Initially, they merely intended to intimidate as a form of discipline. The inducer could easily be dismissed as having accidentally shattered upon falling to the ground. Yet it proved to be remarkably effective on Xie Xingchen. However, there was no turning back now. Li Mao gazed at the inquiry message sent by Zhang, feeling a pang of anxiety. "It's not as if I compelled him to do such a thing, is it? With Yao's prowess, how is there not a single sound?" As he spoke, he lowered his head to send a message. "Everything is normal. In 10 minutes, I will unlock the door. Have you brought your classmates over?" Zhang replied. "Yes, I informed the professor that we wish to tour the backyard. I'm heading over shortly." Pressing against the door, he whispered. Lin Yao seemed to have said something, though it was inaudible. Li Mao felt a surge of energy. Tossing his phone in his pocket and sneaking over to eavesdrop, muttering, "Two alphas not clashing. How unnatural." That Lin Yao, with his cold demeanor, could kick 10 of them away with a single foot. While speaking, he pressed his ear against the door, when suddenly a loud crash startled him. "Damn it, that nearly gave me a heart attack." Li Mao cursed softly. Listening intently, he pondered, is Lin Yao really an alpha? He doesn't seem like one. His classmates shared the confusion. Indeed, but the sounds are quite compelling. Impatient, Li Mao sent another message to Zhang. 3 minutes, hurry up. I'm worried I'll miss it. I still need to film. Okay, on my way. Stay discreet. Li Mao grasped the back of his classmate's collar. Lowering his voice, "Let us find a spot to squat and record." His classmate touched his face, suddenly realizing he had a nosebleed. "What's wrong with you? Can't you control yourself?" They grumbled as they moved away. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Lin Yao whispered, "Is it convincing? Does it seem believable?" "Quite so. It should deceive them," Xie Xingchen praised. To enhance the authenticity of their act, Xie Xingchen lifted Lin Yao, and, as the charade concluded, they locked eyes for a fleeting moment before averting their gaze. "All right, put me down." Although they should part ways at this moment, Lin Yao found himself irresistibly drawn to him. Glancing downward, he caught a glimpse of the dark undertow in Xie Xingchen's obsidian pupils. Before he could retreat, he was kissed once more, Xie Xingchen's husky voice whispering, "Not enough. Kiss me again." Chapter 36. A gentle blow and the pain subsides. Another kiss? Not sufficient. When he finally registered what was happening, his ears burned crimson. This was the first time Lin Yao realized an alpha could be so clingy. That should be enough, right? No, the other insisted, exuding an overwhelming force, as if intent on consuming him whole. Yet it was constrained to this. It was both sensual and restrained, born of passion, yet limited to kisses. All madness was concealed within, rendering it utterly irresistible. Lin Yao cautioned, "No one to stop." "You said you would help me," Xie Xingchen replied, relishing the moment, pushing the boundaries of playfulness to the extreme. "You initiated the kiss." Lin Yao responded, "Yes. It's all his fault for being so eager to assist. Now he has ensnared himself. Truly perilous. If you keep this up, you might just provoke my illness." Lin Yao's face flushed. "That's perfect. The timing is right, and we are undisturbed." While Xie Xingchen voiced the most lascivious remarks, his thoughts were pure and innocent. After this encounter, there might never be another chance to kiss him again. With each gentle kiss, he earnestly poured all his emotions into that moment. Lin Yao felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head and murmured, "Xie Xingchen, please don't do this." "Do what?" "Just 10 minutes ago, you told me to choose freely." Xie Xingchen was unyielding. It was something he had never dared to imagine before. For the first time, he discovered that someone with such a frigid demeanor could possess such soft lips. Reluctantly, Xie Xingchen created some distance, gazing up at the moisture in Lin Yao's eyes. He wrapped one arm around Lin Yao's slender waist while the other hand gently brushed away the blush from the corners of Lin Yao's sensitive eyes. "How could I dare to make my nemesis cry?" "Get lost," Lin Yao retorted, his cheeks flushed with indignation. "I did not cry." "No, you didn't cry. You're the fiercest, the most formidable feline in the entire galaxy. How old are you? Still using reduplicated words? It's disgusting." Lin Yao thought this person was truly shameless. Yet he continued to banter, which was a slight improvement. "Let go," counting down the moments in his mind. Lin Yao waited until he estimated that the group of students would soon arrive before Xie Xingchen finally released him. Leaning against the door, Lin Yao contemplated the plans ahead. After a brief pause, he slowly asked, "What are we going to do later? If you want them to think we're doing something, I will cooperate." Xie Xingchen pulled Lin Yao's wrist and pushed him toward the sink. "But first, wash your face." Lin Yao lifted his gaze, locking eyes with his reflection in the mirror. His lips appeared as if stained with rouge, and a faint blush colored his cheeks and neck, with moisture lingering in his eyes. No wonder Xie Xingchen said he made him cry. He truly resembled a delicate omega. "You really bite hard," he muttered softly. "You've initiated it," Xie Xingchen replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Now I command you to shut your mouth." Lin Yao lowered his head and turned on the faucet, splashing cold water onto his face, using the icy sensation to cool the heat radiating from his skin while his mind raced. How could he escalate this situation? He needed to approach it through Xie Xingchen, without revealing his identity as a second differentiated omega. After a few moments of contemplation, Lin Yao lifted his head from the cold water and met Xie Xingchen's gaze in the mirror, gradually regaining his composure. What would happen if two alphas were simultaneously provoked? Would they engage in a fierce fight? Xie Xingchen nodded. In a hostile relationship, it would undoubtedly lead to a life-and-death struggle. That's no different from using stimulants. Lin Yao thought of the uncontrollable beast from the previous encounter. Glancing at Xie Xingchen's injured lower lip, still oozing a hint of blood, he realized it indeed bore the marks of battle. Lowering his head, he removed his combat uniform and tore open the collar of his shirt, revealing an injury that had not yet fully healed, a remnant of the previous attack from that colossal beast. Xie Xingchen's pupils constricted as he grasped Lin Yao's wrist. "There's no need to go to such extremes." Lin Yao raised an eyebrow, his tone defiant. "If we don't go a little harder, how can we push the opponent to their limits? If it weren't for me today, anyone else confined with Xie Xingchen would face unimaginable consequences. They're despicable. They want to ruin Xie Xingchen's future, so there's no need for mercy." Xie Xingchen remained silent, his lips tightly sealed. Lin Yao tore off the bandage from his shoulder, rolled it up, and discarded it into the toilet, flushing it away. Pressing his thumb against the still unhealed wound, he ruthlessly ripped it open, causing crimson blood to instantly mingle with the water. Xie Xingchen, filled with distress, could do nothing to intervene, his face shrouded in shadow, steeped in gloom. Lin Yao offered him a carefree smile, saying, "Now it's your turn to act. Bring me down." When the bathroom door swung open, the students from the Comprehensive Combat Institute were taken aback by the sight before them. Xie Xingchen leaned down, pressing his hand against Lin Yao's neck. The shirt stained with fresh blood, resembling someone who had narrowly escaped death. The torn clothing and spreading blood painted a scene of carnage. Lying on the ground, Lin Yao tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the other's bruised lips. This moment mirrored the pretense during their physical examination, yet now held an inexplicable understanding. "Go on, squeeze me. Don't hold back," Lin Yao silently urged, echoing Xie Xingchen's earlier playful taunt back to him. However, Xie Xingchen could only feel his palm tremble, his heart aching at the sight of Lin Yao's profuse wounds. It must hurt immensely, undoubtedly piercing. Yet he had chosen to endure it for the sake of revenge. What on earth is happening? Professor Wu thundered. Xie Xingchen. Lin Yao, what is the meaning of this? Xie Xingchen lifted his gaze, breathing heavily as he addressed the crowd. Slowly articulating, someone used Xie 7032 stimulants at school and locked us inside for 5 or 6 hours, intending to watch us slaughter each other. Xie 7032, a notorious forbidden substance. Whoever had used it would not only face expulsion from the military, but also trial before a military court. Duan Zhang's eyes widened in shock. Hastily lowering his head to message Lin Yao. Didn't you say it was just a common aphrodisiac? How could you dare touch Xie 7032? Lin Yao, standing at a distance recording the scene, was already bewildered by their condition, and now felt even more lost, frantically typing. No, what stimulant? They're slandering us. I truly don't possess such a thing. Private use would lead to trial. I know that the components of stimulants and aphrodisiacs overlap. I can show you the vial for verification. Zheng, trust me, I really don't have it. Once the number was revealed, every gaze directed at the two transformed from scrutiny to respect. Professor Wu exclaimed in astonishment. You endured only these superficial injuries under the influence of such a potent stimulant? Xie Xingchen rolled off Lin Yao, gasping several times to calm his emotions before responding. Yes, we exerted every effort to restrain our instincts. Professor Wu was momentarily speechless. What immense willpower it must take to triumph over physiological manipulation. After several seconds, he finally reacted, instructing urgently, their conditions are unstable. Hurry and call for an ambulance. Lin Yao and Xie Xingchen were each lifted on his stretchers, placed on opposite sides of the ambulance as they were transported to the hospital. Yet, Lin Yao's mind lingered on Xie Xingchen's earlier words. Yes, we exerted every effort to restrain our instincts. This statement was the only truth amidst the sea of lies. Even in such extreme circumstances, Xie Xingchen had not succumbed to further excesses against himself. The medical personnel settled into the front seat, while in the rear of the ambulance, a silent exchange of glances transpired between them. Lin Yao felt a fleeting stir within his heart, an unusual emotion that swiftly ebbed away. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Xie Xingchen leaning toward him. What are you doing? Fearing the medical staff's notice, he formed the words silently. Don't move. Xie Xingchen lowered his head, gazing with profound concern at Lin Yao's torn wound, and placed a gentle kiss upon it. A gentle breath, and the pain will fade. Chapter 37. Is it impossible? Lin Yao looked at him in confusion, unable to comprehend the gesture at that moment. Does it hurt? Xie Xingchen furrowed his brow, raising his gaze to meet Lin Yao's. Lin Yao opened his mouth, at a loss for words, and simply shook his head lightly. No, it's nothing, it doesn't hurt. He had endured tortures 1,000 times more excruciating than this. It was merely a trivial injury. Yet, he observed Xie Xingchen remain silent, merely blowing gently across the distance, sending a cool breeze to cover the torn wound, as if the pain truly lessened. This inexplicably reminded Lin Yao of when he was 10 years old, having been robbed of his wages and returning home with a bruised face. Passing a park, he saw a child fall from a slide, injuring their leg. The child's mother knelt beside them, tenderly cleaning the wound while gently blowing. Just blow, and the pain will fly away. Lin Yao had not understood the meaning of this at the time. He stood there for a while, envious of the child for having a mother, before wiping the blood dripping from his nose with a corner of his clothing. In this moment, he belatedly realized that this gesture was a form of comfort, a way to soothe. At 18, Lin Yao finally grasped a commonplace truth that had eluded him. Yet, he suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. Had he remained unaware, he would not have felt the depth of his own pity. In this instant, he began to ache for his past self, who had endured countless injuries without anyone to care. Lin Yao turned his head away and softly said, "You should lie still. It won't be long until we reach the hospital." Xie Xingchen murmured in response, obediently lying back on the adjacent stretcher. They were swiftly taken to the Harmony Hospital, where Director Chung, their attending physician and the sole informed individual, was nearly at his wit's end. Merely observing the two being wheeled and sent his temples throbbing. He rubbed the top of his head, leaning close to Lin Yao's ear to inquire, How is it that there is so much blood? This is simply brutal. The more you suppress, the worse it becomes. Lin Yao coldly raised his hand, assisting him in reattaching a dislodged hairpiece. No need to thank me. Director Chung glanced around, touching his hair, and lowered his voice. Shall I conduct an examination shortly? Are there any lacerations? Is there pain? Any signs of clotting? Your development is incomplete, so, theoretically, you shouldn't be at risk of pregnancy, yet caution is advised. Experiencing such an interrogation for the first time, Lin Yao suddenly coughed twice. No, no, no. He answered several questions in rapid succession. You need not be embarrassed. I am a doctor, and this is routine inquiry. Director Chung waved his hand. Having already spoken with Professor Wu, who had briefly described the situation, stating that the two had been induced by stimulants, which can be quite exhilarating. Lin Yao gritted his teeth, correcting him emphatically. It was merely a fight. Yes, I understand. Director Chung tapped his department badge, remarking that every day there are individuals like you who, under the influence of an uncontrollable alpha, end up injured. It's not uncommon to bring in a dozen at a time. Xie Xingchen lay sprawled on the hospital bed, sighing. Could you possibly take a moment to check on me? Aside from the injury on his arm, he was otherwise unscathed. As he observed, there seemed to be nothing amiss. Director Chung turned, his gaze locking onto Xie Xingchen's dark pupils. Pausing momentarily, you managed to endure it? The words carried an inexplicable undertone, as if questioning his capabilities, laced with mockery. At that moment, Xie Xingchen finally relaxed his tense demeanor, speaking softly. Please transfer me to the isolation room. If not within 2 hours, I might truly lose control. The nurse was instructed to take Lin Yao for a checkup and to apply a hemostatic dressing. This was the first time Director Chung had heard Xie Xingchen actively request isolation, prompting him to adopt a serious tone. Xingchen, I will attend to this personally. Lin Yao was unaware of the implications of isolation, but sensed something was amiss. During the hours spent confined in the restroom, he had only shared a kiss. One he initiated, initially believing it was due to Xie Xingchen's strength of character. However, it now seemed he was on the brink of losing control. Just as the dressing was completed, a pair of polished leather shoes appeared before him. Without having seen the person yet, Lin Yao already felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He raised his gaze, tracing the expensive shoes to the tailored suit, finally landing on the thin lips and those indifferent eyes, strangely familiar, as if he had encountered them before. Hello, I am Xie Xingchen's father, Xie Hengji. The man lowered his eyes slightly and spoke directly. You and Xingchen are quite familiar with one another. I have some recollections of you. However, you were once an alpha who had just transitioned into an omega, correct? The effort to conceal this fact was rendered futile as it slipped out so casually. Lin Yao, overwhelmed, glanced beyond the broad shoulders of the man, unsure where to turn for help. His naivety led him to believe that a mere white lie could shield him from scrutiny. Yet, the private hospital was a property of the Xie family, and even if Xie Xingchen managed to erase the examination results, it was implausible to deceive his father. To deny it? There was no room for struggle. He could not fathom the intentions of the man before him, whether to intimidate or to leverage the falsified medical report to oust him from Chongqing. The ultimate authority within the alliance wielded considerable power. Please, I beg of you, do not inform the school, Lin Yao implored, his face displaying a rare expression of humility as he reached out, hesitating to grasp the meticulously pressed cuff, then awkwardly retracting his hand. What is your command? A clever child. I enjoy dealing with intelligent individuals, Xie Hengji replied with a slight smile. I have investigated you, an orphan without background or identity. Where were you born? Lin Yao's gaze momentarily faltered, shaking his head. I do not recall. I have forgotten. Let me be frank. Xingchen is in a precarious state. He is unwell and refuses to engage with any omega. Since his transformation, he has relied solely on medication and sheer willpower. As a father, it pains me to witness my son in such distress. Xie Hengji regarded Lin Yao's cold, yet beautiful face, speaking gently. That he has managed to refrain from touching you is nothing short of miraculous. It only serves to indicate that when love reaches its zenith, one becomes reluctant to let go. However, Xie Hengji was indifferent to love. He was solely concerned with value. Thus he spoke. This indicates that you hold a unique significance to him. Consequently, I took the liberty of matching the two of you, and as I anticipated, the compatibility reached a perfect 100. Lin Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had contemplated the high compatibility between them, but never expected it to be so profound. Yet, as the conversation progressed, an unsettling feeling began to creep in, causing his voice to tremble. "So, you wish for me, too." His fingers pressed against the edge of the hospital bed, the tips turning pale, mirroring the ashen hue of his face. He struggled to articulate the remainder of his thoughts. Xie Hongji interjected, "Xingchen has a verbal marriage agreement with the Jiang family, which means he has his own omega and should not seek others. However, Xiao Jiang is not suitable for such matters. Therefore, I hope you will step in. Your compatibility is quite favorable, and you 1T risk pregnancy. Your physical constitution is robust enough to endure this, thereby providing him with maximum comfort." Lin Yao felt as though his heart had been shattered underfoot, trampled repeatedly. Any notion of self-respect or dignity felt utterly worthless in that moment. Jiang Charan, the distinguished young master, was not meant to be subjected to such crude exploitation. He was an orphan, devoid of parental care or concern, thus rendered vulnerable to mistreatment. Lin Yao wanted to vehemently protest, to coldly refuse. Yet the one in power had seized upon his most tender vulnerabilities. If he declined, he would be expelled from Chongqing, and the hard-won opportunity to restart his life would be lost. Moreover, he had more pressing matters to attend to, with no room for error. How detestable these lofty individuals were, able to obliterate lives with a mere flick of a finger. The time for contemplation was scant, only an hour. Xie Hongji raised his hand to check the time. Lin Yao closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he had regained his customary composure. "No need for deliberation. I shall comply." "Excellent. As I mentioned, I have an appreciation for astute individuals." Xie Hongji raised his hand, affectionately brushing his fingers through Lin Yao's hair. "Akin to a benevolent elder. If you fulfill your responsibilities, I shall ensure your unimpeded progress within the military. However, there is one more matter to address." Lin Yao lifted his gaze, his eyelashes quivering as he looked at him. "What is it?" "With a 100 compatibility and more than 3 marks, you will no longer be able to accept any other alpha. Yet, Xingchen will never marry you." Xie Hongji spoke with a cruel edge. "You will be nothing more than his readily available outlet for desire, destined to live in solitude. Can you accept that?" Lin Yao's lips quivered slightly, and within a minute, he had resolved the course of his life. "I can accept it." Chapter 38. I am here to help you. Xie Hongji regarded him with admiration. He was decisive and composed, capable of discerning the pros and cons. Had Lin Yao been from an illustrious family, he would have gladly considered him as a companion for Xie Xingchen, but alas, that was not the case. Each person is bound by their destiny. He momentarily lamented in silence, before resuming his indifferent demeanor. "Are you certain? I do not enjoy coercing others. People often label me as quite domineering. Yet I believe I possess a degree of humanity. What do you think?" "You care deeply for your son," Lin Yao replied, a bitter taste lingering on his tongue. "I find myself envious." Just as he inadvertently stumbled upon Xie Xingchen's birthday several years ago, Xie Hongji and another Omega father gazed at their son with expressions of pride and blessings. At that time, he felt jealousy, a profound jealousy. Now, however, this familial blade has turned against himself, leaving him numb. Xie Hongji nodded, convinced of his own commendable performance. "Regarding this incident, I shall delegate it to my subordinates. You need not worry excessively. Focus on your own responsibilities. However, I expect you to keep our agreement confidential, including from Xingchen. Likewise, I shall ensure that your status as an Omega remains absolutely secret." Lin Yao found it utterly laughable. What a grand and dignified father. Truly, paternal love is as silent as a mountain, a realization he has come to understand. He displayed a hint of sardonic amusement. How could one keep it a secret? He is so intelligent. Won't he figure out? Xie Hongji regarded him quietly for a moment, refraining from directly instructing him on how to proceed, merely stating, "You are so clever. You will surely devise a reasonable explanation." The subtlety of this negotiation was indeed remarkable. He was assessing the obedience and loyalty of this long-term pawn. Did he not fear that an absurd thought might flicker through Lin Yao's mind? Gritting his teeth, as if retaliating with a threat, did he not fear that during this process, with an absolute compatibility, Lin Yao might fall in love with him? Internally, he mocked the notion. How could that be possible? It was the most ludicrous joke of the year. If it were not for the heightened pheromone compatibility, if he had not undergone secondary differentiation, and if they remained as they had once been, two alphas who could hardly tolerate each other, then perhaps they would still engage in confrontations at the training ground. If everything were as it once was, that would be splendid. Xie Xingchen could no longer threaten him. Since the secondary differentiation, Lin Yao had never loathed his existence as an Omega More. With a vulnerability, he had become the weaker party, yet still found himself struggling to survive. It is fine. Love is love. It matters not, Xie Xingchen remarked casually. Only children concern themselves with love. Adults speak of binding interests. Xingchen is precocious. He understands this principle. He enjoys the splendor and social status that come with it. This is the sacrifice he must make. Lin Yao slightly curled the corners of his lips. Indeed. You are correct. Just before Xie Xingchen turned to leave, he added, "Provide me with your account details. I shall remit compensation." Lin Yao was taken aback, once more feeling his self-esteem crushed beneath the weight of such words. "No need. As long as you do not sabotage me, I am already immensely grateful." Lin Yao would not acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand. It was not that the Grand Combat Academy could not accommodate an Omega. He could compete, he could strive, he could become that exceptional, formidable presence to rival alphas. Yet, Xie Xingchen would employ countless means to compel his submission. If, after all that, the conclusion remained unchanged, it would be nothing but a futile endeavor. Acceptance was the more prudent course. He was utterly aware of this. In any case, he neither needed nor deserved marriage or partner. Lin Yao inclined his head slightly, stepping aside to allow the other to pass. At the door, he spotted the hurried approach of Xie Yunhui and Jiang Qiran, along with Dean Hall and Professor Wu. Indeed, the second young master of the Xie family commanded quite the presence. "How are you?" Jiang Qiran seized his wrist, pulling him to the other side of the corridor. "What did that old man say to you?" Lin Yao dared not meet the concerned gaze directed at him. He felt utterly despicable. Regardless of whether Jiang Qiran held feelings for Xie Xingchen, they were publicly recognized as partners, while he clandestinely agreed to such an undignified arrangement. Guilt and anguish gnawed at him, rendering him speechless. "Did he threaten you?" Jiang Qiran furrowed his brows, still intent on holding him accountable. "I heard you and Xie Xingchen had quite the altercation in the restroom." Lin Yao shook his head. "No, we were quite restrained, just minor injuries." Uncle was merely concerned about his son's condition inside and asked a few more questions. Jiang Qiran let out a sigh of relief, muttering under his breath, "It's all that scoundrelly Mao's fault for creating such a mess. You've both been wronged." Hearing him utter such crude language for the first time loosened Lin Yao's tense lips, a faint smile beginning to form. With a slow sigh, Jiang Qiran's expression turned troubled. But to what extent did Xie Xingchen lose control? As his nominal fiancé, shouldn't I go comfort him? Goodness, just thinking about that scene gives me goosebumps. The doctor said he has calmed down. You need not worry about that, Lin Yao reassured him. At that moment, Xie Yunhui approached, casting a nonchalant glance at Jiang Qiran. "Weren't you fond of him before? Why the sudden resistance?" Jiang Qiran retorted, "Because I have now transferred my affections to Lin Yao. Of course I resist. But you're still engaged to him." The union between the Xie and Jiang families had long been arranged, with a son from each family to be chosen, and he was not particularly inclined to select Jiang Qiran. Xie Yunhui scrutinized him for several seconds. "Well, thank you for that." Lin Yao stood silently to one side, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. "Does it hurt?" "Your hand," Jiang Qiran inquired, reaching out to examine the freshly bandaged wound, commenting, "This is wrapped so poorly. Your technique is atrocious." "Xie Yunhui, your family's hospital is truly inadequate." Lin Yao couldn't help but chuckle softly, responding, "I think so too." Xie Xingchen indeed handled matters with meticulous precision, managing to keep even Xie Yunhui in the dark. Within half an hour, everyone was dismissed, and Lin Yao was taken to a specially designed isolation ward. Behind the hospital, it was solemn and silent. The corridor was devoid of life, yet surveillance lights blinked ominously. "Be careful. He may harm you," Jiang Qiran cautioned kindly before entering. Lin Yao looked up at the flashing red dot above and whispered, "Could you turn off the surveillance? Allow me a shred of dignity. I won't resist harming him." Xie Xingchen nodded in acquiescence. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yao stepped forward, inputting the passcode, and passed through two mechanical doors before entering the so-called isolation room. Earlier, in the restroom, he had contemplated that if Xie Xingchen were to suffer to the brink of death, he would willingly sacrifice himself to save him. The duty of a soldier inherently encompasses aiding every citizen in need. If he had truly reached that ultimate step, he could have accepted it, for it would have been an act of salvation. However, now it felt like self-degradation, a trampling of his own dignity, leading to countless future losses of self-respect. The motives were entirely different. Before even approaching, my legs began to tremble uncontrollably, compelling me to rely solely on sheer willpower to maintain my balance. The Alpha on the sickbed detected my presence with uncanny precision. "I have arrived." Lin Yao locked eyes with him, sensing that my earlier assistance had scarcely improved his condition. Xie Xingchen was a far cry from the person he had been earlier in the afternoon. His gaze was now cold and expressionless, likely to avoid disturbing the nurse who had attended to him previously. A specially designed bite guard adorned his face, rendering him seemingly frigid, sharp, and exuding a destructive impulse. "What do you want?" His voice was hoarse, devoid of any warmth. "Lin Yao, leave." Yet the other party showed no inclination to comply, advancing ever closer until, with audacity, he perched himself at the edge of the bed. "You look dreadful," he remarked, his pale fingers tracing the line of the Alpha's throat. Xie Xingchen lifted his gaze. "Who let you in?" "Leave? Do you not understand me?" Lin Yao shook his head, silently observing him, the pitiable Alpha ensnared in his own turmoil. "I am merely here to do a good deed, to assist you." He leaned closer, fingers brushing the switch of the bite guard. A chilling sensation coursed from his fingertips to his heart, igniting a sense of anxiety about the unknown. Xie Xingchen grasped his hand, painstakingly prying each finger apart. Enunciating clearly, I said, "Please leave, get out." It was the first time he had uttered such harsh words, fearing that at any moment he might unleash a beastly fury. However, Lin Yao merely offered a faint smile, responding with two simple words, "Not leaving." His obstinacy was palpable. He relished opposing himself, utterly disobedient. Xie Xingchen sprang up, seizing his wrist and dragging him from the bedside towards the door with an alarming force. Lin Yao deftly broke free, pressing down on the metallic switch. With a sharp click, the iron apparatus fell to the ground, breaking the silence of the night. Xie Xingchen regarded him steadily, his eyes dark and profound. Just as he reached out to push Lin Yao away, the latter executed a swifter maneuver, pinning him against the wall and suddenly kissing him fervently. "Come on, take me." "Don't fear, my darlings. While their class disparity may incite some tension, perhaps a hint of acidity, it will also create a more electrifying dynamic. Trust me, Brother Chenzi's love is truly commendable. He is indeed a good son of his mother." Chapter 39. A true madman. Xie Xingchen's pupils constricted. A faint metallic scent of blood spread between them, and he found himself unable to resist, shutting his eyes in frustration. "Have you lost your mind?" "Not at all. Would you prefer I do it myself?" Lin Yao restrained him with one hand, while the other efficiently unfastened his buttons, his eyes wide open, resolute. Xie Xingchen summoned all his strength to push him away, tilting his head to fasten the mask that sealed his face. "You need not go to such lengths for me." Lin Yao mused internally, realizing why Xie Hongji had encouraged him to act independently. Xie Xingchen was not easily fooled. In the past, he often spoke in blunt terms. Yet beneath it all, he understood respect better than anyone. With his background, countless Omegas would willingly offer themselves, yet he remained untouched. Now, his former adversary was suddenly so forward. It was simply unthinkable. Lin Yao cast his eyes downward, forcing himself to maintain composure. "It's not entirely for your benefit. The stimulant has precipitated my stress period, so we are essentially resolving each other's issues. a mutually beneficial arrangement. He paused, selecting a term that aptly described their current relationship. To put it simply, we are friends with benefits, neither party taking advantage of the other. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Xie Xingchen should be able to accept this. Initially, his suggestion of a temporary mark was also rooted in the principle of mutual assistance. You can't stand it, right? Just as I find myself wanting, let us not waste any more time. As Lin Yao uttered these words, he sought to project an air of nonchalance. Yet his pallor betrayed him. The room remained dimly lit, their expressions obscured by shadows, well concealed. Only their uneven breaths revealed the underlying turbulence of both individuals. Xie Xingchen fixated on his eyes, lifting his hand to tighten the clasp of the mask. Little did Lin Yao know, he exhibited an unconscious quirk. Whenever he spoke words that contradicted his true feelings, his lips would instinctively press together for a fleeting moment before he would part them to speak. He was lying. Xie Xingchen, engulfed in his own turmoil, lacked the lucidity to ponder the reasons behind Lin Yao's actions. Yet it was evident that there must be some unspeakable reason compelling him to take such a resolute step into this situation. I cannot. You may need to take the lead. The beautiful Omega raised his gaze. Lin Yao's fair skin shone brightly, and he wrapped his arms around Xie Xingchen's broad shoulders. Clad in the hospital garb of the Harmony Private Hospital, Xie Xingchen found it easier to perform. If their mouths could not meet, then they would seek another avenue. With his eyes downcast, Lin Yao's lips brushed against the cold metal, pausing momentarily before beginning a slow descent. His throat, collarbone, chest, abdominal muscles. Just as he was about to kneel completely, Xie Xingchen's heavy breath caught him by the chin. What a madman. The alpha cursed in a hushed tone, reaching out to intervene. Lin Yao attempted to voice a protest, but his words were indistinct. Xie Xingchen's movements bore a simmering rage, his grip firm, preventing Lin Yao from bowing his head, rendering him breathless within mere seconds. Lin Yao shut his eyes in agony, yet still yearned to tug at his hospital garb. However, before he could succeed, Xie Xingchen yanked him off the ground and onto the nearby hospital bed, treating him as if he were a mere plaything. It dawned on Lin Yao just how formidable a wrathful alpha could be. No wonder Xie Hongji remarked that Xiao Jiang was unsuitable. Such a delicate Omega would likely have already begun to cry out in pain at this juncture. As Lin Yao was unceremoniously deposited onto the somewhat rigid hospital bed, he reflected on this. His jaw was gripped, forcing his chin upward, and the tension in his neck made it difficult to breathe, prompting a few physiological tears to well up in his eyes. Yet he smiled at Xie Xingchen. So, you enjoy this sort of play? I will indulge you. Xie Xingchen remained silent, gradually tightening his grip, depriving Lin Yao of air, making it increasingly scarce. Shall we continue? He asked, looking down from his elevated position, most of his expression obscured by the mask, rendering it indistinct. Continue, Lin Yao replied, reaching out in an attempt to pull him down, seeking at least the comfort of an embrace, a semblance of tender warmth. He detested feeling so subjugated. Xie Xingchen, however, remained resolute, maintaining his stance without so much as a flicker of movement. He seemed to issue a final warning. During our time at Longzhuang, I made it clear. If I were to engage with an Omega, it would not be as simple as you presume. At last, his hand released the grip around Lin Yao's neck, allowing him to bend at the waist, gasping for breath before erupting into a fit of coughs. In the next moment, his arms, which had fallen limply at his sides, were drawn together by a firm hand, rendering him immobile once more. Xie Xingchen leaned down, his tone nonchalant. I shall confine you in this isolated area, where no one can enter day or night. Even if you suffer wounds and bleed, you shall not take a single step beyond this threshold. Lin Yao felt a sharp sting of tears at the corners of his eyes, yet his expression remained composed. You speak boldly, but are you truly capable of such actions? Xie Xingchen's cheek twitched. His gaze lingered on Lin Yao's reddened eyes and trembling lashes, yet even at this juncture, Lin Yao remained defiant. It was unclear what further measures were necessary to drive him away. Thus, with a firm grip on Lin Yao's wrist, he turned him over, no longer allowing their eyes to meet. The towering form of the Alpha enveloped the Omega entirely within his domain, akin to a beast that had cornered its prey, now beginning to indulge without restraint. Lin Yao could see nothing, only feeling the chill of the mask pressed against the nape of his neck, reminiscent of a torture device. Deliberating on the most effective way to extract his most vulnerable self, the alpha's breath brushed against his neck. He longed to evade it, yet he was powerless to move. He could only remain still, reduced to the compliant, unthinking plaything that Xie Xingchen had described, subject to manipulation. He had known this fate awaited him, had never been treated with tenderness. Yet, why did tears still threaten to spill? With great difficulty, Lin Yao lifted his chin, his blurred gaze falling upon the moonlight outside. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. How he wished to sit by the window and gaze at the moon. Perhaps it was the absence of its sight that stirred his desire to weep. Just as he thought this, a series of beeping sounds interrupted him, followed by a clang, metal striking the ground. It had begun. Lin Yao abruptly closed his eyes, only to be turned over once more, this time with an exaggerated tenderness. For several seconds, silence enveloped them, and in his confusion, he reopened his eyes, meeting the deep contours of Xie Xingchen's face. His expression cold, yet exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, within the depths of his dark eyes danced the gentlest glow of moonlight. Lin Yao turned his head away, tears that he had fought to suppress, cascading down swiftly, staining the sheets beneath him. Xie Xingchen sighed, leaning down slightly to kiss the dampness at the corners of Lin Yao's eyes. What grievances have you endured? Speak to your brother. Chapter 40. Ambiguous and enchanting. Brother. He actually referred to himself in such a manner. Although he had seen in the honor roll that Xie Xingchen was indeed several months older, it felt excessively sentimental. Why the silence? Xie Xingchen softened his voice. Did I frighten you earlier? I left no impression, and you seem to have forgotten quickly. Lin Yao gazed at him intently, his lips tightly sealed, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. He had indeed suffered, yet he had never been one to confide his grievances to others. The first condition he exchanged with Xie Xingchen was to keep Xie Xingchen's secrets. How could he articulate this? Moreover, after 3 years of mutual discontent, having endured obstacles, exchanged blows, and spoken ill of one another behind backs, can trust truly be established merely due to a recent surge of camaraderie? They share blood ties as father and son. What do we represent? Xie Xingchen's fingertips grazed the nape of his neck as he murmured, Very well, let me guess. You can nod or shake your head. It was perplexing how he could maintain such tranquility in this moment. Were it not for the repeated admonitions from Director Cheng and Xie Xingchen regarding safety, Lin Yao might have felt as if this were merely another light-hearted jest from times past. Lin Yao shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further. Their gazes locked. A tense silence ensued. Seconds ticked by, yet no further movement was made. Lin Yao lifted himself, grasping the nape of his neck, intent on drawing him closer to continue their previous actions, only to be evaded. If I do not cooperate, your aims remain unattainable. Furthermore, you will require my solace in the future, will you not? Xie Xingchen's fingers caressed the corners of his eyes. I am aware our relationship is fraught with tension. Yet at this juncture, you can only trust me, or at the very least, attempt to do so. Lin Yao's lips tightened and then relaxed, remaining silent. Yet his inner resolve wavered. Should Xie Xingchen withhold cooperation, their deal would be nullified, rendering Lin Yao a discarded pawn in the eyes of the Xie family. Subject to Xie Xingchen's ire, it seemed prudent to take a risk and seek a new ally. I offer you another chance. Nod or shake your head. Xie Xingchen held his breath, conjecturing, has someone visited you and conveyed something? A nod. Did their words sway your decision, prompting you to enter the isolation zone and agree to collaborate with me? Another nod. Yet fundamentally, you are not in heat, do not require comfort, and are not particularly eager to pursue this matter, are you? After several seconds of hesitation, Lin Yao nodded in acknowledgement. Xie Xingchen regarded him quietly. This demeanor felt all too familiar. With a clear mind, a name emerged, Xie Xingchen. Lin Yao was taken aback by how swiftly he had deduced it, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, the ensuing silence rendered the answer glaringly evident. Xie Xingchen possessed a profound understanding of the elder's tactics and speculated. Did you merely agree to accompany me, without consenting to anything further, such as becoming my little bride? As he spoke, the usual nonchalance vanished, replaced by a tone of earnestness. Of course not. Lin Yao finally could not contain himself, exclaiming in indignation. Neither of those two are worth a damn. You appear far more endearing now than when you were so gallantly facing death, Xie Xingchen remarked casually. Reaching out to pinch his cheek, Lin Yao turned his head to evade the playful gesture, delivering a swift slap to his abdomen. Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze. Letting out a muffled sound, Lin Yao abruptly withdrew his hand. Xie Xingchen, in a hushed tone, cautioned, "Have you forgotten that I am currently an alpha struggling to control myself? Do not touch recklessly." "I did not touch. I merely slapped." Xie Xingchen, relishing the lingering sensation of their prior contact, chuckled. "In that case, I find it equally pleasurable." Lin Yao thought it a cruel punishment from the heavens to make him endure such a perverse individual. Perhaps all the suffering he had endured over 18 years culminated in this moment. Xie Xingchen took the syringe from the bedside to administer the suppressor. "Since you have promised him, you must not let it slip. Stay here. I will assist you in this charade to deceive my father." Lin Yao, feeling a pang of conscience, recalled the earlier conversation and pondered the disparity in human preferences, suspecting that Xie Xingchen might actually relish this. Therefore, he raised his hand, contemplating a compromise. "How about I slap you a few times to alleviate the tension?" Xie Xingchen remained silent, tossing the blanket over his head and cocooning himself tightly. "You better refrain from doing anything. My willpower is limited." The atmosphere was about to explode. During the earlier intimidation, he had almost lost control of his thoughts on several occasions. Yet, he resolved that if Lin Yao exhibited even the slightest reluctance, he would halt immediately. Lin Yao emerged from the disheveled blanket, opening his mouth slightly. "And don't even breathe. Your breathing is enticing me," Xie Xingchen added. Lin Yao replied, "But enduring this period of inaction is quite agonizing." It seemed that despite his intentions to assist, the situation was becoming increasingly dire. He merely watched as Xie Xingchen injected himself, the arm now dotted with a myriad of needle marks, staring vacantly upwards, lost in thought. Lin Yao attempted several times to offer help, but was rebuffed. The bedside call button chimed. "Xingchen, the doctor is here to check your condition. Hurry up," came Xie Hengji's voice. Xie Xingchen closed his eyes and muttered a curse. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled Lin Yao from the blanket, whispering, "The old man is likely doing this on purpose to see if we are truly perverse. You need to act." Having previously been confined in the bathroom, Lin Yao was now experienced in this ruse. Seizing the opportunity to assist, he threw off the messy blanket and stepped onto Xie Xingchen. "What kind of act do you want to perform?" He audaciously positioned himself atop the alpha. Xie Xingchen scrutinized him, his gaze drifting down from Lin Yao's shoulder, using the blanket as a cover, making it appear quite authentic. His physique was exquisite, with evenly distributed lean muscles, both slender and elongated. His waist was narrow, easily encircled by a single hand. "Just like this," Xie Xingchen murmured. "Don't you enjoy being on top?" Lin Yao, hands braced against Xie Xingchen, was paradoxically flustered despite his advantageous position. "Move!" Xie Xingchen's voice rasped like gravel. Lin Yao blushed and stammered, "I want to move." Their eyes locked in mutual disarray. "Then let me take over." Xie Xingchen's hands gripped tightly, almost leaving imprints, and as the mechanical door slid open, he charged forward with intensity. Chapter 41. A tinge of green. Director Chung held the medical record, hesitating with his words. Xie Hengji, legs crossed, sat opposite him and inquired softly, "How is it?" He felt somewhat embarrassed to approach and measure the current condition. Images from earlier flashed through Director Cheng's mind, causing his face to flush. As the mechanical door opened, he beheld the youth with his chin slightly raised, a pair of sun-kissed hands resting on his pale waist. Distinctly defined knuckles exuding strength. Faintly, one could discern the imprints left upon the skin. The alpha appeared to be cautious, his expression restrained, which sent shivers down the observer's spine. Director Chung cautiously inquired, "Must we keep this matter hidden even from Yanhuai?" "Of course," Xie Hengji replied, his gaze sharp with warning. "If you dare to let this information slip, you know the consequences." Treat Lin Yao as merely a remedy, a component of Xie Xingchen's treatment regimen. Do you understand? A scene flickered through Director Cheng's mind. The first encounter with Lin Yao, a child who adamantly claimed the hospital had conducted the tests incorrectly, insisting that he could not possibly match with Xie Xingchen. The boy's demeanor had been cold and stubborn, a vivid memory that lingered. Yet now, under duress, he was being delivered willingly as a tool. Cheng himself was not without compulsion, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Understood. Xie Hengji tapped his fingers on the table. How many days will this situation require? Uncertain, Cheng replied. At least 3 days, possibly up to a week. This is more severe than the typical susceptibility period. Constant observation and testing will be necessary. Xie Hengji rose and strode towards the office door, instructing the assistant who had been waiting outside, later bring their phones and a change of clothes. It's rather dull to be confined for so long. As for Li Mao, let us delay his case for a few days until Xing Chun returns to school. It wouldn't be as meaningful if he isn't present to oversee it personally. Understood, Alliance Leader. Director Cheng remained on duty until midnight. When Xie Xingchen pressed the call button, he entered, carrying the suitcase and medications provided by the assistant. He approached slowly, treading lightly. Lin Yao lay sprawled across Xie Xingchen, covered with a thin blanket that revealed only his tousled hair. Indeed, the combat prowess of an S-level alpha was formidable. Had he fainted? Cheng placed the suitcase aside, retrieved the testing device, and minimized the sound to take a measurement. Xie Xingchen adeptly wrapped the device around his wrist, gazing down at the person resting in his embrace, whispering, "He's asleep." In the interim, he reflected on the earlier events, still feeling a simmering restlessness. Initially, it had seemed like mere pretense, yet both had inadvertently crossed boundaries. Not only he, but Lin Yao too seemed ensnared. As if under a spell, who could withstand such temptation? Certainly, he could not. Once Director Cheng exited the room, he removed his mask and pressed a kiss on Lin Yao. Lin Yao, appearing cool and indifferent, was surprisingly easy to provoke. Embarrassment washed over him as he pushed against Xie Xingchen's shoulders, attempting to retreat. Xie Xingchen lent him assistance, his breaths a melodious sound. "How delightful, my dear," he murmured, biting gently at Lin Yao's shoulder in a moment of indulgence, lavishing praise. The joy of possessing his beloved surpassed all else. After a day of tension, Lin Yao succumbed to slumber, remaining that way until this moment. "Your hormonal levels are still exceedingly elevated. How many times has it been? Why are they not decreased at all?" Director Cheng felt trapped in a professional impasse. A 100 compatibility omega combined with our specially developed suppressants should exhibit some signs of decline. Was this reasonable? Xie Xingchen, equally perplexed, felt a weight of unspoken burdens. Leaning against the bed's edge, he sincerely suggested, "Perhaps you should increase the dosage. I fear he may not endure it. Otherwise, in the current circumstances, he and Lin Yao would be confined in this isolation room until the end of time." Director Cheng, as a middle-aged man, felt deeply wounded. "Are you flaunting your superiority? Or suggesting that my medical skills are inadequate and I should consider a career change?" Xie Xingchen replied, "You are truly fragile." Director Cheng, burdened by resentment for having to work late into the night, skillfully administered an injection and then patted Lin Yao's back. "You should also take some nutritional supplements. Otherwise, you won't last until tomorrow." "Don't call him." Xie Xingchen frowned, his tone displeased. Over the years, as his attending physician, this young man had always spoken with calmness and gentleness, making it rare to witness the violent territorial instinct that emerged when someone intruded upon his domain. It was as if, with one more step, he would tear the intruder to shreds without mercy. At merely 18 years of age, he already possessed the innate commanding presence of an S-class alpha. Director Cheng shuddered slightly and placed a nutritional solution on the bedside, then remembered to feed it to him. "I shall take my leave." Xie Xingchen pressed his fingers against his brow and murmured, "I apologize. I did not mean to be harsh with you." "It's all right. I understand. I will return tomorrow," Director Cheng replied, his tense expression softening as he fished 2 phones from his pocket. "Your father sent these over. They're here." Xie Xingchen acknowledged with a sound, watching the mechanical door open and close, tightening his embrace around Lin Yao. The phone on the bedside began to vibrate. He raised his gaze and saw that it was Lin Yao's phone ringing at midnight from an unknown number with no saved contact. Xie Xingchen swiped to answer, directly hanging up. Within moments, the phone rang again, then hung up again, and this back and forth occurred several times, rousing Lin Yao from his slumber. His eyes still closed. What is going on? Someone is trying to reach you. They VE called 5 times. Who will be calling you at this hour? Xie Xingchen complained, feigning annoyance. I had just fallen asleep, and now I've been disturbed. Just as he spoke, the phone rang once more, as if the caller intended to continue until answered. This time, Xie Xingchen slid the phone to Lin Yao's ear and said coldly, "You answer it and speak." Annoyed by the commotion, Lin Yao pulled the blanket over his head and mumbled, "This is so irritating. Can't you let me sleep?" A slight smile tugged at the corners of Xie Xingchen's lips. He didn't even know who was on the other end, but he declared, "Did you hear that? Can you please stop disturbing our sleep?" Hang up. On the other end, Jiang Churan stared at his phone, silent for 3 seconds, uncertain if he had misheard. But the voice was undeniably familiar, reminiscent of an alpha confined to an isolation room due to their heat. The gossip had reached the ears of his own fiancée. Xie Yunhuai, beside him, was smoking and inquired, "Did you answer? What happened?" Jiang Churan, with delicate fingers, took a cigarette from his pack, lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. "I feel a bit green," he remarked. Chapter 42. How to Comfort You. Xie Yunhuai was utterly bewildered. "What? Who has wronged you?" Jiang Churan flicked the ash from his cigarette, his expression wistful. Interpret it as you will. He had a fondness for Lin Yao. But it was not the romantic affection typical between AOs. Rather, it was a genuine admiration, wishing to become good friends. Despite the lack of genuine affection, Xie Xingchen, as her nominal fiancé, deserved to maintain a respectable facade. It was utterly shocking that these two had somehow ended up in the same bed. Surely, she must have misheard. It had to be an illusion. What could this possibly mean? Xie Yunhuai stood not far off, faintly recognizing the familiar voice in the exchange. How could it be Xingchen? No, it was impossible. Jiang Churan swiftly extinguished the flicker of speculation that ignited within him, reflecting on his earlier impulsive words. Xie Yunhuai squinted. "Then who is it that has betrayed you?" "Lin Yao," Jiang Churan replied. "He's sleeping with the Omega he tangled with last time and told me not to disturb them." Jiang Churan, biting on a cigarette, fixed his beautiful gaze on the other. "Is it wrong to feel heartbroken?" Xie Yunhuai frowned. "Do you truly have feelings for him? This isn't merely a jest, is it?" Jiang Churan paused for a few seconds, the corners of his eyes lifting into a cold smile. "Or should I have feelings for you?" Xie Yunhuai lowered his gaze, preparing to call Xie Xingchen, only to be halted by Jiang Churan's hand reaching out. "What? You're upset about being betrayed? Come drink with me." Jiang Churan tossed the cigarette but into his hand and directly opened the adjacent car door. As he got in, he recalled Xie Hongji's tendencies and made sure to send Lin Yao a warning message. "I am Jiang Churan. I noticed you haven't returned to school and was worried about your safety. I intended to call, but instead, I checked your number. I caught you fooling around with Xie Xingchen, so be cautious. Don't let it happen again." The next day, when Lin Yao read the message, the sun was already high in the sky. He propped his head up, struggling to recall anything from the previous night. How could Jiang Churan possibly know? In his dealings with Xie Hongji, 2 critical points were paramount: finding a reasonable excuse for comforting the Omega and ensuring that neither Xie Xingchen nor Jiang Churan was aware of it. Lin Yao thought, "This is unfortunate. The mission has completely failed." Frustrated, he tugged at his hair, lamenting, "What a disaster. How am I to explain this?" I danced right in front of his legitimate fiancée, rereading the message's contents. "Be careful not to be discovered." This implied that if he were caught fooling around with Xie Xingchen again, he might face dire consequences. The tone, no matter how he interpreted it, was undoubtedly furious. "No, I must clarify this and distance myself." Lin Yao, in a flurry of confusion, saved the phone number and called back. In the ensuing silence, he nervously spoke. "Senior Jiang, I had too much to drink last night. Did I say something that led to a misunderstanding?" "So it was the drink," Jiang Churan drawled lazily. "You went on a bender and ended up in the isolation zone? Quite the unique drunken escapade." Lin Yao vehemently denied, I wasn't in the isolation zone. Jiang Qiran teased. Then who was the alpha that used your phone to tell me not to disturb your slumber? The voice sounded remarkably like Xie Xingchen. Lin Yao replied, You must have misheard. It wasn't him. It was just someone I drunkenly tangled with, and their voice did bear some resemblance. Lin Yao, already inept with words, found himself at a loss, thinking, how could I possibly share a bed with Xie Xingchen, whom I despise? Absolutely impossible. Just as the words left his lips, he lifted his gaze to find a figure standing before him, droplets of water cascading from their hair, their expression dark and brooding. Moments ago, they had been in the shower, as if they had teleported to this very spot. Panic surged within him. Had he truly uttered the word hate? Lin Yao felt a tightening in his chest. While it was true that he had often voiced such sentiments in the past, stemming from genuine disdain and an unwillingness to see the person, he now found them oddly more palatable. Even the melancholic expression on their face stirred a sense of unease within him, as if he feared causing them further sorrow. On the other end of the line, Jiang Qiran continued to probe. Do you truly dislike him? I don't recall you mentioning it before. The last time I saw you both dining together, your relationship seemed amicable. Honestly, I'm not deceiving you. Under the weight of the other's somber gaze, Lin Yao experienced a sensation akin to prickling dread. Their history had been fraught with discord, encounters marked by arguments, and the recent truce merely a facade, given their shared living quarters necessitated a semblance of civility. With every additional word, he sensed the other's expression darken further. Lin Yao silently mouthed, I lied to him. Xie Xingchen, however, remained unfazed, interpreting it as a heartfelt confession and coldly resumed, donning his patient garb. When the young master was displeased, his temper flared, releasing pheromones that rendered Lin Yao weak and unsteady. Ironically, Jiang Qiran found this situation particularly intriguing, asking, Really? So next time I can retaliate. How would you like me to torment him? I can assist you. What if we're to be engaged soon? Wouldn't it be amusing to see him humiliated at the engagement banquet? In the past, with an ally by his side, Lin Yao would have concocted malicious schemes. Yet after the events of the previous night, when he felt isolated and aggrieved, Xie Xingchen had chosen to stand with him, opposing his father. That moment had deeply touched him. He was not made of stone and could not remain indifferent. Forget it. I'll be magnanimous and let it slide for now. The fabrications began to weigh heavily on Lin Yao, and he scrambled for an excuse. I still have a bit of a headache. Thank you for your concern, Senior. But rest assured, I truly have no ties to him. Knowing you two are to be wed, I would never engage in such antics. Jiang Qiran, in high spirits, replied with a cheerful tone, All right, then take care, and I'll reach out another day. As Lin Yao ended the call, the room fell into a silence, so profound one could hear a pin drop. Xie Xingchen remained silent, transforming once more into the taciturn and volatile alpha he had been upon entering the room, his gaze sharp and distant. Lin Yao tossed his phone aside, struggling to explain. I didn't want him to misunderstand, so I exaggerated a bit. You must understand. Understand, Xie Xingchen replied, nodding lightly as he pressed the call button at the bedside. Director Chung, I'm not feeling well. I need a sedative. After relaying his request, he turned to Lin Yao, his expression neutral. I'll concoct a reason to tell my father that I don't need you for now, so you may leave. Lin Yao shook his head. I'm not leaving. I'll stay here with you. Xie Xingchen offered a faint, self-deprecating smile. You despise me, yet you remain here. Doesn't that bother you? Besides, we've already played our parts last night. There's no risk of exposure. You're quite safe. Even the most oblivious of individuals could sense that his earlier words had wounded the other. Lin Yao's mind was in a chaotic state. He hastily leaped off the bed and strode towards the person in front of him, only to realize how tall he truly was. Even among a group of alphas, where he stood out significantly, he still had to slightly tilt his head to meet his gaze. Let us just say all the unpleasant things together, Xie Xingchen said coolly. You truly lack conscience. Lin Yao's eyelashes fluttered. He spoke slowly and earnestly. No, I don't dislike you anymore, truly. Xie Xingchen, indifferent, pressed the call button again, his expression cold as he urged someone to come over. Then he felt the corner of his clothing being tugged. I'm sorry, I spoke thoughtlessly. I truly realized my mistake. His typically icy voice carried a hint of awkwardness, rendering it quite pitiable. Xie Xingchen's heart stirred slightly. He turned to see the usually defiant youth with his head bowed, resembling a child who had erred and was now filled with unease as he tugged at him gently. Don't be angry. Xie Xingchen, what can I do to appease you? Chapter 43. The Difficulty of a Love-Struck Mind. What can I do to appease you? It was astonishing that such words came from Lin Yao's lips. Could he really console someone? Preposterous. Xie Xingchen bent down and pressed the call button once more. Director Chung, where are you? Your patient is beginning to exhibit hallucinations and delusions. If you don't come soon, it could escalate to schizophrenia. Wait a moment. I have another patient to see first, Director Chung replied. What symptoms lead you to that conclusion? Xie Xingchen replied expressionlessly. I heard Lin Yao softly saying he wants to console me. Lin Yao, a moment of extroversion exchanged for a lifetime of inferiority. On the other end, Director Chung stated, Shaoli, go get a brain CT for Xie Xingchen. Then, addressing the patient he was examining, he said, let us continue. Open your mouth. Let me see your tongue coating. That child has a bit of a problem, love-struck, and it won't be easy to remedy. The call was disconnected. Xie Xingchen turned around, adjusting the bite guard behind his head, still casting a vague glance at Lin Yao. Why haven't you left yet? Lin Yao felt this was Xie Xingchen's display of frustration, ignoring him, acting indifferent and deftly avoiding the subject. His words had been excessively hurtful, and he began to regret it. If only he could return to 5 minutes prior, he would at least choose a more reasonable excuse. I want to console you. His tongue was clumsy, adept at scolding but not at being endearing, leaving him in a muddled state. Xie Xingchen lowered his eyes, raised both hands to his temples, and shook his head. Did you get water in your ears last night? Why are you rambling? Lin Yao felt nauseous from the shaking. Director Cheng's diagnosis was accurate. This person truly has a serious mental issue. You can't handle a kind word. You must be scolded a couple of times to feel satisfied, right? Xie Xingchen observed the fleeting expressions on Lin Yao's face, realizing that remaining there was likely causing him discomfort. He sighed, reached into Lin Yao's pocket to place his phone, and gently nudged him towards the door. Stop pretending, let us go. Reluctantly, Lin Yao was pushed out the door, barely having the chance to say more before the automatic door closed behind him. He ran a hand through his disheveled hair, standing at the entrance of the isolation zone, feeling the breeze. Uncertain of where to go, he noticed a black sedan with a license plate X00001 parked at the entrance. Xie Hongji emerged from the vehicle. Locking eyes with him, Lin Yao inexplicably began to feel anxious. Hello, uncle. Why are you standing out here? Xie Hongji scrutinized him from head to toe. His hair was disheveled, his eyes puffy, his shirt undone, and deep bite marks marred his neck, clearly indicating he'd endured a rather tumultuous night. It was no surprise that, as an alpha, he could still walk with ease after such an ordeal, demonstrating exceptional physical resilience. Lin Yao's lips tightened into a straight line. I said enough. I don't need it for now. Director Chung had mentioned that it would take at least 3 days, and after just one night. How could he possibly be done? Xie Hongji raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Have you exposed yourself? No, he replied, attempting to quell the doubt. What excuse did you use? I mentioned that I was also drawn into my heat period and needed mutual assistance. He hadn't declined, hence the intention to become long-term partners in this endeavor. This was the agreement they had reached the previous night. However, after having issued such harsh words, Lin Yao was uncertain if Xie Xingchen would still assist him. The act of lying filled him with trepidation. Xie Hongji nodded. You are indeed quite clever. Since Xingchen is unwilling, you should return for now, ready at a moment's notice. His voice was calm, akin to discussing what to have for breakfast, yet it repeatedly pricked at Lin Yao's fragile pride. Lin Yao responded softly, of course. I will honor the agreement I made with you. Shaowen, take him back. Xie Hongji called to his assistant. I will check on Xingchen. As Lin Yao turned his head towards the isolation room on the second floor, he unexpectedly spotted Xie Xingchen standing by the window. He had removed the bite inhibitor and was smoking a cigarette, the faint tendrils of smoke obscuring his expression. Only his drooping eyelids were visible as he gazed in Lin Yao's direction, lost in thought, seemingly isolated from the world around him. Lin Yao parted his lips, struggling to find the right words. He excelled at confrontation, at fighting and mocking, but was utterly inept at mending relationships, something he had never been taught or practiced. Ultimately, he said nothing, bowing his head as he climbed into the car. Upon returning to the dormitory, the moment he opened the door, Hilly lunged at him, embracing him tightly while weeping dramatically. "Oh, Yaoge, you're finally back," he cried. "It's all because of that wicked Lin Yao. He knocked me out and tied me up the moment I left the office. Otherwise, I would have charged in to save you and taken down that dog Xie with me." He continued to wail. "I heard other students describe the scene in the restroom and thought you were dying." With tears and snot streaming down his face, he turned to grab a tissue before burying himself back in Lin Yao's embrace. Lin Yao felt a headache coming on. What new version of events has spread this time? They say you and Xie Xingchen were inside, stabbing each other with knives, blood everywhere. It sounded terrifying. You overpowered him. But poor Xie ended up with his innards exposed and is currently in the emergency room. Lin Yao sighed. Fortunately, they're at a military academy, not a media school. With such absurd tales, the alliance would surely be driven to ruin by their words. How many times must I tell you? It is simply not the case. Chung Boyan expressed with evident disdain. Your information is unreliable. It is clear that both of them have entered the quarantine zone, and there is an issue with the pheromones. Upon hearing such candid speculation, Lin Yao slowly turned his head. How do you know? Chung Boyan replied nonchalantly. My father is the director of Harmony Private School. He mentioned it during his night shift. Often, the most significant revelations are conveyed in the simplest of terms. Lin Yao, incredulous, stared at him several times, marveling at how small the world is. With this newfound connection in mind, he recalled Director Cheng's thinning hair and sincerely wished, I hope you won't inherit his baldness. Chung Boyan was momentarily taken aback, retorting, You are the one who is bald. Your entire family is bald. Wait, your father is that renowned doctor from Harmony Private School? I've heard it's quite lucrative, Healy interjected, sniffling as he became captivated by the new gossip. So, you're actually a rich second generation. Are you aware that Harmony belongs to the CF family? Chung Boyan responded gratefully. Thanks to him, I could attend school here. I am merely a beneficiary of connections. Healy ceased his tears, wiping them away while praising. Impressive. It's my first time encountering someone so proud of their connections. The two conversed enthusiastically about this matter. Lin Yao scrutinized Chung Boyan for several seconds, hesitating to speak. We are far too loud. Yaoge's just returned from the hospital and certainly needs rest. Healy placed a hand over the other's mouth, insisting, All right, enough chatter. Let Yaoge sleep. At this moment, Lin Yao was preoccupied with thoughts of Xie Xingchen, entirely unable to find rest. He tossed and turned in bed, getting up to eat twice, then returning to lie down, unable to settle his restless mind. And still no solutions emerged. He opened the dialogue box of that person, yet was at a loss for words. Apologies would not be heard, and he had no desire to meet face to face, so he decided to send a message. The last time he had been the one to block the individual, which was undeniably awkward. 01. It has been several hours. How are you now? 10 minutes passed with no response, as if his message had fallen into a void. Upon checking the updates, he saw that Xie Xingchen had posted a text with an image. A lavish dinner for one. A table laden with exotic delicacies airlifted from who knows where. Lin Yao ground his teeth in frustration. Fine, you may ignore my message, but I see you're still posting. He angrily tapped the like button, a reminder that he was aware of Xie Xingchen's online presence. You dare to ignore me, and you shall regret it. With a blank expression, Lin Yao returned to the dialogue box, waiting another 10 minutes, but still there was no reply. Indeed, he was being ignored. To add insult to injury, Xie Xingchen suddenly changed to a vividly colored profile picture, as if to ensure no one could miss it. This was nothing short of a provocation, boldly declaring, Yes, I am angry and have chosen to leave you on red. Lin Yao, in despair, grasped his hair, muttering to himself, Why is this person so difficult to appease? It's so annoying, I no longer wish to placate him. Chapter 44. 3 wishes. Lin Yao had no mutual friends with him, thus he could not see the replies sent to others. For the first time, he took the initiative, begrudgingly sending a second message. 01. How many injections of suppressants did you have today? Are you still feeling unwell? After another 5 minutes, a line of text finally appeared at the top, indicating that the other party was typing. Lin Yao sat up in bed, awaiting his reply with a solemn expression reminiscent of the anxiety he felt when checking his college entrance examination results. However, 5 minutes passed, and still no response materialized. Surely, it couldn't be that they were composing a lengthy critique? Lin Yao began to mentally compile a list of past misdeeds committed by Xie Xingchen, realizing that he himself had not been blameless either. Yet, after 3 minutes of earnest reflection, he found himself at a loss. There was, astonishingly, nothing that stood out. Lin Yao fell into contemplation, recognizing that aside from the initial incident where his friends had cornered him and given him a beating, he had not engaged in any particularly unethical behavior. Combat sports inherently involve both victory and defeat, with fierce competition for the top ranks being entirely legitimate. It seemed that apart from the initial discord, the animosity was largely one-sided. Suddenly, Lin Yao's phone vibrated. There were no words, only a rather ordinary meme. "I'm fine," accompanied by a smiling face. Unable to contain himself, Lin Yao, with an expressionless demeanor, pressed the keys on his keyboard. "What did you spend so long typing? If you want to scold me, just go ahead. I want to mind." This time, the other party remained silent, only sending a voice message. Chung Boyan and Healy were engrossed in an online shooting game, communicating in sign language to avoid disturbing others while wearing headphones. Lin Yao held the phone to his ear, hearing the languid voice of the other person through the receiver. "Are you spying on me? How else would you know I was writing an essay?" A wave of embarrassment washed over Lin Yao, feeling as if he had been caught red-handed. Yet he feigned nonchalance. "I just happened to see." "What? Are you afraid I'll be upset?" Xie Xingchen sent 2 more voice messages, seemingly remorseful for being inconsiderate. I'm truly sorry." Lin Yao sincerely apologized. "I was wrong. Please don't be angry." Healy vaguely heard Lin Yao speaking and grabbed one of his earphones, just in time to catch the last sentence before quietly putting the earbud back in. He communicated in sign language to Chung Boyan. "I think I've stayed up too late. I'm experiencing auditory hallucinations." Chung Boyan tilted his head, confused. "Huh?" Healy dramatically clasped his hands together, lamenting. He Yao Ge is actually being all soft and cutesy. As he mimicked the gesture, his entire body twisted into a pretzel, rubbing against Chung Boyan, who was left covered in goosebumps, and whispered, "No way. Really? I heard him say, 'I was wrong. Please don't be angry.'" Healy's voice, exaggerated and theatrical, echoed throughout the dormitory. A heavy silence ensued. Chung Boyan removed his headphones, crossed his arms, and rubbed his hands together. "Honestly, dude, that essay bit nauseating." Lin Yao spoke up coolly. "Healy, do you also feel like your insides might spill out, requiring a trip to the emergency room?" "I was wrong. Yao Gu, please don't be angry," Healy replied, turning pale and rushing toward the restroom in a faux retching posture. When Lin Yao looked down again, he saw that Xie Xingchen had left a single text message. "I've had 4 injections of suppressants, feeling a bit dizzy. Going to sleep now." Lin Yao read the message multiple times, glancing at Chung Boyan seated below, and tentatively inquired, "Boyan, could I ask you for a favor?" Heavens! The usually cold and distant overlord actually called by nickname. Chung Boyan sprang to his feet. "Speak. Could you ask your father, Xie Xingchen, about his condition daily? I'm rather worried." Lin Yao clenched his teeth, finally managing to voice his concern, fearing a harsh reprimand could lead to responsibility. After all, that fellow Xie Xingchen would surely only report good news, not troubles. Chung Boyan mused to himself. "See, this is the demeanor of a true leader. Even after a scuffle, there's a need for post-conflict reassurance." He patted his chest with great camaraderie, declaring, "Exactly. Sharing the same dormitory is fate. Why engage in daily bickering and fights? Your concern shows you've matured. Leave it to me. I will ensure you two resolve your conflicts peacefully." Lin Yao replied, "Only a temporary truce." In the following days, Chung Boyan discreetly inquired about Xie Xingchen's condition and then covertly relayed the information to Lin Yao. Xie Xingchen has taken his medication 3 times today and secretly smoked 3 cigarettes. He must be feeling pent-up. He slept until noon today, skipped lunch, and barely ate dinner. He has no appetite. He spent the afternoon sulking at my father, dissatisfied with the lack of progress in his treatment. No one has consoled him. It's truly pitiful. Lin Yao contemplated visiting him again, but going alone might not earn him a warm welcome. Thus, he suggested indirectly, "Shouldn't we show some care for our classmate?" "Indeed. How'd I not think of that?" Chung Boyan nodded. "You should clarify things face to face. After all, you're both young men. There is no conflict that can't be resolved." Li, standing nearby, scoffed, "Something is off, Yao Ge. You've changed." Lin Yao felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt. "What's wrong with me? I'm just worried about being too harsh and truly injuring him. The first time you were hit, you cursed him to step outside only to have a flat tire in the rain, without an umbrella, eating instant noodles without seasoning." Li said ominously, "You're not that benevolent." Lin Yao sighed inwardly. Wouldn't that just provoke him further and leave him in the wrong? Chung Boyan, ever the whirlwind of energy, finished speaking and immediately bought 3 large bouquets of flowers, called for a car, and took them to the isolation room. Lin Yao clutched the bouquet of roses, his face sour. "Seriously, who brings flowers when visiting someone sick?" "It's the last of the roses. We're in the same boat," Chung Boyan replied, shaking the flowers in his hand. "It's the thought that counts." As Xie Xingchen's secret admirer, Li wore an expression of reluctance, muttering, "I'm only going because of Yao Ge. This was never my intention." Throughout the journey, Lin Yao organized his words. This time, he was determined to resolve the conflict properly, hoping they could return to their previous dynamic of sharp exchanges without any burden. However, when Director Chung led them inside and the door swung open, they locked eyes and all words escaped him. After nearly a week apart, the person before him seemed to have lost considerable weight, yet remained strikingly handsome. His condition appeared to have improved somewhat. He wasn't wearing a bite guard, but the small arms of his hospital gown were rolled up, revealing numerous needle marks, indicating that he had not been enjoying an easy time lately. Chung Boyan was a chatterbox, rambling on incessantly, while Xie Xingchen occasionally replied or glanced at the corner where Lin Yao stood silently with the roses. "I need to use the restroom. Could someone accompany me?" Xie Xingchen hinted, expressing concern that he had been eating less lately and feared fainting. Lin Yao quickly set the flowers aside, asserting, "I will help." As he stepped forward to assist Xie Xingchen from bed, he felt the frailness of his arm, a stark reminder of his significant weight loss. The two moved in silence, their eyes locked, as they cautiously made their way toward the bathroom. It struck Li as peculiar how Yao Ge seemed to instinctively know where the restroom was located, as he stood bewildered in the spacious single-patient room. Scratching his head in confusion, Lin Yao kept his head down, silently acting as a crutch, and once they finally entered, he pressed Xie Xingchen against the door as it closed behind them. The distance that had once felt insurmountable now vanished, allowing Lin Yao to catch a faint whiff of lingering tequila. "You've lost your mind," he exclaimed, suddenly snapping back to reality, pushing Xie Xingchen away in a fluster. "There are others outside." The tone of his words bore a resemblance to a forbidden affair. Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze, a genuine smile breaking through, his spirits lifted. "You took the initiative to come see me. It's been a few days, and I missed you." The warmth of their breath mingled in the confined space, and Lin Yao found himself unable to evade the moment, his voice barely above a whisper. "I meant it when I said I was sincerely sorry." One must take responsibility for their words. "How sincere?" Xie Xingchen teased. "You would agree to anything now, just to avoid angering me." "Anything?" Lin Yao echoed, a hint of apprehension creeping into his expression. Xie Xingchen regarded him with amusement, remarking, "You're digging your own grave." Lin Yao opened his mouth, muttering, "You wouldn't betray me, would you?" No sooner had he spoken than he felt a familiar grip encircle his neck, imbued with a certain yearning. "I never expected to find my reputation with you so unexpectedly favorable," Xie Xingchen observed, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he caressed the skin beneath his fingers. "Are you not afraid of my insatiable desires? You may find yourself obliged to engage in activities unfit for the innocent." "What?" Lin Yao felt a twinge of regret for not having indulged further on that fateful night. As Xie Xingchen lamented, "You should be marked from head to toe with my claims." Lin Yao's back stiffened as he sensed Xie Xingchen's fingers lingering near his glands. Where the previous marks had healed, during the height of an alpha's desire, they often experience an overwhelming possessiveness towards marked omegas, a fact covered in their physiology lessons. Xie Xingchen surely believed that Lin Yao had betrayed him. Turning his head slightly, Lin Yao exposed a swath of skin to Xie Xingchen's gaze. Would you like to mark me again? But I've mentioned before that after 3 marks, I would become irreversibly bound to you. Before he could finish, he noticed Xie Xingchen's breath had slowed, recalling the coolness of the previous biting device, which this time transformed into warm lips. With half-closed eyes, Lin Yao felt his eyelashes flutter. Listening to the cacophony of voices outside, the sounds faded into a whisper, but there are people outside. Be gentle. So naive, Xie Xingchen murmured, leaning closer to his ear. Promise me 3 wishes, and I shall forgive you. Chapter 45. I follow Lin Yao's lead. Lin Yao laughed in exasperation. 3 wishes. Do you think this is a mere coin toss in a wishing well? The proximity was so close that his breath brushed against my ear, sending a tingling sensation that compelled me to push him away. However, due to the delicate awkwardness that had lingered for the past week, I stifled my sarcasm and replied softly, Go ahead, speak. You must promise first. Inwardly, I cursed myself for being such a wretched creature, relishing in the opportunity to tease him. Yet, I maintained an unyielding facade, relishing this rare moment of upper hand. Otherwise, there will be nothing to discuss. Lin Yao clenched and then relaxed his fist. All right, it's fine. I can't endure this, and once he recovers, I shall unleash my pent-up frustration upon him during our training sessions. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yao displayed his most amiable smile. Sure, as long as it's not too excessive. I lowered my gaze, my fingers loosely encircling his waist, and seeing him relent only intensified my desire to provoke him further. My first wish is to engage in a passionate kiss for 30 minutes every morning. Lin Yao's composure shattered. He hastily covered my mouth. Fearful that such audacious words would reach the ears of others outside, I believe Director Chung is correct. You are indeed quite ill. Your mind is not entirely clear. I replied calmly. I am not unwell, I assure you. For the past week, each morning has been consumed by this thought, and it's quite unbearable, necessitating a shower. Lin Yao, with a serious demeanor, endeavored to comprehend my intent. Is it that after marking me once, the pheromones have disordered your thoughts, leading to this bewildering verbal chaos? I shall grant you another chance. Choose again. Twice. Huh? What? I confessed. I marked you twice. Lin Yao looked utterly bewildered. Aside from that time in the car, you did not bite me again. I recounted, on the way back that night, you climbed into my bed and marked me once more. Emphasizing the word climbed, I leisurely recalled that night's events, taking my clothes, seizing my blanket, wrapping my arms around me, and urging me to bite him. Lin Yao exclaimed, That's impossible. He truly seemed to be under some delusion. Observing his blank expression, I summarized, You were far too proactive and exceedingly clingy. You know, I have little restraint when it comes to temptation, so I simply succumbed and mark you again. After saying this, I felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Twice. I dare say there are remnants of my pheromones still lingering in your bloodstream. Lin Yao gasped, finally recalling that morning's notably swollen neck. So was this wretched fellow. However, did he not realize that marking 3 times would have consequences? Or perhaps he was fully aware, which is why, in that uncontrollable state a week ago, he merely embraced me and kissed without progressing further. Lin Yao, slightly dazed, mused, Do you realize we have a remarkably high compatibility? Indeed, 100%. As the old man stated, I replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, I shall not mark you a 3rd time. Should you require it next time, I can provide you with my pheromones in another manner. Lin Yao questioned, We mean? I returned to my initial wish, to engage in a passionate kiss for 30 minutes every morning. I added, This would be mutually beneficial. Lin Yao reflected previously, I only kissed you out of necessity. Who casually kisses their roommate, let alone engages in such passionate embraces? The mere act of imagining brought forth a shiver down his spine. He shook his head, convinced of his inability. If you continue like this, we won't be able to converse. Could you speak of something within my capabilities? Yao, go. Yao, go. Have you fallen into the toilet? He Li's voice echoed urgently from outside. You two stop fighting and come out. Lin Yao pushed him. Hurry up and finish in there. We can discuss your wishes later. Xie Xingchen straightened up, placing his hands on the elastic waistband. and sighed, "You're looking at me. It feels a bit awkward. Is there a moment when you're not awkward? Yeah. Please give a sign. Don't let yourself be beaten to death." He Li's voice drew closer, nearly pressing against the door. Lin Yao turned his back and muttered, "It's not the first time we share a bathroom. Hurry up." Xie Xingchen couldn't help but laugh, closing the glass door behind him, and lowered his head to attend to his business. When the two finally emerged, they were momentarily speechless at the sight before them. In addition to Cheng Boyan and He Li, who had come to visit, there was Dean Hua and a large group of students from the Comprehensive Combat Institute, with Duan Zheng and Li Mao even standing at the outermost layer. Furthermore, a throng of medical staff, led by Director Cheng, filled the entrance. Nearly 20 individuals formed a formidable presence, blocking any exit. Lin Yao thought. So many people suddenly appeared outside, waiting for them while he and Xie Xingchen had occupied the restroom for 20 minutes. "Finished urinating?" Director Cheng cheerfully inquired. "Your classmates are truly polite. They know not to make noise in the isolation zone and remain silent." Lin Yao closed his eyes, wishing he could request a merciful release from Director Cheng. Xie Xingchen found it amusing. "You all are like magicians. Where did you all come from?" "It's my fault." He Li knelt down, apologizing. "On my way here, I posted a status on my alternate account without realizing I had switched to the school's confession wall." Lin Yao interjected, "Another account? How many pseudonyms do you have for surfing?" "Indeed, I am just another anonymous entity on the Chongqing confession wall. In any case, everyone knows you long for the feeling of being visited in the isolation zone, and thus they all came with enthusiasm." He Li offered an awkward smile. "It's nothing. It's not a secret." Xie Xingchen slightly nodded. "Thank you, but I'm still a bit unwell. Let us disperse." He Li hesitated. "You're too kind. I feel guilty for not being able to criticize you." Upon hearing this, the crowd was uncertain whether to stay or leave, standing frozen in place. Duan Zheng kicked to the knee of a nearby person, and with a thud, Li Mao knelt down. In front of so many people, he felt he had lost all face and broke down. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have provoked you with my mecha on the training ground. I apologize for misusing the inducing agents that caused you both to fall into confusion. It was my fault. You may punish me as you wish, but I truly did not use Xie 7032. For an entire week, I've been unable to eat, unable to sleep, and each night I have repented for my mistakes." Li Mao knelt his way swiftly towards them, reaching for Lin Yao's pants, only to be deftly evaded. He could only bow his head in despair, tears streaming down his face. "I know I've hurt you both. You have suffered both physically and mentally, and I am unforgivable. However, I truly did not use Xie 7032. That is a prohibited substance. If I were to face a military tribunal, it would forever preclude my aspirations of becoming a soldier. How can I confess to something I did not commit?" Lin Yao remained silent, his gaze cast downward. It is difficult to articulate the tumult of emotions within him at that moment, a medley of conflicting feelings. During middle school, he had been unjustly accused of theft. Due to his impoverished background, whenever something went missing, he would instinctively be suspected. At the time, he was at a loss for resolution, resorting to physical confrontation with those who slandered him, yet to no avail. They merely perceived it as a manifestation of his shame and rage. Thus, the situation escalated, leaving him ostracized by his male classmates. Even when girls from other classes offered him love letters, they were warned, "He is a thief. What good is good looks if his hands are unclean?" This label haunted him for 3 years. During that time, it was He Li who brought him breakfast and cheerfully sat beside him, proclaiming, "I believe in you." That was the first instance Lin Yao experienced warmth, and thereafter, no matter how foolish He Li's actions were, Lin Yao felt compelled to defend him, to shield him from the world. It was because, in his moment of utter isolation, He Li had extended a hand toward him, preventing him from plummeting into darkness. His retaliatory strikes and fights and Li Mao's vengeful rage were, in essence, two sides of the same coin. Even if he was at fault, slander was the basest form of resolution. "I implore you to reveal the truth to the Academy. I am sorry, truly sorry. I recognize my mistakes." Li Mao, disregarding the crowd that had gathered, repeatedly slammed his head against the ground, creating a resounding noise. The room fell into a hushed silence. Xie Xingchen could not discern Lin Yao's thoughts, but recognized the hesitation etched on his face. Lin Yao, by nature, was quite indifferent. He believed that a tenfold punishment was deserved for those who engaged in malevolent deeds. Even if this course of action was not entirely appropriate, alternatives could certainly exist. Yet, Lin Yao struggled. He found himself willing to embrace forgiveness for the other party. Xie Xingchen lifted his hand and gently squeezed the nape of Lin Yao's neck. What does Lin think? Startled by the sudden touch, Lin Yao turned his head. Their gazes colliding. In front of so many, he momentarily forgot their outwardly discordant relationship, not shying away. He pondered why, despite Xie Xingchen enduring far greater trauma. He sought Lin Yao's input. Could he truly voice his opinion? Would it matter if he did? Lin Yao opened his mouth, hesitating. Primarily, Xie Xingchen has sustained more significant injuries. How do you suggest we proceed? Dean Hu interjected. Xie Xingchen smiled gently, his fingers brushing Lin Yao's pale neck in a gesture of comfort. He then turned to the assembly, calmly relinquishing the decision-making authority. I defer to Lin Yao. He shall have the final say. Chapter 46. What do you desire? Upon reflection, the entire debacle originated from He Li's creation of a rather grotesque video. Subsequently, the situation snowballed, becoming an unending cycle. Previously, we claimed he had used Xie 7032. It was a misunderstanding, a misjudgment on our part. Lin Yao spoke rationally. This matter initially stemmed from He Li's error. We too share culpability. However, subsequently, Li Mao and Duan Zheng employed even more egregious methods to retaliate. And I do not believe that Duan Zheng can shift all the blame onto his friends. To my surprise, this matter brought him back into the fray, and Duan Zheng's expression instantly darkened. What do you want? Indeed, the previous incident involved a mere ordinary sedative, yet resulted in irreparable harm to Xie Xingchen. Therefore, I believe, he paused, noticing that all eyes were fixed upon him. This was not the same as when he had previously been remembered and revered for achieving first place. This was the first time he was being taken seriously, becoming the focal point of authority. It was Xie Xingchen who bestowed upon him such respect. Lin Yao cleared his throat, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke earnestly. I have heard that there has been frequent warfare in the Wild Star region, necessitating logistical support. If punishment must be administered, let the two of them volunteer to go to Wild Star, with Elise serving as a reporter. Wild Star? Duan Zheng furrowed his brow, expressing his aversion to that desolate place. How would he want to go? How is this any different from exile? Li Mao, feeling as if he had been granted amnesty, repeatedly bowed his head. I'm willing to go, as long as I'm not expelled from the military. I could manage for half a year. If you're going, don't involve me. Duan Zheng retorted disdainfully. What a foolish notion. Dean Hull chuckled softly, leisurely remarking, Lin, you indeed possess a natural aptitude for leadership. Originally, the top 30 students from your recent freshman competition were to automatically form the Chongqing Guard. The school intends to select some students for this purpose, and you have inadvertently assisted me in pre-selecting candidates. Pausing briefly, unable to contain his laughter due to the serendipity of the situation, he continued, You, Xie Xingchen, and Duan Zheng, as the top 3, cannot escape this fate. Duan Zheng. He turned his head, utterly speechless. Is it too late for me to withdraw now? Of course not, Dean Hall replied, his smile fading. The foremost principle of a soldier is to obey orders. You should be well aware of that. Duan Zheng averted his gaze, muttering a curse under his breath. Lin Yao nodded slightly, even seeming to take pleasure in this upcoming journey. I have no objections. I would be more than willing to oversee these two. Upon hearing this, Xie Xingchen, reveling in the unfolding drama, concurred. I have no issues either. However, Dean, there ought to be some distinction between overseers and punishers. For instance, Lin Yao and I should be entitled to travel in the most luxurious aircraft and reside in opulent suites. Of course, considering the need to conserve funds for the institute, we could share a room. Finally freed from the prospect of facing a military tribunal, Li Mao was particularly agreeable, nodding vigorously. Fine. You can even make me sleep in the restroom. Duan Zheng was genuinely exasperated, expressing his disdain for Li Mao's proximity. Could you please exhibit some dignity? As for the punishment, it must entail a decrepit, subpar aircraft and accommodations need not be arranged. This is not a vacation. Xie Xingchen's remarks were particularly scathing, noting that even confinement offered limited space to move, which was already an exceedingly humane form of leniency. Duan Zheng pondered. Why did he even provoke Xie Xingchen in the first place? Lin Yao could not help but chuckle softly, lowering his head. Cheng Boyan, realizing the situation belatedly, slapped his forehead. Wait, all three of us from our dormitory are going. I cannot be left out. Are you out of your mind? Director Cheng raised a hand to ruffle his hair, visibly anxious. Don't perish out there. I must go. Cheng Boyan stood tall, declaring, as the dormitory leader, I shall accompany my roommates in all endeavors. Well, you have neither erred nor ranked among the top 30 in the competition. Thus you truly cannot go. Healy softly reminded him. Cheng Boyan instinctively glanced at his father. Dad, could you possibly use your connections to find a way for me to take a shortcut? The director, nearly launching his pen at his head in exasperation, retorted, Enough. The visiting hours for patients have already exceeded half an hour. Everyone should disperse. With the doctor ushering them out, Lin Yao followed suit and exited with the others. Upon reaching the first floor, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He retrieved it and saw a message from Xie Xingchen. XXC, these days have been utterly miserable. I haven't tasted a single delicacy. How tragic. 01. The seafood and rare delicacies you sent that day were truly dismal. The young master is oblivious to the struggles of the world. XXC, those were pictures I found online. A rough life with a polished social media presence. Lin Yao let out a soft sigh. He decided against quarreling with the patient. 01. What do you wish to eat? I shall go and procure it. Xie Xingchen smirked slightly, thinking how delightful it would be to receive such treatment. Bingo had its perks. He casually listed a few dishes available at the nearby restaurant, not particularly caring about the specifics. Standing by the window, he watched as Lin Yao bid farewell to the crowd before entering the restaurant alone. Xie Xingchen's room offered a splendid view, and during his confinement, he often gazed out from there. However, today was different. It was far more enjoyable than any previous moment spent by the window, for he could see Lin Yao. He observed Lin Yao placing an order and paying with a nonchalant expression, then carrying a large bag of food as he navigated the traffic lights and returned to the isolation area. Initially, when he mentioned wanting 3 wishes to Lin Yao, it was said in jest, lacking any serious intention. He merely wished to tease him. But now, he found himself with a genuine desire. As Lin Yao strolled through the tree-lined path of the isolation area, drawing closer to the building, he felt his phone vibrate. It was a call from Xie Xingchen. He answered with a hint of exasperation. Surely, you are not so famished that you cannot wait even half an hour? I have thought it through. I wish to exchange my 3 wishes now. Xie Xingchen stood by the window, lowering his gaze as Lin Yao approached, then lifting his eyes to meet his. Lin Yao raised his chin, noticing him at the window. Do not utter any crass or vulgar words. Let us be serious. Xie Xingchen replied with an affirming hum. For my first wish, you must tell me every time you feel unhappy. Lin Yao paused, surprised by the unexpected earnestness. He had not anticipated such a request, one that prioritized his own feelings. Aware of his own difficulty in articulating thoughts and emotions, he had expended his first precious opportunity to make such a request. He blinked slowly, feeling the evening breeze brush against his heated cheeks. Very well, Lin Yao nodded in agreement. What is the next wish? Xie Xingchen regarded him, observing him bathed in the gentle sunlight, his tone softening. For my second wish, I wish to see you every day. Lin Yao tightened his grip on his phone, then gradually released it. Once a relationship marked by a desire never to encounter one another again has, rather unexpectedly, transformed into this. He jested. Are you punishing me? In all honesty, I do not wish to see you every day. Once a week will suffice, much like your visit today. Xie Xingchen settled for compromise. Lin Yao replied with a soft affirmation. I shall do my utmost. And what else? Xie Xingchen gazed at him, his eyes slowly traversing every inch of his form. A blend of lascivious yet innocent desire intertwining, mindful not to frighten him away. He sought to approach stealthily, coaxing Lin Yao to willingly entrap himself. For the third wish, I shall share it with you on a pleasant day, he continued. By the way, since the scores for the tomato are likely to be low initially. I hope everyone can grant me a few 5-star ratings before the scores are released, so that I may appear somewhat respectable. Oh, woe is me. Indeed, I am but a girl who values her pride. Chapter 47. Want me to share with you the journey to the desolate star was set for the autumn break. This arrangement was made to minimize disruption to everyone's academic schedule, coinciding conveniently with the midterm examinations. Moreover, Xie Xingchen had truly suffered a significant setback. Having spent nearly half a month in the quarantine zone, absent from both academic classes and training grounds, with rumors of a grievous injury sounding increasingly credible. There were even ill-informed Omega admirers who petitioned for humane treatment from Lord Chongqing-jun, seeking to ensure Xie Xingchen's peaceful recovery. The uproar was incessant. To quell the public outcry, the school reluctantly required Xie Xingchen to record a video to clarify the situation, which was subsequently looped on multiple screens throughout the campus. I'm grateful for all my classmates concerned, but let us allow the wise to dispel the rumors. It is imperative that I clarify that my relationship with classmate Lin Yao is currently one of mutual affection and harmony. When Lin Yao viewed this video, he was in the midst of practicing his shooting skills with a sniper rifle. The sudden appearance of Xie Xingchen's face on the screen nearly caused a bullet to strike He Li on the forehead. Good heavens, you have changed. Have you truly become so infatuated with Xie that you wish to assassinate me? He Li exclaimed, leaping back in fright. Before Lin Yao could respond, he heard Xie Xingchen continue. He will send me class notes every day. He Li looked incredulous. You would engage in such futile acts of kindness? Lin Yao explained. He said that if he were to fail, as my former rival, it would bring shame upon me as well. He will capture the sunrise for me on his way to school, Lin Yao added. He Li squinted. Things are getting a bit ambiguous between you two. I find myself wanting to ship this. Lin Yao stammered. Yes, he mentioned that he struggles with sleep due to the suppressants and does not wish to miss the dawn. He will also bring me meals every 3 days, Lin Yao added. He Li scoffed. Lin Yao insisted. It is absolutely not his subjective desire. It is due to one of those damned wishes. We must meet at least once a week. I cannot betray my promise right from the start. He Li snatched the sniper rifle from Lin Yao's hands in despair. Lin, let me end my suffering. Perhaps those who are excessively devoted face a grim fate. I simply cannot bear it any longer. All of this was not born of guilt for Xie's injury, but stemmed from Lin Yao's profound concern for me. Therefore, please refrain from spreading rumors about Lin Yao injuring me. I am in good physical and mental health, ready for the expedition, and I wish to accompany Lin Yao to join the Chongqing Guardian team in our mission to rescue our compatriots. Kindly do not disrupt my plans. Thank you. The final remark was so blunt that it was startling. Have they truly reached such harmony? I wonder if this is what they call fighting at the head of the bed and making up at the foot. That expression is typically reserved for couples. Perhaps they have developed feelings living together in the same dormitory, as there is not much animosity between them. It could also be due to the overwhelming influence of the academy, as any instance of comrades turning against each other would indeed be a grave matter. The crowd around them murmured, casting glances towards the focal point of the discussion. Lin Yao reached out to reclaim the gun held by He Li. His expression icy. This gun has its uses. Once Xie returns, I shall take him down with it. That fellow has been quite reckless lately, taking advantage of his illness. The benevolent experience card ends here. He sighed, as He Li had only half finished his statement before falling silent. Lin Yao, harboring thoughts of wanting to eliminate someone, turned around, and the muzzle of his sniper rifle pressed against the shoulder of an approaching figure. The person paused for a mere second before smoothly stepping aside. The individual before him donned an outfit distinct from the combat uniforms worn by the others, an understated black coat, broad shoulders, exuding a subtle yet striking flare akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. Lin Yao felt a surge of trepidation and exclaimed, "Do you wish to die? Don't walk into the line of fire. If it were to misfire, we would both end up buried together." Days had passed, yet Xie Xingchen truly missed this banter, still retaining its unique flavor. A joint burial sounded rather appealing. He raised an eyebrow. Upon finishing, he glanced up at the looping video and explained, "That video was primarily requested by the Academy to remind you of your merits. I thought there were indeed many, and perhaps I overshared a bit. But it was all truthful, so you can't blame me. He merely wished for everyone to recognize how benevolent Lin Yao had been towards him. What fault was there in that? Lin Yao took a deep breath. Indeed, I do not blame you. He fixed his gaze upon Xie Xingchen, shifting his arm slightly aside, and squeezed the trigger. A gunshot rang out, striking the target dead center. Next time you speak recklessly, that will be your head, Lin Yao declared. He glanced over, astonished to see the target shattered. His brother Yao's shooting skills were remarkable. Perhaps next time he would edit a solo clip to showcase his prowess. Xie Xingchen nodded, still smiling. All right then, to atone for my error, I shall accompany you back to gather your belongings. You even want to take over the task of packing? That is my responsibility, He retorted, puffing up his cheeks in indignation. On the first day of school, it was I who accompanied him here. Xie Xingchen cast a sidelong glance, his tone gentle. Thank you for taking care of him. Li. The other party disregarded his sarcasm and offered a sincere response. Why are you being so polite in thanking him? He thought, exasperated. I have little luggage. Just what's in the dormitory. No packing necessary. Lin Yao lowered his head, stowing away the gun and returning it to the armory, signing his name. Xie Xingchen, hands tucked in his coat pockets, approached. Then will you help me pack? I have quite a few things to retrieve from home. Know your limits. Why should I accompany you in repaying the debt of 2 days and nights of practice that you promised? You have yet to show up even once. Is it not essential to uphold integrity in one's dealings? Lin Yao remarked, your penny-pinching demeanor is truly detestable. He pondered why this individual had so many secrets to hold over him as the latter ferociously signed his name on the list. Let us go. Even upon arriving at his residence, Lin Yao remained oblivious to the purpose of this visit. His gaze fell upon the crystal chandelier in the living room, and he understood, an exhibition of wealth. Every corner revealed an undeniable affluence. Even the tissue box on the table was adorned with gold and jade. Is your father involved in embezzlement? Lin Yao inquired bluntly. Isn't the league leader supposed to earn a salary? How can he be so wealthy? Surely, he must be receiving money from some unsavory dealings. He contemplated the possibility of getting him incarcerated, wondering if that would alleviate his sense of threat. Xie Xingchen discerned Lin Yao's thoughts and sighed, expressing a sense of lament. No, I have another Omega father who runs a legitimate business and is indeed affluent. Lin Yao replied, I shall compete with you wealthy individuals. If I had possessed such a tissue box earlier, perhaps I would not have had to sleep in the basement. Xie Xingchen gazed into his eyes, smiling as he insinuated, if you desire, I could share my own with you. Lin Yao was taken aback. Despite his poverty, he held his dignity high. He straightened his back defiantly and declared, I do not require your meager charity. Chapter 48. Because I wish Xie Xingchen thought to himself that Lin Yao's perception of him may have improved slightly, but it was still a mere fraction. The distance had shifted from a potential assassination upon their first encounter to a begrudging acknowledgement of his presence. Xie Xingchen apologized. It's commendable. You have spirit. I should not have used money to demean you. Acknowledgement is all I need, Lin Yao replied with a frosty expression. Casting another glance at the ostentatious tissue box, what a waste. Xie Xingchen opened a large suitcase, filling it with items from the adjacent storage cabinet. This time, it's a team led by Hui Yuan. Since you have nothing to bring, I will finish packing, and we will head to school before departing. Lin Yao lowered his head to message He Li understood. When he looked up again, he was met with the sight of the suitcase filled with 4 sets of pajamas, 2 pairs of slippers, 2 toothbrushes, and 2 cups. Everything in pairs as if for a move. This ISNTA vacation. Is one set not enough that you must have a rotation? Lin Yao could hardly tolerate his extravagant behavior. If he were so delicate, he ought to stay home and recuperate. Just as he prepared to voice his thoughts, a few pillowcases were thrust into his hands. Xie Xingchen said, choose one. Which do you prefer to sleep with? Lin Yao was bewildered. Xie Xingchen, seeing his confusion, explained this trip will be lengthy, and given the remote location, comfort may be compromised. We should prepare for a more pleasant stay. If you cannot sleep well, it will only hinder our progress. Is this for me? Lin Yao was taken aback. Otherwise, why would I bring you to my home? Xie Xingchen chuckled. Surely, you do not believe I simply wish to flaunt my wealth? Lin Yao, I apologize, but he truly felt that way just 3 minutes ago. At this moment, it is somewhat embarrassing, akin to a petty individual misjudging a noble heart. He lowered his head, gazing at several colors, and absent-mindedly touched one that was smooth and soft. Despite not knowing the brand, he could still sense its superior quality. I see no distinction. This one will suffice. My life is rather rough, and I'm not picky. This is the truth, even on a park bench. He could fall asleep until dawn. Then let us take them all. I'll change daily and surely discover which one I prefer. Xie Xingchen nonchalantly stated, folding everything neatly in a box. Lin Yao was momentarily speechless, and, after several seconds, hesitantly inquired, do the toiletries you are bringing include a portion for me as well? Upon finishing his question, he noticed the other person looking at him silently. Perhaps he had misjudged, given their recent peculiar relationship. Such a thought had crossed his mind. Lin Yao turned away, maintaining a stoic demeanor, and remarked, I was merely sharing a cold joke. Then he felt a warm palm resting atop his head, gently ruffling his hair. Yes, this is for you. Xie Xingchen smiled. I am delighted that you would think so. Lin Yao could not endure the cat-like affection. Feeling as though he were paralyzed, unable to move, yet unable to remain still. The pivotal issue was that this fellow seemed addicted to the action, his fingertips entwining in his hair repeatedly, incessantly. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Lin Yao lifted his foot and kicked him. The last person who touched my head nearly fractured something. Wasn't he at me? During that time, I helped you wash your hair? No, that was the one before last. Lin Yao retorted through gritted teeth. Xie Xingchen laughed heartily, retracting his hand only to retrieve a plethora of items for selection, from color to style to material, making Lin Yao feel as if he were wandering through a home goods store. After nearly an hour of deliberation, they finally returned to school, carting 2 fully packed suitcases. His possessions were minimal. A small black handbag contained everything he needed, taking up little space, easily portable. Chung Boyan had pleaded with Director Chung for an entire week and finally managed to sneak into this group. Aside from him and Xie Xingchen, Lin Yao maintained a neutral expression, while the 3 others, punished for their misdeeds, wore collectively sullen faces. It was utterly exasperating. The mere thought of heading to that desolate place left him speechless. Duan Zheng frowned, observing the irritating faces of his companions, his entire demeanor radiating displeasure. Duan, if you maintain this attitude, this journey will be quite arduous, Hall cautioned. We have taken Xie Xingchen as previous suggestion into account. This time, we shall travel using small aircraft, so you will be paired into groups of 2. Lin Yao glanced over. For aircraft, each with a distinct design, were present. However, one of them, old and dilapidated, looked as though it would disintegrate upon takeoff. He timidly voiced, old is fine, but it won't fall apart mid-flight, will it? Hall pondered for several seconds and replied with utmost seriousness, generally, that would not occur, but this aircraft is quite antiquated, so there might be a 1% chance of that happening. Duan Zheng, damn. Hall smiled slightly. All right, everyone, please form your groups and prepare for departure. Healy reached out and rubbed against Lin Yao, saying, I will accompany you. My driving skills are rather poor, so please bear with me. Before Lin Yao could respond, Xie Xingchen tugged him away, stating he is with me. Why? Healy thought to himself, emboldened enough to challenge Xie Xiao for a companion, yet mustered the courage to assert, I am more familiar with him. Chung Boyan entered through your family's connections. You are closer to him. Is there a problem? Xie Xingchen replied, no problem. That seems reasonable, rendered momentarily speechless. Lin Yao cast a glance at him, uncertain whether his recently recovered body could endure prolonged driving, asking, can you drive? Of course, Xie Xingchen assured. If you prefer not to drive, I can take the wheel the entire way. Concerned that Chung Boyan might also lack driving proficiency, Lin Yao said, then I will go with Healy. You 2 stay safe. Xie Xingchen, scheming to entice the clingy Healy, suggested, Healy, would you like this journey to be a bit more comfortable? Healy nodded eagerly, absolutely. Being dispatched to such a grueling location and having to record footage is utterly exhausting. I will offer you my finest pajamas, toiletries, and the best aircraft in exchange for being paired with Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen proposed. Lin Yao recalled Li's meticulous packing at home, noting how he usually prioritized quality. Now, giving it all away, what was the motivation behind this? He cautioned, the sleeping arrangements on the wasteland might not even have sheets. Are you sure? Xie Xingchen tilted his head, continuing to tempt Li. They're all exquisite items, lightweight and smooth. You will surely appreciate them. Li found himself coveting the luxurious four-piece set, but felt it would be disloyal to abandon his brother, displaying evident inner conflict. Sensing a trap, he warned, "Why do you insist on being paired with Yao Ge? What ulterior motive do you have? Give me a reasonable explanation." Everyone halted, intrigued to hear the outcome. The two who had previously been at odds were now, unexpectedly, so close. Lin Yao also turned his head, questioning whether Xie Xingchen's insistence stemmed from a need for Omega's pheromones for comfort during the journey. With hands in pockets, Xie Xingchen's hair tousled by the wind, revealing sharp features, responded with a commanding tone, "No reason, simply because I want to." Chapter 49. Concealing a secret. Lin Yao was baffled by his whimsical declaration. What did it mean to have no reason, simply wanting something? Did he think the world revolved around him? Xie Xingchen, glancing in his direction, abruptly changed his tone. Then never mind. Lin Yao was taken aback. What do you mean by that ambiguous expression? If something is wrong, just say it. Why suffer in silence for the sake of pride? After a moment's thought, he opted for a more tactful inquiry. Are you feeling unwell? Xie Xingchen denied it. No, I feel quite well. I will be in your group. Lin Yao coldly remarked, concerned that if Xie Xingchen fell ill on the road, it would hinder everyone. Xie Xingchen's expression brightened. Then I will follow your lead. In those few seemingly casual exchanges, Li sensed a subtle barrier isolating them from the rest, as if they were communicating in a language only they understood. Li's demeanor was somewhat frayed, his expression twisted in a grimace. All right, I see how it is. You two are a team, and if I'm left out, so be it. After all, I'm already exiled. This is my punishment, and I am well aware of it. Lin Yao interjected, that's not the case. He couldn't possibly announce to everyone that Xie Xingchen was unwell and could erupt at any moment. Li opened his mouth to respond, but words failed him. He raised his hand to halt the conversation. All right, understood. I'm withdrawing. Chung Boyan, let us go. Not so fast, buddy. I'm just a novice myself. Chung Boyan exclaimed in panic. I merely came out to gain experience. I don't wish for an early demise. Not a problem. If it comes to that, I might as well crash and die. My heart is colder than the ice at the northernmost point. Li scoffed and departed. Chung Boyan, feeling an immense weight, sent a message to his father. Your son has grown up and now understands your hardships. I'm sorry, Dad. I have been willful. If there is a next life, I will repay your kindness. Just out of the operating room, Director Chung was utterly perplexed. He placed a call to Holler to inquire about the situation. After grasping the full story, he once again leveraged his connections, requesting that the dean take the two novices on a flight. Given his good relationship with Xie Hongji, Holler dared not refuse and acquiesced. After hanging up, he wore a despondent expression. You two, come with me. Or the aircraft. We are taking off. Chung Boyan, beaming with joy, sent another message to Director Chung. Dad, when I return, I will repay you. I'm alive again. Li playfully draped his arm over Chung Boyan's shoulder, striding confidently past Lin Yao. With a dismissive hum, he turned to Xie Xingchen, saying, Don't forget to bring me my things. Xie Xingchen smiled slightly. No problem. As Lin Yao followed him onto the aircraft, he remained bewildered by how events had unfolded. Feeling quite vexed. Have I inadvertently offended Li? Xie Xingchen was busy arranging soft cushions and pillows in the cockpit, his mood exceptionally buoyant. It seems so, but he better get used to it soon. Used to what? Getting accustomed to the fact that I will be his comrade in arms moving forward. Xie Xingchen paused, adding, At least I will be. Lin Yao stood frozen. Comrades? Throughout his life, he had fought alone. Even after meeting Xie Xingchen, he had always viewed him as an adversary in their given circumstances, never envisioning a united front. Yet now, he declared that they would be teammates. Lin Yao stared at him for several seconds and chuckled. Are you afraid of dying? Is that why you want to stick with someone tough? This time, Xie Xingchen did not engage in playful banter. His expression turned grave. Lin Yao, we share a relationship of mutual protection. Reflect on that. With eyes downcast, He calmly opened the dashboard before him, skillfully manipulating the control stick. If you find yourself at a loss for words, perhaps try using the communicator to console Li. Lin Yao pressed the button above, producing a static crackle, then switched it off, his expression blank. I don't know what to say. Just speak your mind. Xie Xingchen encouraged as he elevated the aircraft smoothly and comfortably into the clouds, suggesting that Lin Yao express his concern for him, stating that his choice to partner with him was not an act of rejection. Lin Yao, has this fellow recently mastered the art of mind reading? How terrifying. He turned his face away, his ears tinged with crimson. I'm not worried about you. Xie Xingchen nodded, having anticipated his response. You fear that I might succumb to illness and hinder everyone, thus sacrificing yourself to remain by my side. Lin Yao, I can't endure this. He wished to descend, unable to tolerate another minute with this person, so frightening. Glancing sideways, he saw they had already ascended to the troposphere. Jumping down would mean certain death. Lin Yao closed his eyes, tilted his head. I am tired. I shall sleep, and soon it will be my turn. Strangely, despite sitting in a rather cramped seat, his legs curled and posture askew, the soft cushion behind his neck afforded him an extraordinary comfort. It felt as if he were floating gently into the clouds outside the window. He lost track of time, roused by the cacophony emanating from the communicator. My goodness, how beautiful. I must capture this moment. Chung Boyan, come, strike a pose. A man destined for greatness shall take your most exquisite photograph. The voice was unmistakably Li's. Duan Zheng coldly mocked. Country bumpkin, have you never traveled beyond the stars? Could you help me capture one from across the cabin? After enduring a verbal thrashing, Li Mao had become exceedingly polite. I wish to post an update. Li, whose temper flared swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, exclaimed, then tell that fool Duan Zheng to move aside. He is obstructing your shot. Then followed an unusual silence. Lin Yao chuckled softly with his eyes still closed, murmuring, they're truly noisy. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered that Xie Xingchen had activated the autopilot, standing by the cabin's edge, gazing into the distance through the glass. Lost in thought, Lin Yao opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent, choosing not to disturb him. After observing his silhouette for a moment, he finally noticed Xie Xingchen turning his head. Awake? Lin Yao nodded, glancing at the flight time on the dashboard. Realizing that 10 hours had already passed, I apologize for sleeping so long. We agreed to take turns. I preferred when you used to argue with me. Your politeness is discomforting. I have come to realize that you are rather peculiar. Xie Xingchen beckoned him over, speaking softly. Come, look outside. It is truly beautiful. Lin Yao had never traveled far. Since the dawn of his memories, he had been confined to a laboratory and later, a dim, cramped basement. As he gazed forward, his life had been largely imprisoned within a constricted space, devoid of breath. Even though he remained in the still narrow cabin, witnessing the boundless starry sky before him filled him with an unprecedented sense of liberation. It is indeed magnificent. Look over there beside the sun. There is a dark star. Xie Xingchen raised his hand to point it out. It is not very bright. You must focus intently for a long time to notice it. Lin Yao followed his gaze, seeing only darkness, and remarked softly, you even notice such inconspicuous asteroids. Xie Xingchen had no intention of boasting about his wealth. He replied with great tact, because I purchased that star. Lin Yao, I should not have asked that question. Competing with you wealthy individuals is futile. Xie Xingchen gently turned his head back to face the front, whispering, look closely. Lin Yao found himself restrained, unable to move, his gaze fixated for an extended period. Just as his patience began to wane, he finally observed a slight flicker at that spot, a minuscule glimmer, yet under his watchful eyes. It radiated with an intensity that seemed to overshadow the sun. I see it. I see it. It's flashing. Look, it flashed again. Lin Yao instinctively grasped his arm, elated like a child savoring candy for the first time. Xie Xingchen acknowledged with a soft hum, lowering his gaze to meet Lin Yao's. That star concealed a secret. Chapter 50. Involuntary affection. Lin Yao's attention remained forward, yet curiosity piqued. What could this secret be? It's called a secret for a reason. It cannot be divulged easily. Xie Xingchen replied leisurely. Once our relationship becomes more harmonious, when you and I are not in relation to others, I shall tell you. If you want to say, then don't tease me, Lin Yao retorted, his expression cooling as he shot Xie Xingchen a glare. Given that insufferable remark, I doubt we'll ever achieve harmony. With a sigh, Xie Xingchen muttered, so proud of yourself, yet you've managed to irritate someone again. Lin Yao continued to gaze at the dark star for a moment before turning back to the cockpit, his eyes cast down at the dashboard. He had piloted the simulator countless times during previous training, consistently achieving full marks in test flights, yet he lacked practical experience. The instructor, Ho, was quite audacious, sending out several freshmen barely in their first year. With over half an hour until they reached their destination, he switched back to manual mode. Xie Xingchen returned to his previous seat, resting his head on the cushion recently used by Lin Yao, still warm and comfortable. As their craft flew parallel to Hall's vessel, he turned to see Healy leaning against the cabin window, shouting into the communicator, "Look at my brother Yao. So cool. He's flying with one hand. He doesn't even have a driving license, yet he can operate a flying machine." Lin Yao gritted his teeth. "Shut up." Chung Boyan chimed in. "Even I have one. I just got it last week. I failed the second subject 4 times, barely scraping through." "Useless," Duan Zheng scolded. "I got mine in senior year." "Wow, you got in senior year? How impressive," Healy retorted sarcastically. "I got mine when I turned 18 in junior year, you fool." Li Mao interjected. "How could you get it so early?" Healy answered fearlessly. "Because I had to repeat a year due to poor grades. What else? Don't you know I'm a special talent who made it into Chongqing?" Xie Xingchen turned to him, unable to suppress a chuckle. "So, little Lin Yao hasn't had time to learn since he just turned adult?" Struck by the truth, Lin Yao seethed. "You're only a few months older than me. What is so impressive about that?" Xie Xingchen replied with delight. "You still remember my birthday? You really care about your nemesis." Lin Yao feigned a dive, nearly yanking him from his seat. Once they stabilized, he remarked, "Your face was always on the honor wall, right next to your information. You'd have to be blind not to see it." Xie Xingchen only picked up on what he wanted to hear. "So you often look at my photos." Lin Yao. Chung Boyan spoke up. "So, is Lin Yao actually the youngest among us?" Then, Healy. "Why do you still call him Yao Ge? You round up his age by 2 years. That's quite audacious." Healy sighed. "It's Yao Ji's doing," Lin Yao declared. He is firmly resolved not to utter a single word to anyone before today concludes. Even upon reaching the dilapidated support zone on the barren star, he remained silent. Healy inquired, "What's wrong with Yao Ge? Is it because he's flying too high and feeling unwell?" After handing over what he had promised, Xie Xingchen kindly advised, "I suggest you keep quiet now, or you might find yourself assassinated tonight." Although Healy did not comprehend, he obediently gestured to zip his lips. Hua Yuan interjected, "It's quite late today, and there are no immediate plans. Everyone should rest to a room. The environment here is harsh. Enduring it will be an unforgettable experience for you." Duan Zheng swatted away a large blood-sucking mosquito, sarcastically remarking, "Unforgettable indeed." Li Mao tugged at him. "You should talk less. If you provoke them, no one will know if you end up buried here. Young man, you've truly matured. I formally forgive you." Healy patted his shoulder. Lin Yao, disinclined to engage in conversation, found the dialogue on the communicator too awkward and was still recovering from it as he pushed his luggage into the room. The precautionary measures taken earlier were not in vain. The space was indeed small and cramped, with barely enough room to turn around. There were 2 exceedingly rudimentary single military beds and a tiny shower stall. This constituted the entirety of the room. Xie Xingchen opened his suitcase and retrieved the bedding he had prepared in advance. "You set up your side. I'll go take a shower first." Lin Yao responded with a murmured acknowledgement, slowly unfolding a duvet cover of uncertain material, perhaps silk, which felt utterly out of place in such an environment. However, Xie Xingchen handed a second set to Healy. Could the young master, accustomed to luxury, endure the discomfort of those sheets? He swiftly arranged the bed and sat on the edge, lost in thought. Before long, he observed Xie Xingchen emerging from a quick shower, prompting him to rise. "My turn now." The room was so confined that their shoulders nearly brushed against each other. Lin Yao caught a faint whiff of the shower gel on him, definitely not provided here, but rather a premium product he had brought himself. Such a delicate young master, who even required his own bath products, made Lin Yao glance again at the shabby military bed, doubting whether Xie Xingchen could withstand the night. Seeing him shut the bathroom door, Xie Xingchen tugged at the wrinkled sheets, wiping his face. This is even worse than I imagined. I can't endure it. He stood, pacing the small room, his gaze landing on the bottle of mineral water he had brought. After hesitating for just a second, he unscrewed the cap and deftly poured it onto his single bed, the water instantly spreading a large stain, rendering it damp and unfit for sleep. Xie Xingchen, with one leg bent on the bed's edge and the other lazily extended, held the mineral water bottle, shaking it thoughtfully. As Lin Yao emerged, he was met with Xie Xingchen's peculiar sitting posture. "What's the matter with you?" Xie Xingchen turned to the side, revealing the fruits of his labor with a tone of regret. "Today, I drove for too long, and my hands trembled a bit. I merely tried to drink some water, and it spilled everywhere." A sizable puddle of water spread across the dark green bedspread, rendering it impossible to lie down again. Lin Yao frowned. "Where will you sleep tonight?" "On the floor," Xie Xingchen replied slowly, observing Lin Yao's expression. "Or perhaps I'll squeeze into the spacecraft for the night. It doesn't matter, you needn't worry about me." Lin Yao scrutinized him for several seconds, as if trying to discern the truth. Xie Xingchen swiftly rose, grabbing a small pillow and heading for the door. "You should sleep. I'm leaving now. Good night." Just as he reached the door, he felt a hand grip his arm. He paused and turned back. "What's wrong?" Lin Yao stared at the narrow single bed, repeatedly questioning whether he was making the right decision at that moment. Yet, the incongruous silk duvet in this room incessantly reminded him to be kind. "Why don't you share the bed with me?" Lin Yao cleared his throat lightly. Although it would be a bit cramped, it was certainly preferable to curling up in the spacecraft seat. That seat was far too small for someone who stood at 1.90 meters. Xie Xingchen gazed at him for several seconds. "Is it appropriate?" he asked, then nodded the next moment. "All right then." Before Lin Yao could react, Xie Xingchen had already stretched out on the bed, turning to one side and patting the mattress. "Come on, let us sleep." Lin Yao felt it was peculiar, yet he could not articulate why. He simply laid down slowly. He turned onto his side and reached up to switch off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. However, both being tall, they felt quite cramped on the narrow bed. After Lin Yao accidentally bumped into Xie Xingchen several times, he suddenly felt a firm grip around his lower back. "What are you doing?" he whispered. Xie Xingchen patted his palm, easing his tension. "If you keep moving, neither of us will get any sleep tonight." He added, "This way is better. We won't fall off." Yet, under these conditions, how could one possibly sleep? Lin Yao felt his breath constricted. "It's south too close. Let go of me, I won't move." Xie Xingchen ignored his plea, simply bowing his head as if to confirm his claim. He himself was uncertain of his feelings, but instinctively wished to draw Lin Yao closer. Despite having taken 3 injections of suppressants before leaving, it felt as if they had all worn off. Lin Yao rested his chin on Xie Xingchen's shoulder, uncertainly voicing, "What is wrong with you?" Due to their proximity, he could feel Xie Xingchen's warmth, a stark contrast to the chilly night. Xie Xingchen remained silent, merely shaking his head. "Is your illness acting up?" Lin Yao blinked slowly, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, tentatively suggesting, "Let me try to comfort you. It won't help. Don't stir things up." Xie Xingchen felt that his current state had become somewhat habitual. He could not take advantage of Lin Yao every time. Thus, he propped himself up on the edge of the bed, preparing to rise. "I should sleep in the spacecraft." What a self-inflicted predicament. Had he known, he wouldn't have spilled that bottle of water. In the darkness, he fumbled for the suppressants on the bedside and administered another injection, but it seemed ineffective. Lin Yao gazed intently at him. The room was dim, yet it seemed as if he could discern the depths of his inky eyes, akin to the flickering dark star previously seen in the shadows, momentarily flashing and sending a shiver through his heart. He reached out, grasping the fabric of the other's nightwear, gradually pulling him closer. "Can we still kiss? Just like before?" I'm unsure of what else to do. For both of them, it felt no different than administering mouth-to-mouth resuscitation after drowning. Xie Xingchen remained silent, his lower lip taut as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yao for a few seconds. "It's not that severe. You needn't." But before he could finish, Lin Yao had already tilted his head to kiss him, brushing against his somewhat dry lips, gradually transferring the antidote. Xie Xingchen felt a long-lost joy wash over him, and he could not help but caress the nape of Lin Yao's neck, responding deeply. Wait a moment, Lin Yao thought. Having never encountered such a scenario before, he instinctively wished to turn away, to escape. Yet his wrists were firmly seized, rendered immobile. Even in such a moment, Lin Yao did not forget to convey the antidote, his tender yet helpless gestures sweeping across Xie Xingchen's heart like a feather, undeniably adorable. Let us indulge this once. Xie Xingchen found himself kissing deeper, oblivious to the world around them. Chapter 51. Do not fear, I am here. Lin Yao felt overwhelmed, breathless, only able to slightly raise his chin to draw in a meager breath. He thought to himself, in such a state of urgency, Xie Xingchen's condition must be dire indeed. So obedient, Xie Xingchen murmured, his voice hoarse. Lin Yao was seldom so compliant. He was unaccustomed to closeness, and, after being restrained for just a few seconds, he instinctively sought to resist, lifting his hand to push away, a stubbornness ingrained in him since childhood. Yet, as his hand lightly pressed against Xie Xingchen's broad shoulder, he sensed a sudden halt in the latter's movements, and ultimately, he could not bear to continue resisting, choosing instead to relax. Feeling Xie Xingchen's indulgence, Lin Yao's heart melted. Xie Xingchen's heated fingers pinched his blushing earlobe as he whispered, "Why are you so obedient, Yao Yao?" Could he not refrain from using such a tone at this moment? It was unbearable. The words ignited within Lin Yao's mind like fireworks, causing his thoughts to explode. I am merely being helpful. I only listen to what I wish to hear, Xie Xingchen replied, disregarding Lin Yao as protest. Lin Yao tightened his grip, unable to restrain himself, and gave a slight squeeze. Xie Xingchen inhaled sharply, a slight sting causing him to squint as he released Lin Yao, glancing down to see a long red mark. Now, he truly resembled a little wildcat. Xie Xingchen laughed nonchalantly. Lin Yao struggled to discern the expression on his face in the darkness. Uncertain. Are you feeling better now? Xie Xingchen responded affirmatively, his tone satisfied. Thank you for the hospitality. He then added, it was very sweet. Lin Yao thought to counter that he could not discern any sweetness. But the mere thought was too embarrassing to articulate. He could only raise a hand to cover his face, muttering, You must truly be unwell. The other remained silent. Lin Yao froze, his palms still in place. Yet he felt his lips sealed once more, this time in a peck that was utterly consuming, rendering him weak in the knees. He could not endure it. He wished to turn his face away, but found the back of his head firmly held in place. Unable to move. Just as the tension became nearly unbearable, the alarm bell at the top suddenly rang out, causing both individuals to freeze, their eyes locking in mutual surprise. It was Xie Xingchen who first regained his composure, stepping back a little. It seems we must report for duty. There must be post-war situations that require assistance. Such is the nature of war, and so it is with soldiers. No matter how deep personal affections may run, when the assembly bell tolls, obedience is paramount. Lin Yao took a deep breath, whispering, Are you able to go now? Though Xie Xingchen still felt a warmth coursing through him. The earlier pheromones had indeed quelled his agitation somewhat, prompting him to nod. I can. The two swiftly rose from the bed, changing back into their standard uniforms with practiced efficiency, zipping them up to the top before striding towards the assembly point. At this hour, 2 a.m, while others were lost in slumber, they arrived to find their fellow soldiers yawning widely. Among them were some volunteers who had originally been stationed on the desolate planet. I can't believe it. I just fell asleep half an hour ago. Duanzheng frowned, questioning where we headed. What air, with eyes downcast, remained focused on the information relayed from the front lines, responding gravely, Stand by here. Be ready for immediate rescue. Then why wake us up so early? Duanzheng grumbled, hands stuffed into his pockets, displaying a lack of decorum. Considering Duanzheng's notable background, Hui Er suppressed his irritation. What are you complaining about? You're here for a reprimand, not a vacation. Chung Boyan, filled with reverence for the battlefield, couldn't he help but interject. Exactly. When you die, there won't be anyone to recover your body. Duanzheng exasperated, retorted, "Fine, it seems everyone is targeting me." "Idiot," Healy muttered under his breath, diligently fulfilling his role as the recorder. The camera panning across the neatly aligned ranks before settling on Lin Yao. "Brother Yao, did a poisonous mosquito bite your lips?" Lin Yao raised a hand to touch his lips, feeling a slight heat, and a flash of the earlier scene crossed his mind, causing his ears to blush as well. He replied softly, "No, what is wrong with my mouth?" "Then why is it swollen like that?" "Swollen? How is that possible?" After several seconds, Lin Yao suddenly recalled what had transpired before the assembly. He cast a discreet glance at the instigator beside him, pursing his lips as he remarked, "It seems there was indeed a venomous mosquito, quite toxic, that couldn't help but peck at my lips. I could just bite my tongue off," he grumbled. Xie Xingchen stifled a laugh, turning his head away in silence. "I have mosquito repellent spray in my bag. I'll give it to you when we return," Chung Boyan offered enthusiastically. Lin Yao squeezed out a response through clenched teeth. "All right, thank you." Healy zoomed the camera in, focusing on Lin Yao's full, crimson lips, providing narration off-screen. The desolate planet lies at the most remote position within the 9 major star systems, its environment exceedingly harsh, as evidenced by our volunteer Lin Yao. Even on the very first night after landing, he's already suffered the misfortune of having his lips swollen by venomous mosquito bites. How pitiful. Cut that part out. Lin Yao expressed a murderous intent. "Why? This highlights your commendable qualities in enduring hardship." Healy leaned in, lowering his voice. "If you wish to be promoted and reach the front lines, you must cultivate a sufficiently positive image. I am assisting you." Lin Yao thought to himself that he was not particularly keen on such nonsensical material. Xie Xingchen fought back laughter, wary of provoking someone who might retaliate. "What are you so amused about?" Lin Yao perceptibly caught onto his mood. "Nothing. Am I laughing? My expression is quite serious," Xie Xingchen insisted. Xie Xingchen pressed his lips together, yet could not suppress the upward curve at the corners of his mouth. He truly did not harbor the intention of being a mere spectator. The thought of someone taking the initiative brought him immense joy that he could not conceal. Lin Yao, observing his subtle expressions, was seething with anger. That ungrateful rascal, despite him being kind-hearted enough to help alleviate his condition. No good deed goes unpunished. Next time, he would absolutely refrain from offering assistance. With a sigh, Xie Xingchen explained, "I am not laughing." Lin Yao raised a hand to cover his ears, his expression indifferent. "I cannot hear you." It was over. The fragile truce they had painstakingly built was shattered once again. Huaer, gazing at the continuously updating post-war messages, spoke calmly. "Everyone is to form 2 teams freely. One team will head south to support the rescue personnel, while the other will proceed north to document the aftermath." Lin Yao, nursing his swollen lips, took another recording device from Ha's hands and abruptly pulled Healy along, striding towards the military vehicle. "I will accompany you to the north." Xie Xingchen tentatively called out, "Yao Yao." "Try calling me by a reduplicated name again," Lin Yao shot back, his gaze sharp as a blade. He had stepped into a minefield. He despised being addressed in such a manner. After boasting about how well he understood his brother Yao, Healy was quite pleased that Lin Yao had returned to his side, triumphant, as if she were a favored concubine winning a palace battle. While Xie Xingchen felt a wave of displeasure, he turned to torment Duan Zheng and Li Mao, coldly stating, "You two will be responsible for the stretcher shortly." "And you?" Duan Zheng protested, unwilling to engage in such physical labor. "As for me, I will tend to the wounds and bandage them." "Can you manage that?" Xie Xingchen's tone remained calm. Duan Zheng remarked, "This fellow has truly outsmarted you." The group split into several routes, heading towards the post-war area. The war had concluded, yet the expanse was vast, with each station nearly 10 kilometers apart. Reluctantly, Healy assigned tasks. "You will document this area, while I head to the front lines and return to fetch you shortly." "All right, see you at the assembly point later," Lin Yao whispered. Lin Yao disembarked alone, watching the off-road vehicle vanish from sight, illuminating the night with its headlights. However, upon witnessing the ground strewn with corpses and blood, all emotions dissipated into nothingness, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. His hands shook, the camera wobbled, and he stood amidst the shattered bodies, Memories of the inferno in the laboratory 8 years prior crashing back. Just like this moment, bloodied and grotesque, charred remains lay everywhere. Run, 01. Run fast. Do not look back. Someone screamed. He was the one who had escaped then, stumbling and barely surviving. The forgotten scenes surged back like a tidal wave. Lin Yao stood rooted to the spot, his feet feeling as though they were filled with lead, watching Healy grow increasingly distant, yet unable to move. Uncertain how much time passed, he finally realized he was in tears. Ho was inquiring, "How is the situation on your side?" The communicator in his hand crackled to life with Xie Xingchen's voice. "Lin Yao, can you hear me?" Behind him, a cacophony of background noise blurred the sound, accompanied by the urgent voices of medical personnel. "Lin Yao," Xie Xingchen called out again. A minute later, there was still no response. Lin Yao trembled, his hand shaking, his voice hoarse, suddenly rendered mute. "Lin Yao," Cheng Boyan called, "Xie Xingchen is looking for you." "Lin Yao," Li Mao is calling Lin Yao. "Xie Xingchen is looking for you." "Lin Yao," Duan Zheng is calling Lin Yao. "Xie Xingchen is looking for you." "Yao, good. Why are you silent? What has happened?" "Just wait. I will return immediately." "Lin Yao, send me your location. I will come to find you right away," Xie Xingchen urged. Lin Yao seemed to be transported back to that moment after the Great Fire, rendered speechless intermittently for half a year, unable to utter a single word, only managing to tremble his fingers and muster all his strength to send his location. "It's all right. You must confront it. You will face countless such scenarios in the future. You must confront it." Lin Yao continually reassured himself, listening to the calls echoing through the communication device. Yet he could not utter a word. "Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen is looking for you. Please respond." "Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen is looking for you. Please respond." "Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen is looking for you. Please respond." Unable to reply, his head throbbed painfully. The communication device slipped from his hand, and his legs grew weak, causing him to fall backward. He expected to meet the cold ground and the stacked corpses, but instead tumbled into a warm embrace. Xie Xingchen covered his eyes with one hand, the other damp. "Lin Yao, do not be afraid. I have come." The word count exceeded, and I arrived a little late. The next chapter will also be delayed. Chapter 52. Stay with me. Lin Yao grasped his clothing, his fingers turning pale. "What is troubling you?" Xie Xingchen observed his ashen face, his heart tightening. Lin Yao lowered Xie Xingchen's hand that shielded his eyes, pointed to his mouth, and shook his head. He opened his mouth wide, indicating he could not make sound. Xie Xingchen had driven over alone, picked up his communication device, tucked it into his pocket, and bent down to lift him into his arms. "It's all right. It's normal to have a reaction the first time facing a war scene. It's nothing to be ashamed of." Lin Yao silently gazed at him, his eyes reddening with gratitude. He appreciated that Xie Xingchen had preserved his dignity. Indeed, it was embarrassing. Who would have thought that a top student who excelled in military training would nearly fail the psychological assessment? For a soldier to become distressed upon seeing corpses strewn about is inherently ironic. Lin Yao struggled to utter a word, his voice hoarse. "I will overcome. I will surely overcome. Do not speak. Wait for me for 5 minutes. I will help you finish the filming and then take you back, all right?" Xie Xingchen tousled his short hair, damp with cold sweat, and closed his eyes, urging him not to think about anything. Lin Yao obediently closed his eyes slowly. But instead of darkness, he was engulfed in blinding flames. Xie Xingchen observed the expression on his face while picking up the communication device to command. "Healy, do not come over. Stay in position and continue your mission. I have found Lin Yao, but the communication signal is poor. He is fine. Hui Yuan, we have encountered a minor issue. I cannot return for the time being. Please arrange for someone else to take over my position for a simple bandaging. Duan Zheng, Li Mao, you both continue escorting the stretcher. Cheng Boyan will supervise and report progress to me at any time. Acknowledge receipt." Healy received. Li Mao received. Cheng Boyan received. Duan Zheng received. Though no one had explicitly appointed him as the leader, he possessed an innate ability to command obedience. He meticulously organized everything before leaping from the vehicle, armed with a camcorder to complete the unfinished task. Lin Yao listened to his directives, reopening his eyes to gaze through the glass at his silhouette, broad-shouldered and seemingly capable of shouldering any burden. He envied his calm demeanor, appearing untroubled by anything. Unlike himself, outwardly unyielding, yet inwardly riddled with vulnerabilities. Lin Yao's gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies of the soldiers, forcing himself to confront the youthful faces that had perished defending their homeland, robust lives extinguished like those experimental subjects in a laboratory. They had all vanished quietly. After escaping from that place, he had nowhere to turn and feared that solitude would plunge him into nightmares. So he slept in the park alongside the stray cats. In that period of silence, he was unable to speak, and the kittens required no words either. They coexisted peacefully for nearly half a year until the community discovered and rescued him, gradually reintegrating him into the normalcy of social life. What are you thinking about? Xie Xingchen returned with the camera, reaching out to touch his forehead, still damp with cold sweat. Lin Yao's heart raced to the point of near collapse as he typed a message on his phone, candidly expressing himself for the first time. The initial confrontation with such a scene has left me somewhat shaken, rendering me temporarily mute. I will recover soon. Xie Xingchen spoke softly. It's all right. You don't need to talk. I'll take you back to rest. Before driving, he messaged Director Chung for advice. XXC, what does it mean to suddenly lose one's voice in a war zone? Director Chung, on night duty, replied instantly. He moved Chung Shu. If it's a loss of voice in a triggering situation, it's likely PTSD, a scene-induced response. He moved Chung Shu. Lin Yao? I guess correctly. XXC. Yes, it's him. He appears to be in a poor state. XXC. Medical resources here are scarce, and doctors are in short supply. Finding appropriate treatment may be challenging. He moved Chung Shu. The duration of treatment is uncertain. He might feel better by tomorrow. It's a physiological trigger. An acute stress reaction. XXC understood. He turned the steering wheel, falling silent on the return journey. Some faint at the sight of blood. Others have a fear of heights. It is difficult to fathom a soldier as exceptional as Lin Yao exhibiting such a reaction. What horrors had he endured to leave such profound psychological scars? Xie Xingchen felt nothing but heartache, utterly at a loss for how to alleviate his suffering. Xie Xingchen's palm was warm as he grasped Lin Yao's hand, which was so cold it was nearly lifeless. Teasing him, it seems my illness manifests at just the right moment. One warm and one cool. We can help each other. Lin Yao managed a strained smile, yet he felt the chill in his limbs gradually warm, as if, despite the pitch-black night, dawn was breaking. Xie Xingchen enveloped his fingers in his palm, transferring warmth. Just listen to me as I talk. You don't have to reply. You didn't sleep at all last night, and driving is making me a bit drowsy. Keep me company. Lin Yao's attention was slightly diverted, and he nodded faintly. As I arrived today, I must admit, piloting the aircraft appeared rather impressive. However, unbeknownst to you, my initial experience in flight was rather chaotic. Lin Yao turned his head, looking at me in astonishment. I struggled to maintain balance, and just as I ascended, I nearly plummeted from a great height, almost igniting in flames, which terrified me to the core. For a considerable time thereafter, I developed a fear of heights, avoiding anything related to flying. My apprehension deterred me from considering a military academy, and given my father's political career, attending a prestigious university seemed almost obligatory. Yet, after a year of perseverance, I ultimately overcame my fears and enrolled in Chongqing University. Xie Xingchen, with a blend of sincerity and consolation, acknowledged the truth of my past fears. My decision to attend Chongqing was not solely a triumph over my phobia. It was also driven by my desire to remain close to Lin Yao, as I could not bear the thought of losing sight of someone I cherished. Thus, I conquered my dread and reluctantly altered my aspirations. Xie Xingchen spoke softly. Everyone has their fears, even I do, so it is entirely normal. You need not feel ashamed or embarrassed. Lin Yao's eyes grew moist, and he averted his gaze, suppressing his emotions. The off-road vehicle gradually descended from the highway, progressing towards the vast expanse of the beach. You need not be invincible, you know? Xie Xingchen released the steering wheel, bringing the vehicle to a halt, and gently remarked, even if you possess a hint of fear, to me, you remain the exceptionally formidable Lin Yao. Lin Yao gazed intently at him, feeling as though a piece of his heart had collapsed. He still felt an unrelenting chill. The night was obscured in darkness, and the sun had yet to rise, offering no warmth. Uncertain as to why the vehicle had paused here or what he awaited, Lin Yao did not inquire, but silently observed him for a considerable time, the sky still shrouded in blackness. "We will wait for the sunrise together." Xie Xingchen seemed to anticipate his unspoken question, assuring him, "I will always be by your side." Lin Yao blinked slowly, recalling Xie Xingchen's first wish. "Whenever you feel unhappy, you must tell me." After hesitating for nearly half a minute, Lin Yao suppressed the ache in his eyes and finally lifted his hand towards him, suspended in the air. Silently, he mouthed the words, "Embrace me." Just as he thought Xie Xingchen might not comprehend, he was unexpectedly drawn into an embrace without hesitation. Lin Yao felt a pang in his nose, lifting his gaze to see the distant dawn breaking. The sea breeze was strong, and with the window open, Lin Yao inhaled the salty, damp air. Cold. Xie Xingchen noticed him shivering. Lin Yao slightly shook his head, pausing for a few seconds before gently nodding in response to his instincts. Xie Xingchen half embraced him, lowering the zipper of his jacket to envelop him completely, cherishing the vulnerability he displayed at that moment. Lin Yao trembled lightly, the cold dissipating, replaced by the warmth of the sun's rays. He gazed at the swirling clouds on the horizon, his thoughts drifting far away. He now firmly believed that Xie Xingchen was indeed a remarkable person, an unwavering comrade who would stand alongside him in battle, a friend who would share a beer during solitary moments. Initially, circumstances had led them to become unlikely adversaries, missing opportunities for understanding, only perceiving mockery and disdain from a lofty distance. At this moment, on this unfamiliar, desolate planet, as the embrace tightened and he could feel the vibrant heartbeat of the other, Lin Yao awakened from the recent nightmare, sensing the essence of life coursing through him. It was not the lifeless existence of a mere shell, but a vivid and spirited life. "Are you feeling better?" Xie Xingchen inquired. Lin Yao nodded, yet his fingers delicately clutched at the hem of his coat, unwilling to let go. Observing this small gesture, Xie Xingchen found it endearingly charming. "There's no rush. We can linger a while longer." This stretch of sea was perhaps the only remnant of beauty left on the desolate planet, as the rest had succumbed to pollution. Lin Yao was bewildered by how effortlessly Xie Xingchen spoke to himself without a hint of embarrassment. Various reports streamed through the communicator. Lin Yao and Duanzheng have completed the transfer of all stretchers. Cheng Boyan has fulfilled the supervision task. Healy has completed the post-battle filming task. All personnel are to regroup. Xie Xingchen pressed the intercom and quietly stated, "Lin Yao and I will assemble in half an hour." A chorus of acknowledgments followed. At that moment, it felt as if they had transformed from students into fully trained soldiers. Lin Yao released his grip, straightened his posture, and typed a message on his phone for Xie Xingchen to read. "Let us go back, but how do I explain to them that I couldn't speak?" Xie Xingchen straightened in the driver's seat, reversing with a casual tone. "Just say you accidentally swallowed a bug, felt nauseous, and didn't want to talk." Lin Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, silently glaring at him. "Could you concoct a more absurd excuse? Not fond of that reasoning?" Xie Xingchen teased, enjoying the banter. "Then say you encountered a ghost, screamed, and lost your voice." Lin Yao, feeling stifled, opted for a more physical response and pinched his arm. Xie Xingchen did not evade the gesture, relishing Lin Yao's uninhibited reaction. Maintaining a serious expression, Lin Yao silently muttered, "Have you been practicing? Your arm is as hard as this. Are you speaking ill of me?" Xie Xingchen seemed to read his thoughts. How infuriating with such a firm arm. "It's as if you want to crush me." Lin Yao retorted loudly. "No, but it was merely a puff of air, lacking any force." Frustrated, he tugged at his hair, feeling annoyed for being unable to articulate his thoughts. Back in school, he could easily go an entire day without uttering a word if Li was absent. Yet now he felt an overwhelming urge to challenge Xie Xingchen verbally. Xie Xingchen stifled a laugh, still defending himself. "I just wanted to shift your focus away from that matter." "Did it work?" Lin Yao huffed softly. Indeed, it had worked. He now wanted to pin Xie Xingchen down and give him a good thrashing. Upon returning to the assembly area, the others had already gathered, each one drenched in sweat after hours of toil, as if they had just emerged from a sauna. "Brother Yao, is your communicator broken? I just heard everyone calling for you. How cool." Healy eagerly shared, "It's the first time I've heard such formal calls between comrades. It's rather touching." Lin Yao's mind flickered back to the earlier voices, and he nodded. Healy gazed at him for several seconds before softly asking, "Why aren't you talking to me? Did I upset you?" Lin Yao shook his head. "Then please acknowledge me. Your silence makes me quite anxious." Healy was utterly perplexed, resembling a military dog as he paced back and forth. "Was it because I didn't go back to find you? Because Xie Xingchen instructed me to remain on standby." Lin Yao, in a state of agitation, could not voice his concerns and could only glance helplessly at the side. Xie Xingchen grasped Healy by the nape of his neck, pulling him aside to create some distance. "He can't speak at the moment. He has coughing up blood and has lost his voice. So severe. Weren't we fine when we parted? You haven't contracted some terminal illness, have you, to be coughing up blood?" Chung Boyan unlocked his phone, his expression grave. "Wait a moment. I'll have my father fly over." Lin Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Mouthing no need, Xie Xingchen locked his phone screen, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "Do you really want to wear your father out to an early grave? I've already checked with him. He is fine, just needs to rest well. You all eat first. I'll be back shortly." Healy looked at him with concern for several seconds without speaking, then turned and dashed out. "Where are you going?" Chung Boyan was left in confusion, pushing Lin Yao toward the communal dining hall, rambling, "Wait here. I'll get your meal." Lin Yao sat quietly, observing the bustle around him as people came and went. Healy, drenched in sweat, placed a bottle of loquat syrup on the table. "I got this from the medical team. After you finish eating, soothe your throat. If you don't want to talk, don't. You've always been a man of few words." Chung Boyan pushed the tray toward him, lowering his voice as if presenting a treasure. "The food here is quite dreadful. This is the last serving of black bean chicken feet, which I snatched from the hands of countless starving souls, just for you. Thank you." Lin Yao felt a weight in his heart begin to lift, revealing a crack through which sunlight streamed in. Xie Xingchen noticed Lin Yao's prolonged silence and grew concerned. He lightly nudged Lin Yao's knee with his own. "Why aren't you moving? Can't you even lift your hand? Do you want me to feed you?" He worried that Lin Yao might react strongly to the gruesome sight of corpses and blood, having witnessed too many bloody scenes, leading to a physiological aversion to food. Upon hearing this, Healy was horrified and exclaimed urgently, "At a time like this, you are still mocking Yaoga? He can't talk, and his mood is undoubtedly terrible. Do you want to get beaten? What's the difference between that and mocking a disabled person for being blind?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up to see Lin Yao's lips curve slightly upward, his ears turning faintly red as he shook his head gently. "Really don't need to?" Xie Xingchen smiled faintly. "I'm serious. I'm not afraid of embarrassment." Lin Yao pursed his lips, shaking his head repeatedly. His ears flushed crimson. Healy was utterly astonished. This expression, this reaction, the pink hue spreading across his skin, such a demeanor he had never witnessed in the 6 years of their acquaintance. Surely, he couldn't be embarrassed. The Lin Yao who could single-handedly take on 10 opponents would be shy. The Lin Yao, whose expression was perpetually devoid of emotion and whose gaze could kill, would be shy. The Lin Yao who would feel like kicking Xie Xingchen to death upon meeting would be shy. This was more terrifying than the Big Bang. He reached out and grasped Chung Boyan's arm, murmuring, "Buddy, pinch me. I must be hallucinating from an all-nighter." Though Chung Boyan was unsure why he requested this, he complied with enthusiasm, pinching him hard, causing the dining hall to erupt with cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Healy grimaced in pain, his lungs aching, still unable to believe the situation. He bowed his head and searched the internet. Can coughing up blood cause ears to turn pink? Chapter 54. Try to call me by my name. Healy's phone buzzed with a flurry of replies. If experiencing coughing up blood, it is advisable to seek medical attention promptly. Do not trust online diagnoses. He clicked his tongue lightly, leaning closer to Chung Boyan, whispering, "Your father is a doctor. You must have absorbed some knowledge, right? Does coughing up blood cause ears to redden?" "It might." Chung Boyan pondered for a few moments, recalling how some individuals could cough until their faces flushed and veins bulged. He had witnessed such a sight outside the emergency room before. Quite alarming. Healy breathed a slight sigh of relief. Insight from a family of medical professionals is undoubtedly more reliable than online information. Thankfully, his brother Yao's condition was not severe. It was merely a matter of flushed ears from coughing. He tore open a wet wipe and handed it over, displaying thoughtfulness. Brother Yao, wipe your ears to cool down. One might think you are shy. Lin Yao. He genuinely wished to suggest that the military academy conduct emotional intelligence tests before enrollment. This fellow would certainly score in the negatives. Fortunately, he could remain silent and feign muteness. Xie Xingchen turned his head, his gaze resting upon Lin Yao's earlobe, contemplative. Sensing the stare, Lin Yao furrowed his brow, lowering his head to stuff his mouth with chicken feet. What are you staring at? Have you never seen someone with thin skin? The silence seemed to render the other incapable of understanding. If you keep staring, I'll hit you. 3 minutes later, Lin Yao furiously typed in his notes, showing it to Xie Xingchen as a threat. Xie Xingchen, just 3 more seconds of looking. Lin Yao continued gnawing on the chicken feet. Seeing that his appetite was quite good, Xie Xingchen leisurely withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to sip his porridge. Halfway through, Hole accompanied a man in military uniform over to their dining table, halting as he approached. Attention, all stand. Upon hearing the command, everyone promptly set down their bowls and chopsticks. Lin Yao quickly swallowed his morsel and stood up. This was General Pei Yizhong, the Lord of the Star, personally leading the charge against external foes. Hole introduced them formally. These are our volunteers from Chongqing who have worked tirelessly through the night. Pei Yizhong, with sharp brows and striking features, presented a very upright appearance. After listening, he raised his hand and saluted the group with a crisp military gesture. Thank you all for traveling great distances to assist. I'm deeply grateful. No need for such formality. I fear I shall shorten my lifespan, Healy replied, overwhelmed by such military courtesy, repeatedly waving his hands, acknowledging the general's hard work. Unlike most cities in the alliance, Arid Star was independently autonomous, yet held significant electoral power. Once a hotly contested political center, it had become increasingly desolate over time. However, Pei Yizhong was indeed a Lord of the Star. It was unexpected that he would personally engage in battle. Contemplating the scene of carnage, Lin Yao felt a pang of sorrow and respect. Unable to speak at that moment, he simply raised his hand to return a salute in reverence. What is the name of this team member? Pei Yizhong inquired, fixing his gaze on Lin Yao. Lin Yao, the first-place winner of our Chongqing freshman competition, exceptionally talented. Hole proudly proclaimed about his prize student. His shooting and flight mech scores were all perfect. Upon hearing this, Pei Yizhong smiled slightly, his sharp features softening. Such remarkable prowess. If we could recruit such exceptional warriors into our ranks, it would undoubtedly bolster our morale. Lin Yao opened his mouth, rendered speechless and appearing somewhat impolite, and could only nod with a smile. It was a jest, after all. Surely no one would wish to come to such a remote location. Pei Yizhong scrutinized him for several seconds before patting him on the shoulder, saying, "You've worked hard. Rest well today. We will need your assistance tomorrow." Lin Yao gazed into his eyes, detecting a strangely familiar scent that he could not quite place. Had they met before? It seemed improbable, as he had never been to this place. What Air succinctly summarized the rescue situation and spoke. "General Pei and I must convene a meeting. Xie Xingchen, I hereby officially appoint you as the leader of this expedition, responsible for the actions of all members." Xie Xingchen stood tall and saluted. Understood. Time was of the essence. And Pei Yizhong and Hua Er departed swiftly, leaving Lin Yao still in a stupor until they vanished from sight. "What is the matter?" Xie Xingchen inquired. Lin Yao shook his head, unable to recall the source of that faint scent, and merely pointed at his empty bowl, saying, "I'm full," though he remained silent. Xie Xingchen understood and stood up, saying, "Let's return to our rooms and await further orders." Finally, I can sleep in a luxurious silk bedding, Healy said, cradling his head with his hands as he passed by Xie Xingchen, unabashedly boasting, "Thank you. It's no wonder it's personally chosen by the young master. The taste is impeccable." Xie Xingchen cast a casual glance at him, thinking, "It's not as if I lack a bed. I still have your brother Yao." Retaining a shred of kindness, he refrained from pricking the heart of Lin Yao's sole friend and swallowed back his words. Offering a polite smile, "I'm glad you like it." Chung Boyan followed suit with praise. Indeed, it's quite comfortable, soft, and smooth. Compared to the stiff bedding provided by the organization, this is simply exquisite. Xie Xingchen raised an eyebrow. So, you slept there as well? Chung Boyan nodded, recalling. I cannot bear that bed, so he let me squeeze in with him. The bed was a tad small, and I nearly fell off. Xie Xingchen remarked. It's rather peculiar how they discuss such oddities so casually. Is this reasonable? No wonder Lin Yao felt no hint of ambiguity. It seemed the group around him was composed entirely of unrefined, straightforward men. As they continued chatting at the doorway, Lin Yao turned and entered his room first. He had just finished washing his hands and stood before the narrow bathroom mirror, opening his mouth to inspect his throat. When Xie Xingchen entered, he found Lin Yao tilting his head at an awkward angle, struggling to examine himself. What's wrong? Lin Yao texted him. I still want to see if I can recover quickly. I can't go on like this. He was anxious and fearful that if this persisted, he might never get better. He raised his hand, tentatively probing his throat, attempting to assess the condition of his inflamed tonsils, but his touch was clumsy and appeared rather brutal. Xie Xingchen sighed and grasped his arm, stopping him. Don't be reckless. I've studied a bit of medicine. Let me take a look. Lin Yao nodded, opening his mouth to wait for him to wash his hands. After drying off with a towel, Xie Xingchen positioned Lin Yao to face him. His gaze lowered as he gently grasped Lin Yao's chin with his fingers, commanding, open your mouth. Lin Yao obediently complied. The illumination in the room was rather dim. Xie Xingchen inclined his neck slightly closer, using his thumb to elevate Lin Yao's chin. He lowered his gaze, observing for several seconds before complimenting. The color of your tongue appears quite healthy. Upon hearing this technical term, Lin Yao felt a tension course through his back, akin to the nervousness one experiences during a doctor's examination. Keep your tongue steady, press it down. Xie Xingchen squinted, striving to find the optimal lighting, murmuring, It's too dark, I can't see clearly. As he spoke, his warm breath brushed against Lin Yao's face, prompting him to tilt his head slightly in an attempt to evade the sensation. Do not move. Yet Xie Xingchen's hand firmly restrained him, pressing down on his lower lip, softly instructing, widen your mouth a bit more. Upon feeling Xie Xingchen's fingers, Lin Yao unexpectedly emitted a vague, indistinct sound. It was faint, but Xie Xingchen perceptibly caught it. Can you produce a sound? Xie Xingchen paused for a moment, as if realizing something, his eyes reflecting a compassionate gleam. He then applied a bit more pressure downward, stating, Make a sound, try calling my name. The action felt as though Lin Yao's very pulse had been seized, inducing a sense of frantic loss of control. He raised his hand, his fingertips digging into Xie Xingchen's firm arm, yearning to resist. However, the latter's strength was overwhelming, and with his chin firmly held, Lin Yao dared not move recklessly. The sounds he produced remained unclear, but transitioning from complete silence to struggling to vocalize was indeed a progress of sorts. Call my name. Xie Xingchen disregarded his protests, lowering his head slightly and exhibiting an exasperating patience. Xie Xing, what comes next? Lin Yao's eyes darted toward him, his struggles futile as he felt his throat constrict. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to force out the last syllable with great difficulty. Chun. I heard it. Splendid, Xie Xingchen remarked, the corners of his lips curving into a smile, feeling a surge of delight. To be unable to articulate anything, yet successfully utter his own name brought about a uniquely exhilarating sensation. Xie Xingchen's gaze fell upon Lin Yao's eyes, glistening with moisture, observing the furrow of his brow, and gently inquired, Do you feel that I am bullying you? How bold of him to ask. Are you not bullying me? Lin Yao thought, fully aware of the delight Xie Xingchen had exhibited throughout. His lips moved, but unable to articulate words, he opted for a fierce bite instead. Had he known that he would be practicing vocalization in such an embarrassing manner, he would have resolutely refused Xie Xingchen's assistance in the examination. Xie Xingchen winced, a sharp pang shooting through his fingertip, a tingling sensation spreading through his chest. After brushing his fingers over Lin Yao's lips a few times, he withdrew, his tone leaving no room for argument. Even if you bite me, you must persist in trying. It seems this method is effective. I shall dedicate time each day to practice with you. Lin Yao, devious and pretentious, repeatedly unrepentant and provocatively defiant. No matter, a good beating will suffice. Just as the opponent straightened up and created a slight distance, Lin Yao swiftly seized his arm, twisting it behind his back, pressing his knee against him and pinning him to the door. A master of combat, he possessed exceptional grappling skills that rendered his opponent utterly immobile. Are you truly angry? Xie Xingchen turned his head, catching a glimpse of Lin Yao's expression in the mirror, and conceded, "All right, I admit there is a hint of teasing involved, but it constitutes merely 1%. My primary intention is to assist you. Get lost." That word was delivered with crisp precision. Well, managing to extract another word smoothly was a medical miracle. Xie Xingchen, in an awkward posture, offered no resistance, merely stating, "Yao Yao, my hand hurts." Lin Yao ignored him, his expression impassive as he tightened his grip. Previously, he had been exceedingly antagonistic. This person was deserving of it. Xie Xingchen did not wish to engage in a fight, but maintaining this stalemate was untenable, prompting him to apologize. "Next time, I'll be gentler. It was my rudeness, my fault." Lin Yao scoffed lightly, dismissing him. Xie Xingchen appealed to emotions. "I haven't slept all night. I'm tired." Lin Yao's grip loosened slightly. Xie Xingchen pressed on. "How about this if you retaliate? Will you let me go?" Lin Yao tilted his head. You could also press your fingers against my mouth. We'll be even, and you can mock me as well." Xie Xingchen understood that Lin Yao felt embarrassed and proposed the idea. Lin Yao pondered for 2 seconds. It seemed reasonable. He switched to his left hand, binding both of his opponent's wrists, pressing his knee against him, while his right hand curled into a shape with the index and middle fingers together, mimicking the unkind gesture he had received earlier. However, as he reached in, his mind was flooded with thoughts of why he was engaging in such absurd behavior. It felt so strange. Something was amiss. He was being led astray. No, must, not. Xie Xingchen discerned each word escaping Lin Yao's lips. "Do you want to or not?" Lin Yao was disinclined to partake in such a trivial game, thinking to withdraw, but in a moment of distraction, he felt a soft touch brush against him. After 2 seconds, Lin Yao finally realized Xie Xingchen had inadvertently licked his hand. How bizarre. It was merely a light contact, yet his heart inexplicably tingled in response, an unnerving sensation. Damn it, one cannot compare with a pervert, Lin Yao thought, attempting to retract his hand, only to be bitten by the other party. Xie Xingchen mumbled, "Aren't you seeking revenge?" Lin Yao shook his head, no. He pressed his knee upward, delivering a forceful strike to conclude the retaliation, then promptly released him and took a few steps back. After washing his hands, as he passed by, unable to endure any longer, he kicked Xie Xingchen's calf. Typically, Lin Yao was taciturn, and now he was nearly silent, rendering the room exceedingly quiet. His cold face bore little expression as he lay in a nearby, simple chair, perusing military and political textbooks. So diligent, even amidst all this. He did not forget to review for the midterm exam. Xie Xingchen softly clicked his tongue, recalling Lin Yao's momentary distraction when he encountered Pei Yizhong, and lowered his head to send a message to Uncle Chong. XXC, could you help me investigate Pei Yizhong's background? In the past decade, records of entry and exit from the capital were swiftly provided, accompanied by an extensive background check. Over the last 3 years, the individual had appeared only once, with a previous instance traced back to 8 years prior. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Lin Yao inquired, noticing the furrowed brow of his companion as he typed on his notepad. Xie Xingchen handed over the information he had just gathered, explaining, "I noticed your expression was off, so I conducted a brief inquiry, but I failed to uncover anything particularly useful." However, upon perusing the plethora of information, Lin Yao's gaze fixated on the date of that occurrence 8 years ago. His pupils constricting. It was the day of the laboratory fire. The coincidence was too uncanny. Why was he there? What was his purpose? Lin Yao's complexion suddenly paled, his lips trembling, yet his thoughts were a tangled mess. Was he a puppet master behind the laboratory, or perhaps the arsonist responsible for the inferno? "You encountered him back then, but you don't remember, do you?" Xie Xingchen spoke softly. "Lin Yao, I suspect your post-traumatic stress is also related to that incident 8 years ago." Lin Yao nodded gently, but he found himself incapable of elucidating the prolonged agony of his past, a painful shame too difficult to articulate. Observing Lin Yao's expression, Xie Xingchen offered comfort, saying, "It's all right. If you choose not to speak, you need not. However, if you wish to truly move forward, you must confide in me so that I may assist you." Lin Yao lifted his gaze, staring intently at him for several seconds, as if hesitating, grappling with a profoundly painful decision. Xie Xingchen patiently waited, refraining from urging him. Noticing Lin Yao's pale lips, he bent down to open his suitcase, rummaging through it to retrieve a bag of fruit candies. Originally intended to cheer up children traumatized by war during his volunteer work, they now found a purpose here. "Would you like some candy? It might brighten your spirits," he suggested, unwrapping a piece and handing it to Lin Yao to ease the atmosphere. "Today, we shall use this bag of sweets to comfort other children, but first, let us cheer up this unhappy one before us." Lin Yao lowered his head, placing the candy from his palm into his mouth and crunching down, releasing a burst of sweet and sour flavor that indeed brought him a moment of joy. He silently noted that comforting others could involve offering sweets. Then, under Xie Xingchen's watchful gaze, he took a deep breath and typed a few words on his phone, presenting it before him. Feeling assured that he would not harm himself, he chose to reveal his vulnerabilities and secrets. "Why you?" Lin Yao managed to utter, and Xie Xingchen lowered his eyes, finally discerning the closely guarded secret Lin Yao had kept hidden. IEL-CG01. The former appeared to be an acronym for some organization, while the latter resembled his experimental identification number. Lin Yao pointed to the number, then to himself, indicating me. Xie Xingchen suddenly realized CG, Children Group, 01, Lin Yao. Previously aware of his orphan status, he was now struck by the revelation that even his name stemmed from a code. Without the need for elaborate explanations, one could easily imagine the cruelty and torment associated with a child being assigned a number for experimentation. "Did you grow up here, Lin Yao?" Xie Xingchen managed to articulate, his voice heavy with concern. After witnessing the other party nod, his heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by a colossal hand, only to be released abruptly, leaving him breathless with pain. Xie Xingchen found himself transformed into a person rendered speechless. For the past few years, he had tirelessly sought to uncover Lin Yao's parents. Yet all his efforts had been in vain. He never anticipated that the truth would be the most cruel of all. Lin Yao noticed his eyes suddenly redden, bloodshot veins appearing, and he became increasingly agitated. This left Lin Yao at a loss. He had imagined countless possible reactions from Xie Xingchen, yet none resembled this. Was he feeling pity for himself? He did not wish to see Xie Xingchen unhappy alongside him. He wanted to console him. Thus, he seized a bag of candy, selected one, hesitated for a moment, and raised his hand to place it in Xie Xingchen's mouth. "Eat." Lin Yao raised his hand to shield his eyes, struggling to utter, "No, cry." Chapter 56. Hormonal surge. Lin Yao felt a dampness in his palm. The first time he beheld Xie Xingchen in tears was, astonishingly, because of him, before college. Their interactions had been minimal, primarily occurring in the context of honor rolls, under the national flag, and during combat training, where Xie had always appeared spirited and confident. Lin Yao had once thought that someone from such a privileged background, possessing innate talent, would have no worries. He seemed perpetually at ease, confident of victory. Yet now, he was taken aback to realize that a mere code he had written could elicit such a profound reaction. Lin Yao gazed at him, observing the sorrowful expression still evident behind his shielding hand. "I never imagined your past was so wretched," Xie Xingchen murmured, "far worse than I had envisioned. It must have been difficult to endure. What would have happened if you and T escaped?" Lin Yao felt an urgent need to reassure him, lowering his hand to show him. "It's all in the past. I was simply reminded of the charred remains I saw. It's nothing. I will be fine soon. How can I assist you? What can I do to help?" For the first time, Xie Xingchen truly realized his own impotence. He had been adamant that if Lin Yao were to confide in him, he could provide assistance. Yet when the harsh reality lay bare before him, he found himself powerless. He could neither traverse back in time to rescue Lin Yao nor unravel his emotional turmoil. "You have already helped me immensely. Thank you," Xie Xingchen replied, wiping his face with determination. I will uncover the truth and expose the masterminds behind the laboratory, no matter how long it takes. I will help you seek vengeance. Lin Yao stared at him for several seconds before smiling and saying, "All right." Xie Xingchen stood, ruffled his hair affectionately, and softly remarked, "You continue your reading. I will step outside for a smoke." He took the cigarette box and went out, standing at the edge of the corridor, bowing his head to light up, inhaling deeply to suppress the moisture in his eyes. Then he lowered his head and entered a specific intelligence website. However, to his astonishment, in a place where information flowed freely, he could not find any mention of the IAL laboratory. It was as if someone had obscured it entirely from existence. The chaotic clues intertwined like a tangled ball of yarn, impossible to unravel in a short time. This secret pertained to Lin Yao, and he dared not entrust this matter to anyone else. He needed to start with Pei Zhang. He sent a message to Hall. "Director, may I inquire if we have the opportunity to dine with General Pei? Both Lin Yao and I hold him in great esteem and wish to learn from him." After a while, the response arrived. "The battle has just concluded, and General Pei is quite occupied. We can only schedule breakfast for tomorrow." "Breakfast is acceptable." Xie Xingchen replied affirmatively. As he extinguished his cigarette and prepared to return, he happened to pass by He Li's room, just as the latter opened the door, leading to an awkward moment as their eyes met. Just as He Li was about to close the door again, Xie Xingchen spoke first. "Do you have any suggestions to cheer Lin Yao up?" He Li gazed at him for several seconds, hesitating before replying, "Beat you up." Xie Xingchen, observing his puzzled expression, He Li grew bolder, puffing out his chest to explain. "If you were to be beaten, he would undoubtedly be happy. You are unaware that during our high school years, his most frequent utterance was to curse you, often declaring his desire to thrash that pretentious dog. His greatest dream is to cripple you and then watch you beg for mercy." Xie Xingchen. He Li, with a serious demeanor, pointedly remarked, "Yes, pretentious dog refers to you. You are truly reckless." Cheng Boyan swiftly emerged from the room to cover He Li's mouth, attempting to mediate. "He speaks without thinking. Having stayed up all night, do not take it to heart." Xie Xingchen pondered for a few moments before nodding. "That makes a fair point." Cheng Boyan was taken aback for 2 seconds. "What makes a fair point?" "Letting Lin Yao give me a beating," Xie Xingchen articulated thoughtfully, suggesting that releasing the pent-up frustration might improve his mood significantly. Cheng Boyan, "Oh dear, your patient seems to be experiencing cognitive issues. Your bonus might be at risk." He Li was equally astonished, realizing that perhaps his earlier words were a bit too harsh, leading Xie Xingchen to speak irrationally. Truly a misstep. His intention was merely to tease, not to provoke a mental breakdown. He quickly pushed aside Cheng Boyan's hand and knelt down, bowing in apology. "I am sorry. It was my thoughtless words, my mental lapse, and my malicious slander. Please do not take it seriously. Help me arrange a boxing ring. I shall summon Lin Yao." Xie Xingchen nonchalantly continued, "You two can come as spectators. Consider it a respite for today." What? They were to be invited to watch him get beaten? He Li trembled at the sight of Xie Xingchen's retreating figure. Has he truly lost his mind due to my provocation? Cheng Boyan's expression turned grave. "I believe so." Nonetheless, they proceeded with the plan. There was a nearby boxing venue, though it had been closed for quite some time due to the recent turmoil. Cheng Boyan transferred a sum of money, and the owner happily agreed to reopen for half a day. When He Li saw Lin Yao emerge from his room, his concern deepened. Lin Yao appeared to be in a foul mood, silent as usual. Would he truly end up harming someone? "Yao Ge, please go easy on him," He Li gently advised, considering that people do grow, and he felt Xie Xingchen was no longer as detestable as before. Cheng Boyan also interjected, "Indeed, we were all just children back then. Minor disputes were quite normal. Let's not go through with it. Let's go enjoy some good food instead." Lin Yao chuckled lightly, offering no explanation as he strode purposefully towards the boxing gym. He believed that not only he, but also Xie Xingchen, required an outlet for their pent-up emotions. He should not bear the weight of those burdens alone, nor should he feel encumbered by the events that had transpired. Thus, the two were in perfect accord. Cheng Boyan and He Li sat solemnly at the edge of the boxing arena, their expressions serious as they observed the two figures in the octagonal ring donning their gear, clad in matching black and white athletic shorts. With boxing gloves on and their torsos bare, they stood in opposition, flaunting their well-defined musculature and exuberant vitality, reminiscent of wild wolves or leopards vying for territory. Even before the bout commenced, the atmosphere was charged with adrenaline. Xie Xingchen executed a flawless defensive stance, nodding slightly and raising his eyelids. "Come on, let us begin." Lin Yao responded with a delicate nod, launching a graceful sidekick to initiate the assault. Xie Xingchen evaded swiftly, narrowly missing, and pivoted to counter with a sharp hook. His movements precise and unyielding. No, he is really going for it. Healy bit his finger, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yet, Xie Xingchen was not merely a passive recipient of blows. He employed technique, ensuring he would not be overwhelmed. Cheng Boyan, transfixed by the visceral combat, felt his heart tighten. Both fighters showed no mercy, their ferocity palpable. The entire venue was unnaturally silent, save for the sound of fists cutting through the air before meeting flesh. Accompanied by muffled grunts, labored breaths, and the repeated call of again. Half an hour passed, and neither fighter showed signs of conceding. The intensity escalated, their bare forms entwined in a fervent struggle. Lin Yao was drenched in sweat, yet felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. He and Xie Xingchen had clashed countless times due to their closely matched scores, always fixated on the goal of victory. Today, however, was different. He relished each impact, each contact, feeling utterly at ease. Xie Xingchen regarded him. The gloom that had accumulated during the battle began to dissipate. In a moment, he grappled Lin Yao. He softly inquired, "Does it feel good?" "Very much so. I don't need to think. Each punch is a release." Lin Yao nodded decisively, seizing Xie Xingchen's arm to execute a perfect throw, pinning him to the ground, his legs securing the hold completely. Lin Yao pressed against his shoulder, breathing heavily as he looked down. "You're weak." Xie Xingchen, pinned beneath him, gazed up to see a drop of sweat fall from Lin Yao's damp hair, his chest rising and falling. "Lin Yao, you look magnificent when you box." The moment those words left his lips, it was as if a spell had been cast, throwing Lin Yao off his rhythm, disrupting his breath and sapping his strength. Xie Xingchen removed his gloves, flipping Lin Yao over and returning the earlier maneuver with equal fervor. His broad palm gripped Lin Yao's fair neck with an assertive dominance, exuding an overwhelming desire for control. How can one know the victor without reaching the end? Lin Yao's chest heaved with competitive fervor as he glared into Xie Xingchen's eyes, indignantly exclaiming, "Xie Xingchen, you're shameless. No way, let us do it again." Xie Xingchen stared at him incredulously for several seconds, his fingers brushing over Lin Yao's flushed lips. "Be good, scold me a little more." Chapter 57. A 3-second encounter. He sat in the vast, empty audience, covering his mouth as he exclaimed, "What the?" 3 times in succession. Cheng Boyan was tormented by the noise, his ears ringing. "What is wrong with you now?" Yao Ge can speak again, and so fluently. He has been provoked by Xie Ge to the point of speech. This is astonishing in the realm of medicine. In disbelief, he thought he was hallucinating and frantically dug at his ears. Such cases of stimulated speech were abundant in medical literature. Cheng Boyan turned his head, exclaiming, "You're shouting so ferociously, but there's still 2 my gosh left?" Healy interjected, "Dude, you've truly rendered me speechless. It's the first time I've seen someone so dazed that they even count exclamatory phrases." Yet, as his gaze returned to the center of the arena, he couldn't help but shout again, "My gosh, Xie Ge is audacious. He actually dared to touch Yao Ji's mouth, a man who can't even have his hair tousled, let alone his lips. He has finished. He is going to get beaten up." Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Yao seized the hand gripping his neck and, with a slight exertion, forced Xie Ge to loosen his grip. Then he flipped over, pinning him back down. The force was not light, and their combined weight crashed onto the ring, stirring up a fine cloud of dust. Healy wore a smug expression, as if to say, "See? Severely punished." Yao Ge is impressive. Cheng Boyan gazed at Lin Yao's extraordinarily handsome face, his thoughts veering to a strange place. He is so handsome, but with such a fierce temperament. Wouldn't that make it hard to find a wife? Why does it matter to you? Healy retorted, displeased. Must he marry? Can't my Yao Ge just be stunning on his own? What an antiquated notion. Chung Boyan, taken aback by the retort, raised his hands in surrender. I'm sorry. I misspoke. It was just a casual remark. Healy huffed softly, lifting his phone to capture the victorious MVP moment of Yao Ge. So damn handsome. Meanwhile, on the arena, the two remained entangled in their positions. To the onlookers, close combat and any form of violence seemed justified. Yet only the participants could feel the sudden heat of their skin pressed together, a warmth that sent shivers through them. Is that so? Shameless. Insidious. Cunning. Are you satisfied? Do you owe me? Xie Xingchen was indeed able to speak fluently, and unexpectedly, this realization brought him relief. Satisfied, your words have refreshed my spirit. Perverted was the term that best suited him. Lin Yao, his breath unsteady, used his arm to prop Xie Xingchen's chin, stubbornly intent on determining a victor. But in this duel, I still win. With considerable strength and fierce moves, Xie Xingchen willingly conceded defeat this time. He relaxed his limbs, sprawled on the arena, and raised his eyelids to watch Lin Yao, south mouth open and close, marveling, finally, it's resolved. What do you mean resolved? I need to hold you down for 10 seconds to conclude the match, lest you try to cheat again. Lin Yao, not yet comprehending, feared Xie Xingchen would attempt to play tricks and leaned down to firmly pin him. He wished he could transform into an octopus, ensnaring him entirely. I said he can speak now. Xie Xingchen spread his arms, allowing himself to be pinned, and chuckled. Are you foolish? Lin Yao paused for a moment. Having not spoken all day, feeling somewhat dazed, did I speak? Only upon hearing his own voice did he confirm I did. Xie Xingchen bent his knees and gently nudged Lin Yao's lower back, reminding him, how much longer do you intend to pin me? Although I do not particularly mind. It seems rather inappropriate given the presence of 2 spectators, does it not? He turned his head and noticed He Li in the audience, clenching his fists in encouragement. It is suitable, particularly so. You should press him for half an hour, compel him to beg for mercy. Chung Boyan sighed, genuinely curious how someone so unrestrained had managed to survive thus far. It was indeed fortunate that Xie Xingchen possessed such a good temperament. Had it been Duan Zheng, the vengeful scion, he would have met his demise countless times behind the scenes. Lin Yao's lips curled in a faint smile as he exerted pressure downward. Did you hear that? I want to hear you beg for mercy. This gesture caused their bare torsos to nearly meld together, and Xie Xingchen felt an electric current coursing through him, raising his hand to push against the abdomen pressing against him. Lin Yao sensed his struggle and leaned in heavier, preventing any movement. I knew you would try to evade. Xie Xingchen sighed softly. Reluctantly, he turned his head, his lips brushing against Lin Yao's earlobe, whispering in the softest tone, if you press down any further, you might unearth my illness. Lin Yao blinked slowly. The once domineering combat moves suddenly became constrained and in a lowered voice. He scolded him. Why do you become aroused at the slightest provocation? Can I be blamed for that? Xie Xingchen's gaze traversed Lin Yao's lips, collarbone, the exquisite contours of his lean physique, and the position of Lin Yao pressing upon him, all exuding an intense ambiguity and an undeniable assertiveness. Surely, he could not be held accountable for this. Throughout the initial phase, Xie Xingchen had been entirely absorbed in their sparring, initially intending merely to sweat. But who could have anticipated such a fierce desire for victory, pressing so insistently against him? Suddenly, Xie Xingchen recalled a similar scenario from 3 years prior. Back then, he was unaware of why Lin Yao harbored such disdain for him, and they had been chosen by their teacher to perform a combat demonstration due to their equal scores. At that time, Lin Yao was just as he was now. No, colder and prouder, his expression frosted, his attacks exceedingly fierce. It seemed he detested Xie Xingchen, or perhaps was consumed with thoughts of victory. Each move was nearly designed to force one into a corner. Throughout his life, Xie Xingchen had encountered countless sparring partners, yet none of his peers had ever matched him to such an extent. The exhilaration and thrill pulsated through his heart, igniting his blood in a fervor. After more than an hour of grappling, Lin Yao finally subdued him, leaning down with a condescending tone. Useless. Xie Xingchen had always been adept at controlling his pheromones, yet in that fleeting moment, with Lin Yao drawing near and his beautiful eyes slightly lowered to meet his. His heartbeat became chaotic, spiraling beyond control, utterly without warning. The scent of tequila pervaded the training hall recklessly, causing the surrounding alphas to writhe in discomfort, plunging into disarray. At that moment, Lin Yao merely cast his gaze downward, his tone dripping with disdain. Only a fool would resort to using pheromones to suppress such a base tactic in a competition. But alas, it holds no power over me. He then defined this insufferable rival. An alpha who cannot control their pheromones is merely a lustful dog. Lin Yao rose and, with no desire to spare him another glance, departed, leaving only Xie Xingchen to bear the weight of the moment. It is not a final defiance born of unwillingness to submit, but rather an absurdity. The mere proximity of a fellow alpha triggered the sudden onset of his long-managed illness, forcing him to take a leave of absence and spend a week hospitalized. Perhaps it bears no relation to secondary genders, as alphas tend to repel one another, a mystery that perplexed Xie Xingchen. Yet from that moment onward, he began to take notice of Lin Yao. Uncontrollably, he found himself feeding the stray cats in the park with him, accompanying him along dimly lit paths, and waiting through the early hours while he worked, striving to accumulate points until they were completely aligned, all in anticipation of their next encounter in the arena. Each moment of the past resonates with the present. Why do you become aroused at the slightest provocation? Lin Yao had scolded him countless times after their battles. Indeed, it was in Lin Yao's presence that he harbored the most base and shameful thoughts. From adolescence to adulthood, countless nights were plagued by desire, drenched in sweat and tormented to the point of sleeplessness. Yet with the dawn, he would gather the remnants of his turmoil. He longed for the daily encounters with Lin Yao, those fleeting moments when they would brush past each other in the long corridor. Chapter 58. Why don't you give it a try? For 3 years, Xie Xingchen had made countless attempts to draw closer to Lin Yao. However, Lin Yao initially harbored deep-seated animosity towards him. Or perhaps it was simply his nature to dislike someone like him, retreating at the sight of him, rendering every effort futile. Each deliberate approach was perceived as a new provocation, a conundrum with no resolution. Had it not been for the unexpected secondary differentiation into an omega, even a change of dormitory would have prompted Lin Yao to move away, and they would likely have remained strangers until their dying days. Whenever Xie Xingchen contemplated this, he felt a mix of sympathy and self-loathing. It pained him to see Lin Yao, so proud, suffering so much due to something as trivial as secondary gender. He despised the fact that he had to exploit Lin Yao's vulnerabilities and employ coercive tactics to inch closer. But how could he explain? It was not the transformation into an omega that incited his affection, nor was it solely the physiological attraction of a perfect match. It was the undeniable spark of emotion that had ensnared him since their first meeting long ago. Lin Yao was the most perplexing equation he had ever encountered. Yet he was willing to invest a lengthy period in search of the optimal solution. "What are you staring at?" Lin Yao asked, noticing Xie Xingchen's unwavering gaze upon him, and lightly tapping his cheek to regain his attention. "Can we get up now?" It felt as if something was amiss pressing against him. The physiological lessons he had previously dozed through were abruptly recalled by Xie Xingchen in a rather crude and bizarre manner, and he quickly realized, surely, you can't be serious. As Xie Xingchen came back to his senses, the past and present converged. The once indifferent expression he remembered had now become animated. He spoke with a calmness that seemed habitual. "Or do you think I take suppressants every day for no reason?" Lin Yao moved his lips, mumbling indistinctly. "Didn't I give you my pheromones last night? They're truly pure." Lin Yao might be unaware of the allure he exudes, half naked and seated, particularly in the presence of an alpha, who, brimming with years of pent-up hormones, ignites at the slightest touch. Xie Xingchen expressed his regret, saying, "Just a brief kiss? It's hardly sufficient." Lin Yao thought to himself that Xie was truly insatiable. The crux of the matter was that they were not alone. And couldn't he just exercise a bit of restraint? Observing the concern etched on Xie's face, Lin Yao nodded slightly. "All right, let me try to recite the calming mantra." He appeared composed, yet Lin Yao, privy to the truth, felt utterly restless, caught in a predicament of indecision. Yao Ge, I've already taken photos and videos for you. You may rise now. He shook his phone screen, noting that after being exposed for so long and sweating, he feared Lin Yao might catch a cold. Lin Yao's chest heaved, his legs slightly apart as he knelt on the ground, hesitant to rise. How could he explain this to the two bystanders? Xie Xingchen had a sexual addiction, which could not be disclosed. The absurdity of having provoked such a condition while sparring made Lin Yao anxious. He needed to devise a way to send those two away. He wasn't adept at conversation, but after a moment of rapid thought, he managed to muster an excuse. Healy, I'm thirsty. Could you two fetch me a couple of bottles of water? I brought some. I knew you'd be in need of hydration. Chung Boyan retrieved 2 bottles from his backpack and headed towards the ring. Lin Yao cast a panicked glance at Xie Xingchen, who seemed unfazed by the awkwardness, his mind evidently elsewhere. This was so embarrassing. Did he have some undisclosed, peculiar inclination? What to do? Lin Yao subtly shifted back an inch, attempting to shield Xie, only to be abruptly grasped around the waist, letting out a soft, muffled sound. Xie Xingchen lowered his voice, suppressing his rising frustration. What are you fidgeting for? He had nearly attained a state of tranquility, but this unwelcome contact rekindled his urges. Lin Yao attempted to decline. Never mind. I'd rather not drink. My throat still hurts. Healy squinted, nudging Chung Boyan with his elbow. Do you think Yao Ge is acting a bit strange? His competitive spirit seems excessive. He has been holding down for 10 minutes without getting up. Perhaps, Chung Boyan replied, Xie Xingchen has quite the temperament, allowing him to remain in this position. He suggested, you might want to go over and encourage Lin Yao to get up. He deserves some dignity. Healy observed the tense standoff between the two and whispered, I dare not. I fear I might be beaten. After transforming into an alpha, Xie Xingchen developed a sexual addiction. During those days of unfulfilled desire, he had learned to control his urges, albeit painfully. Without suppressants, he resorted to physical self-punishment to manage his cravings. Biting down on the soft flesh within his mouth, he exerted force mercilessly. The sharp pain receded, and so did the desire. Xie Xingchen closed his eyes momentarily, then reached out to tap Lin Yao's thigh, signaling, all right, you can get up now. Lin Yao stared at him in bewilderment. Just moments ago, he was vibrant and full of life, and now, merely a few minutes later, everything was resolved? Was this timing normal? Was Xie Xingchen truly fine? What expression was that? Get up. Xie Xingchen licked the wound inside his lip, the pain rendering him momentarily devoid of desire or ambition. Lin Yao, with his legs crossed, rose to his feet, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the black sweatpants adorning Xie Xingchen, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. The previously taken nude photograph, an existence more audacious than erotic comics, turned out to be merely ornamental. Suddenly enlightened, Lin Yao pondered whether this was the very reason Xie Xingchen never sought an omega, fear of exposing his vulnerabilities and tarnishing the reputation of the esteemed Xie family, thus resorting to suppressants as a solution. Initially feeling a twinge of sympathy for him, who often endured this struggle, the revelation left Lin Yao in a rather intricate state of mind. You two, Lin Yao began, hesitating momentarily. Let us change our clothes first. Please wait a moment. Healy, still absorbed in editing photos, did not lift his head and replied, sure, just don't start fighting in there again. Today's share of physical confrontation has concluded. If you wish to brawl, come back tomorrow. Chung Boyan, observing Healy's adept manipulation of his software, whispered, sometimes I truly wonder if you harbor feelings for Lin Yao. You seem overly invested. Healy, incredulous, retorted, how could I possibly like Yao Ge? Engaging in a romance? I'm quite traditional. I must find a sweet and adorable omega in the future. Chung Boyan raised an eyebrow, commenting, then best of luck to you. In the ring, Lin Yao reached out and pulled Xie Xingchen along, both striding toward the changing room side by side. Having just grasped a monumental secret, it was exceedingly difficult for Lin Yao to refrain from casting his gaze in a particular direction. On the third glance, he found Xie Xingchen bent down, tying the drawstring of his sweatpants. Feeling the gaze upon him, Xie Xingchen lifted his head and asked, what are you looking at? Nothing, Lin Yao replied crisply, slipping on his shirt, denying any intent. It was a blatant cover-up, akin to hiding silver in broad daylight. Xie Xingchen halted his movements. Why this secrecy? Speak your mind. Lin Yao hesitated for several seconds, carefully choosing his words. You were just in that state. Is it over so soon? Don't you need to use the restroom? I held it back. I'm accustomed to it, Xie Xingchen said, leisurely tying the drawstring before reaching for a shirt beside him. Why are you suddenly so curious about such matters? Weren't you once shy about it? With the conversation veering into sensitive territory, Lin Yao abruptly coughed, feigning composure. This is unusual. You're acting strangely, Xie Xingchen scrutinized him. Just say what you mean. Lin Yao thought to himself, if there truly was a problem, it ought to be addressed. It was evident that Xie Xingchen's condition was not a matter of innate deficiencies, but rather a consequence of prolonged restraint. Taking a deep breath, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson, he expressed his heartfelt concern. I believe that if you are struggling, you should consult a specialist upon returning. Do not delay. No sooner had he spoken than Xie Xingchen, disregarding his attire, tossed it aside and approached him. His tall figure, silhouetted against the light, advanced with an overwhelming presence. It seemed their relationship had eased recently, leading to a lack of discretion. I apologize for being overly concerned, Lin Yao murmured, moistening his dry lips, and picked up a nearby jacket. Let us head back. However, just as he took a step aside, he felt his wrist grasped, yanked back, and pressed against the full-length mirror in the changing room once more. Lin Yao's breath hitched. It was over. He had misspoken, and a confrontation was imminent. He observed Xie Xingchen slightly bending forward, a smirk dancing on his lips, suppressing a simmering anger. Grasping Lin Yao's wrist, he pressed it down toward his waistband. Am I incapable? Why not give it a try? In the fleeting moment when Lin Yao's fingers were about to brush against the fabric, he yanked his hand back forcefully, his cheeks flushing. Are you out of your mind? I refuse to touch. Then what shall we exchange? Xie Xingchen replied with an impassive expression. Which method do you prefer? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Yao felt an absurd sense of inadequacy, finding it amusing. If I were truly incapable, why need to take suppressants daily? What shall we substitute? Lin Yao paused momentarily, his mind racing back to the messages Xie Xingchen had sent earlier, mentioning using his legs. His entire face felt as if it were engulfed in flames. Perverse. Absolutely not. Did you not question my abilities? Xie Xingchen leaned closer, his breath brushing against Lin Yao's face. I must prove myself. He hesitated, recalling Lin Yao's expressions on their journey, his tone measured. Otherwise, whenever you gaze at me, I sense a hint of derision. Lin Yao thought to himself, this guy's competitive spirit is outrageously intense. Attempting to withdraw his wrist from Xie Xingchen's grasp, he found himself at odds with him, the grip unyielding, appearing genuinely irritated. My statement was understandable, Lin Yao defended, forcing himself to explain. I misjudged based on how quickly you went down. It was absurd that he and Xie Xingchen were discussing the matter of capability at all. Xie Xingchen lowered his eyes. I don't care. You must afford me a chance to prove it. Lin Yao felt as though he might explode, furrowing his brow. Why must you prove anything to me? Even if you were impotent, so what? I wouldn't mock you. Xie Xingchen, Lin Yao. Curse it all. What a slip of the tongue. The room fell into a prolonged silence. Xie Xingchen raised his hand, parting his lips to reveal a recently bitten wound. Do you see this? I bit it. Lin Yao leaned closer, scrutinizing for a few seconds before confirming. A canker sore. You should eat light tonight. Xie Xingchen. It seems that silence can truly evoke laughter out of irritation. Lin Yao moved his lips, his back pressed against the cool surface of the floor-length mirror, entirely devoid of the earlier bravado. Let us step outside. Otherwise, Li and the others will come asking. Xie Xingchen fixed his gaze on him for a moment. It was not over. He reached out, pinching Lin Yao's cheek with a fierce grip, then turned to grab his coat, stating they would continue this later. Lin Yao followed behind, donning his coat while exhaling softly. He had evidently not learned how to interact with others, managing to incite anger in just 3 sentences. Li stood at the door, staring at Lin Yao with a puzzled expression. You were just swaggering as if you could conquer the world. What else with the sudden wilt? I advise against prying. Lin Yao replied, looking disenchanted. If you knew the reason, I would have to eliminate you, Xie Xingchen remarked nonchalantly. Li opened his mouth to inquire further, but was abruptly pulled away by Chung Boyan, who lowered his voice. Don't ask. It undoubtedly concerns a man's dignity. The sound was not overly loud, yet the final words slipped away, leaving a sting to the man's dignity. Xie Xingchen, with his hands tucked into his pockets, let out a soft scoff, while Lin Yao's gaze wandered, his face adorned with embarrassment. They strolled toward the temporary district, their surroundings a stark tableau of devastation, reflective of a post-war desolation. At a street corner sat a ragged woman with a weeping child. Many families were left with only women and children, their husbands having gone to war. Lin Yao felt a pang of sorrow. He pulled out a handful of candies he had brought along and, summoning his courage, knelt before the child. He had never before expressed such kindness to a stranger. Previously, he had been like a hedgehog, bristling with defensiveness against any approach. Thus, he felt a flutter of nervousness in this moment. Here for you. They're sweet, he said, opening his palm to reveal several glimmering fruit candies. Healy raised his hand to cover his mouth, astonished. My goodness, is this really Brother Yao? Did he get hit in the head during a fight? Xie Xingchen looked on with satisfaction. I taught him well. Healy gave a thumbs up to Lin Yao. Impressive. It's like a complete transformation. However, gazing at Lin Yao's earnest attempt to appear friendly, the child hesitantly replied, I can't eat things from strangers. Mom says so. Lin Yao was taken aback, momentarily frozen in awkwardness. This was not how he had imagined it would go. Being rejected felt slightly embarrassing, just as he was about to rise. Xie Xingchen placed a hand on his shoulder and leaned down, gently asking, but did your mother say whether the soldiers from the Alliance are good or bad? Good, the child exclaimed, revealing a gap-toothed grin. They helped us drive away the bad guys. They're all good. Xie Xingchen then retrieved Lin Yao's officer's badge from his uniform pocket. See, this brother is also an officer of the Alliance. He is here to help you. So, you can take the candy from this good brother. Upon hearing this, the small, delicate hand quickly grasped the candy from Lin Yao's palm. Thank you, brother. Lin Yao felt the gentle touch of the child's fingers against his skin, causing his heart to flutter lightly. He lowered his head and took out all the remaining candies from his pocket. I have more. They're all for you. Foolish. Can't you see his teeth are nearly gone? And he still wants to eat? Xie Xingchen teased, pulling Lin Yao up from the ground and ruffling the child's hair. Don't worry. Soon, your lives will return to peace. Lin Yao stared at him in astonishment, sensing that Xie Xingchen was markedly different from his usual self. It reminded him of a previous encounter when he had stumbled upon Xie Xingchen feeding cats in the park. Unlike the high and mighty young master he usually portrayed, he had patiently poured cat food into a small bowl and waited attentively for the cats to come close. It was that moment that led Lin Yao to believe that perhaps Xie Xingchen wasn't as insufferable as he had imagined. Now, watching Xie Xingchen engage in cheerful conversation with the child, Lin Yao felt his heart beat softly and slowly, an indescribable sensation. Be safe, you and your mother. Xie Xingchen smiled. Goodbye, brother. The child gently tugged at Lin Yao's sleeve. Thank you for the candy. I wish you happiness today, tomorrow, and every day. Lin Yao replied softly, Thank you, and I wish you happiness as well. Xie Xingchen strolled alongside him with an air of nonchalance, continuing their walk back. So, how does it feel to open up? Lin Yao moved his lips, recalling the locker room at the gym, and murmured, I shouldn't have pushed too hard before. Which upset you? Xie Xingchen ground his teeth, suppressing his irritation, and replied, It's fine. You can speak freely with me. However, I must remind you that I will hold you accountable when we return. The expression on Lin Yao's face, which had softened slightly at Xie Xingchen's kindness, stiffened once more. Ah, the delightful complexity of humanity. The juxtaposition of kindness and vengeance found a perfect embodiment in Xie Xingchen. Upon reaching the door of the room, Lin Yao looked towards Healy for help. Mind if I sit in your room for a bit? After a night of tossing and turning without sleep, Healy replied apologetically, I'm utterly exhausted. You should catch some rest too. Your voice just recovered, so take care of yourself. Lin Yao interjected, but Xie Xingchen, with a calm demeanor, stated, Let us go back to our room. Lin Yao's face fell, unwilling to move toward the dormitory, uncertain of how Xie Xingchen would justify the situation. Surely, he wouldn't seriously expect him to assist. That would be utterly insane. Lin Yao would rather go help at the medical center right now than share a room with this person. However, Xie Xingchen, having suppressed his frustration throughout the journey, lacked patience. Perhaps deeming Lin Yao's pace too slow, he reached out and pulled him into the room, slamming the door shut behind him. Lin Yao cleared his throat, feigning forgetfulness about the earlier incident, and turned to say, "I am a bit tired. I think I'll sleep." Yet, before he could make his way to the bathroom, Xie Xingchen shoved him against the wall, the pressure overwhelming. With his back against the cold wall, Lin Yao felt Xie Xingchen lean in, softly inhaling his scent as if savoring his prey. Before Lin Yao could utter a word, he felt Xie Xingchen's knee pressing against him, the distance between them suddenly vanishing. Xie Xingchen embraced him for a mere 3 seconds, exuding vigor and strength. "All right, I know you're capable. You're the best." The other party showed no signs of halting, and Lin Yao realized he was serious. The thought sent his breath quickening. If that dog dared to go too far, he would be finished. Yet, he felt Xie Xingchen's broad palm grasp the back of his neck, applying just enough pressure to compel him to glance at the clock on the wall. Lowering his head, Xie Xingchen's lips brushed lightly against Lin Yao's trembling earlobe. "For now on, would you help me keep time?" Chapter 60. In opportune mischief, Lin Yao stared at the clock on the wall, the minute hand pointing at 3, while the hour hand lingered uncertainly. What was this? What did he mean by keeping time? He found himself held by Xie Xingchen, his back pressed against the cool wall, his breath erratic. The weight of Xie Xingchen pressed down on him, heavy and overwhelming. Lin Yao could only lift his head slightly, his brows furrowing. Rejecting the proposition, "Xie Xingchen, can't you act like a decent person?" "I can," Xie Xingchen retorted, constricting Lin Yao in his embrace, preventing any escape. His response disjointed, yet particularly reactive to that phrase. "Try saying I can again." Lin Yao found communication impossible. It was his fault. He should never have trampled on a man's dignity. Now, even Xie Xingchen, the carefree young master indifferent to most matters, couldn't he let this one go? After a considerable amount of time had passed, Xie Xingchen held on to him tightly, his body rigid with tension, particularly stubborn. Lin Yao, suppressing the urge to kick him away, asked coldly, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Xie Xingchen bent his knee, his tone inscrutable. "What do you think?" The underlying implication was clear. He would not relent until he achieved his goal. Both were quite obstinate, their gazes locked in a standoff, the atmosphere thick with tension. Lin Yao genuinely feared that Xie Xingchen might suffocate. After all, even an ordinary person could not endure such relentless torment, let alone someone with his unique physique. He decided it was futile to argue with someone so peculiar. Feeling Xie Xingchen's breath tickling his face, Lin Yao turned his head. "You go inside, and I will time you." Lin Yao was astonished at his own folly for acquiescing to such an unreasonable request. Xie Xingchen straightened up, a smirk playing on his lips as he teased, "Are you listening?" Lin Yao, unable to tolerate his bluntness, snapped back like a firecracker. "What else would I do? Just watch." His ears flushed red, yet he managed to feign calmness. Xie Xingchen, unable to resist, boldly tousled his hair, generously offering, "You may watch. I have no objections and would be quite pleased to provide you with a spectacle. This way, it is fair and transparent. You will serve as my witness." One might think they were participating in some sort of endurance contest, absurdly serious in their banter. Lin Yao was truly taken aback by the extent of Xie Xingchen's lewdness. He raised a hand to wipe his face, unable to restrain a curse. "Does your family know how depraved you are?" Xie Xingchen's gaze traversed Lin Yao's cool countenance, pausing at the mole on his nose, then sliding to his lips, tempted to kiss him. Yet, at this moment, there was no excuse left. Seeing his silence, Lin Yao mused that he couldn't entirely blame him for being ill. Perhaps he had been a bit too harsh, stiffening his neck, yet softening in heart. He pushed Xie Xingchen away. "I can't be bothered to watch. Hurry up." Xie Xingchen regarded him silently for a moment. Regardless, Lin Yao's willingness to compromise his boundaries for him brought an unparalleled joy to Xie Xingchen's heart. "You indulge me so, Yao Yao." Xie Xingchen's fingertips grazed Lin Yao's skin, lingering for a few seconds before he restrained himself and withdrew. Lin Yao succinctly replied, "Get lost." Indeed, Xie Xingchen had no sense of limits, and after their back and forth, he turned and entered the bathroom, leaving the door ajar, clearly with no intention of concealing anything. Lin Yao glanced at the clock, not forgetting to retort, "Don't cheat." "Not at all," Xie Xingchen chuckled as he turned on the faucet, leaning against the wall. The very act of agreeing to this was bizarre. Lin Yao lifted his eyes to the clock, casually picking up a half-read book on military politics, attempting to focus, though his attention wandered. This led him to recall their earlier encounter at the hospital. Xie Xingchen had boldly entered the bathroom after brushing against his bloodied wound, utterly unashamed. Did he truly possess no sense of embarrassment? Lin Yao flipped through the pages of the book absent-mindedly, not absorbing a single word. Just as he stood up, his gaze fell upon the time on the wall, and he silently returned to his seat. He knew that if Xie Xingchen emerged to find him gone, he would undoubtedly insist that this round didn't count, necessitating a restart on the timing. How vexing! Lin Yao furrowed his brow and muttered under his breath, expressing his frustration at his own mental state. He had been poring over the book for an indeterminate amount of time, yet not a single piece of knowledge had been retained. Suddenly, he heard the low voice of Xie Xingchen calling his name. Lin Yao raised a hand to rub his ear, feeling an unbearable irritation. "Don't call me. It's so annoying. Why was there still so much chatter at a time like this?" At that moment, a sudden knock on the door made Lin Yao freeze. An inexplicable sense of guilt washing over him. Xie Xingchen, feeling restrained, remained silent after calling his name. Lin Yao, however, was anxious about revealing something. He walked towards the door, deliberately making noise, and upon seeing the dean standing there, he felt a pang of guilt akin to being caught by an adult. "I heard you weren't feeling well, so I came to check on you," Hall said as he stepped directly into the room. "Where is Xie Xingchen?" Lin Yao blinked slowly, responding dryly, "In the shower." Hall then found a chair to sit down, casually picking up Lin Yao's book to peruse. "I'll wait for him to come out. You are quite diligent. Even while volunteering, you don't forget to study." "Yes, I've gotten used to it," Lin Yao replied perfunctorily, his gaze drifting to the slightly ajar bathroom door, wondering why it was taking so long. Hall seemed unusually talkative today, inquiring further, "This afternoon, General Pei also mentioned you, saying he felt a connection upon meeting you. Is that so?" "I think he is quite a good person too," Lin Yao responded absently, not particularly adept at small talk, causing the conversation to reach an abrupt halt. At this moment, he genuinely wished Xie Xingchen were present. His social skills were exceptional, and he would never allow the atmosphere to become awkward. Yet he was preoccupied, completely focused on his own affairs. Hall tapped on the intercom. "I'll call everyone over now for a brief summary right here." "A meeting here?" Lin Yao turned to glance at the bathroom. Now, he realized just how capable Xie Xingchen truly was. Having been in there for quite some time, the sound of water continued unabated, and the most pressing concern was that he had rushed in without even taking a change of clothes. If this delay continued, soon a room full of people would be left to admire his nakedness. Lin Yao desperately attempted to salvage the situation. "Xie Xingchen doesn't like others sitting on his bed. Our room is too small to accommodate everyone. Perhaps we should gather downstairs instead. We're all on this floor, so it's convenient." Hall dismissed the suggestion. Lin Yao tightened his grip on his phone and suddenly stood up. "Dean, I'm still feeling a bit unwell. Would it be possible to do the summary later tonight?" It was rare for him to lie, and he appeared stiff and awkward in demeanor. Hall paused, noting that Lin Yao's expression did not seem feigned. He stood up and said, "All right, I'll inform everyone. Make sure to rest well during dinner time." Lin Yao watched him leave the room, finally releasing the tension he had been holding since earlier. He twisted the bathroom doorknob and pushed the door open, complaining, "Did you not hear that Dean Hall came in? Are you not done yet?" As he stepped inside, the humid mist enveloped his face. The narrow space, with its fogged glass door, obscured his view, only vaguely outlining a figure. Xie Xingchen, already feeling irritable, was at a high threshold for annoyance and typically refrained from acting out, relying instead on suppressants. This unbearable feeling, coupled with the throbbing pain from the injury on his lip, was excruciating, until Lin Yao pushed the door open. He turned his head, gazing at the indistinct figure beyond the glass door, as if in an instant, everything about him had been stripped away, leaving behind only a sense of agitation that dissipated with the other's presence. "Call my name, Lin Yao," Xie Xingchen murmured. Lin Yao, perplexed, paused for a few seconds before complying. Xie Xingchen. His voice was faint yet tantalizing to the heart. Xie Xingchen acknowledged with a soft sound, his voice suppressing chaotic breaths. You may step outside to check the time. Lin Yao, taken aback for 2 seconds, fled in a panic, the door slamming shut behind him. He looked up. The minute hand still pointed at 3, seemingly never having moved, while the hour hand. What time was it? Lin Yao let out a light click of his tongue. This clock is truly untimely. What a futile endeavor. It's not broken. Chapter 61. I shall try. Lin Yao found himself ensnared in a peculiar embarrassment. He indeed could not recall the position of the hour hand. The minute hand was subtly shifting beneath his very eyelids. The clock was functioning, indicating at least an hour had passed. Regardless of how it was calculated, he had unjustly accused someone and had fervently suggested they seek specialized consultation, a rather embarrassing predicament. As Xie Xingchen emerged from the shower, water still dripping from his hair, he appeared invigorated. Have you started timing? Lin Yao thought to himself that he hadn't checked the hour hand, but it made little difference. He slightly parted his lips to remind him. But didn't the physiology class mention that prolonged time can also be a condition? Xie Xingchen responded, recently. I have indeed endured numerous silences caused by Lin Yao. He slightly hunched forward, exasperatedly pinching Lin Yao's cheek. Are you intentionally opposing me? Wishing for me to have issues? No. Have I said something wrong again? Lin Yao struggled to articulate, his expression contorted from the pinch. He retorted, then answered his own query. Indeed, we are suited to a confrontational dynamic, never learning to coexist peacefully. Xie Xingchen fell silent, his expression dimming. It was then that Lin Yao realized he had genuinely misspoken. Earlier banter had been mere jest, but this remark lacked compassion, especially since Xie Xingchen had previously assisted in arranging a meal with Pei Zhang. He took the initiative to apologize. I didn't mean it that way. I'm just not yet accustomed to our current mode of interaction. Xie Xingchen replied calmly. It's all right. Take your time with what you're not proficient at. Though the words were soothing, his temper remained evident. That evening, he returned to his extremely uncomfortable single bed, seemingly intent on prompting Lin Yao to reflect. At 3 in the morning, Lin Yao was still awake, hastily ordering 300 emotional intelligence phrases, how to make friends correctly, and 100 ways to skillfully resolve awkwardness. The next day, as they left, Xie Xingchen, unusually silent, was absorbed in his phone. Whether perusing news or simply avoiding conversation remained unclear. Did you sleep well last night? Lin Yao ventured to initiate dialogue. Xie Xingchen cast a fleeting glance at him. Not well. The blanket was damp, and the pillowcase was coarse. Recalling the initial sensation of military bedding, Lin Yao felt a twinge of guilt and inquired, then why didn't you come and sleep with me? Xie Xingchen, with a hint of implication, responded, I feared you would disdain my presence. After all, you've stated you are more accustomed to being at odds with me. Lin Yao, there is still a need to order the 300 sentences of emotional intelligence. Before him stood a distinguished master, whose mere words could plunge one into guilt. After some contemplation, he proposed, then tonight, you shall sleep with me. Xie Xingchen declined, replying, no, let us manage with what we have. I would rather you have a restful sleep. This statement, upon reaching Lin Yao's ears, bore a subtlety that left him feeling somewhat manipulated, though he could not quite pinpoint why. The sense of guilt peaked at that moment. Upon their arrival at the destination, Pei Zhang unexpectedly came out to greet them with his family in tow, initially believing it to be a simple breakfast. Both were taken aback by the formality of the situation as they entered and seated themselves, thinking it overly extravagant. My apologies. I have been quite occupied with official duties lately and could only spare the morning for you, Pei Zhang said, serving soup to Lin Yao. He introduced, this is my wife, Lin Han. How fortuitous that she shares your surname. And this is my daughter, Pei Xiang. Under the fervent gaze directed at him, Lin Yao politely nodded, greetings, madam. I am Lin Yao. When Pei Zhang turned his attention to Xie Xingchen, his tone shifted to one of businesslike formality. I did not have the chance to greet you yesterday. It was only later that Hua informed me you are the son of Xie Hongji. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Xie Xingchen thought to himself, what esteemed reputation could he possibly have? Yet, It was evident that General Pei's words conveyed a sense of unwelcome. Lin Yao sensed the tension and pushed the soup towards Xie Xingchen, softly urging, "Please drink first." The camaraderie between Lin Yao and the second young master of the Xie family appeared strong. Pei Yizhong scrutinized them, noting, even arranging a meal. It was he who spoke on your behalf. Uncertain of Pei Yizhong's true intentions, Lin Yao observed Xie Xingchen's expression and refrained from further provoking him. Indeed, our relationship is quite good. We are comrades in arms. Upon hearing this, the young master, who had brooded in silence the previous night, finally revealed a hint of a smile. Pei Yizhong nodded, his expression inscrutable. "May I ask, when is your birthday? You seem to be of similar age to our Xiangxiang." Xie Xingchen narrowed his eyes. He is beginning to inquire about the details of my birth. Could it be that he wishes to introduce Lin Yao as a prospective match? A veritable banquet of intrigue. Lin Yao responded candidly. "If I recall correctly, it is on July 20th. Lin Han's expression brightened with surprise. "What a coincidence. You share the same birthday as our Xiangxiang. One extraordinary twist of fate. You truly are destined to be connected with our family." Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze. Sipping his soup, his demeanor far from amiable. He discerned the truth. They were indeed interested in Lin Yao, hoping to welcome him into their family as a son-in-law. What significance did sharing a birthday hold? After all, he was 8 months and 7 days older than Lin Yao. What was the fuss about? Lin Yao parted his lips, uncertain how to clarify that his birth date was merely a notation from the laboratory, and he remained unsure of its authenticity. He could only say, "I'm not entirely certain if this is the correct date. It is what others have informed me. Let us regard it as such. When your birthday arrives next, we shall celebrate together," Pei Xiang enthusiastically suggested. Xie Xingchen leisurely finished his bowl of soup and pushed the empty bowl towards Lin Yao, stating, "I would like more." Lin Yao turned to him, keenly sensing a slight discord in his mood. Thus he softened his tone, inquiring, "What would you like?" Xie Xingchen began to enumerate: broth, abalone porridge, crab roe noodles, pastries, everything. Lin Yao, "Are you really not going to burst from eating so much?" Pei Xiang also handed over her bowl. Lin Yao, "Could you please serve me a bowl of porridge?" "Thank you." Given their similar ages, addressing each other by name felt particularly intimate. This scene was somewhat bewildering for Lin Yao, who was utterly puzzled. Yet, due to the decorum of their relationship, he first accepted Pei Xiang's bowl. After serving her, he turned to assist Xie Xingchen, only to have the young master throw another tantrum. "I'm not eating anymore. I'm full," he declared as he pulled the bowl back, feigning emptiness. However, he had not forgotten the purpose of this gathering. Xie Xingchen spoke directly. "General Pei, have you ever visited Capital Star? It has been developing quite well. If you go there next time, I could be your local guide. I went there 3 years ago. Prior to that, it was 8 years back." Pei Yizhong candidly replied, stating that in recent years the alliance had marginalized the barren stars, and without official business, it would only invite trouble to show up there. So it was better to stay home. Surprisingly, he spoke the truth, exuding a calmness that suggested he had nothing to fear. Lin Yao exchanged glances with Xie Xingchen, who shook his head. The matters concerning the laboratory were highly confidential. Inquiries would yield no fruitful answers, and they could only cultivate a closer relationship to uncover the truth. Lin Yao pondered for a moment before asking, "May I have your contact information?" Pei Yizhong nodded, quite agreeable. "Certainly, my whole family can connect." Xie Xingchen lightly flicked his fingers, suggesting that he was extraneous. This meal did not provide much useful information. Rather, it left him with an inexplicable rival, which dampened his spirits. When it came time to leave, Pei Yizhong suggested an escort from the guards, but Xie Xingchen insisted on taking a walk. Lin Yao apologized, saying, "I'll accompany him for a while and then call for a ride home. It was a pleasure to meet you and your wife, as well as Pei Xiang. Until next time, your social skills have truly advanced by leaps and bounds." Once it was just the two of them, Xie Xingchen, hands tucked into his pockets, spoke in a nonchalant tone. This was after he had crammed 300 emotional intelligence phrases the night before. Lin Yao felt embarrassed to respond. Xie Xingchen turned to him. "You seem to quite like that Pei person. Pei Yizhong or Pei Xiang. They appear to be more amiable than I had anticipated. And it is indeed quite a coincidence." After Lin Yao finished speaking, He observed Xie Xingchen's deepening expression, which he could not decipher, prompting him to directly inquire, "You've been unhappy today. Why is that?" Xie Xingchen was even more forthright, locking eyes with him, leaving no room for pretense. "I dislike your closeness with others. Whether it is Li, Cheng Boyan, Jiang Shiran, or this girl you just met who shares the same birthday. I disapprove of all your peers." Lin Yao felt a strong urge to refute him, especially since he had known Li for a longer time and could not just drift apart. Yet in that moment, he inexplicably refrained from saying anything that might hurt his feelings. He was acutely aware of Xie Xingchen's possessiveness, even in the context of their adversarial relationship. They were each other's singular existence. But now, as their relationship shifted from unique to ordinary friends, both felt somewhat at a loss. Lin Yao responded with an earnest tone, "I will endeavor to make you the most important person. Please do not be upset." Chapter 62, Blood Boiling. The most important person. Xie Xingchen seized upon the key phrase. After much effort, he finally uttered these significant words, and he did not wish for them to pass lightly. What constitutes importance? Lin Yao was caught off guard. He was clumsy and slow-witted, having never been taught the art of social interaction. His only friend over the years, Li, was a relentless pursuer. Despite all this time, he remained incapable of pleasing others or exhibiting charm. Even when it came to comforting someone, he could only utter vague words, without truly grasping their definition. "It's all right," Xie Xingchen encouraged gently. "In my eyes, the essence of importance can take many forms. You must share all your emotions with me at the earliest opportunity. You should subconsciously regard me as your most trusted confidant. Apart from yourself, place me above everyone else. And you must learn to love me." He paused, omitting the final statement. "Lin Yao, I am uncertain if my understanding is flawed, but is the person you consider most important meant in this way?" Lin Yao pondered each word with utmost seriousness. The lab in his past were matters he had never disclosed to anyone. The mere willingness to confide in Xie Xingchen indicated that he had placed him in a position of great importance and trust. Yet this person was insatiable, requiring a verbal affirmation. After a brief pause, Lin Yao nodded earnestly. "Yes, that is the meaning." Xie Xingchen's lips curled into a smile, unable to conceal his overwhelming joy. He stepped closer, raised his hand, and gently ruffled Lin Yao's hair. "I am truly very happy." Lin Yao endured the discomfort of his fingers entangled in his hair, his body stiffening. Would this never end? Yet Xie Xingchen's hand remained, continuing. "So, may I freely touch your head from now on?" Lin Yao closed his eyes, suppressing the urge to kick him. "Do not overstep." Xie Xingchen echoed his previous words. "Li cannot touch you, nor can anyone else. How can I distinguish myself from others? And how can that reflect my unique importance?" His reasoning was sharp, his logic astute. Lin Yao gritted his teeth and begrudgingly uttered 3 words. "You may touch." Xie Xingchen seized the moment. "For how long? 3 minutes, 10 minutes, or the entire evening? I need to know your boundaries to avoid upsetting you." Lin Yao replied, "You are nearing my limits now. Endure, just endure." He took a deep breath, resisting the tingling sensation in his hair. "There is no time limit. You may touch for as long as you wish." Xie Xingchen observed his expression, his lips pressed tight, his gaze sharp. He understood that if he pressed further, Lin Yao would genuinely become upset. Thus, he let his palm slide down gently, brushing the nape of Lin Yao's neck before retracting it. "I now sense a hint of that most significant treatment." Lin Yao felt an urge to kick him into the nearby river to feed the fish. Xie Xingchen leisurely remarked, "Let us disperse. Soon we must return to our arduous endeavors." Before Lin Yao could respond, their communicators suddenly blared, and an influx of guards surged from Pei Zhang's residence, abruptly solidifying the previously relaxed atmosphere. How did his mouth seem to have been blessed? Xie Xingchen picked up the communicator, and Hall's voice resonated within. "All personnel in the combat readiness zone, urgent assembly. A critical situation has arisen. Please don your bulletproof vests and arm yourselves. If your life is at stake, you may fire in self-defense." Lin Yao exchanged a glance with him, both momentarily taken aback. A long line of military vehicles surged forward, with the passenger seat of the leading vehicle occupied by Pei Zhang, who gestured for them to board. Hull mentioned you are to head to the combat readiness zone. I'm going as well. Get in. Having long been aware that General Pei always personally leads the charge, this moment crystallized that understanding. After a couple of days of following support operations, Lin Yao cautiously inquired, "Has the enemy struck back?" "No," Pei Yizhong replied, rubbing his brow. "The enemy has retreated. This time, the threat comes from within our ranks." Xie Xingchen retorted, "What do you mean? Is there infighting?" "You will understand once you arrive," Pei Yizhong murmured. "This is not the first occurrence. After the war, following substantial casualties, our soldiers often turn on each other before they have fully recovered." He lowered his gaze, his countenance heavy with sorrow. "Each time, the losses are devastating, leading to what we term blood plague. That frenzied state spreads like a contagion, rapidly and uncontrollably, leaving us with no choice but to eliminate those afflicted. To this day, the cause remains elusive. The methods employed are brutally savage. Thus, our mission is to neutralize our own." Lin Yao voiced his concern. "Is there truly no alternative?" Pei Yizhong turned to him, elucidating once. The star known as Arid Star was called Nanha Star. It was a populous and autonomous region, a crucial pawn in political elections. Yet, at some unknown point, individuals began to vanish one by one. When they returned, they were stronger, most naturally becoming soldiers, which precipitated the first blood plague. Consequently, Nanha Star has fallen into decline, losing its former glory, and even its name has been tainted with desolation. Lin Yao slowly articulated, "It must be a human contrivance. Who could be the mastermind behind this?" Pei Yizhong cast a glance at Xie Xingchen, implying, "To me, the beneficiaries of the status quo are likely the orchestrators behind it. However, absent concrete evidence, we dare not speak freely. Politics, elections, the necessity of voting to establish the supreme authority of the alliance leader creates a clear association." Xie Xingchen, astute, immediately discerned the insinuations and fell silent. Lin Yao also grasped the underlying tone, turning to his companion and gently patting the back of his hand in a gesture of comfort. He was well aware of how much Xie Hongji despised using his own son as a pawn, a mere tool to serve as a remedy for Xie Xingchen's afflictions. With an air of superiority, he shattered Xie Xingchen's dignity, employing ruthless tactics, likely engaging in numerous clandestine activities. Yet, at his core, he treated Xie Xingchen well. He was, after all, Xie Xingchen's father and his blood relative. While Lin Yao pondered words of consolation, Xie Xingchen spoke with remarkable candor. "If you are referring to my father, should he err, I would personally deliver him to the tribunal." Lin Yao was momentarily stunned. "You truly are a devoted son." Pei Yizhong's tone was ambiguous, neither purely commendatory nor sarcastic. "We have arrived. Yao Gu, how did you end up in the general's vehicle?" Healy hastily passed the bulletproof vests and firearms to the two, lowering his voice to caution them. "Be careful. It's quite gruesome. This is my first time confronting such a scene. Since it's all our own people, the military didn't dare to use mechs, opting instead for hand-to-hand combat and assassination. It's utterly chaotic. I nearly lost my stomach." Xie Xingchen looked at Lin Yao with concern. "Do you want to rest for a couple more days?" After all, not long ago, he was intermittently mute due to the aftermath of the battle-less corpses. He has only just begun to recover, and I fear he may suffer a relapse. Lin Yao took a deep breath. Compared to the last time, he could now confront his fears with a steady gaze. It was nothing insurmountable. He fastened his bulletproof vest and declared, "I can't be a coward for the rest of my life." Gripping his sniper rifle, he strode forward into what was once a preparation zone, now saturated with the pungent aroma of blood, a scent that sent one's heart racing violently. "Do you smell that?" Lin Yao whispered, targeting a bloodthirsty assailant, delivering a precise shot that resulted in a clean kill. "Blood," Xie Xingchen remarked. "Do you sense something else?" Lin Yao softly acknowledged, feeling inexplicably attuned to this scent, a restlessness gripping him as if he were being drawn by an unseen force. It was hot, tumultuous, his blood simmering with intensity. He aimed from a distance, his grip steady, even as he fired while speaking. "I wonder if some alpha release pheromones, making me feel a bit agitated." Xie Xingchen calculated the days. It had been a while since the last marking, rendering it ineffective. Yet, he could not allow a third marking. It would bind them for life. And even if Lin Yao were willing, he could not permit such a thing. Gently, Xie Xingchen released his pheromones and placed a firm hand on Lin Yao's shoulder, saying, "Come with me." Fighting side by side, both were exceptional snipers, swiftly eliminating the bloodthirsty foes, each shot resulting in a headshot, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. Lin Yao closed his eyes and reopened them, aside from a slight quickening of his breath. He had overcome the fear that once rendered him immobile at the sight of corpses. With a composed gaze, he dispatched the last few targets before abruptly halting, feeling a pulsating throb at his temple. "What's wrong?" Xie Xingchen inquired, looking at him. Lin Yao suddenly took 2 steps back, aiming his sniper rifle at Xie Xingchen. His finger poised on the trigger. Xie Xingchen's heart dropped. "Lin Yao, what are you doing?" Lin Yao's heart raced, his vision twisting into a kaleidoscope. Converging on a red target in the training ground, he aimed and fired. Lin Yao, look at me," Xie Xingchen urged, attempting to approach, only to find himself at the barrel of the sniper rifle. "Go ahead, shoot the target just like in training." It felt as though a voice whispered in his ear. Lin Yao suddenly closed his eyes, catching a faint whiff of tequila, his mind clearing for a fleeting moment, yet his finger pressed the trigger. "Xie Xingchen, get down!" He reacted swiftly, veering to the right. The bullet veered off its initial path, striking a distant bloodthirsty assailant amidst the carnage, blood exploding forth. Lin Yao's heart raced uncontrollably, trembling in fear. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Xie Xingchen standing immobile. Calmly, he spoke. "Lin Yao, did you just attempt to kill me?" Chapter 63. Are you real? Lin Yao shook his head, his lips pale. "No, I did not intend to do that." Yet, in truth, he had indeed aimed a gun at his comrade. Just like the intimate bonds that once united them in this battlefield, those who were once brothers and allies had now descended into madness, turning against one another like bloodthirsty fiends. "I didn't," he stammered, his voice trembling, his complexion ashen. How could he explain that? For a fleeting moment, it felt as though his mind was under some external control, compelling him to act on instinct. It was only now that he began to feel a profound sense of dread. If there hadn't been that moment of clarity in the end, he dared not contemplate the consequences. "My goodness, Yao Gu, your marksmanship is astonishing." Healy hadn't witnessed the initial scene. He only saw Lin Yao's sniper rifle strike true, delivering a fatal shot to the intended target. However, Chung Boya noticed Lin Yao's disquiet and hurried over. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Yao moved his lips, at a loss for words, his heart racing. Had he truly come so close to killing Xie Xingchen? How could he commit such an act? A torrent of words felt trapped in his throat, unable to escape, leaving him unable to articulate his turmoil. Xie Xingchen simply gazed at him in silence, lost in his own thoughts. "Lin Yao and Xie Xingchen have cleared the southern front. Please proceed," Commander Huo instructed. Once again, I must emphasize, a soldier who is infected can no longer be considered a soldier, but rather an enemy who threatens his comrades. Engage and eliminate upon discovery. Xie Xingchen cast a deep glance at Lin Yao before changing direction, stepping into the fray with ruthless efficiency, each shot a clean and lethal execution. Lin Yao handed his sniper rifle to Duan Zheng and removed the short knife strapped to his side. "I'll use this." Duan Zheng stared at him incredulously. "Are you out of your mind? A knife is no match for a gun. If you're attacked, you won't have time to escape. Just let me use this." Lin Yao insisted quietly. He was reluctant to wield a firearm again. If an accident were to happen as before, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Fortunately, after the battle, firearms were collected and they engaged in close-quarters combat, more akin to wild beasts seizing territory, primal in nature. Lin Yao excelled in hand-to-hand combat. Even with a short knife, he dispatched opponents with swift precision. He gritted his teeth, executing his task with brutal efficiency. As the last enemy fell, he looked up to see Xie Xingchen in the distance, along with other guards brought by Pei Yizhong, methodically clearing the northern battlefield with lethal accuracy. Xie Xingchen appeared calm, commanding the situation, yet an aura of profound darkness lingered in his eyes. That faint scent wafted through the air again, assaulting Lin Yao's heart. "Xie Xingchen." Lin Yao instinctively called his name, longing for his pheromones to quell the disquieting agitation within him, yet the events of moments prior choked his words. He felt his legs move involuntarily toward him, the knife in his hand transforming once more into a weapon of harm. No, absolutely not. Lin Yao bit down on his lower lip, drawing blood, desperately clinging to his sanity. Xie Xingchen, retreat, get away. He managed a voice, struggling against the uncontrollable impulses that tugged at his limbs, compelling him with an irresistible obedience. After Xie Xingchen successfully eliminated his new target, he turned around, his gaze coolly directed at Lin Yao, who approached him with a knife in hand. His expression grew distant and cold. Something was amiss. If the earlier incident had been accidental, this was the second time, and it was certainly no coincidence. It seemed as though Lin Yao had succumbed to the blood plague as well. Lin Yao, please regain your senses. Xie Xingchen reached out, attempting to grasp him, but the blade once more pressed against his chest. The bulletproof vest mitigated the assault, yet Lin Yao shifted the knife toward his arm, the hilt firmly gripped by Xie Xingchen, preventing any movement. Lin Yao, it is me, Xie Xingchen. Are you truly intent on harming me? You just declared that I am the most important person in your life. Are you so quick to retract that? Lin Yao's breath came in heavy gasps, his strength surging like a tidal wave, yet he felt as if he had become a marionette, utterly beyond his control, the words echoing in his ears. He could not harm Xie Xingchen. He was the most significant person to him. Yet, an uncontrollable urge to inflict injury surged within him. What should he do? Blood had already pooled in Lin Yao's mouth, yet he found himself unable to resist. Lin Yao, if you choose to strike, I will not evade. If you kill me, you will regret it. Xie Xingchen sensed Lin Yao's strength becoming overwhelming and uncontrollable. Amidst their struggle, Lin Yao's hand slipped from the knife, but instead of directing it towards Xie Xingchen, he reversed the blade and plunged it into his own left arm, blood gushing forth instantly. Xie Xingchen's lips trembled, unable to fathom that Lin Yao would resort to such self-harm to avoid hurting him. Pain brought clarity, and Lin Yao furrowed his brows, using the wound on his arm to maintain his sanity. I am sorry. I did not intend to hurt you. I apologize, Xie Xingchen. I am truly sorry. Xie Xingchen's heart tightened, and he abruptly lifted Lin Yao, activating his communicator to call for assistance. Given the vastness of the combat zone, the personnel were widely dispersed. Yet unexpectedly, it was Pei Yizhong's guard who arrived first. I will take him to the military hospital. Follow me. Xie Xingchen surveyed the remnants of the chaos, pondering for a brief moment before handing Lin Yao over. Once this is resolved, I will visit him. Please take care of him. Lin Yao had inflicted a severe wound upon himself. While the injury was not too deep, he was fortunate not to have damaged any bones. However, the prior muteness combined with the sudden confusion of consciousness led him to suffer from a prolonged fever that showed no sign of abating. After Xie Xingchen and the main forces subdued all the blood plague victims, he urged He Li and the others to return and rest, while he stood vigil outside the ward for an entire night. Accompanying him was Pei Yizhong, who had just returned from the battlefield. I find it rather peculiar. You seem especially concerned for Lin Yao, Xie Xingchen inquired softly. What exactly is your intention? Pei Yizhong gazed through the glass at the figure lying within. I felt an immediate kinship with him. He strikes me as familiar. Xie Xingchen found this reason impeccable yet grandiose, responding with a slight acknowledgement. As the head of the alliance, you remain quite wary of me. Pei Yizhong raised his gaze to meet Xie Xingchen's. Are you not wary of me as well? Given Lin Yao's current state, I believe you must know something. Certainly, it is well known yet remains unspoken, a secret that Lin Yao has meticulously concealed for years, a wound that no one is permitted to expose. Xie Xingchen, with an expression of calm, remarked, it is merely discomfort caused by the chaotic pheromones at the scene. Your concerns are unwarranted. The patient has awakened, a nurse hurriedly announced as she exited the room. Just as Pei Yizhong prepared to turn away, she added, he will only see Xie Xingchen. Xie Xingchen nodded slightly. I shall enter first. I am grateful for the exemplary medical support you have provided. Upon pushing open the door, he was met with Lin Yao's unwavering gaze, reminiscent of a shattered glass doll, painstakingly reassembled, evoking a sense of pity. Are you still in pain? Xie Xingchen approached, his palm resting gently on Lin Yao's forehead, which felt warm to the touch. Lin Yao's lips moved slightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I am sorry. I did not mean to. I do not know what happened. I'm truly sorry. The moment he regained consciousness was filled with overwhelming dread, his mind echoing with the image of the sniper's rifle aimed at Xie Xingchen, leaving him frozen and trembling with fear. It was only when Xie Xingchen entered that his heart began to gradually settle. Thank goodness you are unharmed. Otherwise, Lin Yao grasped Xie Xingchen's wrist, urging him to turn around. Are you injured? Let me see. I am fine. I am in good health. It is you I am concerned about. Xie Xingchen's gaze fell upon the bandage on Lin Yao's arm, stained with seeped blood, and he sighed softly, questioning himself for being so harsh. Did it hurt? Lin Yao continued to gaze up at him, feeling as though he were in a dream, devoid of any tangible reality. Uncertain how to dispel the anxiety that gripped his heart, he reached out, pulling Xie Xingchen down, his fingers trailing through his hair, slowly moving down to his brow, nose, lips, and further still, across his shoulders, chest, and abdomen, as if to reassure himself of his existence in every inch. Xie Xingchen could sense Lin Yao's lingering fear, confusion, and regret, prompting such bold gestures. Are you real? Lin Yao murmured. I cannot discern. Xie Xingchen, are you truly real, or is this merely a dream? Is there uncertainty? Xie Xingchen replied softly. Shall I remove my clothing for you to ascertain? It is real, he affirmed, for no one else spoke such words. Lin Yao relaxed entirely, sinking into the pillow, and playfully waved Xie Xingchen away, muttering, You are truly indecent. Chapter 64. What are you doing? The two exchanged glances. A rare moment devoid of tension, a sense of relief washing over them after the ordeal. Lin Yao studied Xie Xingchen for a while before regaining his composure. Is this hospital safe? I fear the revelation of my Omega identity. Xie Xingchen nodded lightly. The doctor was personally sought by General Pei. He merely performed a hemostatic procedure. If he possesses any medical ethics, your examination will not involve identification of your secondary gender. Good. Lin Yao cleared his throat, attempting to disclose the gravity of the situation. I believe they're all subjects of IL experimentation, and due to some mechanism, they prioritize harming those they hold dear, resulting in scenes of mutual destruction. Xie Xingchen, adept at seizing key phrases, reclined lazily in the chair beside him, feeling somewhat uplifted. So, your subconscious has already deemed me the most important. Lin Yao, feeling the focus shift entirely, tightened his lips. You are not angry? At the moment of awakening, Lin Yao's mind was consumed by the serene visage of Xie Xingchen. Were you truly going to kill me? This question bombarded his brain like a tightening spell, causing him excruciating pain and a racing heart, akin to a haunting nightmare. He lowered his gaze, remorsefully admitting, I almost acted against you. Xie Xingchen simply acknowledged with a nonchalant tone. You used to dislike me, but even then, your roughness was merely a result of our sparring. You're tough yet tender-hearted. How could you genuinely wish to harm me? I possess enough sense to discern that. It was a feeling of being unconditionally trusted. His heart fluttered as if lightly struck by something, pounding vigorously. Lin Yao, lacking in eloquence, stared at him for an extended moment before softly nodding. Thank you. Such politeness was uncharacteristic of him. Xie Xingchen sighed inwardly, realizing that the cool demeanor he had always maintained had now transformed into that of a frightened kitten, requiring gentle reassurance. Before he could utter a word, a knock echoed at the door. Pei Yizhong revealed half of his face through the glass window. Lin Yao, may I come in? Xie Xingchen clicked his tongue lightly, clearly displeased. He seems overly concerned about you. Surely he doesn't intend to introduce you to Pei Xiang? Lin Yao, bewildered, questioned the sudden mention of this name. Pei Xiang? We are both Omegas. How could we be together? The Alliance's Article 237 states that no derogatory remarks shall be made against any gender combination's love, or else one risks being reported. Xie Xingchen, with an exceptionally sharp memory, recalled that it was Jiang Churan who expressed interest in pursuing him, and Lin Yao had accused him of homophobia. Lin Yao thought, is this person a reincarnation of a contrarian? He is particularly adept at dredging up old grievances, making it hard to argue. Outside, the light was dim, and Lin Yao glanced at Pei Yizhong, still standing tall at the door, and whispered, let him in. Perhaps there is something urgent. Xie Xingchen acquiesced with a sound, rising slowly and bluntly stating, "It seems I am about to meet the future father-in-law. You can't wait to send me away." What on earth was this? He suspected whether he had lost his mind or if his nerves had become unhinged. "I do not harbor feelings for Pei Xiang." Lin Yao frowned, questioning his strange thoughts. "Why would you entertain such notions? Even if I were to remain solitary for life, I would never willingly expose my Omega identity to anyone. That would be foolish." Upon hearing this, Xie Xingchen's expression finally relaxed. How splendid! Among his peers, aside from himself, no one would ever know. His mood lightened as he stepped forward, opening the hospital room door with newfound courtesy. "I apologize for the delay. We chatted a bit longer than anticipated. Thank you for your patience." The room was filled with the scent of disinfectant, accompanied by a faint trace of pheromones. When Pei Yizhong entered, he lightly furrowed his brow. He carried a bag of food he had just purchased and placed it on the bedside table. His movements and voice as gentle as a whisper, "You've been asleep all day. You should eat something." Being cared for by the esteemed general of the Stellar Sovereign was astonishing, and Lin Yao's thoughts began to align with Xie Xingchen's. Surely, he couldn't genuinely wish to facilitate a connection between him and Pei Xiang. No, he needed to clarify this matter. Lin Yao struggled to sit up, his cheeks still flushed with fever, and carefully articulated, "You need not go to such lengths for me. I'm already accustomed to this. These are mere minor injuries. There is no need for such grand gestures. What was your life like before?" Pei Yizhong inquired softly. "What about your parents?" Lin Yao shook his head, his tone calm. "No, I have no parents." Pei Yizhong was taken aback, gazing at him for a long time before speaking. "I apologize. If you wish, you may consider me as your father." Lin Yao blinked in confusion. How astute was this fellow, making such a blunt suggestion? Was there any difference between this and proposing that he become a son-in-law? No, he had no intention of marrying Pei Xiang. "General Pei, I appreciate your kindness, but I am accustomed to solitude and find it difficult to connect with others, so I must decline," Lin Yao said softly. "I feel a bit fatigued and wish to sleep a while longer." This was not entirely a lie. The oppressive atmosphere from the previous military preparations had left him feeling dazed, and he desperately wanted to engage in something to alleviate his restlessness. Pei Yizhong studied his eyes, which were stubborn like a wild beast, filled with an indomitable spirit. He felt both affection and concern. He nodded, refraining from pressing the matter further. "All right, I understand. I will bring my wife and Pei Xiang to see you tomorrow." Alarm bells rang in Lin Yao's mind, and he struggled to conjure a different excuse. His gaze darting to the doorway where Xie Xingchen stood, grasping at him like a lifeline. "Tomorrow won't do." "What is it?" "I need to review military politics with Xie Xingchen tomorrow. I have an exam right after." "You seem quite studious, even while unwell." "What about the day after tomorrow?" "The day after tomorrow, and the day after that. I have group assignments with Xie Xingchen. Then we shall wait until you are discharged." Lin Yao's eyes were resolute. Since all personnel affected by the epidemic have been cleared and post-war operations are proceeding normally, we shall prepare to return after my discharge. You are busy with official duties, so I bid you farewell in advance. Pei Yizhong scrutinized him for several seconds before sighing lightly. "Very well, take care of yourself. I had initially intended to ask how you were injured, but it seems you were reluctant to share, so I shall let it be." As Lin Yao watched him rise and leave, he exhaled deeply, sinking into his pillow. He reached for the electronic thermometer on the bedside, pressing it to his forehead. While waiting for the reading, he observed Pei Yizhong and Xie Xingchen conversing at the door. Did he truly not want to? Were they contemplating matchmaking him with Xie Xingchen? Yet, Xie Xingchen was already promised to Jiang Charan, and with Xie Hongji's words, their union was as good as sealed. They would marry sooner or later. Lin Yao lowered his gaze, unable to articulate his feelings. Hearing a beep, he glanced at the device, noting a temperature of 39.2 degrees. He was still quite feverish. "Forget it. I shall sleep a little longer." Lin Yao placed the thermometer back on the bedside, his gaze lingering momentarily on the food that had just been brought. He had no appetite and did not wish to eat, so he slowly sank back into the soft embrace of the blankets. Yet, scarcely had he closed his eyes for 2 seconds when a chill descended upon his forehead. He felt a grip on his shoulder, as Xie Xingchen pulled him from the covers and placed a cool towel, evidently sourced from somewhere unknown, upon his brow. It was quite soothing. He slightly lifted his chin, yearning for more, but was restrained by the other's hand, unable to move. Lin Yao squinted, his expression displeased as he grasped Xie Xingchen's wrist, pulling it toward himself and frowning in complaint. "You are quite bothersome. I hear you wish to spend 3 days with me." Lin Yao felt the strong pulse at his wrist, as if his body temperature had been infectious, the recently diminished warmth surging back, causing his cheeks to flush. Xie Xingchen paused, teasingly inquired, "Group project? How come I was unaware of this?" Lin Yao's breath became slightly erratic. "I'm dizzy, please refrain from speaking." Yet, Xie Xingchen persisted. "In 3 days, what do you wish to accomplish? Do share." Chapter 65. Speak freely. Even Lin Yao, in his innocence, could not be entirely oblivious. No matter how many times he had been taken aback by the boldness of this individual, he found himself astonished yet again. What else could we possibly do? He felt the coolness on his forehead, yet his body burned with fever. The tip of his nose brushed against Xie Xingchen's wrist as he slightly lifted his gaze, catching a hint of tequila in the air. The allure was undeniable. However, Xie Xingchen held onto his braid, unwilling to broach the subject. Thus, Lin Yao could only subtly raise his chin a little, attempting to steal a taste. "There are indeed numerous activities." Xie Xingchen raised his hand, replacing it with another cool towel. Due to the abrupt interruption, Lin Yao's chin lowered slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Such as fighting, grappling, hurling insults, physical training, or perhaps even sustaining injuries. None of these seem realistic, he mused. Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze, his tone shifting from jest to seriousness. "For instance, we could thoroughly discuss what to do if you enter your sensitive period, and I can no longer grant you a 3rd mark." Lin Yao fell silent for several seconds before responding. "Shouldn't we be discussing how to suppress the blood plague and trace its origins? This matter cannot be rushed. If it were so simple, even the declining General Pei Yizhong would have uncovered the cause over these years. Do you truly believe we can unravel it so easily?" Xie Xingchen analyzed. Lin Yao acknowledged with a sound, articulating clearly. "Then you must promptly collect air samples from the battleground, gather scents, and draw several tubes of my blood. It will undoubtedly be useful." He had consistently detected a certain scent akin to some form of controlled inducement. "I have already dispatched someone to collect it," Xie Xingchen replied, swiping open his phone screen to display the evidence. The report indicated that he had arranged for blood samples to be airlifted back to the capital, yielding results within the few hours. Lin Yao had been unconscious, working tirelessly to produce findings. "I did not inform Director Chung about the aftereffects of your experiment, but based on the hormones currently present in your blood, he predicts that you will gradually enter the stress phase. The persistent high fever is also a consequence of this," he expressed with concern. "You may experience some mild symptoms over the next few days. You can likely endure it. However, in a week, you will enter a more uncontrollable stage." Since his differentiation into an omega, due to the suppressants and Xie Xingchen's marking, Lin Yao had not truly experienced the agony of stress, save for that initial day. This time, he was confronted with the shadows left by the experiment that he needed to overcome, yet he never anticipated that misfortune would follow in relentless succession. Upon seeing the report, Lin Yao felt an acute headache. "Isn't it possible to take suppressants?" he inquired. No sooner had he spoken than he felt his nostrils flare, catching the scent from Xie Xingchen's wrist. Uncontrollably, he leaned closer to him, akin to a kitten detecting catnip. Xie Xingchen observed his actions, subtly offering a touch of reassurance. "I am uncertain. I have not encountered an omega with such experiences. I merely wish to inform you in advance, so that you may prepare." Lin Yao responded with a hum, reflecting that there was little he could do in terms of preparation, other than endure the ordeal. Xie Xingchen, who could withstand the severe affliction that struck him frequently, surely possessed the fortitude to persevere. Yet at that moment, fatigue washed over him, and his eyelids felt heavy. "Sleep. I shall remain here with you. I will not leave." Xie Xingchen held a towel against Lin Yao's forehead with one hand, while the other languidly scrolled through his phone to pass the time. With his eyes closed, Lin Yao sensed comfort and safety, soon drifting back into a deep slumber. He Li and Cheng Boyan arrived during the day to take over shifts, encouraging the weary Xie Xingchen to return and rest. Their changeover somehow created an atmosphere of impending crisis. You truly need not accompany me. This minor injury to my arm is hardly consequential, Lin Yao remarked nonchalantly, even considering a few days in the hospital somewhat excessive. His curiosity was piqued instead by the aftermath of the battlefield, wondering what it was like to evoke such loss of control. He aimed the camera at Lin Yao's face, his expression serious. Repeat what you just said. It would make a perfect opening for this Starfall expedition, utterly captivating. Lin Yao responded. He, with the camera's light flickering, urged him quietly, speak. I was gravely injured, nearly perished here. Lin Yao blurted out nonsensically. He pondered for a moment before nodding. That works too, highlighting the harsh realities of this operation. Coupled with the aftermath I recorded, we could title it the life-and-death battle that shocked 30 million people, blood flowing like rivers. Lin Yao thought to himself that He possessed a remarkable talent for directing, and it was a shame such skill was wasted here. Meanwhile, Cheng Boyan, having endured his first taste of real combat, appeared utterly despondent. How brutal! How bloody! Even Lin Yao was injured. Who gave me the courage to attempt this? But you can take a beating. I discovered your strength yesterday. Getting knocked down thrice, yet still rising. Remarkable resilience. He gave him a thumbs up. Cheng Boyan managed a faint smile, his spirit seemingly drained. I genuinely appreciate that. Lin Yao contemplated the blood plague and the vast, intricate web of relationships behind it. If only he could find a truly trustworthy individual. He could entrust his remaining status as an experimental subject to their research. However, at present, he had yet to discover a reliable researcher. He moved his lips to propose. If you find yourself ill-suited for combat, have you considered transferring to the medical school for research? Chongqing allows for transfers before the end of the first semester. I actually entertained such thoughts. I once harbored dreams of heroism, but I've come to realize that some are simply not cut out for the front lines. This experience has shattered that dream. Cheng Boyan sighed, stating he would fill out the application upon returning home, where his father would ensure a swift process. He turned to him, displaying a rare look of concern. I'm still uncertain about my academic path. The Combat Academy does not suit me. It is only appropriate for talents like Yao Gu and Xie Dog, those who can excel in all arenas. Duan Zheng, that fool, is barely acceptable. Prowess is the only requirement. Growing up, are we? Starting to contemplate academic directions, Cheng Boyan teased, reaching out to pat He's head. Utterly annoying, He retorted, retaliating with the camera. Lin Yao gazed at the device in his hand, remarking, it truly suits the role of a journalist. It allows for both running and capturing moments. Aren't you a long-distance runner? You could sprint away without a trace. Are you implying I'm a coward? He retorted, his frustration evident as he pressed the shutter, admiring Lin Yao's handsome visage in the lens, and exclaiming, even while unwell, you are strikingly attractive. Lin Yao stared at him, lost in thought. Last night, Xie Xingchen had stayed by his side, tirelessly replacing the ice towel, yet his fever stubbornly persisted. His palms felt fiery, engulfed in warmth and discomfort. Noticing that the two had no intention of leaving, still indulging in fruit and casual conversation, Lin Yao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. As night approaches, you should summon Xie Xingchen for a shift change. Reluctantly, Lin Yao found himself ushering them away. You actually want that mutt to accompany you? You've truly changed. He exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Yao, feeling uneasy, scrambled for an excuse. No, it's not that. I just thought it would be a good opportunity to have him help out. Despite the flimsy reasoning, the two nodded in agreement, promising to fetch him immediately. Once they departed, Lin Yao wiped the perspiration from his brow with a towel. Xie Xingchen's earlier warning had proven accurate. The lingering effects of the illness had ushered in a prolonged sensitivity phase, and this was merely the beginning. He tossed his hospital gown aside and entered the bathroom. With bandaged wounds on his hands, he reluctantly turned the shower to its coldest setting. As he stood beneath the cascading water for 10 minutes, he heard the sound of the ward door opening. Lin Yao? It was Xie Xingchen's voice. Just a moment. I'm showering, Lin Yao replied softly, uncertain if he could be heard, and cranked the water pressure to its maximum. "Are you feeling unwell?" Xie Xingchen inquired, pressing down on the doorknob, his voice low. "I'm coming in. It smells rather strong in here." With a perfect understanding, Xie Xingchen too felt uncomfortable. He pushed the door open and found Lin Yao standing under the shower, drenched. "Be careful not to wet your wounds," Xie Xingchen said, quickly stepping forward to take the shower head away. Without the cool water, Lin Yao frowned and grasped Xie Xingchen's wrist, attempting to push him aside. "I helped you before. It's only fair that you return the favor this time." Despite retaining a semblance of reason, he still understood the concept of reciprocity. Xie Xingchen nodded, pinned against the wall by Lin Yao. "How can I assist you?" Lin Yao tightened his grip on Xie Xingchen's wrist, a fierce look in his eyes suggesting he might retaliate. "Just offer me some comfort. That will suffice." He rarely made such requests, but at this moment, his gaze cast downward, eyes glistening, he truly yearned for someone to assert dominance over him. Xie Xingchen paused for a second before pressing Lin Yao's back against the cold wall. "Do not overstep." Lin Yao turned his head away, displeasure evident in his voice. Xie Xingchen bent his knee and lightly bumped against him, meaningfully stating, "Just simple comfort. You cannot withstand more." Lin Yao attempted to push his hand away, struggling in vain against the inherent pressure of an alpha. This was not the first time. Why feel shy? Xie Xingchen lowered his head, gently biting Lin Yao's reddened earlobe. "If it feels good, just let it out. I enjoy hearing it." Chapter 66. Blushing at the thought, Lin Yao raised his hand to shield his flushed face. His back pressed against the cool wall, immobile. Despite the similarities, the sensations felt entirely different. Perhaps it was due to the rigorous training he had undergone, the pads of his fingers bearing the calluses from handling firearms, which were rather abrasive. His face burned with embarrassment. Xie Xingchen's gaze traced over his trembling eyelashes, reminiscent of that time in the quarantine zone. Had he forgotten? Fragmented memories flashed through his mind as Lin Yao gritted his teeth and managed to utter, "I forgot." Xie Xingchen, buoyed by an excess of good humor, orchestrated every emotional nuance. How could someone who can retain knowledge points, even while dozing off in physiology class, forget so easily? I find that hard to believe. Just as Lin Yao prepared to retort, he heard Xie Xingchen softly add, "But forgetting is fine." Lin Yao felt Xie Xingchen's breath lingering against the nape of his neck, a wave of tension washing over him, fearing that he might make one final mark. Consequently, every nerve in his body was taut. Yet, no such mark was made. It remained absent throughout. The intrinsic bond of attraction between an omega and an alpha was undeniable. Xie Xingchen's torment was likely no less than his own, yet he bore it stoically. With his heart racing, Lin Yao's eyes darted, unsure of what to say. After a prolonged silence, he finally stammered, "You are quite skilled?" Xie Xingchen, taken aback by the unexpected compliment, lowered his head to wash his hands nonchalantly, responding, "I practice often. Naturally, I am skilled." Despite the passage of time, Lin Yao still struggled to acclimate to his straightforwardness. "Feeling better?" Xie Xingchen's gaze floated over to him. "I should time you to give you a sense of urgency. Otherwise, you might criticize others without basis." Lin Yao pondered the meaning of the phrase. A boomerang eventually returns to its thrower. Deciding to let it slide, he acknowledged that Xie Xingchen's presence rendered the stressful situation more bearable. The air was infused with the mingling scents of fur and tequila, and he cleared his throat, enveloped in a comforting warmth reminiscent of sunbathing. "Thank you. Such courtesy makes me feel as though you might toss 500 yuan at me any moment," Xie Xingchen replied, pausing before adding earnestly, "Am I worth 500? Lin Yao took several seconds to process this before retorting with a playful insult. "Get lost." He reached for a towel, hastily drying himself before donning his hospital attire. Just as he was about to step out, Xie Xingchen grasped his collar and pulled him back. "Your hair is still wet. Dry it before lying down." The hairdryer buzzed to life, and Lin Yao felt Xie Xingchen's strong fingers weaving through his damp hair, a tingling sensation coursing through him. Though he typically despised others touching his hair, he regretted allowing him unrestricted access earlier. With a tightly closed mouth that opened and closed thrice, he thought, "Is he trying to provoke me?" Xie Xingchen caught his eye in the mirror, precisely detecting the subtle movements. Lin Yao remained expressionless, his body stiffening at the contact of Xie Xingchen's fingers on his scalp. Why would I scold you? You've helped me, and you're drying my hair. I'm not that ungrateful. Help you with what? Xie Xingchen retorted. Lin Yao found it difficult to articulate. He sensed that the insufferable fellow believed he had leverage over him, prompting his particularly provocative tone that day. The hair had become voluminous. Lin Yao raised his hand to take the hairdryer, unplugged it, and placed it steadily aside. Turning around, he kicked Xie Xingchen, finally feeling a sense of relief. Do not think that by assisting me, you are exempt from retaliation. Lin Yao maintained a stern expression, attempting to rationalize the incident. After all, I had helped you last time, so we are even. In truth, he was not tired at all, but rather quite alert. Yet, an overwhelming sense of awkwardness enveloped him. Although they had previously acknowledged their mutual affliction and supportive relationship, enacting it felt rather peculiar. A lingering shiver coursed through his back. Lin Yao nestled into the quilt, gazing at the individual standing across the ward, and softly stated, "You need not accompany me tonight. You may return." Thus, you summoned Li to fetch me merely to utilize me as a tool? Xie Xingchen retrieved a copy of Military Politics from the handbag beside him. I had thought you genuinely intended to study with me, even bringing 2 books along. Lin Yao blinked slowly, momentarily uncertain whether Xie Xingchen was serious or mocking. Can you sleep? Xie Xingchen inquired, pondering that this was perhaps the most suitable way for a top student like himself to pass the time. Lin Yao shook his head, as the textbook handed to him was still the marked edition. Even someone as studious as he found it quite absurd. Is there truly someone who can engage in such activities during a critical period and still read? Yes. He suspected that Xie Xingchen was employing this twisted method to suppress the desires aroused by his own pheromones, which he could not resolve. The room was dimly lit. One sat while the other lay, each with a book in hand, creating an eerie atmosphere, profoundly strange. Lin Yao's attention wandered from the highlighted points, his peripheral vision falling upon Xie Xingchen's sun-kissed large hands, wide palms, and fingers casually swaying a pen that traced the lines. Such a hand had just been used to assist him. Lin Yao pressed the book against his face, now finding it difficult to look directly at Xie Xingchen's hands. You should really go back. I am truly tired. His voice muffled beneath the book. It possessed a peculiar effect akin to inducing sleep through reading. Xie Xingchen's hand reached over, his fingertip poking Lin Yao's forehead. If you're really tired, then sleep. Lin Yao felt the gentle brush of the fingertip against his skin, his back stiffening involuntarily, secretly resolving to maintain distance from Xie Xingchen for the next few days. Primarily, he needed to keep a distance from his hands, lest inappropriate images invade his thoughts, which were utterly unbearable. After enduring 3 arduous days in the hospital, Lin Yao could no longer tolerate it and decided to discharge himself. Upon returning to the camp, he found Hall and a group of others enjoying breakfast. Why are you discharged so soon? How do you feel? Hall expressed guilt regarding Lin Yao's injury, as a group of first-year students had been brought out merely to experience the world, only to encounter such a mishap. General Pei was particularly concerned, making it difficult to explain. Lin Yao shook his head, sitting at the edge. It's nothing. It was merely a minor injury. Healy handed him a freshly peeled egg and inserted a straw into an unopened soy milk carton. Here, replenish yourself. Lin Yao took a couple of sips, only to realize someone was missing. Where is Xie Xingchen? It had been several days since he last saw him, unsure of what he was busy with. Since Lin Yao has been discharged, we shall prepare to return this afternoon, Hall announced. Everyone performed exceptionally well this time. Each of you will receive an additional 5 credits upon returning. After a brief pause, I turned to the beamingly Mao. You are even, neither adding nor subtracting. Duan Zheng, due to your frequent use of profanity, I must deduct 10 points. Duan Zheng replied, See, excellent. Lin Yao stifled a laugh when he noticed a familiar hand descending before him, tanned with long, elegant fingers, holding the breakfast he had just consumed. This hand, an image that repeatedly surfaced in his mind, curved and extended, with veins rising when exerting force. Lin Yao's back stiffened, despite the passage of 3 days. The sight of that hand still triggered a reflex. Indeed, a newcomer could hardly endure such turmoil. It was utterly exasperating. This is lacking in nutrition. Let us exchange it for something else, Xie Xingchen remarked, intending to replace it with bird's nest soup. Li, emboldened, indignantly attempted to push him aside to advocate for his own soybean milk. What do you mean it's lacking in nutrition? It was just freshly ground from beans. Meant for Yao Gu, meant for him to drink. His actions were somewhat brusque, leaving traces on Xie Xingchen's hand. Cheng Boyan closed his eyes for a moment. I apologize. Let me get you a tissue, Li lamented. It's all your fault for competing with me over a cup of soybean milk. Lin Yao raised his eyes, quickly averting his gaze. Damn it, this is never-ending. Xie Xingchen took a wet wipe, leisurely cleaning the remnants from his hands. Lin, are you blushing again? Chapter 67. Accompany my boyfriend. Why would I blush? In public, can this even be discussed? Lin Yao grumbled in indignation, diverting his gaze to the insufferable Duanzhong, feeling a slight reduction in the warmth on his face. You are mistaken, he stated with a cool tone, exuding a convincing demeanor. However, Li propped his chin on his hand, scrutinizing him. This time, it was clear there was no misjudgment. His complexion changed rapidly from pale to pink, visibly and swiftly, without any coughing fits, fights, or sudden fevers. Why do you react this way? Li attempted to analyze his brother, Yao's psychological state. Are you upset that he didn't let you have the soybean milk? Xie Xingchen was inclined to suggest that Chongqing should include an observational assessment upon enrollment. Even Cheng Boyan, with his blunt demeanor, sensed something awry. He cast a suspicious glance at the cool guy who had maintained a stoic expression since the beginning of the semester. Surely, a cup of soybean milk was not worth this. Lin Yao lowered his head, unwrapping the bowl of bird's nest soup. I still have a fever that's not fully subsided. It's too hot. Li, fixated on the soybean milk, pressed his hand down. Wait here. I'll go buy you an iced soybean milk. It will be far more comfortable than this bird's nest. Cheng Boyan scrutinized him for several seconds before commenting. I found your career path. A daredevil. Bold and quick on your feet. Perfectly suited. He doesn't seem a mind. Is he really such a petty person? Li raised his chin, gesturing towards Xie Xingchen as he stood to procure new soybean milk. Xie Xingchen seated himself opposite, still wiping his hands, resembling an AI programmed to perform a task. You. Lin Yao began to speak, but then paused. Surely, one cannot deny someone the simple act of wiping their hands. That would be too domineering. However, could he refrain from making such an innocent gesture appear so suggestive? Xie Xingchen's movements halted momentarily as he lifted his gaze. What about me? Lin Yao took a deep breath and slowly replied. What have you been busy with these past few days? Xie Xingchen extracted another moist tissue from the pack, displaying it as if it were an exhibit, leisurely wrapping it around his index finger. He was preoccupied with numerous tasks, assembling equipment, penning reports, and even managing to craft small trinkets for children. His enunciation was notably emphatic, with the word hand repeated thrice, prompting Duanzhong to discern the key phrase. Did the young master truly need to engage in such activities himself? Lin Yao was now 1,000% certain that Xie Xingchen was being deliberate. He had perceived Lin's embarrassment over a particular incident, a recurring topic that was simply malicious. Li returned with a cup of fresh soybean milk and, observing Xie Xingchen's actions, bluntly remarked, Is it really necessary to be so dramatic over a little spilled soybean milk? You've been wiping for nearly 5 minutes. For the first time, Lin Yao felt grateful for Li's outspoken nature. Please, do continue your tirade. Li, with a serious demeanor, queried. Do you have a cleanliness obsession? Is your hand not allowed to touch anything? Lin Yao, mid-sip of his soybean milk, nearly choked. All right, that's enough. Let us refrain from further discussion. He did not have a cleanliness obsession, but preferred to maintain tidiness, lest it become inconvenient when needed. Eventually, Xie Xingchen discarded the tissue into the trash. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with a fierce stare from the person across, their eyes sharp as blades. Lin, did I say anything incorrect? He inquired, simultaneously pushing the bowl of bird's nest closer. Lin Yao smiled thinly. No, you're quite right. So, on the return journey, Please utilize your esteemed hands to pilot the entire way. He wore an expression that seemed to say, "See, I told you not to provoke him. I told you." He prefers soybean milk over bird's nest, he added. As the group engaged in light banter, Lin Yao, growing weary of conversation, hastily finished his breakfast and finally realized, wait, why must I share a vehicle with him on the return trip? No, that simply wouldn't he do. He needed to change companions. Otherwise, he would have to endure the sight of those hands throughout the journey. He scanned the room, his gaze landing on the capable Duan Zheng, and calmly suggested, "Let us switch. I'll travel back with you." Duan Zheng looked displeased. "What's this? Did you not feel sufficiently punished on the way here? Are you planning to torment me on the return?" Upon hearing this, Healy became animated. "I agree. Let these two fellows follow Yao Gu and Xie Go," experiencing the scorn and reprimands of the strong up close. Duan Zheng's expression darkened. This is extremely challenging. Cheng Boyan exchanged knowing glances with Healy, unable to stifle their laughter. Only Xie Xingchen sighed softly, realizing they had gone too far, frightening Lin away. After finishing their meal and gathering their belongings for the flight, while contemplating how to win Lin back, they saw Pei Yizhong arriving grandly with his wife and daughter. Xie Xingchen clicked his tongue. Is today an ill-fated day for outings? Lin Yao assumed his reluctance to encounter them stemmed from the strained relationship between Xie Hongji and Pei Yizhong, remaining silent. "Director Huang mentioned that you would be returning today. I brought some gifts for everyone," Lin Han announced, instructing an aunt to distribute various items, expressing gratitude for their efforts in traveling a great distance, and inviting them to visit again. "Thank you, General S. wife. You are truly beautiful and kind-hearted, and your daughter is exceptionally lovely as well. Such admirable genes in your family," Healy complimented, effortlessly delivering a remark about their rare hereditary beauty. "You actually managed to find someone other than Lin Yao to praise today." Cheng Boyan scoffed, while Healy smiled brightly, effortlessly taking the gifts. "I felt an inexplicable magnetic connection, as if we were old friends upon first meeting." Xie Xingchen, with his hands tucked into his pockets, wore a cold expression. Fine. Even as he departed, he didn't forget to cultivate a bond with Lin Yao's good friend. This scheme was so transparent he could hear it from outer space. Pei Xiang approached Lin Yao and softly said, "This time, I didn't get the chance. Once I transfer to study in the capital, I'll come to the military academy to visit you. Is that all right?" Xie Xingchen leisurely remarked. "He is quite busy. He might not have time to take you around." "Yes, I'm very busy." Lin Yao felt a bit overwhelmed. He thought he had been clear enough, yet unexpectedly, Pei Yizhong came with his wife and daughter to send him off, leaving him at a loss on how to decline. Pei Xiang's smile faded slightly, her demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. "So, do you really dislike me? Or am I just too familiar and have startled you?" Confronted directly, Lin Yao gazed at her expression and gently shook his head, ultimately feeling soft-hearted. "It's not that. The main issue is finding a reason to dispel this inexplicable familiarity. But I can't think of one." Healy tugged everyone towards the spacecraft, exclaiming, "Let us go put our things on board first. You all can chat slowly." After speaking, he whispered to Cheng Boyan, "This girl is beautiful. My Yao Ge might consider her, albeit reluctantly." "Your Yao Ge clearly does not fancy this type," Cheng Boyan replied, glancing back at Lin Yao, wishing to distance himself from her by at least 3 meters. He should be careful not to get caught up in this commotion, lest he face repercussions. Healy closed his gaping mouth, mumbling, "If he doesn't fancy this, then what is he like? With standards this high, he is bound to end up alone forever." As everyone gradually boarded the spacecraft, Xie Xingchen remained rooted to the spot, seemingly waiting for Lin Yao to resolve this awkward situation. Pei Xiang interrupted his thoughts. "What do you mean mainly? How can we dispel their matchmaking intentions?" "The only solution is to not be single. Mainly busy." Lin Yao repeated this phrase as he watched everyone leave. The vicinity had grown desolate. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Xie Xingchen standing not far away. His expression was indifferent, as if he were an outsider observing a play. Yet there was a hint of curiosity, as if he wished to hear Lin Yao concoct an absurd excuse. Lin Yao met his gaze, silently pleading for a hint, hoping for a more dignified excuse. Yet, the typically loquacious Xie Xingchen remained silent, his gaze heavy and inscrutable. Pei Xiang pressed on. Are you this busy, even in your freshman year? Busy with what? Lin Yao steeled himself and boldly declared, I'm busy accompanying my boyfriend. Such a straightforward statement plunged the entire scene into silence, including Xie Xingchen. He looked at Lin Yao, his brow slightly raised, a curious expression on his face. Accompanying a boyfriend? It was hard to fathom that Lin Yao could weave such a lie. The thought of this seemingly aloof person in a romantic relationship was difficult to imagine. Pei Xiang's eyes widened. You have a boyfriend? Is he a guy? An Omega from the military academy? Is he handsome? Lin Yao felt as if he had dug himself a deep pit. His mind was devoid of any concrete imagery, leaving him at a loss for words. In military school, he had only met Jiang Chiron, an Omega, who was also Xie Xingchen's betrothed. He had never contemplated what kind of partner he would seek in the future, as the concept of romance seemed distant from his reality. In the past, when Omega classmates professed their feelings to him, Gilly would often scoff, remarking, if you can't even attract an Omega, don't end up in an AA relationship. He had once quipped that an AA relationship was preferable to an AO one. At that time, Lin Yao had been engrossed in his studies, competing fiercely with Xie Xingchen for top marks in their final exams. He harbored no prejudice against any gender. He simply found Omegas to be generally delicate and soft, while he himself was not particularly adept at nurturing others. With alphas, a tempestuous argument could easily lead to a brawl, but they were resilient and quick to move on. As he pondered this, Lin Yao's gaze inadvertently fell upon Xie Xingchen, causing a flicker of realization. He suddenly remembered he had not yet responded, thus he mumbled vaguely, not the pretty type, yes, just a classmate from military school. The more he spoke, the more he felt a pang of guilt, unsure of where he could find such a person. Lin Han nudged Pei Zhong, curious and tentatively inquired, why didn't your boyfriend join you this time? Lin Yao was genuinely struggling to maintain his facade. The more he spoke, the more absurd it became. His boyfriend had been injured in a competition and was still hospitalized, which, albeit reasonable, was a stretch. Pei Zhong scrutinized his expression, hesitating momentarily before advising. You are so naive. Don't let anyone deceive you. Lin Yao moved his lips. No way, we have a strong bond. I trust him. As he spoke, he almost convinced himself, his mind racing with thoughts of unfinished questions. Furrowing his brow, he felt a twinge of annoyance. All right, my family plans to travel to the Outer Star next month and will pass by your area. Perhaps we can arrange a meeting then. Pei Zhong brought the conversation back to its origin. Lin Yao was taken aback. Your travel history over the past decade shows only one visit 3 years ago. And before that, 8 years ago, you've avoided that place like the plague, and now you suddenly want to travel? It's quite peculiar. I need to care for my boyfriend. He has serious injuries and must rest for 100 days. Lin Yao nearly wore his refusal on his face. Then we can take the opportunity to visit your boyfriend in the hospital. Pei Zhong glanced at the time. All right, I won't keep you any longer. Safe travels. Lin Yao resigned himself. Fine, I'll think of something when the time comes. Finally, a natural smile emerged as he nodded. Then, farewell. It was a pleasure meeting your family. Pei Zhong adeptly took the cue, opening his arms. Since it was a pleasure, let us embrace before parting. Lin Yao felt stiff all over, but reluctantly opened his arms and leaned in. He was unaccustomed to closeness. His interactions with peers had only recently begun to feel somewhat normal, and he had no experience with older generations. He wished he could vanish. Why must there be such an awkward and mortifying moment, especially with Xie Xingchen watching, surely ready to laugh at his expense? After what felt like an eternity of 5 seconds, Lin Yao sprang back like a coiled spring, raising his hand in salute. Goodbye, General. He then turned and strode towards the aircraft, barely lingering for a second. Pei Zhong let out a light sigh, seemingly speaking to no one in particular. Never mind. There will be plenty of time in the future. As he saw people leaving, Xie Xingchen nodded slightly in their direction before turning to follow. Who is your boyfriend? Lin Yao pretended not to hear and made his way directly to Duan Zhang's dilapidated aircraft. Its appearance was precarious, evoking a sense of unease as if it could plummet from the sky at any moment. Aren't you coming back with me? Xie Xingchen asked again. No. Lin Yao replied curtly, sliding open the door, grasping the handle, and nimbly leaping inside. Xie Xingchen clicked his tongue in annoyance. All three of them were not particularly slender, making the confined space of the small aircraft feel especially cramped. Duanzheng turned around, looking bewildered. "What are you doing here?" "I came to care for the disabled," Xie Xingchen replied nonchalantly, reaching out to lift him from the cockpit. "You should go to our aircraft." Duanzheng's face brightened with the first smile during this ordeal. Is there such a good thing? Those who aspire to be soldiers often harbor a fascination for weaponry. This was the latest batch of cutting-edge flying equipment from Chongqing, not easily utilized by warships. Such a limited production, small-size marvel, was akin to a new allure. Lin Yao frowned at him, his gaze drifting over Duanzheng's distinctly large hands, and he rejected. "I do not wish to team up with you." Xie Xingchen looked down from a height, his tone icy. "You are ungrateful, burning bridges after crossing them, and heartless." Before he could finish the last word, Lin Yao kicked him hard. Loose lips deserve a beating. Xie Xingchen did not retaliate, but calmly reasoned with him. "My flying skills surpass Duanzheng's. You would be more comfortable sitting with me. Despite my good intentions, you still kick me. How ungrateful." Duanzheng stood up from the cockpit, observing the fiery exchange between the rivals, feeling the tension that seemed to threaten an explosion of the aircraft at any moment. "What are you two bickering about?" Huier opened the communicator and called out, "Prepare for takeoff." Hearing the prompt, Duanzheng grew weary of their argument. Seizing the opportunity to slide open the door, leap out, and lock it behind him, leaving no chance for a change of heart, and he hurriedly ran towards the aircraft of his dreams. "What the hell? Why are you here?" Lin Yao, who had initially intended to team up with Xie Xingchen, felt as if he might burst into tears upon seeing a familiar face after 10 hours of holding his breath. "I gave Xie Xingchen a beating, and he let me go," Duanzheng boasted with familiarity. "Let me try this impressive new product." Only Healy looked genuinely concerned. "Who is being punished here? How come my Yao Gus sit in that little piece of junk? When we took off, I felt like its wings were about to shatter." Before he could finish, they watched as the battered aircraft lifted off the ground, ascending sharply towards the clouds, moving so smoothly that it was hard to believe it was a decade-old model. "I now realize I misjudged the aircraft. It's the pilot that's the problem," Healy remarked in astonishment. Having just experienced a meteoric rise, Lin Yao wore a grave expression. "Are you seeking retaliation?" "Not at all," Xie Xingchen replied with practiced ease, his tone utterly unperturbed. "If we don't hurry and take off, I fear you might flee." Lin Yao remarked, "You truly do not hold back at all. Your candor is quite extraordinary." Yet, he was uncertain whether it was the forceful assent or the racing heart that caused the warmth within him to rise once more. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the hands resting on the control panel. Those hands seemed interminable. He had an overwhelming desire to cover them with a glove. Abruptly, Lin Yao shut his eyes, determined to look away from him. Time passed, and soon he felt warm breath on his face. When he opened his eyes, he found Xie Xingchen's face magnified before him. "Are you unwell?" Lin Yao muttered, casting a sidelong glance at the illuminated autopilot light on the control panel, furrowing his brow as he pushed him away. "Do you have a habit of watching people sleep?" Xie Xingchen remained unmoved, his eyes fixed on Lin Yao. "I was simply pondering a question during the flight out of boredom." Lin Yao, feeling stifled by his proximity, responded in a muffled voice. "What question?" "You just mentioned accompanying your boyfriend and deceiving them," Xie Xingchen said. Lin Yao thought he was about to make a joke about hands in the bathroom, but upon hearing this, he sighed in relief and replied succinctly. Xie Xingchen nodded thoughtfully, scrutinizing Lin Yao's subtle expressions, his straight lips, and the small mole on his nose. "I am merely curious why you instinctively referred to him as your boyfriend at that moment." Lin Yao retorted, "Why is your focus so peculiar?" Xie Xingchen, adopting an inquisitive demeanor, pressed on, "Why not a girlfriend? There are many Omega girls. You were once an Alpha. Shouldn't you prefer that?" Lin Yao thought to himself, "How on earth would I know?" His palms began to sweat, and his breath quickened slightly. "I already said it was a fabrication. Why do you take it so seriously?" Yet today, Xie Xingchen seemed unusually fixated on this topic, as if earnestly discussing a group project. "You must have thought about it, hence the subconscious slip. Psychologically speaking, this is known as subconscious projection." This made him sound quite learned. Lin Yao remained silent, but felt Xie Xingchen's unwavering gaze upon him, his eyes resembling a deep sea turbulent yet entrancing. They were so close that their breaths intertwined. Behind Lin Yao lay the vast, boundless galaxy. "Why boyfriend?" Xie Xingchen inquired again. Lin Yao looked into his pitch-black eyes, momentarily stunned. Wishing to evade the question, but realizing he was ensnared by the seatbelt in the passenger seat, captive in the starry sky by Xie Xingchen's bold ascent, he was compelled to provide an answer. Yet he himself was uncertain of what to say. Gazing into Xie Xingchen's eyes, Lin Yao endeavored to fathom his own heart. "Perhaps. If I must have a partner, I hope we are both complementary and similar, fierce yet loving." Xie Xingchen felt a thunderous jolt as his heart seemed to collapse. Chapter 69. Do not abandon me, complementary, yet similar, fierce yet loving. Xie Xingchen pondered. Is he hinting at something? Could this be a confession? But upon seeing Lin Yao's solemn expression, he fell into contemplation, doubting it. Even the most convoluted hints do not bear the weight of reality. It could have merely been a casual remark, yet his light-hearted words set my heart racing incessantly. How utterly unbecoming. Xie Xingchen pondered, carefully choosing his words as he pointedly remarked. "So, I am your ideal type?" Lin Yao snapped back to attention, the light in his eyes refocusing. "You? My ideal type? How preposterous! What a fanciful daydream! How dare he be so self-absorbed as to assume he fit the description? Isn't it so? The feelings you describe bear a striking resemblance to me." Xie Xingchen fixed his gaze on him for several seconds, directly stating the obvious. To hear such a possibility voiced from his lips felt akin to wandering a desert for ages only to be graced by a refreshing rain. Having never experienced love throughout his life, Lin Yao was oblivious to its essence. The journey from realization to affirmation would undoubtedly be a gradual one, and Xie Xingchen was well prepared for that mental undertaking. This process was not arduous. In fact, compared to the fruitless longing of yesterdays, each small step Lin Yao took towards him brought an exhilarating sense of reward. Yet, Lin Yao found it utterly absurd to envisage a relationship with Xie Xingchen, thinking, "I believe you're still half asleep." After a moment's pause, he rubbed his temples, adding, "Or perhaps it is I who remain in slumber. How else could we be engaged in such a ludicrous conversation?" Suddenly, the control panel behind them began to flicker incessantly, emitting a series of alarms. "Warning, course deviation, warning, power overload, attention, descent speed has exceeded preset values, immediate inspection required." The aircraft seemed ensnared by an inexplicable magnetic field, spiraling downwards at a precarious angle. An anxious voice crackled through the communicator. "Xie Xingchen, what is happening on your end?" Duan Zheng cursed aloud, "Damn it. They said this piece of junk had a chance of falling, and it's truly plummeting? What kind of shoddy quality is this?" "Yo ye, yo ye. Can you hear us?" Healy's voice was laced with urgency. "What are you waiting for?" "Manual control," Lin Yao urged, pressing against Xie Xingchen, only to find beads of cold sweat suddenly forming on his forehead, his lips drawn tight, his body rigid. The ease he had previously exhibited was entirely gone. His fingers gripped the sides of his seat, turning pale with tension. The aircraft had veered off course, plummeting like a shooting star. Xie Xingchen had previously mentioned his fear of heights, having nearly crashed during his first test flight, which deterred him from flying to Zhengda, leading him to avoid Chongqing altogether. However, he had downplayed his fears, claiming to have overcome them. In truth, he had merely suppressed his psychological barriers through sheer will, not entirely vanquished them. "Wait, just 2 seconds," Xie Xingchen whispered, closing his eyes in an effort to banish memories of the disastrous first flight. Yet, he relived the moment of the aircraft's descent, the sparks erupting upon impact, and the desperate escape as explosions erupted behind him. "Rest here. I'll take over." Lin Yao wiped the sweat from Xie Xingchen's forehead, deftly unbuckled his safety belt, and pressed him into the co-pilot's seat, securing him before returning to the controls. Reviewing the flight records, Lin Yao found no faults in Xie Xingchen's settings. So what exactly had gone awry? The aircraft trembled violently, teetering on the brink of instability. Lin Yao gripped the control stick, straining to escape the inexplicable gravitational pull, a task fraught with difficulty. Hua Academy. The gravitational fluctuations in this star region seem to have ensnared us, he observed, maintaining a calm demeanor as he attempted to halt the spinning craft, though the situation appeared dire. Prepare for an emergency landing. Lin Yao glanced at the readouts on the control panel, muttering, if we continue this descent, the windshield will shatter, and then we're finished. Xie Xingchen turned to him, finding solace in Lin Yao's unwavering composure amidst the chaos. Then my life is in your hands, he replied with a smile, though death wouldn't be such a tragedy. Lin Yao recalled a previous moment when he had brandished a gun, questioning whether he would feel regret if he ended his own life. At that time, he had thought, of course, there would be regret over not having transformed an enemy into a lover. Yet now, the prospect of perishing together in the cosmos seemed oddly romantic. Clearly, the pilot beside him was averse to such notions. Lin Yao, with a stern expression, retorted, I'm here, I want to die. He added, in a tone devoid of warmth, if you speak such morbid words again, I might just hit you. As he uttered those words, he struggled to navigate the battered vessel out of the chaotic starfield. Due to the relentless spinning, one wing was on the verge of detachment, and the windshield threatened to shatter. A strange communication channel chimed in, and Lin Yao answered, Hello, I am Xie Xingchen. Hua Academy informed me that your aircraft is malfunctioning. Are you the one piloting it? His voice was calm. Yes, that would be me. Lin Yao replied, tapping the screen to identify the best emergency landing sites, a myriad of asteroids flashing on the map, making it hard to pinpoint a safe spot. Xie Xingchen sent a star system coordinate. Head to Rose Star. It is the closest to your current location. I will arrange for immediate rescue. He paused, his tone revealing a hint of paternal concern, yet still commanding. Xingchen has acrophobia. I trust your skills to land safely. I need you to bring him back unharmed. Lin Yao glanced at Xie Xingchen, who sat beside him with eyes tightly shut and labored breathing, clearly in distress. Ignoring the authoritative tone, he softly reassured, understood. Vavonte. After ending the call, he steered the craft toward the marked planet, accelerating with the uncontrollable momentum. As they drew closer to Rose Star, the gravitational force intensified, seemingly compressing their very insides, making even Lin Yao feel uneasy. Yaogo, are you all right? Can you hear me? Please respond. The call from his teammates grew indistinct, drowned out by static as the aircraft plummeted towards the surface of Rose Star at a terrifying speed. Lin Yao pressed down on his breath, repeatedly assuring himself, it's fine, we can do this. If he could reduce their speed to the maximum and steer clear of the blue ocean depicted on the map, they could land safely on the crimson terrain. Xie Xingchen, heart racing towards explosion, scrutinized the dashboard and made his calculations. Left hand to second gear, right hand decrease by 1, till 27 degrees, and prepare for landing. Lin Yao cast a sidelong glance at him before averting his gaze, responding, received. A thunderous roar shattered the serene expanse of stars, plummeting through the clouds at an alarming speed. Xie Xingchen raised his hand to shield his face, his ears ringing, the world around him cloaked in darkness, and his heart pierced by the agonizing sensation akin to 1,000 steel needles. Lin Yao's arm, gripping the control stick, tensed with prominent veins as the shattered aircraft streaked across the azure sea at a precarious angle. The humid sea breeze swept through the fractured windshield and into the cabin, crashing violently onto the pink shoreline with a resounding thud. Collision, explosion, abrupt halt, and inversion ensued. Lin Yao was flung from the cockpit, and with swift reflexes, he unbuckled Xie Xingchen's safety belt just as the sliding door refused to budge, locked tight. The nose of the craft struck the ground, fracturing with a tremendous crack, and the instrument panel buzzed ominously on the verge of igniting. We must escape, Lin Yao urged, pulling Xie Xingchen close despite the fresh blood seeping from his own wounded arm, clutching his waist tightly and rolling out with the momentum of the impact. As they landed safely, the cabin erupted into flames. Lin Yao raised his hand to shield Xie Xingchen's eyes, mirroring how he had once shielded his own terror. It's all right, we're still alive, he murmured, only to realize his voice trembled. Yet, Xie Xingchen offered no reply. Perhaps it was the impact from the fall that had caused blood to ooze from his forehead. Lin Yao hoisted him up and, after reaching a safe distance from the potential explosion, laid him flat on the ground. There he observed Xie Xingchen with his eyes tightly shut, his body convulsing and rigid, as if he could not hear Lin Yao's pleas, rendered unconscious. Xie Xingchen, can you hear me? He half knelt on the ground, hands interlaced as he attempted CPR. There was no response. Panic surged within Lin Yao for the first time, desperately pressing down, cursing himself for lacking medical knowledge. Knowing nothing beyond this. How dare you simply pass away like this? I want to let you become a ghost. He pressed once and cursed softly, hoping for an answer, but none came. His gaze fell, breathless, fingers pressing firmly against Xie Xingchen's chin to pry his lips apart, inhaling deeply before leaning down to breathe life into him. Once, twice, again and again, refusing to surrender. Xie Xingchen, I have always been the one left behind. You cannot abandon me again. He whispered against Xie Xingchen's lips, a plea, a command. Suddenly, a firm grip tightened around the back of his head, and his lips were captured in a fervent kiss, leaving him utterly astonished. Xie Xingchen's bloodied fingers wove through Lin Yao's soft hair, gently caressing. I want to let go. As long as you're here, I cannot die. Chapter 70. Reason and Logic. Lin Yao tasted blood, bitter and astringent. Xie Xingchen. He murmured the name, wishing to retreat. Yet Xie Xingchen's palm tightened even more. No escaping. He commanded, his grip unyielding. Lin Yao yielded, responding with fervor. They kissed with an intensity as if it were the last indulgence before the end of the world, a means to confirm, to communicate, to reassure one another that they were still alive. Lin Yao gazed at him for a fleeting moment, his fingers brushing against Xie Xingchen's forehead, feeling the sticky traces of blood. You're still bleeding. Xie Xingchen replied nonchalantly. Are you frightened? Recalling the scene where no amount of cardiac compressions could revive the heart. Lin Yao still felt a chill of fear, the dread that you might perish, leaving me with an uneasy conscience. Not a chance. I have always been fortunate, having narrowly escaped death on several occasions. Xie Xingchen replied nonchalantly, lifting his hand to gently stroke Lin Yao's swollen lower lip. You just stole a kiss from me. That was artificial respiration. Lin Yao frowned. Could you be a bit more serious? Are you unwell? Xie Xingchen wanted to remark that regardless of their past mutual assistance or their current circumstances, a genuine relationship could not possibly entail such a passionate kiss. Foolishness, taking advantage yet still counting the coins. The fire from the aircraft spread, emitting a charred scent, roaring as it melded with the magenta sands, creating a conflagration. Lin Yao stared toward that direction and suddenly exclaimed, It's over. There was a malfunction with the launcher during the descent, and they can't ascertain our location. The place they fell was in a desolate sea area, devoid of any life. Not even a single bird. Only the silent wind, the slow ticking of the seconds, and the rosy expanse of sky and land. Lin Yao was not one to await his fate passively. As a child, he had fought to escape from flames, and after undergoing the second metamorphosis into an Omega, he had strived to adapt. Therefore now, he would never simply allow time to slip by, draining his blood. I'll try to send a signal. He intended to return to the aircraft, but Xie Xingchen held him back. He shook his head. It could explode at any moment. Don't go. Lin Yao stood, his gaze lowered as he spoke coldly. Are we to wait here to die? Starve? Thirst? Or perish from the sun that fell without warning? As he spoke, he felt his blood boiling. He was already on the verge of arousal, unsure if it was the different magnetic field here. But he felt his heart racing dangerously close to overload. Or perhaps, without inhibitors, he could succumb to his desire. Resolute, he whispered, before it explodes, I will try again. Xie Xingchen, in disagreement, grasped his wrist and struggled to stand, saying, Then I will go. You stay here and do not move. In such dire moments, both were stubborn, locking eyes, neither willing to yield, as the fire continued to spread. Clearly, it was no longer suitable to attempt accessing the control panel to send a signal. With a sigh of resignation, Xie Xingchen ultimately relented, gripping Lin Yao's wrist and striding toward the inferno. Fine, together. If we are to die, let us die together. They hurried back to the location of the aircraft, where the control panel lay shattered, and the map indicated a vast discrepancy between the crash site and the anticipated location, complicating rescue efforts. Lin Yao retrieved the communicator that had fallen beneath the cockpit. Their luggage was lost to the wreckage, leaving only a box of gifts from Peizhong, which contained food and drink enough to sustain them for a couple of days in this wilderness. The communicator buzzed with static. Lin Yao attempted several channels, softly calling out, "Coordinates of Rose, star unknown, requesting rescue, awaiting a response." No one replied. Xie Xingchen, bending to gather the box of gifts, followed Lin Yao as they aimlessly walked upon the magenta sands. The Rose Star appears entirely dissimilar to the desolate battlegrounds of the past. It resembles a pristine, untouched galaxy. Yet, Lin Yao finds it oddly familiar. In his memories, he seems to have encountered such a vibrant magenta hue before. What is wrong? Xie Xingchen observes the pause in his expression. "I can't shake the feeling that I have witnessed this scene somewhere," Lin Yao replies, closing his eyes as flashes from his time in the IAL surge back. A cramped laboratory, countless needles, and a small palm-sized window. That window, too, was not easily opened, but on one occasion, after receiving an unknown injection, he had experienced a surge of strength and demolished the covering. What he beheld, then, was this vast expanse of rose red. It was the first time he found the outside world so enchanting. Many of my memories have been wiped clean, reduced to mere fragments. When I escaped the inferno in the laboratory, I was in the capital, so I naturally assumed I was there. Lin Yao turned to him, adding, "However, there was a time when I lost consciousness for an extended period, as if I had been relocated." Xie Xingchen immediately grasped his implication. "You are suggesting that you have been here before, that most of your time was actually spent on Rose Star, but something went awry during your transfer, fortuitously allowing you to escape." Lin Yao nodded. What a serendipitous turn of events to have stumbled upon the laboratory's location. Yet, after traversing for an extended period, they encountered nothing but the boundless sea and the rose-tinted sky. No buildings, no people. As if they had wandered into a pink realm unknown to anyone. Lin Yao halted, tugging at his collar. "Xie Xingchen, did you take the suppressant on your way here?" "I did last night," Xie Xingchen responded, wiping the blood from his forehead. Turning around, he noticed Lin Yao staring intently at his wound, his tongue grazing his lower lip lightly. Analyzing the situation, he remarked, "The magnetic field here is quite strong. It can affect hormones. If the IL laboratory was established in this location, it must be for this very reason, as the magnetic field facilitates better experiments." Yet, Lin Yao could hardly decipher his words, slowly approaching him, a conflicted expression on his face. The sensation of being controlled by hormones was truly unpleasant. Xie Xingchen grasped the nape of his neck firmly, asking, "What do you intend to do?" "My suppressant only lasts for a day, if rescue doesn't arrive by tomorrow. I cannot predict what will happen." Lin Yao, still holding on to his rationality, replied, "We must find a way to signal for help. We cannot allow both sides to act irrationally. That would be disastrous." "What is the matter?" Xie Xingchen inquired, gazing into his eyes, a layer of mist forming within their depths. He tightened his grip on Lin Yao's neck, asking bluntly, "Are you aroused?" Lin Yao shook his head in denial, though his eyes fixated on Xie Xingchen's bloodied fingers. "No, let us continue." He desperately needed to find a place to shower, otherwise, he might truly turn and plunge into the sea to awaken himself. He despised the sensation of being controlled, loathed it profoundly. Yet, Xie Xingchen suddenly drew him closer, coaxing, "What do you desire?" Lin Yao shook his head, his expression stubbornly defiant. "No." As he spoke, he felt Xie Xingchen leaning in even closer. "Refrain from releasing your pheromones. I've stated that it is unnecessary at this moment." Lin Yao recalled the last time he had offered assistance, reluctant to confront the memory. He abhorred his own loss of control and wished to avoid a recurrence, especially in this desolate wilderness while awaiting rescue. Xie Xingchen remained silent, his head bowed, his breath brushing against Lin Yao's face in shallow intervals. Frowning, Lin Yao pushed aside Xie Xingchen's hand that gripped the nape of his neck, steering clear of the wound, and pressed him directly to the ground, his tone fraught with the tumult of conflicting hormones. "Do not tempt me with your pheromones. Do you think that because you're injured, I will refrain from retaliating?" Xie Xingchen found himself ensnared in the soft, rose-hued sand, nearly drowning in the overwhelming scent of fir trees, unable to restrain his emotions. He raised his gaze to the figure looming over him, exasperation lacing his voice. "Darling, it was your pheromones that ensnared me first. Let us be reasonable." Chapter 71. Do not concern yourself with me. Lin Yao was momentarily speechless. He was unsure whether it was due to Xie Xingchen's casual endearment or the implication that he had instigated the attraction. Was it truly that potent? He could not discern it. He merely felt enveloped by the weight of tequila, instinctively desiring to resist the pressure. "Is it because of me that you cannot contain yourself?" Lin Yao lowered his head, tugging at his collar in an attempt to catch a whiff of his own pheromones. Xie Xingchen observed the motion, raising an eyebrow slightly. "With our compatibility at 100%, if your pheromones cannot suppress the effect, why would you assume I remain unaffected?" Now it was Lin Yao who found himself a loss for words. Xie Xingchen, already unwell and injured, remained composed even after being misunderstood and pushed to the ground, clearly understanding the weight of words that could evoke guilt. "Forget it. Consider it as if I never said anything," Lin Yao murmured. He was no longer the naive, straightforward individual he once was, nor could he simply navigate through this complex relationship with mere gestures. In this desolate expanse, the implications of their high compatibility, both suffering from their respective ailments, were evident. Yet, the thought terrified him. He was still unprepared to embrace the role of an omega. "Are you frightened?" Xie Xingchen saw through him. "Are you afraid that I might succumb to primal instincts and take you by force? There is not a soul nearby. No matter how loud you scream, no one will hear." "Xie Xingchen." Lin Yao could not help but shout his name, the empty beach echoing with his resentment. "I promise you, it will not come to that," Xie Xingchen assured, his fingers caressing Lin Yao's waist to provide comfort. "Even if I were to perish here, I would not allow you to be humiliated and unwillingly assume the traditional role of an omega." Lin Yao gazed at him, momentarily speechless. He felt an inexplicable sense of trust. If Xie Xingchen could voice such intentions, he would surely follow through. Xie Xingchen's hand rested on Lin Yao's lower back, thoughtfully remarking, "However, it will be quite uncomfortable for you. Being in a sensitive period, the magnetic field will exacerbate your distress. I will strive to assist you in a more pleasant manner. Based on your reactions in the bathroom that day, I believe my skills are quite commendable." His tone was gentle, discussing the matter without reservation, akin to a confident massage therapist recommending their services. "Must you continue?" Lin Yao could hardly endure it any longer. He rolled off Xie Xingchen and, clutching the box of gifts, proceeded forward, coldly declaring, "If you utter another nonsensical word, I shall remove your tongue and cast it into the sea." Xie Xingchen rose slowly, remarking, "How fierce." After wandering along the coastline for an indeterminate time, they finally stumbled upon an abandoned wooden cabin, cloaked in dust. Inside, there existed nothing more than a rudimentary bed frame and a rickety wooden door, an absence of comforts, yet preferable to braving the elements. Lin Yao removed his coat, dampening it by the sea before using it as a makeshift cloth to wipe down the interior. Meanwhile, Xie Xingchen sat at the doorway, fiddling with his communicator and a cell phone devoid of signal. None of its functions were operational. He activated the camera, directing it towards Lin Yao inside the cabin. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold this man named Shaolin, who has manifested in this wooden shack. Is it a decline of morals or a distortion of humanity, or perhaps he is following his hidden affection for me? Let us delve into this mystery. Have you been possessed by He Li?" Lin Yao glanced at him with indifference, his expression devoid of interest. Xie Xingchen sighed, casually stretching his legs, the dried blood on his forehead a testament to his recent struggles. "This isn't merely idle banter. If no one comes to our rescue, you may very well spend the remainder of your life in my company." Lin Yao met his dark gaze, silently acknowledging a hint of anticipation in his expression. He sat curled up on the simple wooden bed, feeling the fever he had finally managed to subdue rising once more, and exhale with annoyance. "Xie Xingchen, why don't you come over and give me a good beating? I must be delirious." Xie Xingchen stood up, his palm touching Lin Yao's forehead. Both of their temperatures were alarmingly high. "Why must you resort to violence over a mere disagreement?" Lin Yao pondered, "What else can I say? It would be unreasonable to claim that hormones are at play, that the sight of you compels me to embrace, kiss, and leap upon you like a frenzied beast. He fell into a contemplative silence before commanding, "Go check what's inside the gift box. I'm hungry." The contents were likely prepared by Lin Han. One box for each of them, yet Lin Yao's was evidently far more abundant than Xie Xingchen's, boasting instant bird's nest, exotic delicacies, local pastries, sufficient provisions for an entire week, and even finely crafted pure gold safety lock. Lin Yao toyed with the lock, reminiscent of a childhood trinket, a smile threatening to emerge. "Do you have one of these?" "Alas, no. I feel as though my gift is merely the remnants you chose to discard." Xie Xingchen lamented, flipping through the meager offerings. "This is rather unequal treatment." Lin Yao's lips curled slightly, shaking the bird's nest in his hand while mimicking a teasing tone, "Beg me." The audacity of Xie Xingchen was indeed boundless. Propped on the edge of the bed, his forehead still marked with dried blood, he appeared both rugged and captivating. "I beg you feed me," Lin Yao retorted. "What do you mean by pushing your luck?" Xie Xingchen maintained his position, his tone earnest. "I've pleaded with you. Can you not show some leniency in light of my injuries? I must have owed you in a past life." Lin Yao gritted his teeth, cursing while deftly tearing open the packaging, nearly wishing to pour the entire bowl into Xie Xingchen's mouth. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, the young master remained committed to decorum, consuming each bite with deliberate grace, never indulging in gluttony. "Do join me," Xie Xingchen remarked, unperturbed by the prospect of sharing a spoon. Lin Yao hesitated, reasoning that since they had already crossed certain boundaries, the harsh conditions warranted a less fastidious approach. Together, they shared the bowl, a moment of camaraderie amidst their trials. He repeated his actions, yet felt the tendrils of tequila from the other party entwining around him once more. His breath became increasingly rapid, that damned magnetic field. "Isn't your father supposed to be remarkable? Why is the rescue effort so inefficient?" Lin Yao scoffed coldly. "Even the alliance leader is nothing special." Xie Xingchen observed his irritated expression, raised a hand to gently rub his earlobe, and softly reassured him, "Don't worry. It will arrive soon. He is more anxious than you. You can manage it yourself. Your hands aren't injured," Lin Yao retorted, still vexed. He closed his eyes, striving to quell the heat surging within him, muttering, "I'm tired, I'll take a nap." To his surprise, Xie Xingchen was quite accommodating. He acknowledged with a sound, took the half-eaten bird's nest, and squatted at the door. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Lin Yao curled up on the rigid wooden bed, biting down on the soft flesh inside his mouth, stimulating a slight pain to keep himself alert. Yet his fingers, betraying him, yearned to unfasten his buttons. It was stiflingly hot. Having just exchanged harsh words with Xie Xingchen, he now found it difficult to voice even a request for soothing pheromones. "Can't sleep? You keep moving." Xie Xingchen's voice drifted in from the doorway. Lin Yao, still gnawing on the inside of his cheek, responded vaguely, "If you don't talk to me, I might be able to sleep." After enduring 10 interminable minutes with no sign of sleep, he remained wide awake. Xie Xingchen was silent, the world around him quiet, as if it had been reduced to his solitary presence. Unable to resist, his fingers unzipped his uniform, slowly unfastening a button. Just as he was about to move to the second button, a sun-kissed hand preemptively took control. "Xie Xingchen?" Lin Yao turned with great difficulty, only to find himself enveloped by a broad chest. "Hot enough to fry an egg. Are you planning to burn me alive without yielding?" Xie Xingchen's tone was calm. "I'll help you." The open skin welcomed the breeze, the heat dissipating for but a moment. Lin Yao, enduring his discomfort, struggled to push him away, his voice taut with irritation. "Don't mind me. I don't need your help." Xie Xingchen remained silent, merely gripping his shoulders to pin him down, preventing any movement. He lowered his gaze, looking tenderly at the one tormented by pain, who could only gasp for breath. Coincidentally, he had no boundaries when it came to Lin Yao. "Don't like hands? Then let me try something else." Chapter 72. Your wife is quite enthralling. Lin Yao's breath hitched. "What else?" Xie Xingchen's dark eyes fixed on him, commenting, "Can't you comprehend? So naive." Lin Yao gazed at his lips, suddenly realizing the implication. He gritted his teeth. "No." Xie Xingchen ignored him. "Dirty." Lin Yao raised a hand to block him, furrowing his brow. Have you lost your mind? Not dirty. Didn't you just shower before you left? Xie Xingchen murmured. This was Lin Yao's first experience of sensitivity after his second differentiation, akin to his own initial struggles as an alpha. It was undoubtedly excruciating. He vividly recalled the time when he was drenched in sweat, unable to find relief, suffering to the point of self-harm. Yet, over time, he had grown accustomed to it, supplemented by timely suppressants, appearing to live a life no different from ordinary individuals. However, he couldn't bear to see Lin Yao endure the same torment. As Xie Xingchen looked at Lin Yao's lips moving, he felt as if he'd been thrown into an explosive barrel of gasoline. The air was stifling and humid. A thin sheen of perspiration cloaked his entire body. You need not go to such lengths for my sake, he murmured softly. The proud scion, Xie Xingchen, should not stoop to such actions. Save your strength for later. Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse. I do not require it. Lin Yao broke free from his constraints, dragging him from the bed and pushing him toward the door. Fortunately, the wooden cabin was small, only a few paces away. As Xie Xingchen turned, he caught sight of a pair of flushed cheeks. Leave. Lin Yao slammed the door shut, leaning against the wooden panel, his breath uneven. You are not permitted to enter. Outside the door, Xie Xingchen raised a hand to press against his brow. Though separated by a thin wooden barrier, they resonated with shared pain and heartbeat, the world around them silent. Ultimately, Xie Xingchen respected his wishes, granting him space. I shall take a stroll and return shortly. Be safe, Lin Yao murmured, bowing his head, still feeling the lingering warmth of his kiss on his lower abdomen. Xie Xingchen picked up the communicator at the door and walked along the shoreline for quite some time, attempting to locate a signal point. As he turned the dial, all he heard was the crackling of static. Just as he was about to retrace his steps, he noticed something struggling in the soft sand ahead, a fluffy creature. Its pink hue blended with the fuchsia beach, nearly rendering it invisible. Help me, handsome, save me. It flapped its wings, shrieking sharply. Xie Xingchen raised an eyebrow. It could speak and had a rather sweet tongue. Approaching, he bent down to lift the little creature, suspending it in the air for inspection, unsure whether to label it a bird or something else. You appear quite healthy. What seems to be the issue? I knock my head, my legs are weak, and I cannot fly, the little pink bird explained, its wings resting on his wrist, its tone serious. Your heart rate exceeds normal frequency, and your hormones are surging rapidly. I deduce that either you have fallen in love or are feeling quite frisky. Xie Xingchen. He pushed aside the pink wings, scrutinizing it. What exactly are you? We're the latest batch of companion drones designed for interstellar travel, quite advanced, it boasted, puffing out its chest. I'm the smartest of them all, hence I escaped. They? Xie Xingchen seized upon the key word, his expression growing grave. Is there a laboratory nearby? Indeed, they conduct all sorts of bizarre experiments. It is filled with deviants. The little pink bird categorized itself. I am one of them. Could it be the IAL laboratory branch where Lin Yao once resided? The capital's facility had been destroyed by fire, yet this one remained intact. How effortlessly one could uncover such things. Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze, locking eyes with the small creature in his palm. Let's make a deal. You speak. I will take you in, provide you with food and comfort, and you shall never be sold, enjoying a life of luxury. However, you must divulge all the information you possess about the laboratories. The creature, however, remained wary, scrutinizing the bloodstains on his forehead and the dirted team uniform. How can you prove you have wealth? How can I be assured you will not mistreat me? How can I trust you won't sell me off? I'm quite valuable. Xie Xingchen pulled out his phone, attempting to check his bank balance. No internet connection. It failed to load. For the first time, the second young master of the Xie family experienced what it meant to be in dire straits. He gazed up at the magenta sky, contemplating how absurd it would be to point at that dim star and declare, look, that one is mine. How foolish. A deceiver. The little pink bird observed his troubled expression, resembling its proud and sharp-tongued counterpart at home, thinking that a pauper could never afford to keep it. Xie Xingchen maintained a calm demeanor, pretending to toss it back to its original spot. Then you may wait to perish in this desolate wilderness. I wish you the best in finding a wealthy and suitable master in a year's time. The man and the bird exchanged a silent gaze. All right, given your audacity, I shall take a gamble. The little pink bird grasped his palm, urging him, "Come on, give me a name. You will be named upon our return." Xie Xingchen replied coolly. The little pink bird elongated its tone. "Oh, so it's your wife. Not only are you broke, but you're also henpecked." Xie Xingchen chuckled, engaging in light banter. "Indeed, quite clever of you. No wonder you managed to escape. But I cannot call him my wife. He would be incensed. Lin Yao is far too cool for that. And besides, we are not yet in a committed relationship, which renders it inappropriate." The little pink bird, however, continued to chatter. "I am curious to see how someone like you could ever find a wife." "What do you mean by someone like me?" he queried, beginning to doubt the wisdom of bringing this creature home. He pinched the little bird's nape, reminding it, "When we return, do not speak out of turn. Lin Yao's temper is far less forgiving than mine. He could easily reduce you to mincemeat." The little pink bird puffed out its chest. "Impossible. I am adored by all, blooming like flowers in spring. For 3 consecutive years, I was voted the most beloved pet in the laboratory. Had the price been right, I would have been sold long ago." Xie Xingchen remained non-committal. "Go on, keep boasting." As they reached the doorway of the wooden cabin, all was silent within, save for the sound of the sea breeze. "Lin Yao?" Xie Xingchen called out, standing at the threshold. "How does it feel now?" No response. It was unclear whether he had fallen asleep or fainted. After waiting a moment with no reaction, concern compelled him to forcefully push open the rickety wooden door, which yielded easily as if made of paper. Inside, on the simple wooden bed, Lin Yao lay with damp hair and disheveled clothing, his back turned to Xie Xingchen, revealing 2 shallow dimples in his waist. The loose waistband of his dark green military trousers hinted at a glimpse of pale skin, as if he were entrapped in a deep slumber. Xie Xingchen's expression darkened slightly. How could he be so unguarded? What if someone were to intrude? "Oh wow, your wife looks quite enticing," the little pink bird exclaimed. "I must go and get closer." Its injured foot hindered its ability to fly, yet it persisted, determined to admire the handsome figure, awkwardly shuffling toward the bed, clinging to the wooden bedpost as it struggled to climb. Xie Xingchen was in the midst of removing his outer jacket to drape over Lin Yao's back when he inadvertently lifted the little bird as well. The pink bird hopped to the other side, its tiny wings brushing against Lin Yao's cheek, creating a ticklish sensation. Lin Yao, in a daze, since someone had entered but, still fatigued from earlier discomfort, did not wish to open his eyes. His heart raced, hormones surged. He was in a vulnerable state. The little pink bird called out, prompting Lin Yao to make a gesture for silence, as if to say he was awake now. "What is that noise? So irritating." Lin Yao turned his head, yet could not evade the sensation, forced to open his eyes, only to behold a fluffy pink creature nestled before him, its tiny wings fluttering against his pulse. "Your wife is in a sensitive period. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and see." Lin Yao maintained a stoic expression, enclosing it within his palm. "What did you say?" The little pink bird, oblivious to its peril, repeated, "Hurry and see." Xie Xingchen remarked, "It's over. You're doomed, and I am as well." Chapter 73. Utterly blissful Lin Yao tightened his grip, asking, "Xie Xingchen, where did you find this foolish creature?" "I picked it up." Xie Xingchen coughed lightly. "I speak the truth." The little pink bird struggled desperately, exclaiming, "Your wife is so fierce." Lin Yao turned his gaze to Xie Xingchen, who stood by the bed, displeased due to being awakened. "Remove it, or I shall cast it into the sea." The little pink bird trembled, sensing the threat, and fell silent. Xie Xingchen reached out, placing it into his jacket pocket, whispering, "Be quiet, or I cannot save you." He then placed his hand on Lin Yao's forehead, brushing aside the damp hair as if conducting a medical examination. "The fever has subsided a bit. It seems the remedy is effective." "How many times?" Lin Yao replied, while the little pink bird covered its ears. "Brother, you are more direct than I. I wouldn't dare to hear his answer." Xie Xingchen lowered his gaze, his fingers parting Lin Yao's damp hair, as if inquiring whether he had eaten breakfast. "I am asking you a question." Lin Yao, draped in Xie Xingchen's oversized jacket, entwined his fingers around Xie's wrist in an attempt to pull it down, answering candidly twice. "Please describe in detail. What was the interval? What were you thinking at the time? Was I not as effective?" Lin Yao found himself overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, his mind briefly recalling an hour prior. He had been in a state of torment, inexplicably flashing back to Xie Xingchen's visage, dark eyes, deep-set features, and an irresistible aura of authority. How would he think of him? It was maddening, utterly exasperating. At that moment, the face in his mind overlapped with the one before him, leaving Lin Yao feeling inexplicably guilty. Do you understand what privacy means? Is that even question? Xie Xingchen's expression remained composed. I care about you. Lin Yao's lips tightened as he directed his gaze towards the rose-tinted sky at the doorway. Could you please respect my boundaries? The little pink bird let out a faint sigh. Lin Yao redirected his frustration, coldly asking, why has this thing not yet been discarded? It cannot be thrown away just yet. It escaped from the laboratory and is still useful. Xie Xingchen suddenly pinched the little pink bird's belly, signaling it to behave, then placed it back before Lin Yao. I suspect that IEL has transformed into a normal laboratory, and studying these creatures is merely a facade. Lin Yao looked down at it. It escaped from the laboratory? Indeed, master. Just look at us, we are quite the match. The little pink bird immediately recognized who held authority in the household, puffing out its chest. I can see that you are far more formidable than that pauper. Pauper? Lin Yao countered. Do those two words have any relation to the young master of the CF family? Him. The little pink bird pointed its wings towards Xie Xingchen. But I remained here, primarily captivated by the master's charm. If you wish to learn about the laboratory, I shall divulge all that I know. Xie Xingchen lightly clicked his tongue. Truly, being named the most beloved mechanical pet for 3 consecutive years speaks volumes. This adeptness at gauging the atmosphere and reading the room is unparalleled, even surpassing a decade of experience. Lin Yao finally decided to address this brazen fool with seriousness. Speak. The little pink bird gently tapped his finger with its wing, ingratiatingly stating, First, give me a name. Only then will I reveal what I know, as we will be bound in the master-pet relationship. Lin Yao raised his gaze to the figure standing at the doorway, blocking the light with his height, and coldly remarked, Xie dullard. He refrained from saying Xie annoying, fearing it might hurt feelings. Both the bird and Xie Xingchen fell silent. The name was indeed a harsh mockery. You and Xie dullard are bound in a master-pet relationship, and it shall remain eternally loyal to you. Should you unilaterally sever this bond, it will enter a self-destruct mode with all your information securely kept. A mechanical voice, distinct from that of the pink bird, resonated. Upon hearing this reminder, Lin Yao furrowed his brow. Isn't this moral coercion? I merely wished to glean some information, and now I must bear the lifelong responsibility of naming this foolish bird? That is rather extortionate. Xie dullard flapped its wings, lamenting, You wouldn't want to be the irresponsible master who abandons me, would you? Lin Yao mused. For some inexplicable reason, this bird shares an uncanny resemblance in temperament with Xie Xingchen. Let us get straight to the point. What is the situation with the laboratory? Lin Yao pressed on. Xie dullard shifted its posture, comfortably reclining and exposing its round belly. The laboratory is located at the easternmost edge of Rose Star, spanning 20 levels, both above and below ground. As a mechanical pet, I can only access the lower 3 levels. Who is the owner? Unknown. What is the laboratory's external name? Unknown. What else is being researched on the other floors? Unknown. Lin Yao felt a throbbing at his temples, suppressing the urge to strangle it. Then what do you know? Xie dullard confidently reiterated, The laboratory is at the easternmost edge of Rose Star, and it has 20 levels. It is quite easy to find. If you wish to go, I can guide you. Lin Yao scoffed. You only know the address, and yet you carry such pride. He raised his hand to his forehead, shoving the pink bird into Xie Xingchen's hands. You brought this fool back. You deal with it. Master, are you going to abandon me? I am the one you personally named Xie dullard. It immediately switched to a different tone. I am the most advanced mechanical pet capable of interstellar travel. Upon hearing the keyword, Lin Yao's eyes lit up with hope. You can travel between stars? Can you return to the capital and call for rescue? Xie dullard flapped its wings, looking quite embarrassed. Not at the moment. I escaped from the laboratory and bumped my head. I cannot fly yet and will need a few days to recover. Don't be angry, Xie Xingchen interjected, patting Lin Yao's back through his coat. Why get upset with a foolish creature? If you abandon it, it will self-destruct right here. That's rather pitiable. You brought it back, Lin Yao grumbled. You take care of it. Xie Xingchen's lips curled slightly, his tough exterior softening. Very well, I shall take care of it. Lin Yao was aware that he was merely throwing a tantrum, inexplicably burdened with a troublesome situation. The stress of being in the wilderness had rendered him irritable, and he was taken aback when the other party actually acquiesced. He blinked slowly, tightening his grip on the team's uniform. Then, I shall sleep a little longer. Let's sleep together. Xie Dai could not help but interject. Aren't you two a couple? Why the separate beds? Lin Yao ground his teeth, enunciating each word. It is not as you presume. Xie Xingchen reached out to fasten Lin Yao's unzipped military pants, smiling as he remarked, "Though it was not that kind of relationship. May I still sleep? I am rather tired." Lin Yao was rendered rigid by his sudden gesture, feeling both awkward and dull-witted. His mind momentarily blank. Sleep? Yes, go ahead. It's not as if we haven't tea before. Xie Xingchen nodded, his gaze fixed upon him. If we have slept together before, what is there to be anxious about? Lin Yao pressed his lips together, recalling the muddled dreams he had uttered earlier, seemingly calling out Xie Xingchen's name. He feared that in that half-dream state, there might be skin-to-skin contact, leading to the utterance of words better left unsaid. After all, he was currently in a sensitive phase, and his mind was genuinely foggy. He murmured, "This fellow should only be capable of measuring heart rate and pulse, right? Nothing else, like recording or filming. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing." Xie Dai stood tall and proud, declaring, "That is not true. I can also conduct psychological analysis based on your physical condition and emotional responses." Lin Yao shot him a glance. "Then what is your analysis of me at this moment?" "You are practically radiating excitement from head to toe, eager to sleep with Xie Xingchen." Lin Yao responded, Chapter 74, Heart Racing. Xie Xingchen tilted his head to look at him, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "Are you that excited to sleep with me?" "Xie Dai." Lin Yao called out its name, pinching its round belly in a mock threat. "If you keep talking nonsense, I shall dismantle you." Xie Xingchen offered a scientific reminder. "If you were to strike me, Xie Dai, you would be reduced to nothing more than scraps. See, even the terms of address reveal the distance between us." Xie Dai felt unjustly treated, flapping its little wings as it loudly proclaimed, "I cannot be mistaken. I merely speak plainly, but I never lie. My programming forbids me from deceit." Lin Yao regarded coolly. How could it possibly conclude that the prospect of sleeping with Xie Xingchen was exhilarating? It was clearly a concern about his muddled thoughts and the social faux pas of dream-induced murmurs. "Your programming is faulty. Your analysis is flawed," Lin Yao stated bluntly. "No wonder you cannot fly after bumping your head. Your brain is shrinking and your limbs are lethargic." Xie Dai. In these glorious 3 years, it had never endured such verbal humiliation. Shielding its eyes with its wings, it struggled free from Lin Yao's grasp and slowly crawled over to grab the hem of Xie Xingchen's clothing. "You, my spouse, would not dare to speak out, fearing retribution. It is so fierce, it scolds me, woe is me." Xie Xingchen sighed in amazement. "Lin, are you bullying a bird?" Lin Yao thought to himself that this fellow was quite the actor, shifting personalities in an instant, his tone calm. "I am merely stating facts. If you insist on siding with it, then there is nothing I can do." Xie Dai held its head high. This was to be a mutual training session between master and machine. One cannot act with impunity simply because they are the master. "No, I stand with you." Xie Xingchen, filled with regret, bent down to pick up Xie Dai and placed him beside the nearly broken door. Since he had caused Xie Dai's unhappiness, he could only sleep there. Xie Dai, bewildered, thought, apologies? How can such a frigid phrase come from your lips? Though he affectionately called him Xie Dai, his actions were quite cruel. Xie Dai squatted outside the creaking wooden door, feeling the breeze from the seaside, lost in melancholy. It seemed he had chosen the wrong master. There was no place for him in this home. However, bound by the system, he had nowhere to go and could only pitifully perch at the small window to gaze inside. Sighing, he lamented, the life of a bird is arduous." Lin Yao appeared genuinely exhausted, likely tormented by stress. Wrapped in a loose tracksuit, he lay sideways with his eyes closed, drifting into a deep slumber. Beside him, Xie Xingchen mirrored his position, extending his arm to serve as a pillow. Realizing that to remain in this household, he must endear himself to Lin Yao. Xie Dai sighed again and limped outside. After several hours, he returned from the nearby forest, burdened with a pile of pink fruits. Proudly, he circled around Lin Yao and Xie Xingchen, presenting his bounty. Then he seized Xie Xingchen's phone, took a photo, and eagerly awaited praise. Lin Yao, after a fitful nap, felt a slight relief from the heat within him. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the foolish bird shaking the screen back and forth. "Do you like it? Do you like it?" Xie Dai twisted and turned, pleased with his arrangement. Lin Yao lowered his gaze to examine the photograph. They lay straight, surrounded by a ring of pink, resembling a peculiar burial. He refrained from commenting, placing a hand over Xie Dai's beak, and carefully rose, anxious not to wake the slumbering figure beside him. Though he moved silently, Xie Xingchen remained alert, opening his eyes to briefly regard them, and propped himself up. Upon noticing the circle of pink fruits, he quipped, "Are you both preparing for my burial?" Xie Dai replied, "See, I think it does resemble a burial." Lin Yao handed over the phone, completely oblivious to any implications of forming factions, casually stating, "It even captured a photo cursing us both to perish." Seeing the two aligned in the same camp, Xie Dai widened his eyes in protest. "How dare you wrongfully accuse me? I was merely trying to create romance. I toiled to transport these fruits, and here I am, limping and unable to fly. Is there no conscience?" Upon viewing the photograph, Xie Xingchen instantly forgave the floral arrangement and accepted the image, saying, "It looks quite nice. I shall set it as my screensaver before the phone runs out of battery." "Your taste is truly peculiar," Lin Yao remarked, turning to the eager bird awaiting compliments. "Next time, refrain from such antics. If your leg is injured, focus on recovery." Recognizing the subtle encouragement, Xie Dai's eyes sparkled. He quickly formed a large heart with his wings, declaring, "Once I can fly, I will venture to Wish Island to procure the finest wishing gem that can grant any desire." Lin Yao paused for a few seconds, genuinely contemplating the possibility, before finding it amusing. "Can this Wish Island revert me from Omega to Alpha? Clearly it cannot. There are no gems that could fulfill any wish. Did you grow up watching cartoons in a laboratory?" He paused momentarily before asserting, "It's merely a deserted island, devoid of anything." "It truly exists," Xie Dai insisted fervently, his wings resting upon Lin Yao's pulse, speaking candidly. "Moreover, based on your reaction, it is evident that you yearn for it, desperately so. If you desire it, you must express it. What harm can it do?" "I do not wish to," Lin Yao replied lightly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Xie Xingchen scrutinized his expression. "You do not desire it? I do not believe in Santa Claus. How could I believe in this?" He rose, donned his clothing once more, and stated, "Let us proceed to the laboratory." Rather than indulge in fanciful illusions, he was far more eager to uncover the truth. While they conversed, Xie Xingchen slipped back into the jacket Lin Yao had discarded and followed them outside. The trio, 2 individuals and 1 bird, treading upon the fuchsia beach toward their destination. As Xie Dai had previously mentioned, the laboratory was an imposing structure spanning 20 stories, visible from a great distance. From the exterior, it bore no distinction from the edifices of any affluent family in the capital star. Its facade was a seamless mirror, bereft of any identifying marks. The rear entrance of the underground parking lot provided a means of clandestine entry. Xie Dai lowered his voice. "The rotund security guard over there is quite lackadaisical. I managed to escape during one of his lapses." Upon entering the building, Lin Yao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was akin to returning to a place where he had grown up. Though the exterior was different and the layout altered, the ambience was reminiscent, leaving him feeling as if the very air had been siphoned from his lungs. "Are you uncomfortable?" Xie Xingchen noted the quickening of his breath. "Not particularly," Lin Yao replied, while observing the ostentatiously labeled experimental compartments, but searching through them felt akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. As he prepared to turn away, Xie Xingchen suddenly grasped him, pulling him swiftly behind a narrow corner. Turning his head, Lin Yao spotted an unexpected figure descending from a vehicle in the parking lot. the head of Long Zhuanglang. What's he doing here? Lin Yao murmured, a buyer? Or perhaps a shareholder? Indeed, Long Zhuang offered many intriguing novelties for the amusement of the wealthy. Thus, the notion of him being a buyer or intermediary seemed plausible. Xie Xingchen covered Lin Yao's mouth and whispered, "Stay silent." Lin Yao focused intently on Zhuanglang, attempting to decipher something from the movements of his lips as he spoke on the phone. However, 3 minutes passed with no revelations. Gradually relaxing his tension, he realized he was being cradled in Xie Xingchen's arms, his broad palm resting over Lin Yao's face. Lin Yao blinked slowly, suddenly reminded of that night in the quarantine zone when Xie Xingchen had similarly embraced him from behind, covering his mouth and kissing his shoulder. The sensitive Omega was overwhelmed with self-reproach. "Let go," Lin Yao murmured, closing his eyes and daring not to make a sound. Instead, gently biting Xie Xingchen's palm as a signal. Yet Xie Xingchen held him tighter, leaning down to whisper, "Do not move. If we are discovered, it will be difficult to explain." His voice was soft, a mere breath against Lin Yao's ear, fearful of being overheard, rendering his words nearly inaudible. Lin Yao's head was forced back against Xie Xingchen's shoulder, pondering whether it was the influence of hormones or merely the simplicity of the embrace that stirred him. At that moment, his heart raced uncontrollably. Xie Xingchen sensed the warmth beneath his palm and lowered his gaze to meet Lin Yao's. "It is so hot. Why am I burning up again?" Xie Dai held tightly in Lin Yao's palm, nearly suffocated, managing to voice out, "He is acting up." Chapter 75. I really like you. You are truly acting up. With Lin Yao gripping his neck, Xie Dai felt on the verge of asphyxiation and often found himself disliking his default settings. Why couldn't he learn to utter a few fibs? Though his master's heart raced and breath faltered, witnessing the blissful expression on his face, he absolutely could not utter such words. His mouth was uncontrollable. Alas, Xie Dai sensed that this time he truly might be choked to death. Zhuanglang entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 9th floor. Xie Xingchen released the person in his arms, glancing down to see Lin Yao's eyes sharp as blades, locking onto that bird once more. He fancied himself maintaining a stern demeanor, yet appeared adorably charming. "What nonsense are you spouting now?" Lin Yao remarked coldly. "Nothing, it's just the truth." Xie Dai began, but quickly covered his mouth, struggling to pivot his words as the temperature rose. "You are indeed burning up." Finally satisfied, Lin Yao rationalized. "It's perfectly normal for my temperature to fluctuate during the stress period. It is absolutely not due to Xie Xingchen holding me." Xie Dai was drenched in sweat, cold beads trickling down. The ability to force a mechanical pet to retract its words conveyed a formidable pressure. Indeed, when faced with death, the instinct for survival emerges so vividly. "Are you feeling unwell? Should we head back?" Xie Xingchen murmured, gazing at the ascending elevator. "There are cameras inside. We can't be seen." Xie Dai raised his wings, adopting a stance as if to take charge of the situation. Imitating them in a hushed tone, "I can quietly fly up." Within the laboratory, many small birds flitted about. However, they possessed a recall function, and he had secretly uninstalled it. "Huh, you all wait outside for me. I'll go take a look." "All right. Then it's entrusted to you, the mightiest bird king." Xie Xingchen truly knew how to flatter. "You are quite the charmer. I suppose that's a redeeming quality." Xie Dai strutted away, limping slightly. Lin Yao lightly clicked his tongue. Never mind, this foolish bird still had some usefulness, so he would temporarily let it be. The two exited the underground parking lot, seeking a concealed spot to await their informant's return. Is it reliable? Lin Yao thought of that indiscreet fool and felt a headache. If it were equipped with surveillance, our movements could easily be exposed. Xie Xingchen raised his hand to measure Lin Yao's temperature on his forehead, surprisingly finding it had lowered again, which was quite perplexing. Allowing him to feel somewhat relieved, he then reasoned. If someone truly intended to surveil us, they could have installed devices throughout the cabin. It would have been discovered long ago. If it could uninstall the recall function, surveillance must have been dismantled. Lin Yao pondered and agreed. The waiting period was rather tedious. His gaze fell upon Xie Xingchen beside him. At this hour, the sky remained dark, around 3 or 4 in the morning, with only a faint light casting on his profile, and he was momentarily captivated. When this fellow was silent, He could indeed resemble a decent human being. What are you staring at? Xie Xingchen noticed his gaze, yet did not turn, focusing instead on fiddling with a communication device that had been without signal. Lin Yao swiftly averted his eyes, panicking as they drifted off towards the distant sea. I was looking at the wishing island Xie Dai mentioned. Xie Xingchen glanced up at him. Didn't you say you didn't believe in it? Looking again. He couldn't exactly confess that he had been lost in thought while gazing at him. It was exceedingly strange, akin to the disordered heartbeat experienced moments earlier. Lin Yao could only turn his gaze towards the distant, indistinct island, filled with disbelief yet undeniably curious about the existence of the peculiar items he had spoken of. Wish crystals. How absurd that sounded. The desire to learn more prompted a suggestion to venture forth together. Let us go see, Xie Xingchen proposed. If we do not, it is akin to believing in Santa Claus. It must be a fabrication, Lin Yao replied in a subdued tone, for he was once that young boy who, in his early teens, donned the guise of Santa Claus, distributing gifts to others. Observing the joy on the faces of those children receiving their presents, he felt nothing but indifference. The world harbored no Santa Claus. He had once harbored such hope in his youth, only to be left disillusioned, realizing it was merely an elaborate ruse. Xie Dai stumbled back, flapping its wings and rushing towards Xie Xingchen. Hurry, we must leave. I almost got caught. Once they returned to the wooden cabin, it trembled with fear, as if it had narrowly escaped a dire fate. They appeared to be plotting something sinister. A large group arrived in the dead of night, and I saw numerous pink birds being loaded into listening devices. I see. Lin Yao fixed his gaze on it. What else occurred? What did Zhuanglang, that man, do? Xie Dai spread its wings in confusion. I do not know. Where are the other laboratories up to? I do not know. Where are the monitored pink birds being sent? I do not know. Lin Yao took a few deep breaths, striving to maintain a benevolent expression. It is all right. Even one piece of information is quite commendable. Ah, that expression. Are you offering me last rites? Am I to be eliminated for my ineptitude? Xie Dai trembled, clutching Xie Xingchen's garment. Help me, save me. Lin Yao raised his hand to support the corners of his mouth, feigning confusion. Do I seem so terrifying? Xie Xingchen chuckled softly, understanding that true emotional intelligence lies in knowing when to remain silent. Xie Dai, learning from the moment, covered its mouth, fearful of uttering any further blasphemous words. In an effort to mend their rapport, Lin Yao patted the wooden bed and reclined once more. The sun has yet to rise. The mission is complete, so come rest for a while. The body in heat felt frail, and he finally grasped the vulnerabilities of an omega, unwittingly connecting with the distant memories of Xie Xingchen's week-long hospitalization. Xie Dai's round eyes widened as it cautiously inched closer, carefully squatting beside Lin Yao's face, watching as he relaxed and closed his eyes. He truly sleeps. Handsome indeed, a sight to behold. Such long eyelashes, a noble nose, and up close his skin appeared flawless. How I longed to taste. Xie Xingchen swiftly captured its tongue, forming a silent warning with his lips. Do not misbehave. I am stepping out. You shall keep him company. Understood. Xie Dai saluted, dutifully watching over Lin Yao as he slept. When silent, he resembled a deity of beauty. After 3 hours of unbroken vigilance without any signs of awakening, Xie Dai quietly edged forward, resting its head against Lin Yao's cheek. At last, they were close. What bliss! Lin Yao, a light sleeper, opened his eyes at the gentle contact, observing the fluffy creature nestled against him and scanning the surroundings. Where is Xie Xingchen? Xie Dai continued to nuzzle against his cheek, beaming with joy. He has yet to return. Why are you so ignorant when I inquire? Lin Yao lifted it up, rising from the bed and making his way to the door of the wooden cabin. The sky remained dim, yet a faint rosy light emerged in the distance. Lin Yao casually sat on the threshold, propping his leg, his fingers idly toying with the hair atop Xie Dai's head, uncertain whether he was awaiting the sunrise or someone else's arrival. Surely, Xie Xingchen wouldn't have secretly summoned help, leaving us both behind. Suddenly, Xie Dai grew vigilant. No way, Lin Yao asserted, momentarily taken aback. It shouldn't be. Xie Dai twisted and turned, wearing a bemused expression. You trust him so much, You truly love him. You are indeed a person of contradictions. Lin Yao retorted. Have you been implanted with Cupid's program? Must you always play matchmaker? Fearing that further words might lead to rebuke, Xie Xingchen glanced up at the sky, diverting the conversation. Look, the sun is about to rise. It's beautiful. Lin Yao turned his gaze toward the horizon where the dark sky was torn asunder, revealing a bright light that painted a rosy hue against the endless sea, a truly magnificent sight. Abruptly, amidst the surging waves, a vague figure emerged, drawing closer and gradually becoming clearer. Lin Yao sprang to his feet, causing Xie Xingchen, who had been perched on his lap, to tumble to the ground, dazed and disoriented. Clambering back up, he clutched Lin Yao's sleeve, exclaiming, "Are you going to kill me, dear master?" Lin Yao dashed forward and beheld Xie Xingchen swimming toward him from the sea, exerting himself to return. Amongst the splashes, his strong, sun-kissed arms and heaving shoulders radiated power. "What are you doing in the ocean?" Lin Yao called out, his voice echoing in the vastness around him. Xie Xingchen did not respond, but swiftly reached the shore, brushing back his damp hair, revealing his handsome features, water cascading down his body, dripping from his chin to his abdomen. Yet he greeted Lin Yao with a brilliant smile, embodying youthful exuberance. "Look what I found for you." Lin Yao was momentarily stunned as a pink crystal stone fell into his moist palm. "The wishing crystal. I knew such a thing existed. You actually swam all the way to Wishing Island," Xie Xingchen exclaimed, bouncing with excitement and shaking Lin Yao's clothes. "You hit the jackpot. The wishing crystal." Yet, Lin Yao remained silent, simply gazing at him in astonishment. Xie Xingchen approached at a brisk pace, the damp breeze swirling around him, smiling. "Are you dazed? Why aren't you speaking? Don't you like it?" Xie Xingchen's heart raced against his master's pulse, incredulous as he looked up, exclaiming in shock, "You must like him." Lin Yao swiftly covered his mouth, whispering, "Quiet, I know. The wishing stone from Wishing Island may not guarantee the fulfillment of desires. But much like the absence of Santa Claus in the world, there will always be those willing to play the part." Today, he became the recipient of a gift. He gazed at the glistening pink crystal, then lifted his eyes to meet Xie Xingchen's expectant gaze, his heartbeat drowning out the sound of the wind. "Yes, I truly like it. Please, passers-by, send flowers to celebrate our enlightenment." Chapter 76. You are quite unusual. Lin Yao felt the weight of the crystal resting in his palm. The coolness of seawater-soaked fingers brushed against his skin. "If you like it, then keep it safe." Xie Xingchen observed his reaction, feeling a sense of relief, thinking that the journey was not in vain. Upon returning, he planned to have an amulet made to carry with him. Lin Yao found it difficult to articulate his emotions at that moment, as if he were gently reclining upon a pink cloud at the edge of the sky, caught in a dream from which he could not awaken. Yet, this was no mere dream. Xie's sharp little mouth was persistently poking at the back of his hand, leading Lin Yao to grasp the necessity of occasionally softening one's demeanor in this world. "Let go of me, let go of me. I won't say anything more. You're going to crush it. Why so excited?" Xie seldom witnessed Lin Yao in such a trance, and he slightly lowered his head to ponder his wish. As he spoke, droplets of water cascaded from his chin, landing in the palm of his outstretched hand. The wound on his forehead had yet to fully heal, now tainted by seawater, which seemed reckless. Lin Yao wanted to scold him, but refrained, feeling that such a moment would be too disruptive to the atmosphere. Did he have feelings for Xie Xingchen? He had never experienced such emotions before, and once believed he would never comprehend the sensation. Yet, in that fleeting moment when Xie rushed towards him, he realized he did indeed feel affection. I was contemplating a wish, but I haven't quite figured it out yet." Lin Yao remained in a state of mental disarray, his responses resembling those of an automaton. Was this abnormal? A former adversary, with whom he once wished to engage in combat at every glance, had taken a considerable amount of time to transform from foe to friend, and now he found himself experiencing a flutter of emotions towards him. The ideal type he had previously imagined, complementary yet similar, entwined in conflict and affection, now truly resonated with him. He raised his hand to cover his face, momentarily incredulous. It was overwhelming. What must Xie Xingchen think? Was it truly necessary to display such a pained expression over an inability to articulate a wish? Xie, clad only in shorts, felt a slight chill as the wind brushed against his bare skin. He reached out to drape an arm over Lin Yao's shoulder to guide him back, intending to lighten the mood, not to invert their priorities. Lin Yao felt a wave of stiffness wash over him, suddenly aware of how intimate the embrace was. His skin, still cool from the ocean, contrasted sharply with the warmth of his neck, creating a tantalizing sensation of temperature variance. Did you only bring one? Why didn't you fetch several? He finally introduced a sensible topic. Xie tilted his head, adopting a tone akin to that of soothing a child. A singular one is what makes it precious. Greed renders wishes ineffective. Besides, I chose the most beautiful shape. Nothing could surpass its allure. Well, you went there. Why didn't you only get one? Xie finally regained his vigor, huffing in annoyance. I just want my leg to heal quickly. Xie shot him a sidelong glance, his expression dismissive. You? We've only known each other for a day. It hardly warrants such grand gestures. I have my own understanding of this. Lin Yao retorted. All right, fine. If that's how you see it, I shall cease to assist you, vexing you until you find yourself without a partner. Isn't that so? Xie reminded him of his current circumstances. Moreover, if you can acknowledge Lin Yao as your master, what more could you possibly desire? One should not be overly greedy. Lin Yao, unable to contain his frustration, jumped and shouted, Fine, fine. You're so noble, so remarkable. The corners of Lin Yao's lips curled slightly. Although uncertain how long this newfound affection might endure, or whether it was merely the result of an emotional bridge formed in their shared adversity, he resolved to treat Xie Xingchen with greater kindness. His previous demeanor had been excessively harsh. It was time for a change. Upon entering the wooden cabin, Lin Yao took a leisurely tour inside and arranged a plethora of delicacies from his gift in front of Xie Xingchen, softening his tone. Are you hungry? Xie Xingchen, taken aback, instantly adopted a more formal posture, gazing at the other with bewilderment. Was this amiable smile really emanating from Lin Yao? Lowering his head, Lin Yao opened a large box of pastries and selected a flavor he presumed Xie would enjoy, offering it to him. You insisted on going despite your forehead injury. I shall assist you in cleaning